The story opens inside Mythic World, a game released 10 years ago as a dating sim aimed mainly at female players. But against all expectations, it suddenly drew in a huge wave of male players too. The game lets players choose from a wide cast of characters, ranging from easy, powerful picks to brutally difficult ones that are hardly worth the effort. And hidden among that crowded roster is one abandoned character, infamous for being painfully hard to raise and unbelievably weak. Even so, one absolute madman spent 10 straight years mastering that character, Beck Uziel. Right now, he is loosening his fingers, cracking his knuckles as if getting ready for war. And that madman is none other than the very player who chose that discarded character. On a pleasant day, with the air fresh and gently warm, Beck Uziel sat with a cup of warm tea in hand, staring at his computer screen without blinking. He was browsing the game forum. New posts were pouring in, and from the look of it, something pretty wild was going on. The moment he clicked one of the posts, a flood of player comments filled the screen. The game ran into some insane dragon. It showed up out of nowhere and erased all my save data. How is that even possible? It said my character died, and now I can't log in. What the hell is going on? My character just got deleted. Seeing that, Beck Uziel frowned in confusion. What kind of final boss appears in a dating sim? He had always assumed the game ended once the couple got together. As he scrolled farther down, he spotted a post getting massive attention. Everyone, seriously, this boss can't be beaten. This black magic dragon with the razor-sharp horn has 99% innate magic resistance. It has no cooldown, keeps screwing me over with spell absorption, and fires off attacks nonstop too. How am I supposed to kill this thing? This has to be a bug. Beck Uziel quickly realized the post was written by a well-known trickster on the forum. Interested now, he set his teacup down and muttered that this final boss sounded pretty fascinating. Resting his chin on one hand, he read through the other players' complaints and calmly thought it over. A magic-immune monster in a world built around magic? That was ridiculous. No matter how he looked at it, it felt like a bug. On top of that, people were saying their characters had vanished without a trace. At that same moment, a notice popped up across the screen. The Black Magic Dragon, Dark Knight of the 13th Moon, had appeared. Curious, Beck Uziel clicked in to reread the game's story. In Mythic World, there exists a cult-like group known as the Black Magic People. Their goal is to help another world, the Persona Gate, take control of this one. And once that goal is fulfilled, the Black Magic Dragon appears. When that happens, 90% of the continent is swallowed up by the Persona Gate. Reading that, Beck Uziel's mouth fell open in surprise. He let out a dry laugh and admitted that he had spent all his time in PvP without ever paying attention to the story. But this time, things were seriously out of control. He leaned back, puzzled for a second. Had he really been avoiding a fight with this thing all along? Maybe it was time to give it a shot. The thought barely crossed his mind before he acted, moving the mouse straight to the notification bar. Do you want to fight the Dark Magic Dragon? Please select yes or no. Without hesitating any further, he chose yes. I'll show them the skills I've built up over the last 10 years, Beck Uziel said with steady confidence. To explain Beck Uziel's character for a moment, he is the only one in the game who cannot properly use magic. That is especially absurd because in this game, practically everyone is able to use magic. And because of that, even veteran players refuse to touch a character as hopelessly useless as him. To be blunt, this character is weaker than even the side characters. Still, technically, he can use a tiny bit of magic. In fact, he has exactly one spell. Back in the game, the Dark Magic Dragon was already gathering an enormous fireball inside its mouth. A second later, it opened its jaws wide and unleashed the fireball. The attack tore through the air and came straight at Beck Uziel with terrifying speed. Faced with a situation that could kill him in an instant, Beck Uziel stayed remarkably calm. And then a faint, contemptuous smile curled at the edge of his mouth. In the next instant, he used his maxed-out blink skill to lunge forward, cutting at the dragon's neck, then blinking again and again in rapid succession. Beck Uziel's blink spell lets him instantly teleport somewhere else within a range of 3 to 10 meters. The problem is that the destination is normally random. So if the distance is misjudged, even slightly, the user can die on the spot from the sheer speed and impact of the movement. On top of that, the skill's cooldown and mana cost are absurd, and after using it, there is even a 2-second immobilization penalty. So while anyone can learn Blink, almost nobody ever bothers to use it. But Beck Uziel was on an entirely different level. He had mastered Blink so completely that he could control both the direction and the distance of every jump. More than that, he had even figured out how to overcome the skill's penalty. It consumed no mana for him at all, and Beck Uziel's character did not even have mana stats in the first place. Unlike ordinary spells, Blink was basically just a movement technique. That was exactly why Beck Uziel became obsessed with this character. Everything depended purely on player skill. For 10 whole years, he had played nothing but this one character who never used magic in battle. And now, as if proving the value of all that time, Beck Uziel shot forward and carved a long, vicious line across the dark demonic dragon's face. That was not all. Without stopping, He cleanly split the monster in two. It was an achievement far beyond anything ordinary. And right after that, he stood there in triumph, like some divine figure looking down on the battlefield. Then a notification appeared. You have defeated the final boss of the Dark Moon episode. In real life, even Beck Uziel was caught off guard. He stared at the screen and blurted out, "What? I actually killed the dark demonic dragon final boss. I mean, sure, I was covered in rare relics from head to toe, but this character is still supposed to be complete trash." It felt downright unbelievable, but whatever the reason, the result was amazing. "I have to post this right now," he said, already excited. "I'm definitely bragging on social media that I took down the dark demonic dragon." But before he could upload anything, the screen suddenly flooded with identical red error messages. The system declared that Mythic World had reached its 90% destruction outcome. However, you have come extremely close to the true ending. Beck Uziel stared at the endless lines of notifications, sucking in a sharp breath as he muttered, "What is going on?" Before he could even steady himself, yet another message popped up. "Please proceed to the true ending." That was the moment he completely lost his composure, shouting out loud, "What the hell is this?" And then, in the middle of his own room, our protagonist vanished without a trace. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself staring at a place he had never seen before. Beck Uziel was sprawled flat on the ground. He forced himself upright, his head spinning badly. Still dazed, he pressed a hand to his temple and groaned, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Then his body gave a sudden violent shudder. He looked around in alarm and shouted, "Where am I?" Just then, his eyes were caught by a faint light nearby. A second later, he realized it was a mirror. Drawn in, he slowly walked over and leaned toward it. What left him completely speechless was the face staring back at him, a face so familiar he had been looking at it for more than 10 years. It was Beck Uziel himself. But before he could fully process that shock, another notification suddenly appeared right in front of him. Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit. In that instant, Beck Uziel understood. This was none other than Beck Uziel's opening mission. No way am I dreaming? At that moment, his hand brushed against something in his pocket, and the moment he pulled it out, he froze for several long seconds. The very first thing in his hand was the Stella Trainee Enrollment Certificate. By then, even though he did not want to accept it, Beck Uziel had already figured out where he was. This had to be the world of Mythic World. From this point on, he really was Beck Uziel. With that thought, he covered his face in pure despair. Still, he forced himself to calm down and think clearly. That voice had told him to reach the true ending. But as far as he knew, this game never had one fixed real ending. It only had countless branching endings. Then all at once, panic flashed across his face. Wait a second. Does that mean no one managed to unlock the true ending in the last 10 years? Damn it, but this isn't the time to stand here thinking about that. If he remembered correctly, the moment Beck Uziel woke up, the dark demonic humans would come chasing after him and break into the house. The instant that thought hit him, he rushed to the window and carefully peeked outside. There, he saw a group of people dressed in matching black clothes. Snow was falling around them as they searched wildly, yelling, "Damn it, where did that bastard go?" The moment he saw them, Beck Uziel quickly crouched behind the door. He stole a cautious glance outside and thought grimly, "This is bad, they're already here." Meanwhile, outside, one man with pale white eyes suddenly noticed something. He pointed ahead and shouted, "Hey, there's a house over there. Let's get inside and search it." As soon as he said it, the entire group answered at once. Beck Uziel instantly understood that the danger in front of him had to be dealt with now. Even so, anxiety tightened in his chest. Unsure what to do, he tried to remember the scenario and recalled that he was supposed to escape them within a set time limit. But on his own, there was no way he could fight them head-on. As he stood there flustered and at a loss, the system suddenly appeared before him. "You can use Blink." Beck Uziel blinked in confusion. Could he really use Blink here? Born with mana leakage syndrome, Beck Uziel could never store mana, so there was only one thing he could rely on. That was the one spell he had practiced for practically his entire life. Back in the present, snow kept falling outside, slowly covering the entire forest in white. Inside the old house, Beck Uziel kept turning the system's message over in his head. But right now, his Blink skill was only level 1, and its maximum range was just 9 meters. He was completely baffled. How was this crazy system telling him to use Blink? He was not sitting safely at a computer with a mouse in his hand anymore. Outside, the members of the Black Demon cult were already charging straight toward the house. The sound of their footsteps getting closer only made Beck Uziel's panic rise even faster. Damn it, they're here. I have to move now. There was not even a second left to waste. Damn it, I'll just have to risk everything on this. Then, as they reached the area, the group spotted something. Their eyes sharpened at once, and one of them shouted, "Boss, I found that bastard. Get after him now. Bring him to me alive." The whole group rushed after him from behind, yelling at the top of their lungs, "Stop. Don't let him get away. Catch him." Meanwhile, Beck Uziel was sprinting for his life in front of them. This was also the very first challenge in the Blink tutorial, escaping your pursuers. As he ran, he realized they were wearing magic shoes, which made them much faster than him. That meant there was only one way left for him to escape. He had to use Blink. Calm down, he told himself while running. I've used it countless times before. I just need to get the timing exactly right. By then, they had already closed in right behind him, shouting, "You little brat, why won't you stop?" When he glanced back, his heart dropped. Damn it, they're already on me. But Blink had one fatal weakness. If the user failed to control the distance properly, they would crash into something and die instantly. Still, as he ran, Beck Uziel told himself that things would be different for him. At the same time, the leader of the Black Demon group caught up right behind him. Raising his sword high, he roared, "Let me send you to hell, you dog." Die. It was a true split-second moment, balanced right on the line between life and death. At that exact instant, Beck Uziel used Blink. The moment he slipped away, joy flashed through him. It worked. Behind him, the Black Demons could only stare in shock. Hey, what was that? Blink. Is that Brett a mage too? Seeing his underlings panic, the boss immediately barked at them to stay calm. Don't lose your heads. Blink has a weakness. The user is paralyzed for about 2 seconds after using it. That's our chance. But when he turned to look at Beck Uziel again, he was so stunned that he could barely believe what he was seeing. Wait, how is that kid still moving? Meanwhile, Beck Uziel kept running with everything he had. As he ran, he kept talking himself through it. Careful. I have to be even more careful. Come on, I need to use this rough terrain to get away. At this stage, if a player failed to learn how to use Blink, then death was the only outcome. In fact, 99% of players who picked Beck Uziel never even made it through the tutorial. And even among the remaining 1% who cleared it, most never learned how to control Blink's distance properly or chain multiple blinks together. Thinking of that, he began blinking again and again in a desperate rhythm, jumping rapidly from one point to another. The Black Demon cult was completely thrown off by it. What? He's using Blink on terrain like this? That kid has to be insane. Then the leader looked back at his men and gave a sharp order. Those of you who can use magic, step forward. We'll take him down from a distance. At once, 3 of them moved to the front, their faces twisted with killing intent. When Beck Uziel noticed they had stopped chasing him directly, he glanced back and a new worry rose in his mind. It's over. Are they planning to use magic? And the second part of the main guide was using Blink to dodge magic arrows. Damn it, when I'm playing a game, I can see what's behind me through the screen. That makes dodging attacks like that much easier. Then suddenly, a new system notification appeared. Mana Leakage Syndrome skill activated. Mana Leakage Syndrome disabled. Sixth Sense skill and Accelerated Perception activated. The instant he received that notice, Beck Uziel suddenly became aware of the magic arrows flying toward him, even without looking back. Because of that, he was able to evade those magic arrows with surprising ease. Then, at the same time, a massive cursed arrow came tearing toward him. Beck Uziel instantly realized this was the moment to use his final blink. He barely managed to escape that deadly strike. A thunderous explosion erupted behind him, like a meteor slamming into the earth. The shockwave was so overwhelming that Beck Uziel could not keep standing. He dropped down and caught himself with one hand. As the smoke from the blast slowly cleared, what remained in its place was a massive crater. Only then did Beck Uziel finally catch his breath and think, that was insane. I almost died back there. But this was no time to stop and rest. So without wasting another second, he started running again. Then all at once, fear flashed across his face. Right in front of him was a deep abyss. One wrong step, and he would fall straight down to his death. And this was also the third challenge of the Blink Guide, crossing the abyss. He quickly realized that the only way to reach the other side was to control Blink with perfect timing and exact distance. If he got across, he would run into passing mages and escape with their help. That was where the tutorial section ended. But to clear this part, he had to cancel a blink that activated in just 0.1 seconds. If he failed even once, he would die. And on top of that, there were only about 2 floating rocks to use here. Damn it, doing all this within 0.1 seconds really sounds way easier than it is. Seriously, what kind of lunatic wrote this tutorial script? That guy had to be out of his mind. Even so, the task itself was not impossible. The real problem was the fine details. Just as that thought crossed his mind, voices from the dark cult rang out behind him. There he is, right ahead. At the same moment, the pursuers finally reached this place too. Startled, Beck Uziel turned his head and realized they were much closer than he had expected. The gap between him and them was probably around 100 meters, while Blink still had a 3-second cooldown. That meant he did not have enough time to blink all the way across, which left him with only one choice. He would have to kill them all. Beck Uziel lowered himself and sat down for a moment, using the cover of a tree trunk as he quickly planned how to fight them. Then a bitter thought hit him. This was insane. How had he seriously convinced himself he could handle this right after everything he had already been through? If this were really just a game, the system would never let enemies keep swarming after him like this. But this was reality now. There were no rules forcing everything to follow the game's neat little structure. And killing them no longer felt like some distant choice. It was not simply because, in the game's story, these men were the enemies tied to his parents. They finally arrived. Baek Uziel tightened his grip on his sword and got ready to face them. His expression hardened with resolve. Come on, get over here. I'll take every one of you on. Only a few moments later, the group reached his position. The leader still looked furious, his face red with rage as he shouted. It's that brat. He's cornered now. Hurry up and seize that kid for me. The moment he finished speaking, the entire group roared and charged forward with savage anger. Every face was twisted with fury. But on Baek Uziel's side, he remained calm, not even slightly shaken. One of the black demon men sneered when he saw him. So the kid's got some skill. And you still dare fight all of us alone? That's just stupid. You're dead, brat. But Baek Uziel stayed completely focused, watching every movement and judging the distance with precision. Then he suddenly measured it. The target was about 8.7 meters away. In the next instant, he activated Blink and shot straight toward the man in black. The man barely even understood what was happening before death was already right in front of him. The leader beside him opened his eyes wide in shock, while Baek Uziel's face remained cold and unwavering. His speed was far too fast, far too deadly. And the man in black coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, which splashed directly across Baek Uziel's body. As fresh blood dripped from his fingertips, Baek Uziel felt something strange. At that moment, there was no guilt in him at all. If they lived, then he would be the one to die. To survive, he had no choice but to kill them all. With that thought fixed in his mind, he drove in another hard strike, and then followed it with a fierce kick, almost like he was forcing all his fear and rage out at once. The movement looked light at first glance, yet it sent the man flying straight back toward the rest of the black demons. That only made the others even more furious. The moment he dropped one of them, Baek Uziel turned and ran again. Maybe Blink still needed time to recharge, and he could not afford to bet everything here. The black demons immediately realized he was escaping and went mad with rage, shouting, "Damn it, he's running." No matter what, they could not allow him to get away. As Baek Uziel ran, his thoughts raced. I got one of them, but next time it won't be that easy. What do I do now? Then he suddenly noticed how quiet it had become behind him. Had they stopped chasing him? But just as that thought crossed his mind, the group suddenly appeared right in front of him before he could even react. Now there was no room left to run. His heart dropped as he thought, are they using magic again? If only I could find a way to dodge these bastards. On the other side, the leader of the black demons opened his mouth and gave a sharp order to his men. Do it. The instant that command fell, a strange spell formed in the air and shot straight toward Baek Uziel's position. He saw a huge spark flying right at him, and in that moment, every nerve in Baek Uziel's body went tight. And it was not just one spark. A whole cluster of missile-like blasts came rushing straight at him. Caught in that situation, he still had no clear way out. All he could do was grit his teeth and curse the spell in silence. Then suddenly, he shouted inside his head, "All right, I've got it." Right in front of him, a branch was jutting out from a crack in the rock. With death hanging over him by a thread, he activated Blink and shot toward that branch as fast as he could. The next instant, a massive explosion erupted behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The blast tore open a huge crater, and thick dust went flying everywhere. On the other side, one of the dark demons looked openly pleased. With a smug grin, he sneered, "Serves that brat right." But before he could enjoy it for long, he noticed something strange. There was no corpse anywhere inside the crater. He stared in surprise and muttered, "Where did he go?" While they were still confused, Baek Uziel had already escaped the spell and used Blink again. He came rushing straight toward the boss at terrifying speed. And by the time the man realized it, Baek Uziel was already right in front of his face. For a brief instant, the two of them locked eyes. The secret to Blink was keeping the same momentum before and after using it. Without a second of hesitation, Baek Uziel blinked again, lunged forward, and struck with brutal force. Right after that, only a desperate scream rang out into the distance. Seeing that, the entire group of dark demons was left in total shock. What is going on? Baek Uziel did not stop there. He drove the sword deeper through the man's body, making him cough up blood before dying on the spot. Even then, they still could not understand where this brat had gotten such terrifying power, or why he had suddenly become so vicious. After taking down those two, Baek Uziel was breathing hard, his whole body drenched in blood. He told himself, now that I've dropped two of them, I need to move before the rest recover their senses. Then the scar-faced man spoke up. This freak, his reaction speed is completely abnormal for a mage. Who the hell are you? Hearing that, Baek Uziel answered only in his mind. My reaction speed may be better than any other player's, but that was inside the game. Here, he could not keep dodging forever, especially not at this distance. If he wanted to live, he had to wipe them out fast. With that thought, he charged in again without holding back. The scar-faced man, who had been watching carefully until now, suddenly shouted, I figured out your fighting style. This kid only uses Blink and a dagger. As long as I protect my face and neck, he won't be able to touch me there. He tightened his grip on his defensive sword and taunted him with a sneer. Come on, get over here. Then he roared out loud. Ice tide. Meanwhile, Beck Uziel was still moving with that same flawless blink technique, while the scar-faced man unleashed a heavy burst of force straight at him. The man was full of confidence, already thinking, I've got you now. Let's see you squirm in pain. But before he could savor that thought, his face froze in complete shock. Beck Uziel came through without a scratch, then instantly rushed past and beheaded his companion in a single motion. The sight made the scar-faced man's hair stand on end, and he trembled as he cursed. Damn it. Before, all you ever did was hide like a rat, and now you dare fight back. Fresh blood covered Beck Uziel from head to toe as he answered in a cold voice. Yeah, but that was the old me. Anyway, I should thank all of you. You helped make me stronger little by little. After hearing that, the scar-faced man snapped back in fury. You bastard. That's only because we were going easy on you. Now dot. With that, Beck Uziel stepped forward again, each stride steady and unshaken. His face was filled with killing intent, fierce enough to make anyone flinch. Then he swiftly hurled his spear straight at him. The moment he saw the spear flying toward him, the scar-faced man made a quick guess. He figured it was Blink aimed at an opening in his defense. In his mind, the plan was obvious. Beck Uziel would make him block the spear first, then appear behind him for a surprise strike. Yeah right, not happening. With that smug thought, he watched the spear near his face and casually raised his sword, slicing it cleanly in two with a light swing. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He thought all that was left was to turn around and land a single blow to end it. But his read on the situation had been completely wrong. His body suddenly locked up. He froze where he stood and let out a weak, confused, before clenching his teeth. His expression twisted violently, as if he had been struck by a pain he could not even understand. Beck Uziel had not come from behind at all. Instead, he attacked straight from the front, driving forward with everything he had and piercing the man's heart while he was still caught off guard. Even as his strength faded, the scar-faced man could not accept it, forcing out a broken cry as if asking whether Beck Uziel had intended to strike from the front from the very beginning. And just like that, episode 1 of Escaping the Chase came to an end. After he killed every last one of them, a system notification appeared, telling him he had earned bonus experience and also received a special reward from the Constellatio project for creating a unique story path. At that moment, Beck Uziel looked completely drained, his body slumping forward. His breathing grew rough and uneven, each breath coming out in short, ragged gasps. He lowered his eyes and stared at the blood smeared across his hand. Then he quickly lifted his head and scanned his surroundings. Like so many other people who suddenly found themselves in another world, his first instinct had been to think this was all just a dream. Just like countless other transmigrators, he had first treated everything around him as if it were nothing more than an unreal dream. Beck Uziel remembered the desperate struggle he had just gone through to stay alive. That had been his very first use of Blink in this world, and also his first real battle here. More than that, it had also been the first time he ever killed someone. The truth was simple and heavy. He had taken a human life in order to survive. After standing there for a while, Beck Uziel slowly pushed himself back up. He brushed the dirt from his clothes with one hand, then fixed his gaze on the road ahead, and reminded himself that if he had truly been thrown into this world, then the first thing he needed to do was get out of here. Then, all at once, another thought flashed through his mind. He turned around and looked back at the bodies of the men he had just brought down. For a moment, he hesitated. There was still a trace of gloom and reluctance in his eyes. But in the end, he crouched down and quickly searched through their pants and shirt pockets, checking everything with a practical eye. It felt a little pathetic, maybe even shameless, but he did not have the luxury of pride right now. At the moment, he did not even have a single coin on him. After searching for a bit, he finally found a pouch stuffed with shining gold coins. His heart instantly lifted, and he wondered if it might be worth 200 million or even more. In the middle of all this bad luck, it felt like he had at least found one small stroke of fortune. He had barely finished when, before he could enjoy that relief for long, a different worry quickly took its place. He turned back toward the path ahead and felt his mood sink. Stretching out before him was a steep and terrifying cliff. If he made one wrong step and slipped down there was no doubt it would kill him. Standing at that narrow line between life and death, Beck Uziel stared at the cliff in mounting anxiety, wondering how he was supposed to get across it. Then suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the opposite side. Is anyone there? He looked up at once and saw a group of people standing across from him. Beck Uziel immediately waved both arms and shouted back, "Hey, over here. I'm here." At a glance, he realized they were the team of mages shown in the guide section. The next second, he started yelling with all his strength, "I'm here. I'm right here." Someone from the other side called back, "But there's no bridge nearby. Can you really make it across?" Beck Uziel answered without delay, "Is that so? Then just wait. I'm coming over." After hearing him, the girl turned and spoke to the others. "Then let's wait a little. He says he can cross." The blue-haired young man standing beside her did not sound convinced. Crossing a cliff like this is not easy. He'd need to be at least a third-rank knight to pull it off. Can that kid really do something like that? The girl replied that she was not sure either. But as she said that, her eyes suddenly widened. He was already moving, lightly and precisely jumping from rock to rock. The entire group could only stare, every one of them watching in tense silence. Meanwhile, Beck Uziel stayed completely focused, dealing with each stretch of the crossing one piece at a time. Fast as a flash of lightning, he had already made it halfway across the episode. The whole group watched in disbelief, unable to hide their shock as they blurted out, "What kind of technique is that?" "Some kind of blink magic." One of them answered right away, "That has to be blink." The voice came from a small girl with green hair, standing in the back. She looked cute and delicate at first glance, almost doll-like. The purple-haired girl turned to look at the little girl, then shifted her gaze back to Beck Uziel in confusion. "Is that really blink?" Blink isn't supposed to be controlled that cleanly, especially not in both direction and distance. That should be impossible. From the outside, he looked calm, smooth, and completely in control, but in truth Beck Uziel was pushing himself to the limit. Then the purple-haired girl noticed something else, and panic instantly filled her face as her eyes flew open wide. Who are those two? Are they with that young man? On the far side of the cliff, two men dressed in black were making their way closer. For a brief moment, everyone on this side could only stand there in confusion. Then one of the men over there raised a magic staff, and a glowing orange power began to spread out around him. Then he thrust his hand straight ahead, formed a grim-looking spell pattern, and launched it directly at Beck Uziel. At that exact moment, a sharp shout rang out. "Hey, watch out behind you." Beck Uziel instantly felt a terrifying force rushing straight at him, and he cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Just before it could hit him, he used blink and shifted away, barely saving himself. A huge explosion erupted behind him a heartbeat later. Bang, 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 bang. He quickly turned his head, trying to see who had just attacked him from behind. As the dust from the blast slowly cleared, the outlines of two men in black emerged through the haze. His mind flashed at once. So it was those mercenaries from before. They were alive again, and that made them even more dangerous. There were only 3 seconds left on his blink cooldown. There was no way he could dodge every spell coming at him. I need to find another floating rock to stand on. The moment that thought crossed his mind, panic filled his eyes. What the hell was that now? It became clear that the dark mages had no intention of letting him get away. They immediately cast another spell and fired it right at him. Luckily, Beck Uziel managed to twist his body to the side and barely avoid the force. But the real danger was probably only starting now. Without warning, the rock under his feet split into two. He tried to steady himself, but there was no way to keep his balance. In the very next instant, he dropped backward. Even so, he did not give in. He was still fighting on the edge between life and death. He kept telling himself that he had to survive, no matter what, but the situation felt unreal, like a nightmare. Every floating rock around him was far from where he was falling. Even with only the faintest chance left, he desperately hoped he could reach just one of them. Then his eyes lit up when he spotted a nearby rock. Maybe luck, or heaven itself, had not abandoned him yet. He used blink to lunge toward that rock, and fortunately, he managed to grab onto it. At that moment, he clung to the rock with all his strength, looked back, and blurted out, "Did I really make it out alive?" But before he could even catch his breath, a terrifying orange force came shooting at him from behind. Beck Uziel suddenly realized he might actually die here. And when that attack rushed right to his feet, in the instant he fell into despair and thought it was over. A blue force suddenly surged forward. Then the two powers slammed into each other and exploded violently. Boom, boom, boom. The pressure from the blast spread out in all directions. He could only grit his teeth and hold on as tightly as he could. Then, as the shockwave passed, the air settled. Only the drifting dust from the explosion remained around him. He was still alive, and the thought hit him at once. No way the protagonist dies this fast. He stared in shock, wondering what kind of magic that had been just now. Ice wrapped in lightning. Who could fuse two different skills into a single attack like that? Even more incredible was the precision behind it, calculating the exact trajectory without wasting a shred of mana. Who could pull off such a flawless strike? In the distance, the whole group was staring fixedly at the green-haired girl standing among them. Her face had not changed at all. It remained cold and utterly expressionless. Everyone who witnessed it had gone pale with shock. One person, completely stunned, muttered that it was impossible. Could she really have done something that unbelievable? Meanwhile, the two mercenaries on the far side realized they were outmatched and, without hesitating any longer, turned around and retreated. Beck Uziel watched their backs grow smaller as they disappeared into the distance. Only then did he let out a long breath of relief. Thank God, I'm still alive. After some time, he finally made it over to this side, where the others greeted him warmly. Only the green-haired girl paid him no attention at all, and simply turned her back and started walking away. Seeing that, Beck Uziel hurried after her and called out with heartfelt gratitude, "Hey, thank you so much for saving me back there." The girl glanced at him coldly over her shoulder and answered, I didn't do it to be thanked, so you don't need to bother. Then she turned away again and kept walking. Baek Uziel felt a little awkward and could only answer, okay then. He watched her walking away and thought to himself that she was a really interesting girl. He had never heard such a cute voice before, though she also seemed very difficult to approach. After all, they were thieves. They had raided the village and stolen from its people. Whatever happened to them was no more than they deserved. The truth was, most crimes like that were carried out by followers of the dark magic cult. Still, thankfully, that part was over now. He had just survived the most dangerous moment of his life, and after crossing this cliff, he had finally stepped into the land of the mages. From here on, the dark magic cult should no longer be able to chase him. With that thought, he let out a breath and muttered that those bastards still did not even know who he really was. Then suddenly, a new message appeared on the system screen. Episode 2. Admission into Stellar Academy. Staring at the system panel, he reacted in surprise. So this is episode 2. Honestly, that doesn't sound too bad. But seriously, how am I supposed to go to school at my age? Soon after, the whole group boarded the vehicle and began heading towards Stellar Academy. By then, night had already fallen. The road they traveled felt quiet and nearly deserted, with nothing but the steady rattling of the horse-drawn carriage wheels breaking the silence. Inside the carriage, Baek Uziel looked completely worn out and had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, all of a sudden, strange sounds slipped from him. In a daze, he drifted deeper into a dream. Scenes from the past began to surface. A small, adorable boy tugged excitedly at his mother's clothes and called out, Mom, Mom. His mother smiled at him with gentle warmth and said, My precious son, when you grow up, you'll become a mage. I know you can do it, my dear Uziel. But judging from the diary his mother had left behind, it seemed his parents had gone through a great deal just to raise him. Back then, he had promised himself that he would study hard and make his parents proud. Whenever he stayed up late studying and ended up falling asleep at his desk, his mother would quietly come over and place a blanket over him. But then one day, after hearing what the doctor said, his mother became deeply shaken and worried. Doctor, did you just say that my son has Manhwa syndrome? He himself was crushed by it and could not accept it at all. No, that can't be, the boy cried out, tears streaming down his face. But was this really Baek Uziel's memory? Or was it somehow his own? The thought hit him so hard that Baek Uziel suddenly jolted awake. His head spun badly, and he lifted a hand to press against his temple. Then he turned and looked out through the carriage window. It was already morning now, and the sun had risen high into the sky. Someone riding with him in the carriage noticed he was awake and quickly said, You're up. Looks like you had a nightmare. You kept mumbling things I couldn't understand. I was just about to wake you. At the same time, a voice from outside announced that they would soon depart for Laswicha, the satellite city of Arcanium. The vehicle slowly came to a stop, and another voice called out, Let's rest here for a bit. The whole group quickly climbed down to stretch and relax. Feeling stiff all over, Baek Uziel lifted his arms and stretched as high as he could. Then suddenly, he froze a little, his eyes widening in surprise. By chance, the blue-haired girl was staring straight in his direction. At that moment, he started to raise a hand, planning to greet her casually. But before he could say anything at all, she turned away and walked off. That left him feeling slightly awkward, and he could only force out a faint smile. She really is a cold one. Still, overall, things were going much better than he had feared. Considering how anxious he had been, he felt relieved that this timeline was much closer to the modern era than to the Middle Ages. This was a mythical world where magic existed, but in the safer cities, there were still trains, airplanes, and celestial roads built for long-distance travel. They would be heading to Laswicha aboard an extremely modern airship. Laswicha lay along the route to Arcanium. And in Arcanium, the city of magic, everything would truly begin. The magic towers, the mage conference, and the 5 great academies were all gathered in Arcanium. And among them, the one known for having the strongest mages and the most exceptional students was Stella Academy. That was why Stella was packed with geniuses and nobles from every corner of the world. Even so, Baek Uziel still could not understand why the original Baek Uziel, the body he had transmigrated into, had been allowed to study at such a prestigious place. Then he suddenly realized he still had not checked his own abilities yet. With that thought, he quickly opened the system to inspect himself. At once, the status panel appeared. Mana Leakage Syndrome Level 1, Strength increased by 3%, Speed increased by 5%, Agility increased by 10%. Sixth Sense consumes the user's mental power to scan mana within a 12-meter radius and activates detection. It automatically triggers whenever danger is sensed. As he looked over the status board, he silently felt grateful for the skills Baek Uziel possessed. Sixth Sense and Rapid Detection. Without those two abilities, he probably would have died in this game already. A cursed condition that made it impossible to properly gather mana inside the body. Mana Leakage Syndrome was the congenital curse that Baek Uziel had been born with. At the same time, however, it let him sense nearby mana through his sixth sense. It also allowed him to detect attacks aimed at him. even if they were coming from a direction he was not looking toward. Detection made everything feel as though time itself had slowed down. If danger or an attack appeared ahead, he could react before an ordinary person would even notice it. That made it an essential skill for Beck Uziel, since he could not properly use mana. But every gift came with a cost. Keeping Sixth Sense active for too long drained an enormous amount of mental strength, and overusing it could leave behind all kinds of nasty aftereffects. After reading that far, Beck Uziel swiped over to the stats section. 1-star power 59%, 1-star sharpness 97%, 1-star speed 81%, 1-star stable stamina 51%, unyielding no-star 97%, 1-star mental energy 43%, no mana remaining, blink skill level 0, mana leakage syndrome trait level 1. After checking everything, he found himself thinking that these starting stats were not actually terrible. Beck Uziel's original sharpness had been low, but in his hands, things could turn out differently. No matter what, he had to make this work. In this game world, there was not just one overall level. Every attribute had its own level as well, with skills shown as levels and basic stats shown in stars. The maximum possible attribute rank was 9 stars, but reaching that was almost unheard of. I played this game for over 10 years, and even then, the highest I ever managed was 8 stars in stable stamina and sharpness. Right now, I should focus on investing in sharpness to strengthen my sixth sense and reaction speed. Stable stamina and agility can be raised through plenty of other methods later. After all, the biggest problem in front of me right now is mana leakage syndrome. If I don't train and improve this, I won't last long. I need to raise it quickly and reach the secret of the true body. Stella Academy is the key to suppressing this syndrome. If I want to stop this world from reaching its bad ending and cure my chronic illness too, then I have no other choice. Thinking that over, Beck Uziel let out a long, helpless sigh. Seriously, I really do not want to go there myself. Someone, please get me out of this mess. Then, without warning, the system gave a chime. You have missed some notifications. He blinked in surprise. Oh, I never even checked that before. But before he could look into it, a voice nearby hurried everyone along. Hey, you kids, move it already. So Beck Uziel had no choice but to put the notifications aside for later. Even then, the blue-haired girl was still quietly watching him. But as before, she said nothing and kept that same cold expression. Ahead of them floated an enormous airship, hovering in the sky with an imposing, modern shape. Once on board, the atmosphere was full of excitement and anticipation. Then a voice came over the speaker. Attention, passengers. We are now approaching Arcanium. Please remain seated. At that moment, someone noticed something and looked genuinely startled. A moment later, that surprise turned into a mocking sneer. Hey, look at that guy staring around like a little kid. Has he never ridden an airship before? Haha. From the way they were looking, it was obvious they meant Beck Uziel, who was still taking in everything around him. To him, all of this was completely unfamiliar. Meanwhile, they kept whispering among themselves. That guy has to be some country bumpkin who just got here. Seriously, why does Stella even let trash like that into the academy? By then, Beck Uziel had clearly heard the whispers aimed at him. He glanced over at them, but they still did not stop. They kept talking him down, saying that people like him would only drag Stella's name through the dirt. He looked at them for a moment, but in the end, he could not be bothered to react to their mockery. He simply sighed and turned away, and that calm reaction caught the loudest one completely off guard. Beck Uziel thought to himself that they were just immature kids. I'm an adult. I'm not going to sink to their level. But that indifference only made the spoiled rich boy even more furious, and he shouted, Hey, Brad, what kind of look was that? Are you trying to start something? The boy frowned hard and ground his teeth as he kept going. You little bastard, don't you move. Stay right there. Then a calm, smooth voice cut through the tension. Hey, what exactly are you all making such a fuss about? The boy flinched in surprise and quickly turned toward the sound. His eyes opened wide in disbelief. In the distance, the figure of a long-haired girl came into view. His body stiffened, and he blurted out, Princess Bayan. Beck Uziel also turned to look, wondering if he had really just said Bayan. Standing before everyone was a princess of breathtaking beauty, carrying a proud and icy aura. She was the princess of the Adalabit kingdom, Hong Bayan. She said nothing more, and simply walked past the group with cold indifference. As the princess passed by, the spoiled rich boy immediately put on a polite smile, placed a hand over his chest, and greeted her respectfully. Your Highness. But before he could continue, Hong Bayan only gave him a freezing glance, ignored him completely, and walked on. That left him standing there in humiliation, mouth hanging open with nothing to say. She continued deeper inside without a hint of interest, leaving the entire group staring at one another in stunned silence. As for this side, she had just brushed right past Beck Uziel. At that moment, it hit him that she was this world's villainess. In the original story, Bayan was one of the major characters in the game. She was always at odds with the heroine, but in the end, it was Bayan who usually died. No matter which route was taken, she still met a tragic fate in most endings, or else was driven to suicide after being bullied by the entire academy. She went through one humiliating ordeal after another in front of everyone, almost as if the developer personally hated her and wanted her to suffer through everything possible. That thought made him fall quiet. He remembered how famous she had been among players. And honestly, she really was stunning, but she also looked so cold that it felt like she might kill anyone who tried to casually speak to her. Just then, his stomach let out a loud growl, and he reached down to rub it. For now, the most urgent thing was simple. He needed to fill that empty stomach first. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, he spotted a stall lined with all kinds of glossy, tempting pastries. He picked one at random, but the moment he saw the price, his face went pale. Wait, why is this so expensive? Still, he gave a helpless shrug and ate it anyway, deciding he needed food more than anything else. After finishing, Beck Uziel stepped back out looking as stunned as someone who had just lost his entire allowance. He could only think bitterly, damn it, is food in Arcanium always this expensive? I'm done for. I'm seriously done for. Right then, the announcement speaker sounded once more. We will arrive in Arcanium in 10 minutes. All passengers, please proceed to the ground floor. Once again, we will arrive in Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the ground floor. Thank you for your attention. Hearing that, Beck Uziel smiled to himself and thought, so it's finally starting. After all, this world was his reality now. With that thought, he said excitedly, all right, let's do this. After some time, the group finally arrived at Stellar Academy. Looking at the unfamiliar crowd gathered there, Beck Uziel felt slightly out of place. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. At least the most urgent problem had been solved for now. The people from the Dark Demon sect could no longer chase him here, but the real question was whether he could survive in a place like this. Living in this world was never going to be easy. At that moment, more than anything, he wished for something truly useful to help him through what came next. Thinking about that, Beck Uziel suddenly remembered that he still had not checked the system notifications from earlier. So he opened the system and looked. The message read as follows. The Stellar Project grants you a special reward. Choices. 1. A lower grade version of a weapon you used in the game. 2. A weakened version of a skill you acquired in the game. 3. Experience. Reading the reward list, he fell into thought. Oh, so this system has at least a little conscience after all. Still, what am I supposed to pick? Should I go with the twin flashlight reflectors? As if it had read Beck Uziel's mind, the system immediately answered that based on the search results, the rank of that equipment was too high and would have to be downgraded. He asked again, then what about Super Blink? The system replied that according to the search results, that skill was an upgraded form of Blink and therefore could not be granted. However, reward points could still be used to strengthen the Blink skill. After reading that, he just stood there in disbelief, silently cursing the system. Does everything really have to get nerfed? As if responding to his complaint, the system immediately explained that due to a shortage of narrative energy, it could not fully materialize stronger rewards. Huh, what does that even mean? He looked puzzled, and the system continued. The force that influences the flow of the story is called narrative energy. If you keep discovering hidden episodes, that energy will gradually build up. So for the time being, you cannot possess items that are too powerful, because right now you are still only a beginner. He waited nervously for more, but the system showed nothing else. So he asked again, then what about the crest goggles? The system answered that based on the results, that item could be provided. Then I'll take that. The moment he made his choice, the system immediately handed over the crest goggles. He held the glasses in his hand and looked them over with mixed feelings, thinking he had never imagined the day would come when he would actually have to wear this thing. Note, the crest goggles are an item that stores all the information a player has gathered while playing in the mythical world. Players cannot perfectly remember every monster they hunted or every bit of knowledge they picked up on their own. So over time, they each came up with countless ways to store information. Beck Uziel had been no different. He had also used the crest goggles as an information archive. Feeling a little excited now, he put on the glasses to test them. At once, a soft blue light spread from the lenses. Then a message appeared. Crest goggles with no description level. Can't remember what you had for dinner last night. No problem. These glasses preserve detailed records of everything you have seen and learned. Special feature. Sealed crest directory activated through mental energy. He opened another directory to take a look, and the system displayed a new message again. Alchemy ingredients, hunting grounds, dungeons, characters. By the time he reached this point, he felt genuinely satisfied. This really is just like the real game. Honestly, I don't even know what to say anymore about what this system can do, but with these glasses, I can recover nearly half of the information and effort I used before. Then suddenly, he heard people murmuring behind him. Hey, isn't that Acel? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Duchy Malf? Wow, she really showed up here? TSK, keep your voice down. She might hear you. The moment he heard a familiar name from the story, Beck Uziel became curious. Acel, huh? Now that I think about it, one of the Crown View functions lets me register or check information on characters in the plot. Let's see what kind of person she is. An information panel appeared right away. Name, Acel Malf. Description, a fake heroine. an ice and lightning mage who likes drinking pickle juice before eating pizza. The eldest daughter of Duchy Malf. Her father's death led to the fall of her house, and in the end, she is fated to die. After reading that, Beck Uziel thought to himself, so she really is the fake heroine. And when it comes to Acel, there is one important thing that has to be said. Even though the world I'm in now is the mythical world inside a game, the truth is that this setting was originally based on a romance novel called Don't Love the Princess. That novel told the story of the heroine Acel. She lost everyone dear to her and grew up while facing Hong Bayan's schemes head-on. In the end, she was supposed to find happiness with the male lead. Her revenge arc gradually faded, and the other male characters ended up protecting her instead. But the ending drew a lot of mixed reactions because it felt sad in its own way. The key point is that while the game world was built on that novel, the actual plot changed. In the game, a new character named Flame was added and took over the role of the real heroine. On top of that, Flame had her own separate storyline. She had once been an ordinary woman in the modern world who loved reading Don't Love the Princess, and then she was reincarnated into this place. So unlike the original novel, Acel became the fake heroine inside the game, while Flame became the true heroine. No matter how hard players tried, Acel could not survive in any route. That was the result of being pushed out of the true heroine's position. But that really has nothing to do with me. Still, I don't know if I'm just imagining it, but I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. It's probably just my imagination. More importantly, now is the time to face reality. After a long and chaotic day, morning finally came. Bright sunlight poured across the grounds of Stellar Academy. Inside, the students had already changed into their uniforms and were standing in neat rows, listening to the speech. At that moment, the principal spoke. As all of you know, dark mages are witches, beings who gained power from other worlds and became monsters. At present, they continue their invasion by opening persona gates and unleashing ancient dungeons in order to conquer the magical world. As mages, it is our duty to protect the world from such evil forces. The moment those words were spoken, quiet murmurs started rising from below. Starting off with a speech this boring. Huh? Yeah, seriously, this is painfully dull. Even as the speech continued to echo through the hall, the next announcement followed soon after. We will now proceed with the oath ceremony for the 4 students with the highest entrance scores, who will also represent the new students. Please come forward now. Right away, the model students stepped forward one after another. They were all handsome boys and beautiful girls, each one looking polished and radiant. Looking at them, Beck Uziel thought to himself that every single one of them seemed to shine, like they were the real protagonists of the story. But among all of them, who was shining the brightest? Of course it was him. Then the principal's voice rang out again. Representing all the freshmen gathered here, Ma Yuziong, please come forward and speak. The girls below immediately watched him with sparkling eyes and admiration. Wow, he got the highest entrance score, and he's talented and handsome too. Beck Uziel watched him and had to admit it for himself. So that's the famous Ma Yuziong. Note, in the game, Ma Yuziong is the perfect example of the phrase, above heaven and earth, only I stand supreme. With a mana rating of 9 stars and talent close to the level of the gods, he is a genius among geniuses, a monster capable of controlling every element in existence. Even if I can't make it all the way to the final ending, I have to pull Ma Yuziong onto the side of good and keep us away from the bad endings. Still, that cute girl with the short hair is probably Flame. Beck Uziel sank deep into thought, carefully piecing things together. In the end, though, everything would depend on what she chose to do next. Since she was also someone who had crossed into this world like him, staying close to her for a while might actually be the smart move. But if she sees me as an enemy and pushes me away, won't that just make everything even messier? No matter what, I still have the upper hand when it comes to information, so I cannot afford to ruin this. Flame is a reader who came from a romance fantasy novel, while I am a player dropped into this fantasy game. Even if my place in this story is smaller than that of some nameless shop villain, I still swear I will do it. On top of that, the heroine Flame has the special power to purify dark demonic humans, but that is not all. At the same time, she also carries a strange misfortune that harms the people who stay close to her. If I stay near her, there is no doubt that I will be affected too. My role is to stand back and support the main characters from a distance, and avoid getting tangled up with them any more than absolutely necessary. By the time he finished thinking that through, Ma Yuziong's entrance speech had already come to an end. Loud applause burst out from the audience below, and then the principal's voice echoed across the hall, formally announcing that today's entrance ceremony would end here. The moment the entrance ceremony ended, Beck Uziel received a notification from the system. Congratulations. Episode 2 has been cleared through your admission to Stella Academy. After the ceremony was over, all the new students were led into a lecture hall somewhere on campus, where they each picked their seats freely and settled in. At that moment, Beck Uziel felt strangely down. He had already graduated from university a long time ago, yet now he had suddenly become a high school student again. The whole thing felt incredibly strange, awkward, and hard to get used to. Still, he quickly cheered himself up. After all, There was something here that was honestly pretty amazing. He looked at the watch in his hand and thought to himself that just having this alone was already a huge advantage. This was the Stella watch, the proof that he belonged to the prestigious Stella Academy. Anyone who possessed one could enjoy privileges and services far beyond what ordinary mages received. Thinking that, he grinned and tucked the watch safely into his pants pocket. He could barely hide his excitement as he told himself with a quiet laugh that he needed to make full use of this chance as soon as possible. Just then, the classroom door opened and someone stepped inside. A cold-faced man walked straight to the front, climbed onto the podium, and spoke in a firm voice, ordering everyone to remain seated. The test would begin immediately. Other than writing tools, put everything else away. And if anyone is wearing glasses, bring them to me for inspection first. Hearing that, Beck Uziel frowned to himself in annoyance. We just finished the entrance ceremony, and they're already making us take a test? Stella Academy's curriculum was even harsher than most universities in South Korea. On the very first day, students had to sit for an exam. It was a placement test used to evaluate them and assign them to their classes. When the exam papers were handed out, the teacher returned to the podium and raised his voice. Everyone, listen carefully. You have 45 minutes to finish. Your time starts now, so stay focused. For someone like Beck Uziel, who had spent a long time studying this game's setting and even traded questions and answers with teachers in the past, the moment he saw the test paper, his heart still sank. Sweat poured down his face as he stared at it in disbelief. Damn it, I cannot even understand what I am reading. How am I supposed to solve this? This is ridiculously hard. This ranking test had nothing to do with the entrance exam, and it was famous for being brutally difficult. Based on the results, students would be divided into classes ranging from F all the way up to S. Naturally, most of the players ended up in S class. Beck Uziel, on the other hand, had entered as the very last among all 1,141 students. As he looked down at the paper, he hesitated. Maybe I should just hand in a blank sheet. I already got accepted, so they probably will not expel me over this. I can just think of it as volunteering to be assigned to F class. He lifted his eyes and glanced around the room. At that moment, everyone else seemed deeply absorbed in the exam. Only Ma Yuziang was sitting there without moving, resting his chin on one hand, as if he were simply lost in thought. Seeing that, Beck Uziel felt even worse about himself. Oh, come on. He is already just sitting there doing nothing. Did he already finish the whole thing? No wonder I feel so miserable comparing myself to him. In this game, Ma Yuziang was a character built around despair. He had been born into the strongest family on the continent, blessed with genius-level intelligence and overwhelming talent from the very beginning. To someone like him, everything came easily. Depending on what the heroine did, Ma Yuziang could end up walking either the path of good or the path of evil. That was exactly why all the villains from the dark demonic human faction, the ones plotting humanity's destruction, were so deeply interested in him. But even from the beginning, the biggest issue in his life was his own family. Watching a monster genius like that only forced me to take another hard look at myself. Then a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, why am I being this stupid? I still have the blink glasses. I used them before to store up the skills I learned in the library. At a time like this, they are exactly what I need, and there is nothing to lose by trying. With that thought, he reached into his chest area and pulled out the glasses. Just as he was about to put them on, the proctor noticed and walked over suspiciously. Hold on. What is that with your glasses? I already said that if you want to use glasses, you need to show them to me first. Hand them over. I will inspect them myself. Beck Uziel froze in shock. Damn it, I forgot that part. He hurriedly handed the glasses over to the proctor. The proctor held the glasses in his hand and examined them closely from every angle. Beck Uziel twisted his face in panic, sweat pouring down nonstop. This is over. If he realizes these are magical glasses, I am finished. I will get expelled for sure. He raised his eyes toward the sky as if praying, desperately hoping he could somehow survive this. Then, at the worst possible moment, the damned system popped up with a message. A missing component of the blink glasses has been detected. Would you like to summon it? Beck Uziel was so frightened, he nearly pissed blood. No, stay quiet, system. Meanwhile, the proctor continued inspecting the glasses with magic. After a while, the teacher finally gave them back and said that he could not detect any mana in them, but warned him to ask first next time. Beck Uziel blinked in surprise, then quickly answered with obvious relief. Ah, yes, sir. Inside, he was already rejoicing. Thank goodness. If the original function had still been active, I would have been completely screwed. He quickly slipped the glasses on, and the moment he did, he looked just a little more like a proper scholar. Right after that, the answer to every question began appearing clearly before his eyes. Using that, he hurriedly copied them down, grinning to himself in satisfaction. I seriously hit the jackpot. At this rate, maybe I could even take first place. With answers like these, passing F class is guaranteed. I might even climb all the way up to a class. But while he was busily writing them down, the teacher's voice suddenly rang through the room. Time is up. All students, stop writing and hand in your papers immediately. The moment those words fell, The proctor used magic to gather every test paper at once. No one had the chance to add even a single extra word. Watching the answer sheets fly toward the teacher, Beck Uziel twisted his face in regret. Ah, damn it. I only managed to answer 3 questions. At that moment, the teacher stood there with the thick stack of papers in hand, skimming through them one after another at high speed. Then all at once, his eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Beck Uziel was still sitting there feeling let down, thinking that at least he had probably escaped F class. Even so, this had still been way too much for him. With a small sigh, he reached up and removed the glasses from his face. But the instant he did, the teacher noticed something, spun around toward him, and shouted, "Hey, you there. Hand me those glasses right now." Beck Uziel felt his whole body go stiff, and he stammered out, "Why yes, of course." The teacher took the glasses from him and examined them in silence, his expression sinking into deep suspicion. Strange, that cannot be right. Then he turned and called to a nearby student, saying, "You there, go get Dr. Grand for me at once." The boy immediately answered, "Yes, sir." Inside, Beck Uziel was completely confused. What suddenly got into him? I was even careful with my writing so it would not look like cheating. Is it over for me now? Did I already get caught? A little while later, in the doctor's room, the teacher raised his voice anxiously and asked, "Doctor, what do you think?" The one inspecting the glasses through a magnifying lens was none other than Dr. Grand, the magic engineering professor. He answered after a careful look, "It is certainly suspicious that this student got that question right." The teacher quickly asked, "Then was he cheating?" Dr. Grand shook his head and replied, "Cheating? Not at all. I do not sense any magical energy in these glasses or in any of his other belongings. He solved it entirely with his own ability." Hearing that, Beck Uziel immediately put on a pitiful expression, acting as wronged as he possibly could. Dr. Grand chuckled with real interest, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Huh, this is fascinating. I never expected to see a case like this at the end of my life. Anyway, Professor Lee Hanwall, make sure you apologize to him and guide him a little more carefully from now on." The teacher gave a slightly embarrassed answer. "Ah, yes, sir." Still looking awkward, the teacher turned to the boy and said, "I misunderstood you. Please forgive me for that." Hearing those words, Beck Uziel smiled with his eyes closed, though inside he could only think, "I really did cheat, teacher. If the original function turns back on, I am dead." Out loud, he simply replied, "It is fine, teacher." Really. Sometime later, inside Professor Lee Hanwall's office, the teachers were busy grading the exams when they came across one particular student's answer sheet. At that point, one teacher suddenly lifted the finished paper in his hand and stared at it for a long while as if he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Then a voice spoke up from the side. "Oh, Professor Lee Hanwall, are those the test papers from the first-year students?" Lee Hanwall answered respectfully, "Yes, Elder." The woman smiled brightly and said, "I heard this year has quite a few remarkable students." She was Professor Edeltaman, one of Stella Academy's senior council elders. Lee Hanwall gave a small nod and replied, "That is correct. This year, we have several truly exceptional students. There is Princess Hong Baiyin of Adalabit, from the most prestigious bloodline in the world of fire magic. There is also Jeremy Scalvin, heir to the Scalvin Empire, who surpassed all of his older brothers in the struggle for the throne when he was only 12, thanks to his extraordinary magical talent. And on top of that, Hei Wan Riang, the heir to the Full Moon Tower, the greatest magic tower in the world, also enrolled this year." Hearing that, Professor Edeltaman looked impressed. "Oh, then making exam questions for children from such famous houses must have been no easy task. This year should be quite interesting to watch." Professor Lee Hanwall answered politely, "As long as the elder is satisfied, that is enough for me." Just as Professor Edeltaman had said, this year's test followed a completely new format. The first 3 questions were almost impossible to solve through ordinary academic skill alone. They were trick questions, layered with hidden meaning. They tested how quickly a student could judge the situation. If they could not solve them, would they know to move on right away? They also measured how students handled problems unlike anything they had ever seen in a textbook. The age of memorizing magic theory by rote had already passed. This was now an age of real combat, where quick judgment and creative thinking mattered far more. That was why those questions did not really demand conventional answers. Out of 1,141 students, more than 1,000 simply left them blank. Of the roughly 100 who did try to answer them, not a single one reached the correct solution. Among all the new students, only 3 managed to answer them properly. First was Ma Yuziang, the once-in-a-century genius who had appeared like a comet, though no one even knew what family he truly came from. Second was Flame, the student personally brought in by the headmaster. Though she was a commoner, her talent was recognized as being only slightly below Ma Yuziang's. And the third was Beck Uziel, a student with no notable reputation at all. It was no surprise that Ma Yuziang and Flame were treated as geniuses, but Beck Uziel had entered with an extremely low admission score. And yet, against all expectations, he solved all 3 of those brutal questions, while leaving the rest of the exam blank without even attempting it. The The professor beside him noticed Lee Hanwal had gone quiet and asked with curiosity, "What is it? You seem unusually interested in these children's scores." Lee Hanwal answered in confusion, It is just that there are some students whose results I cannot explain at all." She replied calmly, "Well, that is understandable. Those formulas were never really meant to solve anything in the ordinary way. The students do not know that, but it is still possible to reach the answer." Then Lee Hanwal asked, "Do you think this child is a genius?" The elder answered in an even tone, "It may simply have been luck." With that, she turned away and walked off, leaving Lee Hanwal standing there in a daze. The teacher remained puzzled and let out a long, heavy sigh, then slowly lifted Baek Uziel's admission file and began to read it. Attached to the file was a note stating that he had been granted special admission because of his outstanding blink control. At that point, Lee Hanwal could only accept it and think to himself that it made perfect sense for the headmaster to approve a special admission personally. Still, someone studying combat magic while specializing in blink, that was genuinely intriguing. Before long, they would learn the truth. Was it just a coincidence? Or was this child really something special? Once the exam results came out, the academy sorted the students into different classes based on their scores. As soon as that happened, everyone rushed over in excitement to check where they had been placed. Everywhere around him, all he could hear were anxious voices. "I heard the class placements are up on the bulletin board. I am so nervous. My mother said if I do not make it into Class A, I should not even come home." Baek Uziel trailed behind them with a gloomy face, thinking how absurd it was that he was standing here worrying about his class placement. Back then, he could have just clicked once and seen the results instantly. With that thought still in his head, he slowly walked up to the bulletin board. Just then, a boy in a blue shirt kept staring at him as if he were some kind of strange creature. Then the whispering started right behind him. "Is that Baek Uziel? I heard he got 0 points on the practical magic section of the entrance exam. Seriously? That is unbelievable. How did trash like him even get into Stella? I do not understand Stella's standards anymore." Baek Uziel ignored every bit of gossip swirling around him. Right now, the only thing that mattered was finding out which class his name was in. Everything else meant absolutely nothing to him. He stepped closer to the board and scanned over it once. Then he frowned in confusion. "Wait, where's my name?" He was completely stunned. "No way. Did I actually fail just because I only answered 3 questions? I am seriously screwed." While he was still standing there in shock, the nearby group kept talking among themselves. "Why is he acting so certain there has to be some mistake? That is honestly ridiculous. A child from a marquee household ranked 29th and still got placed in Class A. Even the one who got a perfect theory score and ranked 17th was assigned to Class A. So then why was he?" Hearing people mention him in lowered voices, Baek Uziel grew curious despite himself. "What is going on? Should I go take a look? Well, I already failed anyway." Thinking that, he moved closer to the crowd to listen more carefully. Then suddenly, his eyes went wide when he spotted his own name. Why was his name there? That could not be right. Was this some kind of mistake? What is this supposed to mean? It was the most special rank any student at Stella Academy could ever hope for. S rank. Unlike the other classes, which mixed students of different levels, S class gathered only the very best. There were just 41 students in it, all standing at the same top level. At that moment, he rubbed his head and stared blankly. "I got placed in S rank. Please let this be some kind of error. This is insane. Now I am going to keep running into the main characters of the game even more often. Getting tangled up with the main characters only cuts my lifespan shorter. And now I cannot even avoid it. Well, I guess I have no choice but to keep my head down and live as quietly as I can." Somehow, one way or another, things would probably work themselves out in the end. Outside, the academy still looked peaceful and ordinary. But somewhere deep in a hidden corner of the school, a woman angrily slapped Hong Baiyan across the face. With a hard look in her eyes, she shouted, "You got all 3 questions wrong. Even Acel from that fallen duchy answered 2 of them correctly." The woman was none other than Professor Hong Yil, a fire element professor at Stella Academy and Hong Baiyan's own mother. She kept going coldly. "You could not solve questions that even insects could have answered. That makes you lower than an insect. Look at yourself properly. Do you understand?" Hong Baiyan answered weakly, "Yes, mother." But her mother was still upset. She shot her daughter a sharp look, then let out a trembling sigh as she continued speaking. "Listen carefully, Baiyan. You must never end up like me, cast out from the kingdom and stuck in a pathetic position like this professor's post. You must never become a stain on the kingdom's name." As she said that, she bent down and gently placed both hands against her young daughter's cheeks. "You must become someone who surpasses your older sister." Then she smiled softly, looking almost like any other loving mother as she gazed tenderly at her child. "You understand what I mean, do you not?" Hong Baiyan's cheeks were red now. She paused for a moment, then finally answered, "Of course, mother. I understand." But in truth, those words were nothing more than a lie she told herself. She understood nothing at all. She had always lived exactly the way she had been taught, doing everything by habit like a machine. But this time the questions involved magic, spells, and formulas she had never once been taught. Then what am I supposed to do? The moment that thought crossed her mind, she finally broke down, tears spilling helplessly from her eyes. Why? Why are you tormenting me like this? At the same time, over in the S-class classroom, all of the students had already gathered inside. Baek Uziel sat alone at one of the back upper seats, gloomily holding his face in his hands. I am doomed, he thought. Of all places, I had to get thrown into a class full of monsters like these. It is not like I was trying to get close to them either. At that moment, whispers spread through the room. Why is he here? That was the feeling written all over their faces. None of them could understand it. Did you hear? Our families even protested and asked why he was put in S-class. But they were told only one thing, that Baek Uziel was qualified to be here. Seriously, what is that supposed to mean? Even though they were whispering to each other, Baek Uziel could still hear every word. Feeling more isolated by the second, he could not help thinking that maybe he really was the only one being left out. And honestly, their reaction made sense. They had trained their whole lives from childhood to stand at the top, so of course they would feel bitter seeing someone like him sitting in the same class. Since class rankings could rise or fall based on academic results, a reaction like this was only natural. Even S-class was not an exception to that rule. A student could still be pushed down into a lower class at any time. And of course, there were also students who climbed their way up into S-class later. Well then, if that time comes, I will just talk to them myself. Baek Uziel looked around at the people who had once felt so familiar in the game, and yet somehow, by some absurd miracle, he had ended up as their classmate. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it felt. These were the very characters from the game, standing right in front of me. In just a few years, most of the students in this room would become famous across the continent, and 5 of them would even have the potential to betray the Magic Council. Ma Yuziang was one of those 5 as well. If only Flame could stop. Just then, Professor Lee Hanwal stepped into the classroom and spoke in a steady voice. Hello, everyone. Please take your seats quickly. The moment he heard that somewhat familiar voice, Baek Uziel turned his head toward the podium. Standing there, the powerful professor continued speaking. I am honored to meet all of you. Some of you may already know me, but I will introduce myself properly all the same. I am Lee Hanwal, the professor in charge of S-class. As soon as they heard that, the students below began whispering among themselves. Oh, so that is the famous Professor Lee Hanwal. Someone beside him answered. The number of dark magic beasts he has hunted is almost in the 4 digits. That is terrifying. They even call him a 7th-class magic warrior. He really is on a completely different level. Seeing the students staring in awe and murmuring to each other, Professor Lee Hanwal calmly reminded them, now then, please settle down. It seems this year we have quite a number of talented students, and among them, there is even a special admission student. As all of you already know, this academy exists to train battle mages, also called magic warriors. For the next 3 years, you will be living through a very strict educational environment. I expect every one of you to keep up with the curriculum. While you are here, I want each of you to show me the very best abilities you are capable of developing. So then, does anyone have any questions? Faced with the professor's question, the entire classroom stayed completely silent. Lee Hanwal gave a small smile and continued. Good. Then let us begin. At that same moment, the silhouette of Hong Baiyan appeared at the classroom door. When everyone noticed the bruise on her cheek, the whole class was startled, and Baek Uziel was no different. He stared at her in surprise and thought, Hong Baiyan follows the rules more strictly than anyone. So how could she be late? And what happened to her face? She walked up to the professor, apologized. Her face clearly worn down by exhaustion and disappointment as she explained herself. Curious, Baek Uziel quietly pulled out his blink glasses to check on her. The moment he put them on, an information window appeared. Hong Baiyan, fire attribute antagonist mage, likes red ginseng candy, sometimes blames herself, only drinks coffee with milk, Akalia style. Possesses the fate of an evil mother. Destined to die? After reading that, he thought to himself with a faint frown, so nothing much has changed after all. Destined to die? And if Acel dies because of Flame, then Hong Baiyan dies along with her. You could call it the unavoidable fate of a villainous character. If I had the power, I would save her too. But I am not in any position to save anyone. Thinking that, he felt a quiet sadness and removed the glasses. After listening to Hong Baiyan's explanation for being late, the professor finally spoke. Go find a seat. Baek Uziel let out a quiet sigh, still feeling strangely bad for her, but in the end, all he could do was keep his distance. Then, without thinking much, he simply let his thoughts drift along. A moment later, Hong Baiyan started walking straight toward his seat. Her eyes were full of resentment and sadness as she looked at him, while he sat there completely unable to understand what was going on. And then, without hesitation, Hong Baiyan sat down in the seat right beside him. Baek Uziel was left totally bewildered. What is going on here? Why do I feel like everything has already started going off the rails? After everyone had finally settled into their seats, the professor spoke again. Before we begin today's lesson, we will first hold the ceremony for inheriting your magic wands. S-class and A class will attend the ceremony together, and the details will be explained shortly. Hearing that, Beck Uziel tilted his head slightly in confusion. An inheritance ceremony? Sounds like a pain. But then a faint smile rose on his face as he remembered what kind of event it was. At Stella Academy, there are two major events. One is the Soulmate Pact, and the other is the inheritance ceremony. At a prestigious academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony held an especially important place. After a while, the students of S-class and A-class gathered together in a place that felt strangely mysterious. Then Professor Lee Hanwall spoke up. Is everyone here now? There are many magic wands prepared here, ranging from the lowest rank up to the middle grades. What you need to do is simple. Go to the wand you want and take it. Changing your wand after making your choice is an extremely troublesome process, so I hope all of you will choose carefully. Hearing that, Beck Uziel suddenly thought that, despite the professor's words, it was not really the students choosing the wand at all. In this world, a magic wand only reacted to the person it acknowledged, creating a kind of resonance between the two. Which meant you could not just grab a high-grade wand simply because you wanted one. With that in mind, he stepped closer to the many wands floating in the air. He slowly looked around at them, hesitating more and more. The problem was, he had no idea which one he was supposed to choose. So he just stood there, lost in thought. Back then, he would have picked a low-rank wand without a second thought. But now that he was in S-class, he could not just choose carelessly and end up being looked down on forever. Then, all of a sudden, one especially plain-looking wand caught his attention. In this world, magic tools were divided into two broad types, wands and staffs. Wands were usually favored by knights, who needed to cast spells quickly in battle. Staffs, on the other hand, were more often used by bishops or mages who focused on slower casting and a single powerful strike. Just then, a wave of murmuring started up behind him. Hey, which one do you think he is going to pick? Well, he is in S-class, so he probably will not have any trouble resonating with one. Beck Uziel immediately realized they were talking about him, but he paid them no mind. Let them say whatever they want. There was no point wasting his energy getting bothered by it. A moment later, someone called out to him from behind. Beck Uziel paused in confusion, unsure who it was, and turned around to look. A face he did not recognize came into view, so he asked flatly, "What is it? And who are you?" The boy wore a smug, arrogant look and answered boldly, "I am Uslek." Even after hearing the name, Beck Uziel still could not place him. He must be some minor character, he thought. It was his first time hearing that name at all, so he answered indifferently, just to move things along. "Oh, I see. Got it." Uslek folded his arms and kept going. "So, which wand are you planning to choose?" Beck Uziel replied without much interest, "I will just grab something at random." Hearing that, Uslek gave a mocking sneer. "You had better pick a wand that matches your lowly commoner status. Do not get greedy, fall flat on your face, and end up causing trouble for Professor Lee Hanwall." Beck Uziel's expression practically said, "Are you scared of your own shadow or something?" He still could not be bothered to care. Turning away, he answered with a dry little jab. "Sure, whatever. Just try not to make a mess yourself." That dismissive attitude only made Uslek even angrier. Blood rushed to his head, and his face turned red with humiliation. Then, as if he had snapped, he shouted, "You bastard, you! You want to fight or what?" Seriously annoying. Beck Uziel had been ready to ignore him, but the brat kept pushing anyway. He let out a tired sigh of disgust, then pulled the blink glasses from his pocket and quietly put them on. At once, the boy's information appeared before his eyes. Uslek Chechbalin, son of Marquis Chechbalin, subordinate of Prince Jeremy, dissatisfaction level 3. After reading it, Beck Uziel took the glasses back off and tucked them away again, feeling oddly disappointed. Is that really all there is to know about him? Then he raised his head to look at Uslek again and let out another weary sigh, wondering if there was anything remotely special about this guy at all. Uslek then pointed arrogantly toward his staff and declared, "Anyway, I am choosing that one, so watch carefully." Following the direction of his finger, Beck Uziel saw that it was a magic staff. And not just any staff. It was the Edmure Edamiri staff, apparently the highest-ranked one in this place. It was an upper-average grade staff, the kind usually handled by professional mages. For apprentices, even if they were talented, a lower-average grade staff was normally the absolute limit. In fact, even full-fledged professional mages rarely bothered with low-tier average staffs. Other than the Edmure Edamiri, there was only one other upper-average grade staff here. It was basically displayed for show, because everyone knew no apprentice in this place could actually claim it. Just then, the professor spoke again. "Please stand in front of the magic staff or wand you wish to choose." At those words, the apprentices began moving one by one until they stood before the staffs and wands they had chosen. It seemed everyone had more or less decided on their own pick. Then, in the next instant, blue light began glowing all around the room. The students watching in amazement started exclaiming, "Wow, no way, did that person's chosen wand turn out to be Hadan Amicat? That is a mid-grade wand." Even Prince Jeremy Scalvin managed to secure a mid-grade wand. Looking around at the scene, Beck Uziel quietly noted it too. Hong Baiyin chose Suaviter Lahavin, which is also a mid-grade wand. How many people are getting mid-grade wands this year? This is insane. Uslek, meanwhile, was grinding his teeth so hard with bitterness that it was almost audible, and he spat out. Damn it. Just watch. I can do it too. The moment he said that, he steeled himself and marched straight toward the staff in front of him. As he walked forward, the people around him gasped in shock. Wait, is that Uslek? Can he really resonate with an upper average grade wand? Uslek reached his hand out toward the staff with a confident grin. Just watch. I am about to make all of you stare in disbelief. Let me show you what true S-class talent looks like. Then he wrapped his hand tightly around the staff, and in the next instant, tiny sparks of electricity began crackling around it. A second later, a huge explosion went off. Boom, boom, boom. The violent burst of power spread outward at once, blinding everyone nearby with its intensity. Beck Uziel, however, was not all that surprised by what happened. He only blinked, because this was exactly what he had expected. Uslek had failed. In the very next moment, the recoil from the staff sent him flying backward. He crashed onto the ground and lay there flat, teeth clenched tight, unable to accept the humiliation. The apprentices who saw it panic shouted all at once. Oh no, he looks seriously hurt. Hey, somebody hurry and call the professor over here. An upper average grade magic staff was impossible for him. So why the hell would he be this reckless? Beck Uziel could only sigh to himself. So this is what it means to climb too high and fall too hard. Humph. Little brother, you really should have dropped that foolish idea from the beginning. As that thought crossed his mind, another trainee suddenly began walking toward the staff. He looked completely confident, even whistling lightly as he approached. It turned out the real owner of that staff had already been decided from the start, and the one carrying that confidence was none other than Ma Yuziang. He stared fixedly at the magic staff before him, eyes shining, and then a triumphant grin slowly spread across his face. At that moment, it was obvious he felt completely satisfied with the choice he had just made. The instant he moved, the surrounding students burst into excited chatter. No way, is he seriously going for that high-grade intermediate staff? I doubt he can even resonate with it. The murmurs continued, but he paid them no attention at all. Ignoring everyone, Ma Yuziang calmly reached out, placed his hand on the staff, and gripped it firmly without hesitation. In the next second, the staff erupted in a blinding glow, yet he stood there unmoving, completely unfazed by the surge of power. The pressure radiating from it was so intense that the students nearby had no choice but to shield their eyes from the overwhelming light. Just as expected, Ma Yuziang had successfully resonated with the staff. With the staff now in his hand, he smiled brightly, his entire figure looking almost dazzling under the glow. The trainees around him were still in disbelief, voices overlapping in shock. This can't be real. How can a first year get a mid-level high-grade staff? Oh my god, how is this even possible? Compared to them, Beck Uziel wasn't that surprised, letting out a quiet sigh as if he had already seen this coming. From now on, even more people would start recognizing just how terrifying Ma Yuziang's talent truly was. Suddenly, Ma Yuziang's gaze shifted and landed directly in his direction. That glance made Beck Uziel uneasy, his mind racing as he wondered what exactly Ma Yuziang was looking at. Then, to his surprise, Ma Yuziang smiled warmly and began walking toward him. Beck Uziel's eyes instantly turned cold, his whole body tensing as his hair practically stood on end. Damn it, is he out of his mind? Why is he smiling like that? But then a piece of the original storyline surfaced in his mind. Flame was supposed to obtain another mid-level high-grade staff, Trevin. That moment was a key turning point. If Flame successfully acquired Trevin, Ma Yuziang would take interest in her talent, and that would naturally open up a crucial path for him. On the other hand, if she chose a different staff, Ma Yuziang's route would shift entirely, leading things down a completely different direction. I have to use Flame to draw Ma Yuziang's attention. That's the only way. Thinking this, Beck Uziel quickly searched for Flame. He spotted her nearby, slowly approaching a certain magic staff, though her movements showed clear hesitation. At that moment, Beck Uziel realized it was the staff Trevin. His eyes locked onto her anxiously as he carefully watched what she would do next. Step by step, Flame moved closer to the Trevin staff. Standing behind her, he stared at her back and silently urged, "That's it, take it." If she does, Ma Yuziang will definitely grow curious about her, and everything will fall into place perfectly. But just as hope began to rise, right when she reached the staff, Flame suddenly turned around and walked away. The shock hit him so hard, he almost felt like coughing up blood. Well, what is going on? Does she not like Trevin? Or does she simply not know about it yet? Has she not gathered enough information? This is bad, things are going off track. As the main character, Flame should be able to resonate with any staff without difficulty. But if she ends up picking some random, useless one, then we lose a huge advantage. No, I can't let that happen. I have to step in. I need to push her toward choosing Trevin. With that resolve, he focused his mind and locked onto Flame's position. Then, activating Blink, he shot forward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing right behind her. Flame suddenly sensed a presence at her back. She spun around in confusion, wondering when he had gotten so close. Beck Uziel raised his hand awkwardly and smiled. Hey, hello there. I was just wondering which staff you're planning to pick, Flame. She frowned slightly and replied, Why do you want to know? Is that any of your business? Beck Uziel scratched his head and answered shyly, I just thought I could give you some advice. You seemed a bit unsure. Hearing that, Flame's expression turned cold. That's still none of your business. If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. With that, she turned and started to walk away again. Seeing her go, Beck Uziel hurriedly tried to stop her. Wait a second. But right then, a strange feeling hit him. Something about this wasn't right. Flame was supposed to be friendly and approachable with everyone. So why was she acting so cold toward him? No, I can't just give up here. My entire future depends on this. Gathering his courage, he called out again, Wait. I really just want to help. But this only seemed to irritate Flame more. She snapped back. You're seriously like a nagging old woman. Worry about yourself first. You haven't even picked your own staff, yet you're interfering with others. Even so, Beck Uziel didn't back down. He pressed on. But I really think there's a staff that suits you perfectly. That only made her angrier. Are you trying to lecture me? What do you even know about magic staffs? Faced with her hostility, Beck Uziel hesitated for a moment, confusion filling his mind. Did I mess something up? Or is it because I'm just an insignificant extra to her? He stammered, Well, I've actually heard quite a lot about you. Don't tell me you're thinking of going for that staff? Flame frowned slightly, puzzled. Trevin. Seeing that she had finally calmed down, Beck Uziel squinted his eyes and smiled lightly. That's right, that's exactly it. Suddenly, a sharp noise rang out, and Beck Uziel's faint smile immediately disappeared. A massive explosion echoed through the area, its overwhelming force spreading in every direction. The pressure alone startled him so badly that cold sweat broke out across his body. His eyes widened in shock. And in that instant, without warning, a magic staff flew straight into his hand from nowhere. He narrowed his eyes, stunned, and blurted out, Huh? What is this? Then he carefully inspected the staff, turning it over in his hands. A moment later, his face went pale. Why was this in his hand? It should have been Flame who took it. Damn it. At that moment, Beck Uziel was completely speechless, unsure how to even explain the situation. A faint trace of embarrassment crept onto his face. Meanwhile, Flame just stood there, frozen in confusion for a brief moment. Then, she slowly smiled, her eyes narrowing slightly as she spoke. All right then. Beck Uziel felt a strange chill looking at her expression and shivered as he replied, Nothing. But inside, panic rose in his chest. This is bad, my life is really ruined. At this rate, even if I try to live quietly in hiding, there's no way anymore. The inheritance ceremony is over, but the consequences are still hanging over me. Meanwhile, on the school grounds, Flame was slowly walking behind a group of trainees. By chance, she overheard two boys talking ahead of her. One asked, Hey, have you heard the news? This year, 2 students got a high-level episode staff. The other replied in shock, Really? Until now, only 5 people ever managed that, and now 2 more appeared. Yeah, but there's something strange, one of them continued. One of those 2 only used Blink in the magic practical test. Blink is just basic magic, right? So how did that happen? My parents said Blink is actually pretty rare, isn't that weird? Flame listened to their conversation and began to think. Even she couldn't fully understand what was going on. After a while, Flame arrived at the self-study room. The quiet atmosphere made her feel relieved, and she sighed in comfort. Finally, some peace at last. All day long, no matter where I went, I kept hearing whispers about that incident. The news that 2 students obtained a high-level episode staff is spreading everywhere, but I still don't know who that guy is. Why was he able to get the Turvin staff so easily? I read the original novel 3 times before coming here, but this character, Beck Uziel, never existed. They say no one can resonate with Turvin, yet he did it so effortlessly. No, maybe he's just deliberately showing off to me. Whatever, let's just drop it. Thinking about it won't change anything. Just then, someone suddenly called out to her. Flame, are you heading to self-study too? Hearing the voice, Flame turned around with a bright smile and responded happily. You guys are really strange. Do you think I'm a bookworm or something? The blonde girl added. There's never a time you just say nothing to do and sit down to study. Flame replied shyly. No, not at all. A nearby girl asked curiously. But Flame, why do you call us kids? We're basically the same age, right? Flame quickly made up an excuse, laughing awkwardly. It's just a habit. Where I used to live, people used to treat me like an old lady, huh? But in truth, she knew she was living inside a novel, so acting too childish would feel out of place. Another voice joined in. So are you studying alone today? Turning around, Flame saw a cute red-haired girl and wondered for a moment if it was Jackie. Her style felt oddly similar, she thought, but she still answered cheerfully. No, I'm actually going to an episode meeting later. I'll head off first then. See you next time. Let's grab drinks. Flame waved goodbye quickly, smiling as she left. Just moments ago she had been warm and cheerful, but now her expression returned to a colder, more distant calm. At that moment, she thought to herself that being an adult and returning to student life was surprisingly exhausting. Lost in these pointless thoughts, she failed to notice what was ahead of her. And in the next instant, she bumped directly into someone. She grabbed her head and groaned. Ow, that really hurts. Then the person she collided with spoke. Hearing that warm voice, she quickly looked up in surprise. Hey, Wonriang, was that you? The young man immediately asked, are you okay? What were you thinking to walk so fast? Flame replied, I'm fine. He studied her for a moment and then spoke again. You don't look fine. Is something wrong? Hearing his gentle concern, Flame's eyes lit up slightly. He's worried about me. She answered shyly. No, I'm really okay. Relieved, he changed the topic. Good. By the way, you're going to self-study too, right? I am as well. Are you heading to the senior training room? Training every day? How could I ever be lazy? He said with a light laugh, as if it were completely natural. You're really dedicated, someone replied. Hey, don't say it like that. Another voice jumped in awkwardly. Oh, really? And just like that, a small, almost playful debate broke out between them, like cats and dogs teasing each other without meaning any harm. Afterward, the young man didn't say anything else. He simply looked at Flame for a moment, his eyes soft, and gave a quiet, gentle smile. Then he raised his hand casually in front of her, as if it were nothing serious, and said, well, I'll be heading off now. See you later, he added before turning away and leaving. Flame stood there a little stunned, watching him go. For a brief moment, she even imagined some kind of romantic development unfolding, but nothing like that actually happened at all. A faint sense of disappointment flickered across Flame's face. She turned away, muttering inwardly, what a dull person, before walking off herself. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, as if she had just noticed something unexpected. From behind a nearby door, a purple-haired girl was still quietly watching her, carefully hiding in the shadows. Noticing that, Flame instinctively raised her hand and gave a small wave in her direction. But the girl didn't respond at all. She simply turned away and walked off without a word. Flame tilted her head slightly, confused by that cold reaction, not quite understanding what it meant. But then she decided it was already too late to worry about it. Chasing after her now didn't feel like the right choice. After some time passed, she finally arrived at the self-study room. Standing right in front of the door, she thought quietly to herself, so this is the special supplemental meeting. As far as she remembered from the original novel, both Azel and Bayan would attend this gathering. She grew curious. How would the heroine and the villainess face each other here? Without hesitation, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Just as she had expected, all the important figures were already present in the room. She slowly scanned the entire room with her eyes, taking in every detail. Her gaze landed on the host, an A-rank trainee, who looked slightly startled by how many notable people had shown up today. Flame chose a higher seat, where she could observe everything clearly. Sitting down, she realized this was a supplemental class for students aiming to rank up, which explained why so many famous S-rank trainees were gathered here. At that moment, Flame noticed Ma Yuziang and Baek Yuziel sitting nearby, chatting casually. The sight surprised her quite a bit. In this world, it was strange enough that Ma Yuziang would show interest in Baek Yuziel, someone with almost no reputation at all. Flame felt this was no coincidence. It was also hard to believe that Baek Yuziel couldn't answer any questions, except for those 3 impossibly difficult ones. Maybe from the very beginning, Baek Yuziel already knew that if he solved those questions, he would be ranked at S level for sure. And if Baek Yuziel truly had knowledge of the future, then everything he had done up to now felt far more frightening than it first seemed. Meanwhile, Baek Yuziel let out a tired sigh, as if already worn down by everything. He even wished, half seriously, that someone would just erase that name from his sight for a while. On the other side, Ma Yuziang was completely the opposite. Smiling with narrowed eyes, he leaned in and said, Baek Yuziel, why are you sitting here? With your ability, you don't even need to attend classes like this. Or do you have some reason you can't say out loud? Baek Yuziel forced a smile. Haha, nothing like that. I just came to take a look. But inwardly, he felt like he was clearly lying to himself, since he had basically been forced here due to poor scores. He glanced at the person in front of him with a drained expression, still confused as to why this guy seemed so strangely focused on him. At that moment, a voice rang out across the room. All right, quiet down everyone. Let's end the chatter here. Today, we'll be going over the questions from the recent ranking test. As everyone knows, that exam was extremely harsh. Even upperclassmen called those 3 problems the hell questions. And I will now explain them step by step so everyone can understand more clearly. Even as he said this confidently, he felt uneasy inside, unable to understand why so many famous students were present. His real goal had only been to build a bit of reputation by teaching these so-called average students. Suddenly, Kyle had a thought. He glanced at Baek Yuziel and considered it carefully. This might actually be his chance. He had heard that Baek Yuziel scored the lowest on the entrance placement test. So if he could just prove that he was better than him, that would be enough. With that thought, Kyle's confidence surged. All right, everyone, pay attention. I'll guide you through the first question now. Kyle continued speaking while writing on the board. This question is actually a trap designed to mislead you. First, we approach it like this, he said, as the students below listened carefully and took notes without missing a word. Ma Yuziang also glanced toward Baek Yuziel and, seeing him deep in thought, asked casually, "So what do you think? Do you think his explanation is correct?" Baek Yuziel looked completely caught off guard by the question, slowly turning his gaze to the side. Ma Yuziang was smiling faintly, eyes narrowed, clearly waiting for his answer with interest. Confused and uncomfortable, Baek Yuziel thought, "What is going on with this guy? Why is he asking me this? I barely understood the lecture, let alone these hell questions." But he still reasoned to himself that honesty was probably the best option here. So Baek Yuziel finally answered, No, I don't really understand it either." The moment he said that, nearby students who had been eavesdropping looked up in surprise and began whispering to each other. What did he just say? Did Baek Yuziel say Kyle was wrong? Others frowned, thinking it might be a deliberate attempt to embarrass him, especially since everyone knew Baek Yuziel had the lowest entrance score. While Kyle was fully focused on writing on the board, he accidentally overheard the students talking. His expression tightened, and he clicked his tongue in mild annoyance as he kept writing for a moment longer before stopping. At the same time, Baek Yuziel felt something was off. He looked around left and right in confusion, thinking, what is going on? Why is everyone suddenly staring at me like that? Kyle suddenly stopped his explanation. Then, with a sharp motion, he snapped his chalk in half and spoke coldly. "That's right. I made a mistake." Baek Yuziel froze in place, completely stunned by what he just heard, unable to process the situation unfolding in front of him. Right after that, Kyle's expression shifted into a confident, almost triumphant smile as he continued speaking. "Baek Yuziel, why don't you come down here and help everyone solve this part?" The moment he heard that, chills ran down Baek Yuziel's neck. Panic set in as he thought, damn it, what is he trying to do now? Then he noticed Ma Yuziang looking at him with slight surprise from the side. Ma Yuziang quickly smiled, his expression bright and trusting, as if saying, "You can handle this. By now, you've probably already figured it out." He even seemed to imply the others were deliberately setting things up. With a quiet sigh, Baek Yuziel stepped down from his seat and walked forward, thinking reluctantly, fine, whatever. If they wanted to humiliate him, they were clearly making a mistake. He would make them regret it so badly they wouldn't even be able to argue back, mentally or verbally. As all eyes locked onto him, Baek Yuziel reached the front. Without hesitation, he took out his belongings and began reviewing the problem in his mind while preparing to respond. What he pulled out, oddly enough, was a pair of glasses. He suddenly realized those so-called 3 hell questions were more like a twisted wordplay puzzle than a real exam problem. The question went something like this: a sorcerer chants, "O Mother Earth, please shed tears so the dust may multiply twice as much as before." The question was asking why this happens, and the answer, in simple terms, was that the dust was treated as something that separates and scatters, almost like a metaphorical crying state. Baek Yuziel held his head in frustration, thinking, what kind of idiot had the time to come up with something this ridiculous? But in Kyle's mind, this was never just a normal math problem in the first place. It was more like a strange concept puzzle, something about making dust cry into dust, a logic that was hard to even describe properly. Even if Kyle's method had been wrong, he somehow landed on the correct answer, mostly by luck. Still, if a similar problem appeared again, he would likely fail. And with that thought, Baek Yuziel realized this stage was now his. He turned to Kyle and said calmly, "I can't fully show you the solution, but I can point out where your logic went wrong." Kyle froze and reacted instantly. "What?" Baek Yuziel continued, "Your base assumption is Earth. But what if it were water or wind instead?" Kyle quickly responded, "Then I'd just use another method that's easier to understand." "But if you do that," Baek Yuziel replied, "you'd end up needing completely different approaches for the same type of problem. So you only got the correct answer by coincidence. It doesn't match the logic the question setter actually intended." Kyle opened his mouth to argue, but only a faint sound came out as he struggled to respond. In the end, he had no choice but to admit it. "You're right." Seeing Kyle's expression, Baek Yuziel felt slightly awkward and added, "Anyway, the proper solution is like this." Kyle immediately focused and began taking notes seriously. The students below also followed closely, writing everything down without missing a word. Flame was completely shocked by what she was seeing. She couldn't understand why everyone was treating his explanation so seriously and even taking notes. In her mind, weren't Acel and Bayan supposed to be the ones involved in this kind of discussion? Yet now, both of them were quietly analyzing Baek Yuziel's reasoning instead. This felt completely absurd to her. There was no way this should be happening. Outside the window, the sky had already started to dim as evening approached. Inside the room, Ma Yuziang raised a hand casually, waving goodbye. "See you tomorrow." With a bright smile, he turned and left the room. Baek Yuziel lifted his hand slightly in response, saying, "Yes, see you." As Ma Yuziang's figure disappeared, Baek Yuziel lowered his hand and covered his face in frustration, thinking, if this keeps happening, I'm seriously done for. I never want to deal with him again. He slowly lowered his hand and stared at his own still weak-looking fingers, lost in thought. Maybe it's because of the phone or something like that. I can't keep using it like this. It's too annoying. And somehow, it always drags my Yuziang's attention toward me. As he walked out casually, he suddenly noticed something. Flame was the only one besides him who seemed able to use Blink. And nearby, Hong Baiyan was still standing there, as if waiting for someone. Her expression looked a little downcast, almost lonely. Baek Yuzio glanced at her and thought, what's wrong with her? She doesn't look normal. But he quickly dismissed it, deciding it wasn't his business, and walked right past Hong Baiyan without stopping. Just then, she suddenly called out, Baek Yuzio. He paused, slightly confused, wondering if he had heard her correctly. She spoke again, her voice clearer this time. I have something I want to ask you. Baek Yuzio was visibly surprised. He couldn't imagine someone like Hong Baiyan would ever come to him with a question. Still, he replied, Hong Baiyan, what is it? She didn't bother with any small talk and went straight in, her tone sharp and direct. Why didn't you explain your answer earlier? Baek Yuzio froze for a moment. It wasn't that he refused to explain. It was that he genuinely didn't even know how to put it into words. How do you explain something that doesn't have a proper answer in the first place? He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. Maybe you're misunderstanding something. I didn't really need to explain it anyway, he said, brushing it off. At that, Hong Baiyan immediately cut in without hesitation. I understand. You just didn't want to reveal it there, right? That only made Baek Yuzio more confused. No, that's not it at all. But she didn't stop there. Her expression softened slightly as she added, then I'll make it up to you. Baek Yuzio blinked in shock. What are you even talking about? Hong Baiyan spoke more clearly this time, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I mean, I'll compensate you properly. Baek Yuzio stood there completely stunned, his mouth slightly open. Huh. After that strange exchange, the two of them eventually made their way in silence toward Professor He Wenriang's room. After searching around for a while inside, they finally managed to locate their own test papers. Baek Yuzio glanced briefly at Hong Baiyan's paper before speaking up. I still don't get why you paid me just to solve those 3 placement questions, he said, still baffled. Hong Baiyan replied calmly, I have my reasons. Don't worry about it. Just keep talking. Yes, miss, he answered awkwardly. After looking over her test, Baek Yuzio finally voiced what was bothering him. Hey, you only got 3 questions wrong, while I got almost everything wrong. And yet you asked me for help? Aren't you a little embarrassed? Hong Baiyan answered without hesitation. No. The only thing I feel ashamed about is that I still can't understand those 3 questions. If you can clear up my confusion, I'm willing to do anything. Hearing that, Baek Yuzio froze again, thinking, isn't she supposed to be some perfect model student? Then he asked cautiously, but why are you asking me, of all people? You're a princess, aren't you? You must have plenty of people to ask. Hong Baiyan hesitated for a moment, then replied softly, that. Out of 1,141 freshmen, only 3 people solved those hell-level questions. And you are one of them. Baek Yuzio gasped in disbelief. What did you just say? Hong Baiyan, slightly embarrassed but still serious, continued. Those questions had no official answers. But my Yuziang, Flame, and you were the only ones who managed to solve them. That's exactly why I feel so ashamed. Baek Yuzio couldn't stay calm anymore, his hands trembling slightly. Wait, hold on. He suddenly stood up, eyes wide. Those 3 questions were just traps, right? Nobody was supposed to solve them. Hong Baiyan calmly replied. Then why did you manage to solve them? Hearing that, Baek Yuzio slowly sat back down, trying to control his frustration. This is insane. So that's why I got placed in S-class, and why Flame keeps reacting like that. He thought bitterly, I don't even understand how this world system works. I had no idea those questions were traps either. But maybe Flame is different. She actually read the original novel. Even if she didn't know the game system, she would still understand the story structure. Like those 3 ridiculous questions. But then again, Flame's actions made sense in hindsight. Baek Yuzio frowned slightly, muttering under his breath. No wonder she acted like that. Hong Baiyan tilted her head. What are you talking about? Baek Yuzio quickly waved it off. Nothing, don't worry about it. Then he added, don't forget, you said you'd help me if I explained the answers. Hong Baiyan nodded. Yes. Baek Yuzio then added casually, I've got one request. Can you turn my staff into a demonic sword? Your kingdom's blacksmiths should be able to do that, right? Hong Baiyan blinked, clearly surprised. But that kind of weapon is usually used by low-ranked mercenaries. Why would a future mage want something like that? Baek Yuzio cut her off immediately. It just fits my style. So that's settled. You can't say I'm unreasonable. He leaned in slightly. So, can you do it or not? After thinking for a moment, Hong Baiyan answered confidently, of course. For me, that's nothing difficult at all. Baek Yuzio looked oddly satisfied, almost relieved. Good, that's exactly what I needed. He then composed himself and said, all right, I'll explain how to solve it first. Pointing at the paper, he added clearly, the key is to shift your perspective entirely. Hong Baiyan frowned slightly. Shift my perspective? Baek Yuzio knew her weakness well, Her magic thinking was too rigid, too mechanical, like she always followed fixed formulas. In fact, she only realized this flaw much later, after losing to Flame in her second year. He thought carefully, I can't fix that completely right now, but at least I can point her in the right direction. With that in mind, he continued, do you know what a riddle is? Hong Baiyan blinked in surprise. A riddle? I think I've heard of it before. Baek Yuziel nodded. Then I'll give you an example. What's between the knees? Without hesitation, Hong Baiyan rested her chin on her hand and thought hard before answering. The inner part of the knee? Baek Yuziel shook his head lightly. Wrong. Hong Baiyan frowned. Huh? What? He pointed at the question again, emphasizing each word. I'm not asking about body parts. I'm asking what letter is between the word knee and the word knee. You understand what I mean, right? The girl quickly realized she had been played, and her irritation flared up instantly. Meanwhile, Baek Yuziel noticed the way her expression twisted, like she might explode at any second, and he cautiously spoke up. Hey, don't look at me like that. Calm down first. Just sit and take a look at this question. This kind of problem has its own formulas and little tricks, things you probably haven't learned yet. What I'm trying to say is, when you face a problem, you need to approach it more creatively. But do you think you can do that with creativity alone? Hearing that, Hong Baiyan went quiet. After a brief pause, she answered with a hint of embarrassment, no, I don't think that's possible. Only then did Baek Yuziel finally relax, letting out a small breath as a faint smile formed. Exactly. Of course, understanding all kinds of spells and knowing how to use them properly is extremely important. But for a mage, the most important thing is being able to see the world through your own eyes. Magic can change in unpredictable ways, even from the smallest variation. But you tend to rely only on what you've seen or memorized from books. All of that is still just theory. Magic isn't something you master by memorizing and casting alone. You might be better than me when it comes to analysis and evaluation, but you're missing the most important quality a mage needs, creativity. After Baek Yuziel finished his long explanation, Hong Baiyan fell silent once more. She replayed every word in her mind, unable to refute any of it. Her emotions swelled uncontrollably, her hands trembling as a deep sense of frustration and despair slowly crept in. Seeing how serious her expression had become, Baek Yuziel started to sweat nervously. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, he spoke in a hesitant tone. You get what I'm saying, right? I know it sounds kind of abstract. Hong Baiyan replied without hesitation. Of course I understand. Baek Yuziel forced a small, awkward smile, thinking to himself, this is getting weird. Even I don't fully understand what I just said anymore. Still, he continued seriously, I'm glad you understand. Then let's begin. Here's a question. What does a man say to a horse when putting it to bed? Hearing that, she blinked in confusion. She placed a hand on her chin and began to think carefully. What does a man say to a horse before it sleeps? She thought hard, but couldn't find an answer. Lowering her gaze, she admitted, I don't know. Baek Yuziel smiled lightly and said, it's simple. He says, time to hit the hay. Without stopping, he threw out another question. Why don't they work harder? Maybe because they're always lying down while working. And if rock and paper entered a race together, what would happen? She shook her head. I have no idea. In that case, he explained, the rock would roll forward, but paper and scissors wouldn't move at all. Their shapes just don't allow it. As he finished, he glanced at Hong Baiyan, suddenly unsure if he should continue. By now, her entire body was trembling intensely. It looked like she was struggling internally, her brows tightly furrowed and teeth clenched, as if she were forcing herself to endure something unbearable. Seeing her like that, Baek Yuziel felt a chill run down his spine. What is this? He thought. She looked like she might lose control at any moment. Gathering what little courage he had left, Baek Yuziel asked one last question. Then, what would the clouds say to the sea when it rains? Hong Baiyan focused intensely, her mind racing as she tried to piece together an answer. Come on, I can do this. After a brief inner struggle, she steadied herself and answered hesitantly, I'm falling into the sea. Baek Yuziel blinked in surprise at her response. Oh yeah, that's right. You got it. Finally getting one right and receiving praise, Hong Baiyan couldn't hide her happiness. It showed clearly on her face as she broke into a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with genuine excitement. That expression caught Baek Yuziel completely off guard. It was the first time he had ever seen her smile like that, both in the game and in reality. He found himself smiling too, a little smugly, as expected of a princess. Your creativity really is on another level. Embarrassed by the excessive praise, she blushed faintly and turned her head away. That's enough. Just give me the next question. Grinning, Baek Yuziel nodded. All right. Then here comes the next one. And just like that, the two of them kept talking, question after question, until night had completely fallen. Outside the academy grounds, a few remaining students lingered, chatting casually under the dim evening light. Meanwhile, Baek Yuziel quietly made his way home alone. He looked completely drained, dark circles forming under his eyes. Letting out a long sigh, he muttered to himself, what an idiot I am, spending 3 whole hours throwing nonsense riddles at Hong Baiyan. Honestly, there's no way she'll even remember what I said. But still, Hong Baiyan will definitely grow into an incredible mage someday. Her mind is just that sharp. The problem is how rigid her thinking is. If I keep poking at that weakness like this, even if she's supposed to be the villain, why do I feel so guilty about it? Anyway, I need to train Teravan into a sword mage quickly, so I've got a lot more to do. I'm not the kind of person who can do everything alone like before. But whatever. No point overthinking it and getting a headache. I should just go find the books I need for the upcoming classes. After a while, I arrived somewhere and looked around, trying to locate it. No, it should be around here. Did I remember wrong? Then my eyes lit up as I suddenly shouted, here it is. This is definitely the place. In front of me stood an old, rundown house. Inside, everything was covered in dust and thick cobwebs. Stepping inside, I looked around and thought, yeah, this place is really falling apart. Looking at the shop owner, another thought crossed my mind. This bookstore owner apparently had a strange habit, pretending to sleep while secretly watching customers. If I remember correctly, this unnamed bookstore once held Maella's notebook, the top graduate of Stellar Academy from 10 years ago. If I were my old self, I could just click and view it instantly on a screen. But in this world, you actually need real books to study, and whatever you learn directly affects your level progression. At first I bought books from famous stores, but later I realized the real valuable ones are hidden in small, nameless shops. Thinking about that, I walked deeper into the store, quietly excited. Studying magic engineering with Maella's notes would be amazing. Perfect scores would be easy. Honestly, even just getting a bit of recognition would be nice. Maybe I'll even find some hidden formula. Suddenly, something caught my eye. A green book sitting quietly in the corner of the shelf. That's it. I reached out to grab it at the same time. Someone else's hand also reached for it. And for a moment, we just stared at each other. The person in front of me spoke in surprise. Acel, really? She looked confused. Huh? How do you know me? The male lead replied. Of course. You're famous. Then he added as she slowly realized. Ah, right. You're in the supplementary group. Your name should be Beck Uziel. Hearing that, the male lead felt a little disappointed, thinking she didn't remember their earlier meeting before the academy. She continued, I really enjoyed that debate. It's just a pity you couldn't fully explain everything. He suddenly remembered she had struggled with those same questions too. Anyway, nice to meet you. She turned away coldly and walked off. He was a bit surprised by her attitude, but at least the book was still there. He reached out again to grab it. Then he glanced at Acel, wondering why she was here. She was browsing other books, but seemed unsure about buying them. Her hesitation was clear as she kept checking each book's price carefully. After seeing the prices, she sighed and quietly put them back. That small action caught Beck Uziel's attention. He slowly realized why she might be here. This bookstore mainly sold secondhand books, so most customers were poor students like him. Someone from a fallen noble family like Acel, who has lost everything, would naturally come here. Her father was likely killed by members of the dark demonic race. He suddenly felt a bit sorry for her. It was heartbreaking to see a princess like her forced to buy cheap used books and carefully check every price. In the original story, Acel also had a tragic ending. She died before Flame, who became the main heroine. So in many ways, Acel was one of the most unfortunate characters in this world. Thinking that, he already picked out several thick books he liked. He placed them at the counter and said, I'll pay. At the same time, Acel came to the register too, surprised by the number of books he had chosen. The shop owner also looked shocked. All of these. The male lead simply nodded and glanced briefly at Acel. Seeing her slightly downcast expression, he asked, Are you okay? She answered flatly, You seem to only pick the best books, just like me. He felt a bit awkward, wondering if that was meant as a compliment or an insult. He asked, Which ones? She replied, All of them. Why are you studying advanced sealing theory? Sealing theory is an ancient field that requires special tools. Nowadays, with alchemy and magic engineering advancing, it's rarely used. He casually replied, Oh, blink. Yeah, it's not that useful. Hearing that, she looked at him strangely and asked, You actually know that? He answered calmly, Of course. That's exactly why I picked it. She widened her eyes in shock and blurted out, What? The male lead hugged the stack of books tightly in his arms, wearing a faintly smug smile as he spoke to himself. He believed that since most people in this class thought the same way as her, it would actually be much easier for him to score high here. He waved casually as he left. All right, I'll go first. But, walking away, he felt quietly satisfied, thinking that just as Acel said, hardly anyone was interested in sealing theory, which made things convenient. And because so few people chose it, he figured it would take less effort to study while still earning a higher grade than in other courses. With just these few books, this entire semester already felt easy to him. Thinking that, he left the shop behind, while Acel stood there completely stunned. The girl was left confused and unsure what to say next. She wanted to ask more questions, but her pride kept her from speaking up. Scene shift, early the next day at Stellar Academy. At that moment, Acel was walking nervously down the hallway. It was her first lecture on void theory, and also her very first class since enrolling. As she walked, she tried to calm herself down, thinking that since this subject was rumored to be easy to score in, it probably wouldn't be too bad. She soon arrived at the classroom. Quite a few students were already inside, and after finding an empty seat, she sat down and accidentally overheard nearby students talking. "Hey, you're taking nihilism too," one of them said. "I thought this class was easy, so I enrolled, but I might be in trouble." "Yeah, the rumor spread too far. Now all the top students are here. We're doomed," another voice added nervously. Hearing that, Acel could only sigh softly, realizing she would just have to do her best regardless of expectations. After a while, the lecture ended, and everyone stood up to leave. The students stretched and complained, saying things like their bodies were stiff from sitting too long. They talked about lunch as they walked out together. "I'm starving. What should we eat?" Acel quietly followed behind, feeling a bit lost on her own. She sighed to herself in frustration, worrying about her situation. If she didn't manage things carefully, it would be hard to maintain her scholarship. Her stomach suddenly growled loudly, reminding her just how hungry she was. She held her small wallet and hesitated in place, debating whether she should just go eat first. "I only have 60 meal tickets left this term. Maybe I should just have bread today," she muttered quietly to herself. Just then, Azel's eyes suddenly widened in surprise as she noticed something unexpected ahead. On the way to the cafeteria, she passed by a classroom and spotted a familiar figure, Beck Uziel, sitting inside. At first, she wondered what he was doing there. But when she saw a professor actively lecturing, she quickly realized this was the class he had enrolled in. Strangely, there were very few students in this class, and most of them seemed to have poor academic records. She thought the professor might soon lose his position, but then another idea crossed her mind. If she also enrolled in this class, she could easily get high grades without spending too much time studying, and use the saved time to focus on other subjects to secure her scholarship. But then she hesitated again, wondering if Beck Uziel had already figured out this easy class strategy in advance. Maybe he had already planned everything to take advantage of an easy path like this. "No, that's impossible. What am I even thinking?" She quickly shook off the thought. Convincing herself it must be a coincidence, she turned and walked away. Scene shift. The next morning, the sun already high in the sky. Somewhere in the academy, students were attentively listening as the professor asked, "Surely all of you know the root of magic." Professor Laydin, a specialist in lunar theology, continued his lecture, explaining how the primordial white-robed mage once spread magic across the world. He described how that ancient mage taught elves natural magic, dwarves material-based magic, and humans elemental magic. After that, the lecture continued into deeper, more abstract topics, becoming increasingly difficult to follow. The protagonist listened blankly, like a duck hearing thunder, thinking helplessly whether he could survive 3 years of classes like this. In the game, he could have skipped all this with a single blink, but now he realized this knowledge actually mattered more than expected. It might even hold clues to what the true ending of this world was. Of course, he reminded himself that all of this was just speculation for now. Suddenly, he noticed the person sitting beside him looked oddly familiar. Turning his head slightly, he realized in surprise that Acel was actually in the same class. He couldn't recall any main character ever enrolling in this course before. So why was she here, and what connection did this have to him? Meanwhile, Professor Laydin continued passionately. Human curiosity did not stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled across the world, secretly learning magic from other races and civilizations, he explained. However, even after all that, they eventually reached a limit. There was nothing more they could easily learn. In the end, the primordial mage left behind the 12 divine moons and disappeared without a trace. "Now then," the professor asked, scanning the room, "does anyone know about the 12 divine moons?" A clear, confident voice suddenly spoke up from within the classroom, breaking the silence. "People say they are divine guardians who once maintained balance across the entire continent." Acel was the one speaking, her tone calm, but certain as she added that she had also heard these guardians were scattered across the world and continued their duty until about 1,000 years ago. The teacher looked slightly surprised by her answer, pausing for a moment before nodding. "Oh, that's right," he said, acknowledging her explanation. "They possess special powers that protect the continent," he continued, expanding on the topic. "For instance, the divine moon of summer, the 6th moon, is known as the red summer moon, carrying an eternal blazing flame. And they say that flame never goes out," he added solemnly, as if repeating an ancient legend. "If you ever go deep into the Alamanaka Sea, you can still see traces of that red fire," he said casually. "So if anyone is curious, you might want to take a look." Hearing this, the male lead shivered slightly, wondering if he had misheard. Is this teacher serious, or just joking? He thought uneasily. The teacher continued without hesitation, explaining that any living creature that dared enter the territory of the Alamanaka Sea King would be instantly destroyed. At the podium, he grew even more animated. This is Bevian, a massive whirlpool in the ocean, once frozen solid by the 12th moon, the blue winter. Each divine moon holds its own unique power, he said. But when they come together, miracles are said to occur. A student raised a hand from below and asked, "Professor, what kind of miracle are we talking about?" The teacher's expression turned serious as he answered, "That no one truly knows. They fell into slumber 1,000 years ago," he added. The protagonist quietly agreed in his mind, thinking the teacher's words actually made sense. "At least I've encountered a few divine moons in the game before, but only 5 during limited events," he recalled. "This is all based on what I gathered from other players," he thought, organizing his knowledge. "No player has discovered more divine moons than I have," he concluded with quiet confidence. If his theory was correct, the 12 divine moons were likely connected to the true ending. After all, no one had uncovered it in over 10 years. The answer had to be hidden in unknown content. He himself had only reached 5 moons after countless dangerous attempts. But if reaching the true ending required starting over again and again, then so be it. He was prepared to do whatever it took. Meanwhile, in another outdoor training field, a massive fireball was already hurtling toward a training dummy at high speed. A beautiful woman in a red dress stood at the center of the field and spoke calmly. "Strength alone isn't everything. No matter how powerful an attack is, it means nothing if it doesn't hit," she continued. This was Professor Hong Yil, the instructor for fire magic. She walked slowly around the field, observing students as they tried to apply what they had learned in practice. Suddenly, she sensed something unusual, an incoming surge of power about to be released. In the next moment, a massive burst of flames shot straight toward the dummy with terrifying speed. Then, boom, boom, boom. A powerful explosion erupted across the field. The professor watched the aftermath with a satisfied expression, clearly impressed by the force behind the attack. But suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, as if she had noticed something completely unexpected. As the smoke from the explosion slowly cleared, the scene beneath became visible again. The dummy stood exactly as before, completely unharmed, not even scorched by the flames. Professor Hong Yil looked at it in disappointment and spoke sharply. "That's all there is, Bayan." Hearing that, the girl trembled slightly, her shoulders tightening. Bayan slowly sat down to catch her breath, her energy fading. Disappointment was written clearly across her face as she thought she had failed once again. Mother is definitely going to be disappointed again, she thought bitterly. Just then, a voice called out softly, "Princess." She looked up to see a girl with cute red hair styled into twin braids. The girl smiled warmly, eyes closed in a cheerful expression, and asked, "Are you okay?" She then sat down beside Bayan and gently continued, "Don't be so sad anymore. You looked amazing just now, princess." Bayan replied flatly, "What are you talking about? If your magic is strong but you can't even hit the target, what's the point?" she said quietly. "I didn't land a single hit." The girl immediately shook her head. "But your magic is still incredible. It looked really cool. Honestly, I've known you since we were children," she added gently. Hearing that, Bayan finally recognized her. She's also a fire mage, Bayan thought. "I think her name is Arzwang. I've heard it somewhere before. They say a fire magic prodigy has appeared, but compared to me, it still doesn't mean much," Bayan thought, slightly detached. Still, she couldn't help but admit, her precision is actually pretty impressive. The girl replied shyly, "But if I practiced more, I could never compare to you." Bayan suddenly stood up and said, "That's enough for today. Anyway, talking to you helped a bit. I'm leaving." With that, Bayan turned and walked away immediately, leaving the two braided girls sitting there alone, completely stunned in silence. The scene shifts to a certain castle, its structure clean and well organized, with an almost quiet sense of order hanging in the air. Everything inside feels neatly maintained, as if every corner has been carefully arranged. Bayan is also here, but she looks visibly exhausted, her energy clearly drained. At that moment, a voice breaks the silence. "Princess." A strong-looking woman appears, standing respectfully just behind her. She bows slightly and says, "Welcome back, my lady. This is Bayan's personal guard, Ayataran." "Madam, warm tea and sweets have been prepared," she reports. Bayan simply nods and replies, "Thank you," before taking a moment to rest. Taran continues, mentioning the magic staff Bayan had previously entrusted to her for adjustments. "It's a remarkable staff," she explains. "They say it can even form a high-level magic sword." Bayan listens while nibbling on a cake, slightly doubtful. "Really?" she asks. Taran hesitates for a moment before adding, "However, there are still some concerns." Bayan immediately looks up. "Concerns?" Taran stammers slightly, then says she has heard rumors that the staff continuously drains the user's mana. Hearing this, Bayan's eyes widen in shock. She abruptly stands up, turning sharply. "What? That sounds like a dark artifact." Taran quickly regains composure and responds, "Not exactly. It resonates with natural energy." Bayan frowns in confusion, muttering, "That's impossible, draining mana while resonating with nature." Then she asks, If that's the case, why is it only rated as intermediate? Taryn answers calmly, that's exactly why. She continues explaining that the staff originally has the potential to greatly amplify the user's mana, possibly even reaching advanced tier performance. But because it only absorbs mana without releasing it, it was classified as intermediate, she concludes. Buy-in can no longer stay calm. Advanced tier. She exclaims in disbelief. How is a student supposed to even use something like that? Taryn herself looks slightly surprised by Buy-in's reaction. Still confused, Buy-in holds her head and continues speaking. I know some artifacts don't resonate at first, but I didn't expect anyone to actually use it like this. Unless someone has either overwhelming mana or almost none at all. This doesn't make sense. Any normal person would realize that, she mutters in frustration. After speaking at length, her throat goes dry. She takes a sip of warm tea, calming herself slightly, then adds, but he really is a strange one. A few days later, the new semester begins in a classroom where a teacher is already energetically lecturing. He explains that attack magic requires far deeper understanding than other types, while the main protagonist sits quietly, listening intently. The balding instructor, Professor Carlium, teaches mana guidance and continues. That's why this class is mandatory. In your upcoming one-on-one matches, you'll learn how to guide your casting and improve accuracy. Acel is also present, carefully paying attention. On the podium, the professor continues speaking passionately. Casting refers to releasing magic from the caster's body, he explains. And aiming is the act of directing that magic toward a fixed target. Now for a trajectory problem. From 760 meters north, Chasa moves south at 12.6 meters per second. Determine the correct trajectory and distance needed for Yanhai to cast water magic. As he finishes the question, the classroom falls into an awkward silence. Two students whisper to each other below. If it's water attribute, maybe. One starts, but the other quickly stops him. If you're not a water specialist, don't even try answering that. Is this teacher trying to torture us? One mutters. Meanwhile, the protagonist looks half asleep, yawning repeatedly. This is seriously boring. Why is this even longer than language class? He thinks. Suddenly, the bald professor calls out, Beck Uziel, stand up and answer. He sighs and stands reluctantly. Yes, sir, he answers, while thinking bitterly, why is it always me? After some effort, he finishes explaining the solution and confidently states, done. The professor looks at Beck Uziel's answer in surprise. Wonderful, you solved it so easily, he exclaims. Your initial attribute is water, correct? He asks. Uziel immediately replies, no, sir. Ah, I see. Then let's move on. His reaction leaves Acel looking at Uziel with a slightly different impression. After some time, the class finally ends and students begin leaving in a hurry. A clear voice calls out, excuse me. He turns around. Yeah? Are you talking to me? Acel stands there and says, yes. I have something I want to ask you. She quietly thinks to herself that she has been observing Beck Uziel for a while now and wants to understand him better. It's not just his rank. His intelligence is clearly on par with top-tier mages. He solved the professor's problem so quickly, and so precisely, it feels almost unbelievable. That question was at least university level, something even professors would struggle with. Even in Stella, where geniuses gather, just what kind of student is Beck Uziel? At first she thought it might be coincidence, but now she's certain he definitely has some kind of hidden strategy in how he studies. Thinking about it, Acel continued in a calm tone. I wanted to ask, what are your plans after this? What course are you going to take next? Beck Uziel was caught off guard by the sudden question and clearly showed a bit of surprise, not expecting her to ask something like that. He answered casually, why are you asking? Don't tell me. You like me or something? Acel immediately frowned and snapped back, clearly annoyed. What? Are you some kind of old pervert? That's disgusting. Beck Uziel, irritated, shot back. I'm the one who thinks that's disgusting, okay? But then he paused, realizing what he just said. I'm an adult. What am I even talking about? He awkwardly rubbed the side of his head and added, so seriously, why are you asking? Acel then replied in a much more serious tone. I checked the classes you're taking. They all seem like ones where you can easily score high marks. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I want to ask you directly, where did you learn that kind of strategy? This is important to me. Beck Uziel thought for a moment. So that's what she was after. Then he waved his hand and laughed lightly. Oh, that? The classes, it's probably just coincidence. Nothing special. If that's all, I'm leaving. He turned around immediately and started walking away. Acel blinked in surprise at his indifferent reaction and blurted out, what? Watching him walk off without hesitation, she felt a bit frustrated and called out again, hey, wait. But he didn't even look back. Not willing to give up, Acel gathered her courage, quickly stepped forward, and ran after him. She called out again, slightly out of breath, please, wait. At that moment, Beck Uziel finally heard her voice and stopped walking. She gasped lightly and said again, please wait a moment. Beck Uziel turned his head and replied, what is it now? Why are you following me? Go ask someone else. There are plenty of skilled people here. You said you already researched it anyway, so just imitate them or something. Acel stammered in response, trying to explain herself. Even someone studying divination can get an A+, so it's not that important, but if I take the same class as you, it might affect your grade negatively. Her eyes gradually softened with guilt. She worried that if he failed to get a scholarship because of her, it would be a huge loss for him. Even so, he was still thinking about her situation and grades. Beck Uziel looked at her slightly pitiful expression and thought to himself, even if she's troublesome, she really is the heroine type. Acel suddenly switched to a cute, pleading expression. Anyway, could you recommend a class for me? Something easy to score in. Please, I'm begging you. Beck Uziel immediately replied. Do you really think that look works on me? She tilted her head and touched her cheek as if confused. That's strange. Usually when I do this, people worry less. Her overly confident attitude only made Beck Uziel feel worse, and he replied flatly, Are you serious? Acel suddenly blushed, squinting her eyes as she laughed. Haha, I was just joking. I knew you'd react like that, so I prepared something interesting to make it up to you. Beck Uziel sighed internally. Kids these days, they think they can just make it up for everything with words. Then Acel suddenly changed the topic. Do you know about the seventh magic? Beck Uziel was slightly startled and responded immediately. Yes, I know. Acel looked at him in surprise. Really? Not many people know about it. It's because the tower that held it has already disappeared, and many barriers and spells were placed to keep people away from where it used to stand. She was about to continue explaining excitedly, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Noticing Beck Uziel's strange reaction, she asked worriedly, Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Meanwhile, Beck Uziel clutched his head, struggling internally. This is bad. I'm losing focus. This information was extremely important. If handled wrong, Flame could gain influence over the situation through it. Flame already knew about it from the original storyline. And Acel only ever shared this kind of information with him, not with anyone else like side characters. Thinking that, Beck Uziel immediately lost interest and waved it off. Sounds like some scary story. I don't want to hear it. Not interesting at all. Then he turned and walked away again. Acel looked confused and quickly followed up. It's not scary at all. Are you scared of ghosts or something? Beck Uziel reluctantly sighed. All right, fine. I'll listen. Acel tilted her head and pressed further. You just said you wouldn't tell me. So why change your mind so fast? Beck Uziel shrugged. Yeah, that's just how I am. At that moment, he thought to himself for a brief second. More than anything, it was enough that Acel wanted to give him something. With that in mind, he spoke again. Anyway, this isn't related to grades, but it's actually really useful for me. You should register for the meditation journey to the Void class as a cultural elective. Acel blinked in confusion. Meditation? Registering for that as a cultural class? The Moon God Tomb and meditation are priorities. Do you actually like practicing that kind of thing? Not exactly, Beck Uziel replied, even though he wasn't fully sure how to explain it. Then he quickly improvised. My master is also a bishop like you. Meditation helps strengthen magical control. Azel's eyes widened. Just for meditation? Based on his long experience of gaming and late-night focus training, Beck Uziel casually built an explanation in his own way, even if it wasn't something officially proven yet. For bishops who use large-scale destructive magic, meditation is actually very important. It helps stabilize and calculate spells more precisely, almost like working with formulas. But more than anything, magic is controlled by the mind itself. I've never told anyone this before, but you're an exception because you're kind of cute. Acel looked confused and quickly shot back. You literally just called me ugly earlier. Beck Uziel added calmly. That's exactly the kind of reaction every girl likes. Acel smiled brightly despite everything. Anyway, I do appreciate it. It's not really a class that helps my grades, but I'll still register for it. Beck Uziel shrugged. That's your choice. Do whatever you want. Having achieved what she came for, Acel left in a noticeably happier mood. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Beck Uziel stood there quietly, a hint of concern in his eyes. He sighed softly, unsure if what he had done was right. I told her everything, but now I'm worried how this will change the future. But if he simply ignored her, Acel would once again end up facing tragedy in this world. If meditation could help prevent that, then it was still worth it. Thinking that, a new realization quietly formed in Beck Uziel's mind. He is a magician himself too, isn't he? Then why did he never once think about actually training until now? In the game, Uziel trained under very strict routines, focusing on physical conditioning, controlling magical power, and growing stronger at a rapid pace. If this were a game, I could just press a button and gain experience. But now I have to do everything myself. It's already too late for cutscenes or hunting missions, so there's no easy way to farm experience. Anyway, I still need to thank Ezel. After some time, Uziel returned to the dormitory at Stella Academy. All students are assigned to the dorm system. In the game, the dorms function as a side feature where players can freely customize and decorate their rooms. But for Uziel, this place is his only home now, since his village had been burned to the ground. Dormitories are also divided by rank. Even though all rooms are the same size, the number of students per room changes depending on rank. Naturally, The S-class students live on the highest floors. Right now, the protagonist is alone in his room, feeling a slight loneliness, but at the same time, he knows he can use this situation to his advantage. He let out a long breath to steady himself. All right, it's time to begin. Yuzhil sat in deep meditation, fully focused. Improving stats alone isn't the most important thing. This is reality now. I need to get used to moving and fighting with this body. In the game, Yuzhil was a genius who could freely control sword aura using an endless circulation of mana flowing inside and outside his body. Because no one ever paid attention to him, nobody ever realized it. But Baek Yuzhil was truly a sword genius who eventually reached the peak of swordsmanship. I have to walk that same path again. My breath itself controls the flow of mana inside my body. If I slowly increase the amount of mana I take in with each breath, I'll be able to gather a large amount all at once. Skills don't grow just by gaining experience. You have to keep using them repeatedly to level them up. That itself is training. And so, he continued training deep into the night. By the time he noticed, it was already 4 a.m. A new day was beginning to break. Inside the room, Yuzhil was still training, his entire body glowing with a faint golden light. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and raised both hands, feeling the refreshing energy flowing through his body. He thought in amazement. This was the same sensation Yuzhil had felt since childhood, ever since accepting Manhwa syndrome. It was faint, but he could still clearly feel it. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Manhwa syndrome skill has leveled up. Blink skill has leveled up. The protagonist looked at his status window with satisfaction. Perfect. I've taken one more step closer to my goal. I will reach the true ending no matter what it takes. The scene shifts to another place. A fresh breeze flows across a wide green meadow that seems to stretch on forever. At that moment, a mysterious figure appears. So this is the romantic space inside Stella Academy. Flame murmured as she took in the atmosphere. The meadow and wind felt artificial, yet everything felt strangely real and comforting. Really, this is so relaxing. The Stella Dormitory is a pocket dimension created within the Academy grounds. Here, students can freely adjust the environment, even changing the elements and nature of the space itself. That's why all sports events, special activities, dungeons, gates, and monster training all take place here. Back in reality, the students had now gathered in full. Flame stood toward the back, quietly scanning the surroundings with her eyes. She quickly realized there were a total of 141 students present. 50 students from A1 and A2 classes, and the remaining S-class group. If the original count was 40, then there should only be 39 S-class students. I thought there were 40 including myself, but there's one extra person. Wait, then where did Baek Yuzhil come from? In the novel, the first-year class had only 1140 students, and including me made it 1141. In other words, Yuzhil was already part of the original story. Alright, I'll figure everything out step by step. It's okay, I can do this. After all, I'm the only one in this world who knows this novel. Just as the lesson was about to start, the students in front of Flame began to chatter loudly. Someone called out, "Prince Jeremy, have you finished registering for your Blink class?" The blonde young man standing at the center, presumably Prince Jeremy, smiled confidently as he replied, "Of course. We also signed up for the soft magic research class, since we heard you did too." He smiled with half-closed eyes and added, "Really? Then let's help each other out." Watching his figure from behind, Flame suddenly realized this was Prince Jeremy from the novel. He had once been deeply in love with Acel, but she rejected him. After that rejection, he slowly changed into someone else entirely, eventually becoming a villain. He may look gentle on the outside, but every move he makes is carefully calculated. I need to observe him closely so I don't get dragged into his plans. Just then, Crown Prince Jeremy's eyes landed on Flame as well. He greeted her with an easy lift of his hand, wearing the kind of bright, polished smile that made him look almost too approachable. Flame lifted her hand and waved back without much thought. Even so, she found herself thinking that he really was handsome. No wonder so many flatterers crowded around him all the time. Still, she had to admit it. Every single person in his faction was among the most famous students in the academy. With that in mind, she turned away and moved to another spot. She had already decided to start pulling people together, because from this point on, this world was no longer just a story to her. It was her reality now, and she needed to prepare for what was coming. That small action, however, seemed to catch the prince's attention. He smiled to himself and quietly repeated her name in his mind. Flame. At that moment, the teacher's voice rang out and pulled everyone's attention back at once. Before we begin today's lesson, we'll start with some basic training. I need to see what each of you can do if I'm going to teach you properly. I'll be instructing you personally. If you don't like that, keep it to yourself. You should all already know that professors here have the authority to add or deduct points. So keep this in mind. If your score falls below the standard, you will be expelled. Now then, I'll explain the training immediately. You'll be practicing inside a dungeon. I'll recreate situations that occur in real dungeons, along with various traps and monsters, to test every one of you. You will earn 4 points for defeating a level 1 monster, 8 points for defeating a level 2 monster, and 20 points for obtaining a point staff. The top 5 students will receive a small reward along with shopping privileges. Anyone who finishes without points will lose points instead. If you're afraid of failing or uneasy about going in alone, you may form groups. But remember this carefully. Any points earned will be divided equally among all group members. And if you manage to eliminate another student, you'll take all of that person's points. The moment he finished speaking, the teacher vanished from sight, leaving only his voice behind as it echoed through the area. That's all. Good luck. Right after that, the ground began to shake so violently that the trainees instantly panicked, crying out in confusion. What is this? What's happening? The ground is moving. Then, without warning, the earth split open, and something started rising from below. Flame was startled too, her eyes widening as she stared ahead. A giant tree shot up high into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, everything around them seemed to change. Flame quickly realized that this was the exact setting from Jack and the magic beans. The entire area transformed into a dense landscape packed with thick leaves and tangled greenery. Before long, the trainees all began choosing their own routes. Some headed off alone, while others immediately formed teams and moved together. Off in the distance, Flame could be seen walking by herself. Gripping her staff, she let out a quiet breath and thought, all right then, I'm joining this game too. Then someone suddenly called out, Flame. When she turned around, she saw her red-haired friend. The girl went on, asking, are you planning to do the practice alone? Flame answered, Jackie. For a moment, she thought again about how useful a team could be in dungeon combat. But if her goal was to earn as many points as possible, going alone was still the better option. With that in mind, she replied in a cool voice, sorry, but this time I want to test myself, so I'm going in alone. The red-haired girl gave a helpless little laugh and said, yeah, I figured. If you team up, you have to split the points, so it makes sense. Flame answered, yeah, that's true. But at the same time, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Am I overthinking this? Or is Jackie making fun of me a little? Whatever. Forget it. Jackie said goodbye first. Let's go together next time. After saying that, she didn't wait for a response and turned around right away. As Flame watched her walking away, a faint sense of irritation stirred inside her, and she thought, am I imagining this? Why do I feel like Jackie is copying me? But in the end, she pushed the thought aside and returned to what mattered. Things would probably change later. About an hour after the dungeon opened, a blue light was glowing from somewhere deep in one corner. It seemed Flame had just come out of another fight. She was clearly tired now, and under her breath she muttered, this is exhausting. When is this training session finally going to end? Then, all of a sudden, she sensed that something strange was about to happen. In the very next instant, a massive vine shot straight toward Flame at terrifying speed. She reacted in a flash, raising her staff to block as a powerful blue force burst from it and slammed directly into the vine. A moment later, the vine finally seemed to lose its strength, shrinking down little by little as it collapsed. Flame looked around warily and thought, so it's not just monsters. Even the plants can attack here. Seriously, this is only training, but it still can't be taken lightly. So far, I've only earned 18 points. That's not bad, at least. But for this round, I only need one more point to catch up. I have to keep moving. With that thought, she continued heading deeper into the dungeon. Then she suddenly froze, her eyes opening wide in surprise. Far ahead, she could make out a faint figure, but with the sunlight glaring so harshly, she still couldn't see it clearly. She narrowed her eyes in confusion. Is that a monster? No, it looks more like a person. But if that's really a student, how are they hiding themselves this well? Then again, I'm using natural camouflage to hide too. With her abilities covering control, defense, destruction, and healing, she judged that striking first from hiding might not be such a bad idea. So just like that, Flame quietly and carefully began closing the distance, taking one cautious step after another toward the shadow. As she crept closer, Flame suddenly realized something. The person ahead of her was Beck Uziel. And yet he was alone. She clearly remembered that several other students had wanted to team up with Beck Uziel earlier. Could it be that he had turned every one of them down? That really was strange. What surprised her even more, though, was the ring on his hand. Then a bold idea suddenly flashed through Flame's mind. This was the perfect chance to test him for herself. At that moment, Beck Uziel still seemed completely unaware, walking along with a yawn like he had no idea danger was near. From her side, Flame raised her staff and formed a large dome of light. She was certain that from about 15 meters away, there was no way he could defend against it in time. Right after that, a strange magic circle spread out, pouring a fierce orange glow through her body. Aiming straight at Beck Uziel, she shouted at the top of her voice, "Light bullet." The instant the words left her mouth, a bolt of light shot forward in a straight line. Just before it reached Beck Uziel, he suddenly realized someone had attacked him from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he used blink and vanished to another spot. When the dust settled, Flame was left completely stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. Where did he go? Beck Uziel had disappeared without leaving even a trace behind. She was so frustrated that her hands started trembling. How? How could he possibly dodge a second-level spell from that distance? Meanwhile, Baek Uziel kept chaining Blink together as he moved around to the attacker's rear. Only then did he finally let out a breath and mutter in shock. Was she trying to kill me or something? Who suddenly fires a beam of light like that? Good thing my mana leakage syndrome has gotten worse. Otherwise, I really would have been in serious trouble. My Blink is level 1 now, and the maximum range has increased to 12 meters. I've still got 2 more uses left. If I use the terrain well, I might be able to deal with her, but avoiding a fight is still the smarter choice. Thinking that through, he quickly used consecutive blinks again to widen the distance from Flame's location. He glanced back once and judged that this should be far enough. His target was only rank 5, so there was no reason to take unnecessary risks here. The reward for reaching rank 5 was already good enough, with a decent chance of boosting both stamina and strength. As for the top 4 spots, those were meant for the main characters anyway. In his case, he only needed 3 more points. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Hey, you guys, get over here and look who this is. Standing in front of him now was a whole group of trainees. One of the guys in the group grinned and said, "Oh look, it's Baek Uziel from Class S." At that moment, he recognized the speaker too. It was Raiden, who had become pretty well known around the academy lately. Looking at the people beside him, Baek Uziel clicked his tongue inwardly with clear disdain. So even Jeremy's pathetic Uslek crowd was here too. Every last one of them was trash. But then another problem suddenly occurred to him. How did a weak guy like this manage to gather so many people around him? Then another one spoke up. I heard he's a loser who cheated his way into Class S. The blonde guy burst into mocking laughter as soon as he heard that. Getting into Class S just by solving those 3 dumb questions? Stella must have really been fooled. Hearing the same nonsense again, Baek Uziel thought tiredly, damn it. They seriously never get bored of repeating this. Seeing that Baek Uziel stayed silent, another guy smirked and added, Hey, since we ran into you here, hurry up and hand over that point staff. Baek Uziel answered in a short, cold voice, fuck off. That only amused the blonde guy even more, and he said, Oh, so you're planning to resist? A sly smile spread slowly across his face. Do you really think you can take all of us on by yourself? Huh, are you still counting on that high-grade Blink staff? Don't be ridiculous. You can't even use proper magic, let alone handle a magic staff. Faced with all those jeers, Baek Uziel stayed outwardly calm, though his mind was already moving. With only low-level Blink, I can't fight someone from a famous clan head-on. But if I still have 3 blinks left, then I do have one option. I can use the point staff in my hand. And besides, this is a dungeon. That gives me the advantage. After thinking it over, Baek Uziel held the point staff out in front of him and said, Here, take it. The blonde guy saw him hand it over on his own and took it as a sign that Baek Uziel had finally gotten scared. Looking quite pleased, he smirked and said, Good boy. That's exactly how I like it. Don't start celebrating too early. Karma has a way of showing up fast, Baek Uziel thought to himself. The moment he noticed the guy had completely let his guard down. He moved in an instant, fast as Blink, and closed the distance. Then he snatched a point staff right out of the guy's hand, wearing a sly little grin. Using the point staff like a blunt weapon, he slammed it straight into the man's magic formation, cracking it and weakening it at once. The guy clenched his teeth and spat out a curse. Damn it, you filthy commoner. In the next second, he was blasted backward and crashed hard against a tree trunk. Raiden completely lost his temper and roared, You filthy bastard. But the whole group froze in shock when they realized Baek Uziel had already vanished again. Before any of them could react, a familiar voice called out from nearby. Over here. Raiden whipped his head toward the sound, and there stood Baek Uziel right in front of them. With a cheeky grin, he said, That was close, but thanks. Now Baek Uziel had 2 point staffs in his hands. Raiden screamed like a maniac, You bastard, give that back right now. Baek Uziel answered with a teasing smile, Nope, don't feel like it. Baek Uziel was honestly pleased with how well his plan had worked. Back when he was playing the game, he had learned about this by accident. Point staffs were actually bugged items with almost no real value. But because they were absurdly hard, a mage's magic couldn't easily break them, and they were sturdier than most ordinary magical tools. They were useful enough for magic users, but for someone who fought physically, a weapon with high attack power could bring out their real value. Over on the other side, Raiden ground his teeth and hissed, That bastard. How dare he steal my point staff? Then he spun around and shouted at his group, Damn it. What are you idiots doing? Move already and attack him. At that exact moment, the dungeon began to tremble. Seeing that, Raiden cursed inwardly. Damn it. Why does the dungeon have to shift now of all times? Then he yelled, Everyone, gather up and get your magic ready. We can't let that bastard slip away. But for Baek Uziel, this was the perfect opening. He immediately turned and fled. One of Raiden's teammates spotted the movement and shouted at once, Baek Uziel is running, guys. The instant he said it, they all raised their staffs and released blue magical power straight toward Baek Uziel, shouting the whole time, You bastard, you're not getting away. That terrifying wave of power rushed at him in an instant. Beck Uziel could only think, damn, these guys are better than I expected. Still, they're green and far too inexperienced. Just as the attack was about to swallow him whole, he used blink and disappeared. Raiden's entire group exploded with frustration, but there was nothing they could do. He blinked again, damn it. He's too fast. I can't even see where he went anymore. While everyone was staring straight ahead, Beck Uziel had already slipped behind them like a flash of lightning. At that moment, he thought confidently, with 10 years of game experience, using terrain to gain the upper hand is almost effortless. As for Raiden, he was furious beyond words. We only need to hit him once. Then the dungeon suddenly began shaking even more violently. Seeing the tension on everyone's faces, Raiden quickly tried to steady them. Calm down, all of you. He's still somewhere nearby. Wait until the tremor stops. The moment we spot him, we attack together. But if our magic goes wrong, it'll rebound on us, so don't move carelessly. As he said that, he glanced around to check the surroundings. And then, all at once, his eyes locked with Beck Uziel's. He was standing right in front of them. Before they could even react, Beck Uziel moved first and slammed his staff directly into their formation. The impact was more than the formation could handle, and cracks immediately spread through it. At the same time, the unstable magic began turning back on Raiden's own teammates. Then a series of loud explosions erupted one after another. The formation shattered completely and fired its power back at the very people who cast it. This was the nasty side effect they had failed to avoid, magical backlash. Beck Uziel quickly ran off, while watching their own formation explode back into the group. He felt delighted inside, thinking that this was basically over now. After the dust finally settled, Raiden looked up and shouted in fury, "Damn it, Beck Uziel, that bastard." Meanwhile, Beck Uziel lifted 3 staffs and said smugly, "I'll be taking these too." Then he flashed them a teasing grin and added, "Oh, and if I ever get a girlfriend, maybe I'll give these to her. Bye-bye, boys." Raiden was left speechless. "When did you even take those? Give them back right now." Looking at the miserable state they were in, Beck Uziel felt thoroughly satisfied. That's enough. Taking the last one too would just be a hassle." Then he added, "That last part was pretty entertaining. I've played around enough, so I'm leaving now." With that, he used blink and disappeared, leaving Raiden's group shaking with rage behind him. Raiden looked almost insane as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "You damn bastard." And without anyone realizing it, a female trainee had witnessed the entire scene from beginning to end. By then, Beck Uziel had already run far away from them, laughing happily to himself. "Hee, I really got lucky there. If I had fought them head-on, I probably would have been the one getting robbed. But this is a dungeon, so the situation changes completely. That's what experience gets you." Still, I can't shake this strange feeling, like something is off somewhere nearby. By the time he suddenly realized what it was already too late. A gigantic fireball came screaming straight at him at terrifying speed. The sight made the protagonist freeze for a second before he blurted out, "What the hell is this? Where did this storm of fire even come from?" Fireballs rained down on the very spot where he stood, one after another, pouring from the sky without pause. Every place the flames touched erupted in a violent explosion. There was no chance to retaliate. All he could do was use blink again and again to evade the attacks. He bolted for his life, all calm gone from his face. What kind of magic is this? How can it be this terrifying? When he glanced back and saw part of the forest burn down to ashes, he still had not fully recovered from the shock, thinking a real disaster had nearly happened. But what kind of magic is this, and who would want to kill me? Then, through the drifting smoke, the outline of someone slowly walking toward him came into view. She stopped in front of him and shouted, "Hey, you civilian, why didn't you just take another staff from those people?" And the girl using that overwhelming fire magic was none other than Princess Hongbayan. Beck Uziel was caught off guard and thought, "Why is she here?" With that thought, he awkwardly scratched near his ear and said, "Hey, maybe you've got the wrong idea. It's not like I can just take whatever I want. And even if I did take their staffs, what does that have to do with you?" Hearing that, she grew a little awkward too, realizing she might have spoken without thinking. But Beck Uziel narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Don't tell me you wanted me to take from them first, so you could steal it from me afterward? What kind of insane thought process is that? Don't forget, I was the one who taught you before." She placed a hand against her chest and declared, "I am royalty. But since you seem to understand what I mean, then let's fight. As royalty, I have no interest in stealing from commoners. But in this fight, I will defeat you fair and square and take what I want." After hearing that, Beck Uziel felt like his blood pressure was dropping. He answered, Hey, what exactly are you trying to do? Why are you picking on someone weaker than you? Or are you actually the weak one?" Hong Bayan went on, "But before all this, I saw you fighting those people and toying with them. You even used magic to beat them, didn't you?" As she said that, she knew she did not really want to rush things, but she also felt she needed to hurry or her mother would scold her again. Just then, Hong Bayan caught the sound of someone approaching nearby. It was Raiden's group chasing after them. One of them shouted, "Uziel, where did he run off to? Damn it, that bastard really is ridiculously tough." Princess Hong Baiyan immediately recognized who they were. At the same time, Baek Yuziel suddenly started running again. She hesitated for a brief moment, unsure what to do now, wondering whether she should attack right away. But no matter how strong she was at the moment, taking on 6 people by herself was still too much. That's right. She had to wait until their magic power dropped. Only then would she get a real opening. Meanwhile, Baek Yuziel had no intention of standing still and dying. He moved behind Raiden and launched an attack from the rear. Right after that, he cast magic and struck directly into the middle of their formation. Watching from a distance, Hong Baiyan was honestly surprised. Aside from Blink, that commoner could use other magic too. Of course, those men were weaker than she was, but they were still trained fighters with real skill. Compared to that rustic-looking boy, they should have had the clear advantage. Seeing this, she pressed her lips together and hardened her resolve. In the next instant, a magic circle spread around her, and blazing power wrapped itself around her body. At that moment, she decided, it's time to use fire magic. Without the slightest hesitation, she unleashed a powerful wave of magic straight ahead. On the other side, Baek Yuziel sensed it too. Fast as a flash, he used Blink and slipped away to another position. Then he suddenly realized the pressure was closing in, growing heavier and more intense by the second. Sure enough, a monstrous blaze was rushing straight toward him. Then came Blink again, then a leap high into the air, then a sharp drop back down. Hong Baiyan kept her eyes fixed on the flames, and then boom, 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 a chain of massive explosions tore through the area. Only then did the protagonist dare let out a breath. Her magic really is dangerous. Good thing my instincts are sharp. If they weren't, I'd already be dead. But I've already used Blink twice. So how am I supposed to deal with her now? Hong Baiyan suddenly asked. Why didn't you pull out your own magic staff this time? Baek Yuziel answered with a speechless look. I'm already holding your magic staff. Then what about the one you were given when you enrolled? Hong Baiyan shot back. The moment he heard that, he suddenly came to his senses. Right, seriously, why didn't I think of that? Seeing him put on that fake act, Hong Baiyan clicked her tongue in disdain and said, how long are you planning to keep hiding your real abilities? As those words left her mouth, her eyes suddenly trembled with emotion and turned into a frightening shade of blood red. She stared straight at Baek Yuziel and thought bitterly, I'm fighting seriously, but that ordinary guy is treating all of this like some kind of joke. With that thought, she spoke in anger, fine. If you refuse to fight me properly, then I have no choice but to bring you down right here. Baek Yuziel felt a chill run through him, goosebumps rising all over his skin. I am fighting seriously here, he thought. I'm not treating this like a joke at all. On the other side, Hong Baiyan went on coldly, if you don't get serious, you could really die here. Behind her, a whole sea of blazing fire roared and surged. Its light shone across her determined face as she thought to herself, today, no matter what, I'm going to crush you. The moment that thought ended, she drove the flames straight toward Baek Yuziel without hesitation. At that point, Baek Yuziel could not stay calm anymore. He desperately twisted his body to dodge, swerving left and right in a frantic scramble to survive. After barely defending himself for a while, he looked ahead and was stunned by the sight in front of him. He dropped down for a moment, unsure what to do next, but he knew this was no time to stop and catch his breath. He sprang back up, staring at the massive flames before him, and suddenly thought, even if I use Blink to dodge, her attack range is just way too wide. What am I supposed to do now? Just then, he caught the sound of something behind him. He immediately turned around to check it. And in that instant, a daring idea flashed through his mind. Without wasting a second, he activated Blink. In a flash, he leaped higher. The flames had not spread to this spot yet. When he looked back, the fire behind him was already raging harder and spreading wider. Baek Yuziel crouched behind a large boulder, having narrowly escaped death. Looking down, he thought that he had been lucky to avoid it this time, but the situation was still far from easy. Even if I somehow get close to Hong Baiyan, the flames around her will burst out and shield her the moment I step in. I know that type well, because I've fought plenty of fire mages before. But her level is much higher than I expected. If this had been an open field, I would have been finished in less than a minute. There probably wouldn't even have been a real fight to begin with. Baek Yuziel watched the fire pour down like heavy rain. Then an idea struck him. I'll use the power of these guidance rods to my advantage. His eyes sharpened with resolve. No one could say yet who was going to lose here. The moment he made up his mind, he charged boldly straight into the flames. Countless sparks and fire fragments shot toward him from every direction. At that very moment, Monolith Syndrome activated. A sixth sense awakened inside him, and his perception of time suddenly accelerated. To his eyes, it was as if time itself had nearly stopped. In that state, he was able to cut through Hong Baiyan's magic with ease. Seeing that, Hong Baiyan stared in disbelief and blurted out, "No way. How is he using a weapon to cut through magic? How could something like this even be possible?" Meanwhile, Baek Yuziel was still desperately struggling through the middle of the fierce battle. He could clearly feel the flow of time, and that sensation was becoming sharper and sharper. This was no longer a game played with a keyboard and mouse. It was his real body moving directly against a mage in battle. The mana barrier around him grew denser, and his sixth sense became as vivid and reliable as sight or hearing. As for Hong Baiyan, she was shaken and confused. How is this happening? In this mountain forest terrain, my fire magic should have the upper hand. If that's the case, then there's only one thing left to do. I need to pour in even more magic power. Thinking that, she immediately pushed all of her strength into the magic staff. Baek Yuziel kept swinging wildly through Hong Baiyan's spells, fighting with everything he had just to stay alive. Then he slipped behind a rock for a brief pause. At that moment, it hit him that he could not keep defending forever. He had to break through Hong Baiyan's magical defense with his staff. So he dashed through the flames and rushed toward her. His footsteps became faster and more urgent with every step. When he was close enough, he used Blink again to instantly close the remaining gap. That sudden move shocked Hong Baiyan to her core. She clenched her teeth in frustration and spun around at once. By then, Baek Yuziel had already stepped into the heart of her fire magic domain, and the two locked eyes as tension sparked fiercely between them. Baek Yuziel quickly calculated that when getting close to a fire mage, explosive magic would blast back anything that entered within a 2-meter range. As that thought crossed his mind, he let out a small chuckle. For most people, pulling this off would have been nearly impossible. But for someone like him, with a full 10 years of experience behind him, it was different. He had already gone through situations like this more times than he could count. In the next instant, her magic blasted him away, leaving Hong Baiyan staring with her mouth open in shock. Even so, Baek Yuziel did not lose heart. He quickly regained his footing and rushed forward again. Without hesitation, he drove the guidance rods into her protective barrier, and thin cracks began spreading across its surface. Hong Baiyan was still in disbelief, unable to understand how he could possibly do something like that. Meanwhile, Baek Yuziel did not slow down for even a moment. He kept hammering it with one relentless strike after another. At last, the shield could not endure anymore. It shattered apart, and Hong Baiyan was thrown backward, badly hurt. Baek Yuziel stepped closer to her, then gave her a bright smile, sat down, and said, "I've won." Hong Baiyan felt deeply humiliated. For a proud princess to lose in such a miserable way was unbearable. She asked bitterly, "Who exactly are you?" Baek Yuziel slowly rose to his feet and replied, I'm just an ordinary student." Then, in a strangely casual tone, he added, "But the person hiding over there can come out now, right?" Realizing she had already been noticed, Flame carefully stepped out from hiding. At that moment, she approached the two of them with clear caution in every step. Flame looked genuinely surprised and asked, "How did you know I was there?" Baek Yuziel had no good way to explain it, so he forced a smile and said, "Well, just call it a hunch." Deep down, though, he knew the answer was simple. More exactly, it was his instinct reacting to mana. Still, there was no way Flame would accept such a ridiculous excuse so easily. She repeated blankly, "A hunch, you say? Then how did you break a magical shield with an ordinary wand?" The moment she asked that, Baek Yuziel's mind went completely blank. Flame pressed him further, "Then why don't you explain it? Or are you going to tell me that was just a hunch too?" At that point, Baek Yuziel suddenly thought that scenes like this were never supposed to exist in a romance novel like the original story. It made perfect sense that Flame was suspicious, but there was no way he could tell her the truth. After thinking fast, he came up with something, pointed at the rod in his hand, and said with a cheerful smile, "Oh, this thing? Well, this rod is really hard." Flame frowned at once, and said, "What does that have to do with anything? Hard or not, do you think swinging it around is enough to break a magical shield?" If that were true, then the knights in this world would have beaten all the mages to death by now. Baek Yuziel could only admit to himself that she was absolutely right. Inwardly, he thought, "Yes, exactly. You're completely right." Baek Yuziel's vague attempt at an answer only made Flame feel even more puzzled. She finally blurted out, "I felt for a while now that something about you is strange, but I never had the chance to ask. Baek Yuziel, who are you really?" Hong Baiyan stood off to the side, practically ignored like she was invisible, but after listening to everything in silence, even she could not hide her surprise. Meanwhile, with Flame firing question after question at him, sweat began to run down Baek Yuziel's face. His mind raced wildly for a way out. Has the time already come? He thought. How am I already being suspected over my identity in less than a month? Should I just reveal who I really am? No, I can't. Flame doesn't trust me at all. Doing that now would be way too dangerous. After thinking it through, Baek Yuziel said, "Even if you doubt me, I'm not some kind of evil person." Hearing that, Flame looked even more confused and said, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Baek Yuziel gave an awkward smile and continued, Like I said before, I just want to help you." That only made Flame more bewildered. "You say you want to help me, fine, but help me with what? What are you even trying to say? You keep talking in circles, and it's seriously irritating." But Baek Yuziel offered no further explanation. He simply turned away, raised a hand in farewell, and said, I'd like to say more, but there's no time. Anyway, I'm leaving now." That easy exit left Flame both deflated and furious. as if steam might start bursting from her head. And it was exactly what Baek Uziel did today that changed Hong Bayan's view of him. To her, it looked like he might really be planning something outrageous. Baek Uziel suddenly thought that maybe it was best to just leave things as they were. Hopefully, the two of them would let him go this time. Then, all at once, someone hurled those guidance rods at him. That throw came from Hong Bayan. After tossing them, she stood there stiffly, surprised at herself, muttering that this felt strange. As for Baek Uziel, after taking the hit head-on, he grabbed his aching head, turned around, and shouted, "Damn it! If you've got something to say, then say it properly. Why do something this sneaky?" Hong Bayan answered, "I thought you would catch them. You can dodge magic and traps so easily, yet you can't catch this?" Hearing that irritating remark, Baek Uziel was left speechless. There was not much he could do. His mana-sensing syndrome had limits too. How could that kind of intuition last forever? Thinking that, he pretended to grimace in pain and said, "Ouch, that hurts. The length of time I can maintain mana perception depends on my mental strength. Since I'm exhausted right now, my senses have dulled, and now I've even got a headache." Then Baek Uziel asked curiously, "But why did you throw these at me?" Hong Bayan answered without hesitation, "You won, so take them." Even though those guidance rods looked pretty important, he quietly thought to himself, "Is she sulking right now? Still, if I take all of these, my score will jump a lot. And honestly, the others don't really matter much to me anyway." With that in mind, he bent down, picked up a single guidance rod, then straightened up and said happily, "All right then, thanks. But I'll only take this one. You can keep the rest. So I'm heading out now." After saying that, he turned away and walked off, still remembering to wave goodbye. As he walked, he drifted into a fantasy about his own greatness. With a sly grin, he imagined the two of them staring after him in admiration, surely thinking about how kind and merciful he was even to defeated opponents. In his head, he looked unbearably cool. He really hoped they saw him that way too, but the harsh truth was that neither of them did. At that moment, Flame blurted out, "Seriously, that guy has problems. He's mentally unstable." Hong Bayan seemed to feel much the same and said tiredly, "He's probably just a commoner, so his head's a little messed up." Even so, deep down, she was still wondering what Baek Uziel's true identity really was. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Professor Lee Hanwall and the other professors were carefully watching every move the candidates made. The projected images were astonishingly vivid, almost as if the whole scene were unfolding right in front of them. Seeing that, someone remarked, "Oh, the first-year S-class students this year really are exceptional talents." At the sound of that voice, Professor Lee Hanwall turned to look. Stroking his beard, he replied, "In general, they're worth watching up to this point, wouldn't you say?" The one who had spoken was Telex, an elder of the Magic Council. Beside him, a woman nodded in agreement with the elder's opinion and said, "Indeed, very interesting." She smiled with narrowed eyes, clearly pleased, perhaps even thinking that in her younger days she had been far better than this. That woman was Jarina Ian, a member of the Blue Tower Council. Seeing the two of them appear there, Professor Lee Hanwall was genuinely surprised. The Magic Council, the Tower Council, for nothing more than an observation of trainee internships, such high-ranking figures had actually gathered here. Which was only natural. If they wanted to scout talented students, this was exactly what they had to do. Most of the other professors were probably watching this internship exam as well. Then all around them, people suddenly began murmuring and calling out, "Look, look." Hearing that, Professor Lee Hanwall turned toward the screen too. On it, two male students were shown facing each other, clearly about to clash. It did not take long for everyone to recognize the two trainees. They exclaimed, "Hei Wenriang and Ma Yuziang are facing each other now." A moment later, Hei Wenriang moved first. Raising his staff, he unleashed a tremendously powerful spell straight at his opponent. On the other side, Ma Yuziang showed no fear at all and remained standing there calmly, watching. Then, just as the attack closed in, he gathered his energy and blinked high into the air, using Blink 3 times in a row to slip past the incoming magical force. Everyone present was stunned. Jarina Ian said, "Oh, damn, he can actually chain together triple third-level Blink like that. That's incredible." Elder Telex was just as shocked. At only 17, and he can already do that. Professor Lee Hanwall kept his eyes fixed on the screen, thinking that an ordinary mage usually had to be at least 25 to reach the third level. Yet Ma Yuziang, at only 17, was already using third-level magic with ease. It was almost unbelievable. Then suddenly, another voice cried out in surprise, "Look, look." Both of them were skillfully handling 3 elemental attributes. The fight only grew fiercer and more dramatic as the two evenly matched geniuses collided. Watching this, Professor Lee Hanwall was amazed as well. A normal mage could barely control 1 attribute, and even managing 2 took intense training. So being able to master 3 attributes was clear proof of inborn talent, a gift they had carried since birth. As he watched, Professor Lee Hanwall's eyes suddenly widened in shock, and he blurted out, "Is that the final phantasmal beast?" At that moment, a giant hawk appeared, its gaze thick with murderous intent as its presence spread through the area. That sudden appearance made both Ma Yuziang and He Wenriang stop in surprise. But before either of them could react, the bird suddenly opened its beak and let out a pained cry. Its shrill scream echoed through the entire dungeon. Then it slowly dropped from the sky. The two of them were left speechless with shock, unable to understand what had just happened. The bird fell right in front of them and hit the ground flat. Right after that, a gentle voice called out, "Oh my, are you two fighting?" That voice belonged to Acel, who was standing above them. She hesitated for a brief moment before speaking again. "I'm sorry for interrupting you two." At that point, Professor Lee Hanwol fell into thought. Oh, so that girl is Acel. But that hidden monster only appears when very specific conditions are met. It is not only difficult to find, but also extremely hard to defeat. And yet that girl managed to hunt it down all by herself. Even so, instead of simply praising her achievement, some of the professors behind him seemed to pity her. One of them said, "The eldest daughter of that traitor, what a waste. If her father had not committed such a terrible crime, her talent might have bloomed even more." As he was speaking, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. What is that? That's the princess of the Adalabit kingdom. But who exactly is the one fighting her? His face doesn't look familiar. At that moment, Professor Lee Hanwol could no longer stay calm and exclaimed, "What is that magic? Could it be Blink?" When it came to Blink, countless scholars over the past 100 years had tried to master it, but every one of them either died or was crippled, forcing them to abandon it. It was truly a spell that no one could control easily. And yet that boy was controlling Blink so naturally, as if it were part of his own body. Elder Telex of the Magic Council thought the same thing in silence, and he was every bit as shocked as Professor Lee Hanwol. In that tense silence, someone finally could not hold back and asked out loud, "Who exactly is that student?" Professor Lee Hanwol answered at once, "That student's name is Baek Uziel. He is an extremely unusual student who uses Blink as his signature magic." The moment they heard that, everyone was stunned. Someone else immediately said, "Blink as a signature magic? That is completely different from the natural talents of Ma Yuziang, He Wenriang, or Acel." Elder Telex also spoke with clear confusion. "Oh, is that so? Then why doesn't he use other magic and keeps fooling around instead? If he fought with proper magic, that one-on-one duel would already be over. I still don't understand it at all." But before he had even finished speaking, someone entered and said, "No, he is fighting seriously." At that voice, everyone there turned to look. The moment they saw who it was, they were so shocked they almost stammered. "Are you Eltman Eltwin?" He continued, "From the very beginning, he was fighting seriously. You just failed to see it, didn't you? That's what makes it interesting. Watching that student fight reminds me of the knights from ancient times." The moment those words were spoken, someone cried out in complete shock. "You mean knights? How can that be? That's unbelievable." Telex was just as stunned and said, "Are you saying the knights disappeared together with cold weapons?" Note, cold weapons are weapons unrelated to fire or explosions and do not use gunpowder or other explosives. But how could a student that young possibly do something like that? It was nothing short of miraculous. Professor Lee Hanwol still kept his gaze fixed on the screen. Then, as if he had finally grasped it, he thought to himself, "I see now. So that's what it is. The knightly way really isn't bad at all." The knightly way referred to the fighting spirit of those who wielded swords in this world of magic, heroes who had battled evil and protected the world since ancient times. Knights were meant to fight with magical swords, so the idea of someone existing and battling with an ordinary sword had long been considered impossible. And yet this student was swinging his staff exactly as if it were a real sword. Moreover, if Eltman Eltwin's guess was correct, then that boy was truly a once-in-a-generation talent. Eltman Eltwin, the headmaster of Stellar Academy, the most renowned magic school in the world. Eltman Eltwin was a 9th-class master mage, and at the same time one of the 10 great sages of the continent. And with the great sage himself thinking that much of it, the first dungeon training session finally came to an end. At that same time, over on the training ground reserved for S-class students, one student was practicing with intense focus. There, he used his magic staff to draw out mana and launch attack after attack at the dummy standing in front of him. After training like that for quite a while, he finally grew tired and stood there breathing hard. Then he noticed that the mana in his staff was nearly exhausted, yet even so, he still seemed dissatisfied with his current strength. "Damn it," he thought, "this still isn't enough. I'm nowhere near where I want to be yet." Out of the 141 participants in that dungeon training session, 39 had failed to meet the standards and were eliminated. Acel was the one who defeated the final boss, so she took first place. He himself had finished in second. Ma Yuziang came in sixth, yet even knowing that, he did not feel like he had truly won. His mind drifted back to that moment during the battle inside the dungeon. Back then, when the final boss appeared, if it had not interfered, he might have been able to see the full extent of Ma Yuziang's strength. Thinking of that, He Wenriang bit down bitterly and clenched his teeth, unable to accept it. Maybe it had started from the very first moment they met. Just hearing the name Ma Yuziang already irritated him. He himself handled everything with care and precision, Yet no matter what he did, Ma Yuziang always produced results far beyond expectation. During this training session, he had placed magic circles everywhere and carefully calculated every movement. Even so, Ma Yuziang had blocked the attacks with ease and shut them all down. No matter what I do, I just can't beat that guy. Is his talent really that overwhelming, like some giant wall I can't climb? No, that's not the point. I don't have time to sit here blaming myself. I need to push harder. At the same time, Hong Baiyan also stepped into this training room. What immediately caught her eye was a male student swinging his staff and drawing up a massive whirlpool of power. When she looked more closely, she was quite surprised. Oh, hey Wenriang. That guy is always so calm. So why is he training like he's gone mad today? Even though that was not what she had actually come to say, that thought passed through her mind as she began forming a fire spell with magic. A blazing orange light spread across her whole body. Right after that, she aimed straight ahead and fired off a spark. Then a loud explosion rang out. It seemed her mood was no better today either. Was she angry about something? Was that why she was training this wildly? The flames kept roaring, and the sharp explosion finally drew He Wenriang's attention. The boy stopped what he was doing and turned to look, wanting to see who could produce such a strong flow of magic. Meanwhile, Hong Baiyan was still in a terrible mood. She was annoyed and could not accept the fact that she had only placed third. Even though she had gained extra points and the Queen Mother seemed fairly satisfied, she knew that if she did not recover her form, she would be punished. Damn it, that commoner acting so smug all the time. What awful luck. As that thought ended, she unleashed another fierce strike, and a blinding flash spread out from the explosion before her. By that point, Hong Baiyan was exhausted and left standing there, panting heavily. Nearby, He Wenriang hesitated, his head full of questions. Wow, what's wrong with the princess today? Still, maybe because of that mood, her magic had become even sharper and more precise than before. It was genuinely surprising. Princess Hong Baiyan's fire magic had that much destructive force, yet in such a short time, she had learned to control it this well. Hong Baiyan herself was also surprised by what she had just achieved, and that only made her feel even more irritated. As much as she hated to admit it, Baek Yuziel's special lecture had not been useless. By applying those strange little word tricks, my magic has improved a lot. Even if he's only a commoner, with the worst grades and the worst personality, Baek Yuziel is still the only one who knows how to overcome these weaknesses. But then why do I still feel this frustrated? Seriously, what is wrong with me? Just then, someone called out, Your Highness. Ye Terran, what is it? The woman replied, Yes, the Trevin scepter you asked about earlier has been repaired. Should I inform Yuziel right away? Looking at the scepter in front of her, Hong Baiyan answered, Yes, that would be better. After hearing that, Ye Terran replied, Yes, understood. Then I'll go. With that, she turned and started to leave. But suddenly the princess thought of something and called her back at once. Wait. Ye Terran turned in confusion. What is it, Your Highness? A little later, at the second main tower, Hong Baiyan stood there holding Yuziel's scepter in her own hands, full of hesitation. She thought to herself, I only came because I heard Yuziel was here. This is the second main tower, where the professors keep their research rooms. But what is he doing here? Is he meeting with the professors? Then Hong Baiyan suddenly froze, her eyes widening. She turned her face away and hesitated. Wait, why did I even come here myself? I could have just handed it to him at the training ground. Humph, coming all the way here is basically the same as deliberately going to see that commoner. No, I really should go back first. As she stood there tangled in her thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh my, what is the princess doing here? Hearing that, Hong Baiyan was startled. She looked up and stammered, Teacher Hammerl, hello ma'am. It's really been a long time since I last saw you. No, Professor. Hammerl replied. It feels like I was teaching magic to the princess only yesterday. And yet, the princess has already grown this much so quickly. But why did the princess come all the way here? Hong Baiyan answered awkwardly. I had something to take care of, so I came by for a moment. But something unexpected happened, so I think I'll return later. Seeing how embarrassed the princess looked, Hammerl spoke in a calm voice. That's true. It's a little chaotic over there right now, so it would be better to come back later. Hong Baiyan was so startled by that response that she could not say a word. Hammerl continued, At the moment, all the magic officials are gathered here because of student Baek Yuziel. That only made Hong Baiyan more shocked. Unable to hide her curiosity, she asked, But why are they all looking for that commoner? Hammerl answered, Surely the princess already knows that student does not use magic, correct? Hong Baiyan gave a shy little reply. Yes, but inside, she felt both miserable and ashamed. She thought, of course, Professor Hammerl must have seen that match. Why did I have to show such a pathetic side of myself in front of the teacher I respect most? This is so humiliating. Sob, sob. Noticing the change in the princess's expression, Hammerl gently tried to comfort her. Princess, you do not need to blame yourself, because the other side gave everything they had as well. Hong Baiyan spoke in a small voice, but he did not even bother using magic. Professor Hammerl laughed softly and replied, No, that is because of his faith. Faith? Hong Baiyan asked, clearly surprised. That's right, Hammerl said as he began to explain. After watching the training session, the headmaster came to believe that this student was trying to revive the knights who vanished long ago. Hong Baiyan could hardly believe what she was hearing. She blurted out, "Professor, what are you saying? Knights in this age? How could that even be possible?" But the moment those words left her mouth, she suddenly went still, remembering the way Beck Uziel had fought against her. She thought, "It sounds unbelievable, but it is true. Beck Uziel really did handle that staff like a sword. He used nothing but that pointed stick to break through my protective shield, and even that magic sword too." As that memory surfaced, sadness washed over her, and she stammered out loud. "But if you do not use magic at a magic school, the punishment is severe, right? During magic practice, points get deducted, and there are other penalties too." Hammerl lowered his voice a little and answered, "That's right. That student knew all of that very well, yet he still chose to walk that path. But isn't that what makes it so remarkable? Even though he already achieved incredible results with Blink, he still kept pushing himself like that. I never thought something like faith could really exist." After saying his piece, the professor bid her farewell and left. Hong Baiyan remained where she was, standing alone and lost in thought. If someone claimed they wanted to pursue knighthood, people would obviously laugh in their face. In this era, it sounded like nothing more than a ridiculous joke, something absurd and outdated. And yet Beck Uziel was not joking at all. He truly meant it. She had once gotten angry and told him to stop saying such nonsense. Then, as if cutting straight through her thoughts, Beck Uziel himself appeared before her. He asked what she was doing there. And to make it stranger, he was casually chewing on the 5th-rank herbal reward, ethelic, as if it were nothing. Hong Baiyan suddenly grew flustered, and her cheeks quickly turned red. Then she hurriedly pulled herself together and answered, "Yeah, I am not here because I was looking for you." She blurted it out before he even asked, which only made Beck Uziel laugh. "Hey, who said this was about you?" he replied. At his teasing tone, Hong Baiyan shot him a cold, piercing glare. The protagonist immediately shut his mouth and wisely said nothing more. Hong Baiyan held the box out toward the protagonist and said in a chilly voice, "Fine. Take this." The moment Beck Uziel saw the box, his whole face lit up, his eyes practically sparkling. With obvious gratitude, he said, "Oh, it's Teravan. Thank you so much." When he opened it and checked inside, his eyes widened at the sight of the beautiful sword shining before him. He thought, "Wow, this is the invisible sword." As expected, Adalabic craftsmanship is excellent. This is such a huge help from the princess. With the money I have right now, there is no way I could buy something like this. With that in mind, he asked if he could keep the box as well. But his real intention was written all over his face. If he sold even the box, it would probably bring in a good price. Hong Baiyan answered tiredly, "Do whatever you want." Hearing that, Beck Uziel felt delighted inside. "I finally made some money. Though honestly, this is a little scary." Watching him get so excited, Hong Baiyan shook her head in exasperation. Commoners really do think like that. Even so, there was still one thing bothering her, something she could not bring herself to ask directly. After hesitating for a while, the princess gathered her courage and called out, "Hey, Beck Uziel." The male lead looked at her, confused. "Yeah? What is it?" Hong Baiyan continued, "Do you really not use any other kind of magic?" Faced with such a direct question, Beck Uziel froze for a brief moment and could not answer right away. And after asking it, Hong Baiyan also felt awkward herself, both cheeks turning a deep red. She turned her face away and quickly left. "Ah, forget it. It's nothing. I'm leaving now." The male lead stood there in a daze, watching her figure slowly disappear into the distance. Then he turned around as well and started walking away. As he walked, he kept thinking about that question about magic. Then he remembered that Professor Lee Hanwall had said something similar earlier too. The professor had spoken as if he understood his feelings and respected his choice. But in truth, he did not understand it at all. There has to be some reason they keep saying things like that. Still, as long as I have this magic sword in my hand, I feel a little more secure. Thinking that, he suddenly brightened and said, "All right, I should test it. Let's find out how strong this sword really is." A short while later, he arrived at the training ground used exclusively by Class S. Holding the sword in his hand, he muttered, "Let's see. I just need to pour mana into this." As soon as he did, a fiery light began to spread around his hand. And in the very next moment, a sharp sword took shape. Looking at the blade, he let out a quiet gasp of admiration. "Wow, it's beautiful. It's even better than I expected." Then he suddenly fell silent and thought, but if Flame uses it, that would be different. The colors would be even more beautiful then. The female protagonist Flame is a truly special existence. Even though she is human, she can still handle both dwarven and elven magic. That wand alone is normally impossible for anyone to use, because it keeps draining the user's mana without stopping. But Flame can recover mana through natural energy, so she turns that wand into a special technique of her own. As for me, I do not have even a trace of mana. No matter how much I try to absorb it over and over, because of magic leakage, mana cannot stay inside my body and is forced right back out. In other words, The mana concentration in my breath will end up becoming Teravin's clue. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he had not touched that damned system in a long time. He opened the system and muttered, I should check my status first. At once, a status window rose before his eyes. UCL's attribute values. Muscle strength 77%, senses 29%, agility 87%, stamina 55%, endurance 97%, mental power 43%, mana experience remaining 0, skill blink level 1, trait delay due to mana leakage level 2. Muscle strength plus 5%, agility plus 8%, senses plus 15%. The sixth sense is activated by consuming the user's mental power. It detects mana within an 18-meter radius, and automatic perception acceleration activates whenever it senses the user is in danger. Blood circulation speed plus 1%. After reading through the status panel, he grinned in satisfaction. It was great. Since he had consumed the 5th-rank reward herb, his physical strength had improved a little, and from now on, with a proper weapon in hand, he would be able to build experience much more directly. I need to keep practicing with the sword. Looks like I'm going to be seriously busy from here on out. The next morning, the scene shifted to the academy. Inside a classroom, a mage's voice rang clearly through the air. Starting today, we will begin practicing real magic spells. Spread out, everyone, and raise your staffs for practice. The one giving the instruction was Professor Varian, the instructor in charge of defensive magic. After explaining the lesson for a while, he stepped down to watch the students as they practiced. Everyone looked deeply focused, and loud chants echoed through the room. Magic shield. Magic shield. The professor looked rather pleased, smiling so much his eyes nearly closed as he thought that this year's students were especially outstanding. It really is good to divide them by rank. Then suddenly, his expression stiffened in shock. While the other students were all practicing with enthusiasm, Beck Uziel alone was just standing there without doing anything. The professor silently wondered, is that student really the S-class cadet everyone has been talking about? An S-class student from a commoner background, carrying only a mid-grade staff. On top of that, he ranked 5th in the recent dungeon training session. Just looking at him was irritating. Thinking that, Professor Varian walked over with a fake smile and asked, Hey, you there. You're Beck Uziel, right? Yes. Then why aren't you practicing at all? The male lead did not really know how to explain it, so he forced a smile and answered, it's because I'm learning a different kind of defense right now, so I don't really need to study basic magic. After hearing that, the professor kept smiling and said, Oh, really? Now I'm curious about this so-called different defense method of yours. But inwardly he sneered, what an arrogant brat. If it were Hong Baiyin studying some magic passed down through a Dalabit, that would be one thing. But what would a mere commoner know that makes him look down on my class? Not bad, kid. Even so, he remembered hearing that this kid, Beck Uziel, did not use any magic except blink. Oh, then this could be entertaining. Haha. With that thought, he put on an overly cheerful smile and said, In that case, why don't you show your classmates this excellent defensive skill of yours, so everyone here can broaden their horizons a little? As for your opponent, he paused for a moment, turned his head toward the back, and then continued. Your opponent will be more so from Class B. What do you say? Following his gaze, a student standing farther away came into view. Morso was already smirking, looking excited and full of swagger as he waited for Beck Uziel's answer. The professor thought to himself, as a defensive magic lecturer, personal ties are important if I want to keep my place in this academy under the Scalvan Empire. If he performs well, it will benefit me too. I would gain some prestige from it. And what could be better than showing off strong magic in front of an S-class student? After a brief pause, Beck Uziel replied, All right, sir. If that's what you want, I'll do it. The moment he agreed, the teacher said eagerly, Then both of you, step onto the arena. Right after that, the two of them walked onto the battlefield. Morso stood there grinning with confidence, while Beck Uziel looked almost completely indifferent to the match. Morso's friends kept shouting from the sidelines. Hey, Morso, crush that guy. Humiliate him. We know you can do it. Keep going. Morso answered proudly, Of course. Just watch. The noisy commotion caught Beck Uziel's attention. He quickly recognized the faces and let out a sigh, thinking, What kind of nonsense is this now? Looking more carefully, he saw that they were the group led by Uslek, Chechbalin, and Raiden from before. Those little punks. But whatever. This is still a required class, so I have to be here anyway. Since I can't use magic, there isn't much else I can do. If you all want this that badly, then fine, I'll play along to the end. Thinking it over again, he remembered that Professor Varian's bad reputation had been famous ever since the first episode. How pathetic. Then, all of a sudden, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Well then, I might as well use this chance to test the results of my training. When I think about it that way, this is not such a bad opportunity. The professor spoke up again. This match will proceed in an attack and defense format. Also, no other magic is allowed. At that moment, Morso had already taken a firm stance, ready for the fight. The students below began whispering among themselves. If he attacks first, Morso should win, right? Defense is still just defense. Has he already learned offensive earth magic? People say it's extremely hard to counter. But Prince Jeremy remained unusually calm, watching everything with close attention. Then the professor's voice rang out. All right, get ready. Begin. Show me what you can do. Immediately, Morso lifted his staff and formed a magic circle in front of himself. In the next instant, a giant stone appeared. The students below were startled by the sight and cried out, "That's enough. That's second-level magic." In basic magic practice, the unspoken rule is to use only first-level spells. Is Baek Uziel going to be okay? But Baek Uziel himself showed no fear at all. He stayed calm, watching every single movement his opponent made. Morso cursed inwardly, "Damn S-class brat, acting all high and mighty. Take this little present from me." And with that, he shouted and launched the stone straight down. At once, the massive stone shot forward, radiating a crushing force as it came. Baek Uziel moved at the same time. He poured mana into the staff in his hand, and in an instant, a sword appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung it forward with force. The motion looked light, but the power behind it was anything but weak, and Morso's stone burst apart into smoke-like fragments under Baek Uziel's slash. Even the teacher was left stunned for a moment, unable to say a word. Prince Jeremy, however, did not look especially surprised. Morso trembled in shock and blurted out, "No way. My magic just disappeared?" The truth was simple. Baek Uziel had cut it apart completely. The students below murmured in astonishment. One of them said, "It looked like he cut magic with a sword." Another replied in confusion, "But the spell really vanished. That makes no sense." The one most shaken by all this was none other than Professor Varian. He thought, it can't be that simple. You can't just slice through a spell and make it disappear. That's absurd. And yet, did Baek Uziel really erase Morso's magic? Every kind of magic contains traces of mana. Once that mana is split apart, the spell itself disappears. Could that be the method Baek Uziel just used? Meanwhile, Baek Uziel raised the sword and examined it with a satisfied smile. It was performing even better than he had expected. He had only neutralized second-tier magic, but after training on the practice grounds for just a few days, the results were already this good. Excellent. This definitely makes it worth pursuing. This really is my battlefield. Morso ground his teeth in frustration and muttered, "Damn it. How dare a commoner block my magic?" Professor Varian began to think things through. If Morso lost here, it would be difficult to explain away. He could not simply stand there and watch it happen. With that in mind, he spoke up. "Baek Uziel, I admit that your defensive method does work. However, it only blocks magic one attack at a time, which means it still has clear limits. For example, what would you do if you were attacked all at once from many directions?" The words were clearly meant as a hint to Morso. Morso immediately caught on to the professor's meaning and curled his lips into a sly smile. Baek Uziel let out a tired sigh, thinking the teacher really did love saying a lot of pointless things. Then, all of a sudden, his eyes widened in surprise. Morso had already begun to move. One after another, he created even more stones, making himself look like a truly troublesome opponent. In the next instant, he sent all of the stones rushing toward Baek Uziel at once, releasing a fierce and oppressive surge of magical energy. Seeing that, the students began murmuring uneasily among themselves. This was going too far. Someone could really get hurt. Why was the professor not stopping it? Morso smiled smugly, convinced it was over, as the sharp stones shot forward in a deadly rush. The situation grew more and more dangerous, and Baek Uziel's eyes opened wide in shock. As he watched the large and small stones racing toward him, the protagonist quickly counted them. There were 11 in total. If he could not use Blink to cut them down one by one, then there was only a single way left to block them all. With that thought, Baek Uziel stood firm even as the stones closed in. He lightly swung the sword in his hand as if it were nothing, and in the very next moment, every single stone exploded at once. Watching his advanced magic get blocked so easily by Baek Uziel, Morso went from stunned to furious in an instant. His eyes turned red, his teeth clenched tight, and he burst out with a hoarse shout. Huh. Inside, he was boiling. How could my strongest magic be stopped so easily? By what strength, by what power, could a filthy commoner pull this off? Damn it, this is insane. At the same time, the one truly panicking now was Professor Varian. He thought bitterly, damn it, what is this? What the hell is that kid doing now? This is bad. If Morso loses, I'm the one who'll be in trouble. What am I supposed to do? Meanwhile, Baek Uziel was a little surprised by his own technique too. He muttered in amazement, I just tried copying something I saw in other games, but this is working way better than I expected. So this is the technique called panning. The downside is that keeping its shape intact burns through mental energy several times faster than normal. Because of that, stamina drops sharply the moment I use it. On top of that, its defensive power is actually weaker when it blocks only a single object. In reality, that makes it a very difficult technique to use properly. Luckily, this is only a training match. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Down below, the trainees had already started buzzing in excitement. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen something like that. It's almost like a magic shield. Oh, so magic like that exists too? Amazing. Morso is definitely going to lose at this rate. Meanwhile, Morso himself was clearly anything but pleased. Confused and furious at the same time, he shouted, "Damn it! Could it be that a noble like me is really about to be humiliated by some commoner? I can't accept that." With that thought, he began pouring more mana into his staff, and a powerful aura started to wrap around him. As Morso prepared to do something reckless, the students below whispered nervously behind the teacher's back. "Hey, look at that, he's using magic again. Wasn't Morso's attack turn already over?" But Professor Varian kept his eyes fixed on the battle and ignored everything around him. Inwardly, he smiled in satisfaction. "That's right, keep attacking. Finish off that commoner brat." Morso shouted at the top of his lungs. "This time, I won't let you off. I can't live with this humiliation." Then suddenly, a voice cut through the scene. The teacher, who had been smiling triumphantly, flinched and turned around in surprise. "Huh, what is it, Jeremy?" Prince Jeremy smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Why don't you let Beck Uziel have his attack turn too?" Caught completely off guard, the professor froze for several long seconds, then forced out a stiff smile and stammered, "Well, that." At the same time, the students began pressing the teacher with sharp complaints from every direction. "Hey, isn't this just a basic first-year match? If someone makes one mistake, they could get seriously hurt. Shouldn't this already be over? A professor this irresponsible, is he really qualified to teach? He is totally unfit to be an instructor." Varian looked visibly overwhelmed by the students. Inwardly, he panicked. "Damn it. I was so focused on the fight that I completely missed how the students were reacting. How could I be this careless? What do I do now?" Seeing that the teacher still would not answer, Jeremy called out again. "Professor, are you going to give Beck Uziel his turn to attack?" The professor could only stammer and magic. While everyone was focused on the professor and their attention drifted away from the duel, Beck Uziel quietly took the advantage. Before anyone noticed, the edge of his sword was already pressed close to Morso's neck. At that point, the result was painfully obvious. Beck Uziel had won. For Morso, it was nothing but humiliation. In the end, he had no choice but to accept that he had lost. The students below cried out in surprise all at once. "Wow, Beck Uziel actually won. He's way better than I thought." It seemed Beck Uziel had caught Prince Jeremy's eye. Jeremy suddenly showed a dangerous smile, one that hinted at trouble to come. The scene then shifted to the royal palace, a place overflowing with magnificence and splendor. Inside, desperate screams echoed through the room. "Ah, huff, huff, please spare me." A new figure appeared, and it was revealed that Morso, after losing to a commoner like Beck Uziel, was now being mercilessly beaten, blood spraying everywhere. The one responsible for that brutal beating was none other than Prince Jeremy. After tormenting him for a while, the prince finally walked away, wiping the blood from his hands as he spoke to the girl standing in front of him. "Vera Jane." She immediately answered, "Yes, sir. Please tell me what you need." Jeremy Scalvin glanced down at Morso, who was lying on the floor in a broken heap, and said, "That classmate is badly hurt. Did you fail to take care of him properly? If anything goes wrong, I will be very displeased." His words sounded less like a warning and more like a threat. "Make sure you take very good care of him, or you will end up just like him." Vera Jane answered at once, "Yes, sir. I understand. You may rest easy." Jeremy added, "Good. That's all I needed to hear. We should be grateful for that." As she watched Jeremy's back disappear, Vera Jane thought uneasily, not a loyal retainer, but a fellow classmate. That's really strange. In the Scalvin Empire, where imperial power is decided by magical strength, Crown Prince Jeremy had surpassed all of his older brothers at the age of 12 and secured his position as heir to the throne. And to be marked as not a loyal retainer meant that the Dordan family would be cast out of the political world for good. In truth, it was not only Morso who had caught Jeremy Scalvin's attention. From this point on, Beck Uziel's quiet life as an ordinary commoner would no longer stay peaceful either. The scene shifted to the next day at Stella Academy, where everything on the surface seemed to be continuing as usual. Inside a magic class, an experimental practice session was in progress. Even there, the students who had eagerly watched Beck Uziel's bold duel the day before were still busy talking about it. "Hey, did you hear? Beck Uziel from Class S is taking the night path. That's so weird. Night training at a magic school. Is he trying to make a name for himself, or something? I heard he even beat Morso Dordan from the Dordan family, so he must really be skilled." "Really? Isn't the Dordan family powerful in the Scalvin Empire? This is starting to get interesting." Flame overheard all of it and let out an irritated sigh. She thought, "No matter where I go, all I hear is Beck Uziel this, Beck Uziel that. I don't even care, but for some reason, it still annoys me. Who even is that guy?" Just then, a professor's stern voice rang through the room. All right, focus. What's with all this noise? Why are you children making such a fuss?" Then the professor raised a vial filled with liquid and went on. "Alchemy demands exact timing and precise temperature control. The one teaching the class was none other than Professor Myzen Tyran. Today, we will be practicing the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion that I personally developed. So keep your attention on the exercise." Flame worked through the practice while feeling increasingly annoyed. "Damn, This is seriously frustrating. One tiny mistake is enough to ruin the whole thing. A single slip, and everything falls apart. Alchemy is way too difficult and complicated. I want to avoid it whenever I can. At that same moment, the professor's sharp voice suddenly rang out. Altalicia, you're being reckless. Do you really think you can become an alchemist like that? The blonde girl stammered, I'm sorry. Flame quietly watched from the side and thought, Professor Maizen said I would become even stronger in the future. I guess I need to gather materials and get ready in advance. There's no helping it. I just have to listen carefully to the lectures and keep working at it. I'm sure I can manage. Then suddenly, a smug little laugh reached Flame's ears. Ha ha ha. Beck Uziel seemed to have succeeded at something and was standing there laughing to himself in satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Nice. This is it. Flame stared at him in tired disbelief and thought, what is wrong with Beck Uziel? Why is he laughing like some kind of maniac? At first I thought he came to this class because he wanted to get close to someone, but now I can see he's just a total weirdo. What am I even looking at right now? She sighed again and thought, whatever. It's none of my business. I'll just go get more materials. After some time passed, the results of the experiment finally began to appear. Flame was exhausted after struggling through the whole process. Gently wiping the sweat from her forehead, she thought, finally, it's done. At least thanks to my strong academic ability, I managed to finish it fairly quickly. Then, taking a closer look around, she wondered, how is Acel doing? She saw that Acel was still fumbling her way through the practice. Seeing that, Flame felt strangely relieved and thought it was good that she was doing just normally well. But then she paused. Normally? If she remembered the original episode correctly, Acel had accidentally gotten hold of Maela's magic code notebook. So in that case, shouldn't this class have led to a result similar to Tieren's fatigue recovery potion? Then why had she only made such an ordinary potion? While Flame was still lost in thought, Professor Maizen Tieren's furious voice suddenly echoed through the room. Beck Uziel, who said you could change the experiment ingredients however you wanted. Beck Uziel answered, yes, but if I do it this way, the result turns out better. Hearing that, the professor looked both startled and baffled as he said, but the problem is that this outcome is completely different from the Tieren fatigue recovery potion I instructed you to make. The moment Flame looked toward the vial, she could hardly believe what she was seeing. Her eyes widened in pure astonishment. That high-grade potion was supposed to be made by Acel. And yet Beck Uziel was the one who had produced something this extraordinary. Why was it Beck Uziel who created Tieren instead of someone else? Meanwhile, Professor Maizen Tieren struggled to keep himself composed, as if losing his temper would only make things worse. He pressed a hand to his forehead and let out a weary sigh. No, this attitude is completely unacceptable. As expected, commoners can never make anything properly. Hearing those words, Flame suddenly recalled the original plot and fell into thought. That line had originally been one of the reasons Azel's family was destroyed. Those words had clung to Azel for a long time, because the pain of losing her family stayed with her all the way to the very end of Blink. If Beck Uziel had already known that truth, had he deliberately drawn Professor Maizen Tieren's criticism onto himself in order to protect Acel? Professor Maizen Tieren held major influence inside Stella. If he targeted Beck Uziel, his academic record could suffer serious damage. Flame thought to herself, why would that guy go that far for someone? Throwing yourself away for a girl. That's the saddest kind of ending. At that same moment, Professor Maizen Tieren shouted harshly, Beck Uziel, what kind of rude attitude is that? Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Bring your guardians here for me immediately. Only then did Beck Uziel realize just how troublesome the situation had become. He thought, I got so absorbed in alchemy that I completely forgot about this nuisance. That was stupid of me. Then he answered in a quiet voice, I don't have any parents, and I don't have any relatives either. Hearing that only made Maizen Tieren even angrier. His face flushed red as he shouted, if you say something like that, are you mocking me? Are you trying to slip past me with excuses? Beck Uziel thought, fine, I've already been scolded anyway, so what else is there to do? Oh right, tomorrow maybe I'll try making kimchi medicine and cola medicine. In the weeks that followed, the arguments between teacher and student showed no sign of ending. Professor Maizen Tieren snapped, how many times have I told you? Don't use ingredients that I haven't taught yet. Beck Uziel answered, but after changing your method just a little, the results got much better. At that, the professor looked so furious he seemed ready to burst from the heat. Staring at the stubborn student, he shouted, You really think you can just do whatever you want? Right away, Beck Uziel adjusted his glasses and began calmly analyzing the professor's condition. A notification appeared. Maizen Tieren, 21% dark magic infestation level, feelings of inferiority and jealousy, pseudo-dark magic contract user, alchemy professor, episode 8 boss confirmed as dark magic infected. After reading it, and seeing the professor trembling with rage, Beck Uziel quietly thought, good. Everything is moving exactly according to plan. Episode 8. The boss corrupted by dark magic is Maizen Tieren. He is a villain who cannot overcome his own emotions and ends up consumed by dark magic. If the infestation level rises past 90%, he will fully transform into a dark demonic human. But while it remains below 50%, current magic has no way to detect him. At 21%, there is no way to prove or officially report that Mai Zentiran is infected by dark magic. The only option is to push the infestation level past 50% and then alert the Dark Magic Extermination Squad. If it were a normal case of dark magic infestation, there would still be a way to come back before being fully controlled. But Mai Zentiran is a pseudo-dark magic contract user, someone who made a contract with dark magic through his own will. The seed of dark magic has already taken root and begun to sprout, so he can no longer return to the person he used to be. Baek Uziel thought, Episode 4 has not even started yet. But with a boss this dangerous, I have to prepare in advance. Otherwise, other students could end up turning into dark, demonic humans too, and put Stella in danger. Mai Zentiran kept up the pressure and threatened him again. If you do not fix that attitude of yours, then do not expect good results in alchemy. Baek Uziel let out a sigh. Damn, honestly, that works out better for me anyway. If I draw all the attention onto myself, then there should not be any collateral damage, right? While we're stuck doing these exercises, maybe I should just treat it like muscle training too, haha. I really need to make him furious. After a while, Professor Mai Zentiran split the class into several groups. Standing in front of his assigned team, Baek Uziel held his head in despair and thought, seriously? The practical test ended up being a group assignment? Damn it, this is insane. None of the students who ended up in his group looked happy about it either. Every face was gloomy, as if they were all drowning in misery. Aesel was no different. Looking at the stiff atmosphere, Baek Uziel thought awkwardly, oh no, look at them. Everyone looks so tense they can barely breathe. Why are you all this stressed? Then he forced out a smile and said, hello, I'm Baek Uziel. The others introduced themselves one by one. I'm Sahan. I'm Mao Liwan. And I'm Aesel. Mao Liwan covered his face and started groaning in despair. Boo-hoo, we're doomed. Why did I have to end up in this group? Professor Mai Zentiran is definitely going to crush our grades. If he dislikes a student, then no matter how well they do, it means nothing. Hearing that, Baek Uziel fell silent and thought, oh man, this is all because of me. I really feel bad for them. Then suddenly, Aesel spoke up. Come on, everyone, get it together. Are we really going to give up already? One of the others started to stammer a reply, but before they could finish, Aesel continued. For the practical exam, at least 3 alchemists will come to evaluate our compatibility. When that happens, Professor Mai Zentiran will not be able to ruin our scores by himself. The moment they heard that, Sahin and Mao Liwan brightened up, their eyes shining again. Without saying much, the whole group turned toward her with smiles that bloomed like flowers. Maybe a small spark of hope had finally lit up in their hearts. Then a voice spoke up. Oh, then all we have to do is work hard. That's a relief. I want to give it a try too. Baek Uziel turned and looked at Aesel with admiration. To him, she looked like a savior. Aesel looked a little surprised by his reaction, but she ignored it, turned her head away, and kept talking. Anyway, the Type D enhancement potion assigned for this exercise is not that difficult if we combine it with the knowledge we've already learned. But the key is finding really high-quality ingredients. So who is going to get the fire lizard tail, the main ingredient in the potion? Without any hesitation, Baek Uziel raised his hand. Let me do it. I'll go get it. Everyone knows that monster remains are the most important part of alchemy, right? You need the freshest one possible if you want better results. The whole group seemed to agree with that, and one of them added, good, then let's decide it that way. Baek Uziel will handle that part. Inside, Aesel thought that with how confident he looked, she could trust him with it. Off to the side, Baek Uziel smiled to himself and thought, fire lizard tail, huh? Looks like I'll have to head straight into the mountains to find one. The scene then shifted to the alchemy professor's office, where a student stepped inside. The professor called out, come here. Holding up a sheet of paper, he said, can you deliver this notice to all the first-year Class C alchemy groups? But leave out Group 12. The student replied at once, yes, sir. I understand. The alchemy practical exam will be conducted in front of professional alchemists. If you perform badly there, your path to becoming an alchemist could be blocked completely. The professor thought to himself, just wait and see. I will make sure you learn the price of going against a professor. The scene shifted again to the private training ground for Class S, where Flame was practicing magic. Then suddenly, someone called out, Flame. A male student walked over and handed her a piece of paper. This is for you. They told me to deliver it personally. It's a notice about alchemy. Here, take it. Flame accepted it and replied, ah, thank you. The male student added one more thing. And absolutely do not tell any other student. You understand why, right? Watching him walk away, Flame let out a sigh. Students really are like this. In other words, don't let Baek Uziel's group 12 find out, right? I know that better than anyone. What? Does he think I'm scared of him or something? As she unfolded the paper and started reading, Flame's eyes widened in surprise. The notice read, attention, the practical exam has been changed from the Level D enhancement potion to the Tyran supplement potion. Students, please be aware. The moment she understood what that meant, her eyes filled with shock as she thought, wait a second. If Baek Uziel knows the original formula, then he should be able to stop this, right? Instead of preparing fire lizard tails for the level D enhancement potion, they should be gathering italic spider shells for the Tyran supplement potion. That's right. This is the perfect chance to test that kid. A few days later, to gather materials for the practical lesson, Beck Uziel passed through a teleportation gate and arrived at the grand arena. The moment he stepped out, he pressed a hand to his head and grimaced in pain. The teleportation gate is amazing, but stepping out of it always makes me dizzy. Ugh, my head. Then a strange, but polite voice spoke up. Welcome, Master Sorcerer Beck Uziel. It was a warm greeting from one of the staff members there. Beck Uziel answered shyly, I'm not an official sorcerer yet. I'm still just a trainee. The cheerful staff member replied, even as a Stella trainee, you receive the same benefits as a full-fledged sorcerer. The moment Stella was mentioned, the nearby trainees started whispering excitedly among themselves. Look, a Stella trainee. Really? It's my first time seeing the Stella uniform in person. I'm so jealous. It looks seriously cool. The staff member went on, if you need any support, just let me know. Beck Uziel replied, oh, thank you very much. Then he stepped further inside and thought as he walked, just having this pass and the Stella pocket watch gets me treated like an official sorcerer wherever I go. Stella Academy really is incredible. And on top of that, I can use the teleportation gate for free. Normally it costs 1,000 credits. What a lucky break. Thanks to that, I make sure to visit nearby cities every weekend. Because of it, the things I know about this world now feel almost exactly like the real thing. He went deeper into the forest, sweeping his eyes over the area as he quietly muttered, I think this is the spot. Today's target is the level 2 fire lizard. Compared to ordinary beasts, they're a little stronger and tougher, but their real threat lies in their speed and magical defense. You need at least level 2 magic or higher to bring them down properly. As he thought it through, he reminded himself that level 1 monsters hadn't been that hard to hunt before, so level 2 ones probably wouldn't be too much trouble either. Before long, Beck Uziel picked up on their presence nearby. He poured mana into his staff and reshaped it into a sharp sword, quietly getting himself ready. Standing there alone, he straightened his posture and focused all his attention. Across from him, a pair of blood-red eyes stared him down, as if the creature wanted to tear into him alive. The fire lizard fixed on Beck Uziel and aimed straight for him, but he was no amateur. With his sharp instincts, Beck Uziel sensed the enemy the moment it moved. Without wasting even a single motion, he spun around and struck with deadly precision. Death came far too fast. The lizard didn't even understand what had happened before it bled out and collapsed on the spot. Even Beck Uziel glanced at the result with a cold look and thought, not bad at all. In the blink of an eye, one of them was already down. He let out a short remark. One down. Now then, any of you who want to come at me together, come on. I can handle all of you by myself. But just then, he froze for a second at the sight in front of him. Several fire lizards were clumsily crawling closer. To him, every one of them looked like fresh materials walking right into his hands. Beck Uziel smirked faintly. All right, time to start collecting ingredients. Without another word, he charged forward and attacked fiercely, and the outcome turned out even better than he expected. At last, the day of the practical exam arrived, and Acel suddenly opened her eyes wide in surprise. So fresh. Beck Uziel answered casually, of course they are. Who do you think I am? Heh. Acel went on. All right, that's enough. So now you even know how to choose ingredients too. The protagonist answered back, if you know that already, then stay quiet. Acel looked delighted and said, good. Then all we have to do now is combine them and we're done. Let's do our best. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation for the results that were about to come out. Tyran spoke first. Is everyone here? Beside her stood 3 other alchemists who would serve as judges today. Tyran continued, as previously announced, this test will be conducted under the supervision of alchemists from the Alchemist Association. If you perform well today, the road ahead for you in alchemy will open much wider. So why are we wasting time? Let's begin. Today's assignment is the Tyran supplement. The moment they heard that, Beck Uziel's whole group widened their eyes. Is she serious? Tyran continued speaking. Has everyone prepared the ingredients? Acel panicked at once. Sorry, Professor. We thought the assignment was a de-enhancement medicine. Tyran gave a cold little smirk. That's right. But I clearly announced the change in assignment already, didn't I? The assignment had been changed to the Tyran supplement. Everyone else knew it. In truth, only Beck Uziel's group had been left out of the information. A bitter sense of isolation rose up immediately. The protagonist thought in silence, so she's really playing dirty. I can manage somehow, but if the others fail because of this, it'll be a serious problem. I wonder if something like this was even in the original story. At the same time, Flame glanced toward Beck Uziel's group. Then, feeling a little guilty, she turned her eyes away. That strange reaction only left Beck Uziel more puzzled. Acel thought to herself, what is going on? Could it be that Beck Uziel didn't know this part of the original story either? Then why didn't he stop it beforehand? Tyran spoke again. Student Acel, are you telling me you prepared the wrong ingredients? Acel faltered anxiously. That. Tyran's irritation showed at once. For an alchemist who claims to pursue truth, Confusing ingredients and losing sight of the goal was absolutely unacceptable. A sly smile touched her lips as she realized there was no need to do anything more. At this rate, Group 12 would simply be eliminated. Then Beck Uziel suddenly raised his hand. Wait, making the Tyran supplement isn't that hard. Maizen Tyran looked at him in confusion. What did you just say? Beck Uziel declared with complete confidence. I'll make it using different ingredients, and it'll be even more effective than the professor's version. It was exactly the kind of thing he would say. That arrogant confidence made Maizen Tyran furious and resentful, but for the moment, she had no way to shut him down. She thought about how the main ingredient in the Tyran supplement was Ital spider venom, a substance packed with nutrients. And that was precisely what the Tyran supplement was normally made from. Yet he was planning to use a fire lizard's tail instead. It sounded completely insane, but that only made things better for her. Fine then, I'll use this chance to destroy his future in alchemy in front of everyone. Just wait, you arrogant brat. Maizen Tyran answered sharply. Very well. You have 1 hour to complete the Tyran supplement within the time limit. Looking at the fire lizard's tail in front of her, Acel began to panic. Hey, Beck Uziel, are you out of your mind? What are you even supposed to make with that? Beck Uziel forced out a smile and said, since it's already come to this, we don't have any choice except to take the risk. Just trust me and follow what I say. It's better to try something than get eliminated without doing anything. Maybe luck will be on our side. Hearing that, the whole group seemed to regain their spirit at once. I'll do it. I want to try too. We have to make them see what we can do. Right after that, the group immediately got to work. Beck Uziel said, all right, listen carefully while I explain. Looking back on it, alchemy had been one of Beck Uziel's most treasured fields throughout his long journey of conquering this game world. He had carefully written down every formula he came across, no matter how small or insignificant the details seemed. Naturally, the Tyran Type B supplement formula was no exception to that. At first, he had no intention of using it, because this was something Maizen Tyran from the future had researched and developed with enormous effort. Thinking of that, Beck Uziel spoke with confidence. The reason Ital tarantulas are packed with nutrients is because those nutrients are needed for reproduction. A fire lizard's tail has a similar organ as well. He pointed at one section of the tail and said, this blood vessel right here. Can all of you see it clearly? I've heard that the Awo tribe in the southern desert often uses a fire lizard's blood vessel to nourish their chieftains. They're known for their long lives, so this should definitely be able to replace the Ital tarantula. Mao Liwan raised his hand and said, I know a little about the raw material processing methods used by the Alakir tribe. Let me handle that part. Beck Uziel answered happily, yeah, that works. That's great. As for this mistletoe, it has to be dried using a method unique to desert regions. Does anyone know how? Someone replied, the solar drying method, right? I learned it while following my father around. With this amount of vascular tissue, I can dry it in 5 minutes. Before that person had even finished speaking, Acel stepped up and said, then let me handle the next processing stage. Beck Uziel smiled and replied, all right, I'll leave that to you. Right after that, the whole group threw themselves into the work with serious, focused expressions. Everyone had their own part to handle, and each of them did their best because everything now depended on this one result. No one could afford to slip up. Watching them work so hard, Beck Uziel smiled to himself and thought, they're pretty good. Honestly, better than I expected. Then he spoke up. Start mixing it exactly the way I tell you. Let's do this right. After some time passed, Maizen Tyran was so shocked that she simply stood there frozen, unable to blink. What stunned her was the supplement that Beck Uziel's group had actually managed to create. Beck Uziel said with complete confidence, Professor, this is the Type B Tyran supplement. Please examine it. Even the other alchemist judges who witnessed it could hardly believe their eyes, quietly thinking, this is unbelievable. Did these children really pull it off? The exact result had not been confirmed yet, but Maizen Tyran was already burning inside with disbelief. Ridiculous. Even I spent years of research creating the Tyran supplement. So how can these kids claim they made it and actually succeed? How could they finish something like that so easily? One curious professor stepped forward and said, let me examine it first. She reached out and drew in the energy from the vial, slowly feeling the power spreading through her body. Her eyes widened in amazement. Perhaps in my entire life, I've never witnessed something this miraculous. Another professor asked, so what's your verdict? She steadied herself before answering. There are still some flaws, and they wasted quite a bit of raw material. But even so, the effect is still better than our existing Tyran supplement. The moment they heard that, the whole group lit up with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. The outcome was far beyond what they had hoped for, and luck had truly favored them. The other professors took turns checking it as well, praising it over and over as excellent. These young students had brought in fresh and unusual knowledge. But one person there was trembling with anger. Damn it. Maizen Tyran's face twisted with irritation and resentment. She looked almost pitiful, but no one cared. Maizen Tyran snapped sharply, give it to me. I'll inspect it myself. She took the vial from Beck Uziel's group and personally checked the medicine with her own hands. The shock on her face was so great that her mouth fell open, even as her mind refused to accept what she was seeing. There was no mistake. This medicine used the nutritional metabolism method she herself had researched, turning monster nutrients into energy usable by humans. It was clearly a perfect Tyran supplement. So how had they managed to produce an even better final product in such a short time? How could something this unreasonable even happen? But then she thought, fine, I'm still the one grading this. Heh, don't think you've won yet. I'll just say the raw materials were insufficient and fail them right here. But things did not go the way she wanted. Every calculation Tyran had made collapsed the moment one of the alchemists behind her spoke up. It seems giving Group 12 only 12 points would be far too low, wouldn't it, Professor Tyran? What do you think? Tyran cursed inwardly, damn it. These old men again. In the end, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept that Group 12 had passed. Grinding her teeth in frustration, she was forced to acknowledge once more that Group 12 had passed. We did it. They had successfully passed the practical exam. Though one person looked so furious she seemed ready to have a heart attack on the spot. Tyran's face twisted terribly as she thought to herself, I'll deal with you later, Beck Uziel. Just wait. At that moment, Tyran's dark erosion rate was rising higher. A few days later, at the training grounds reserved for Class S, the trainees were practicing with full intensity. After a while, Flame was completely worn out. Finally done. But I still have class after this. I'm seriously exhausted. Then she suddenly widened her eyes when voices drifted over from the distance. It's okay, Ars Wong. You did really well. Right now, you're still better than the princess. So stop crying. From where Flame stood, she could see a group of girls gathered around and comforting Ars Wong, the red-haired girl in the middle. Flame thought to herself, so that girl is the one they call the fire magic prodigy. But they said her rate of growth was terrifying. I've trained for years, and sooner or later the princess is still going to surpass my control. Flame was stunned. Hong Baiyan's control abilities weren't supposed to start developing until her second year. So then, how did he pull it off back in his first year? Could this have been because of him too? When Flame thought back on the alchemy practical, something about it still felt off. The formula for the Type B Tyran supplement had originally been discovered by the future Acel, only for Tyran to steal it and complete it himself. And yet Beck Uziel knew a version of that formula that had never appeared in the original story at all. It was as if that part had simply never been shown in the original episode. Wait, he knew information from the future, but not the actual contents of the original episode. Then maybe he wasn't a transmigrator at all, but a regressor. If that was true, then everything finally lined up. If Beck Uziel really came from the future, then it would make sense that he only remembered knowledge tied to the future itself. Not every tiny event connected to Acel. Flame kept turning the idea over in her head. In the original story, Mai Yuziang had also gone through regression once before. The 11th seal, the only moon in the world said to hold the power to control time. If that was truly his ability, then it was something terrifying beyond words. As Flame sank deeper into thought, a voice suddenly broke through. What's wrong, Flame? When she turned around, she saw He Wenriang walking toward her. Flame hurried over to him at once. Good timing. You know Mai Yuziang, right? What kind of impression did he leave on you? He Wenriang blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Flame pressed on. I just mean, he feels a little unusual, doesn't he? Don't you sense anything different about him? He Wenriang answered in a calm voice. No. Disappointed, Flame pressed a hand to her forehead. Is that really it? He Wenriang looked at her strangely and asked, Flame, do you have feelings for Beck Uziel? Flame answered honestly, I think I might. Inwardly, she thought, after all, Beck Uziel is like me. Both of us know the contents of the original episode ahead of time. Then she muttered, no, this won't work. I can't just stay like this forever. He Wenriang frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? Flame replied, I mean standing around doing nothing really isn't my style. Since we're already talking about Beck Uziel, maybe I should just go meet him and confess right now. He Wenriang froze on the spot, unable to make sense of what she was saying. Confess. That single word hit He Wenriang so hard that he could only stand there in stunned silence for several long seconds. Right after that, Flame turned and left, still lifting a hand to wave as she went. Thanks for listening. I'm heading out. She left He Wenriang behind with his head full of questions, his gaze unfocused. A little dazed and a little hurt, he watched Flame's figure grow smaller in the distance, his raised hands slowly falling back down. Her words kept ringing in his ears. Confess? What confession? Could Flame really have feelings for Beck Uziel? No, that was insane. After a long day passed, the scene shifted to the next morning. Beck Uziel sat by himself, absent-mindedly sipping a cup of bitter coffee. He let out a quiet sigh, weighed down as he wondered what he should do next. At the moment, Tyran's dark erosion rate had already climbed to 37%. In less than 3 months, that incident would happen. Once Maizen darkened, the corruption could spread to some random student, maybe even someone close to Flame like Jackie. It could also reach Ars Wong, Hong Baiyan's loyal companion and fire mage. Or even He Wenriang, the successor of the full moon tower. If Hei Wonriang were to be darkened, it would be a true disaster. The odds were low, but if it did happen, the result would be the absolute worst case. It was something he had to be especially careful about. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Baek Yuziel's eyes widened. Flame was standing right in front of him, looking openly irritated. Flame spoke first. What are you doing? Baek Yuziel looked confused. Doing what? Flame kept going. Last time, you never properly answered my question about who you really are. He thought to himself, so we're back to that awkward question again. How am I even supposed to explain this? This was going to take a long explanation. Or maybe he should just tell Flame the truth. She might know something useful, something that could improve the situation. At this point, it was all or nothing. Fine, let's try it. He finally opened his mouth. I am. But before he could finish, a flood of system warnings burst into view. Warning, plot strength insufficient. Warning, do not reveal the time travel identity to this character. Warning, do not share knowledge or information you know with this character. The string of urgent warnings startled Baek Yuziel badly. He thought in exasperation, I'm seriously losing my mind. What the hell is this now? Then he forced out, let's do this instead. Everyone has secrets, so how about we each tell only half the truth? What do you think? Flame answered right away. Okay, I agree. He felt a wave of relief. Thank God. If Flame kept pushing, I really wouldn't know what to say. Then Flame continued. I'll ask first. You know the future, don't you? Baek Yuziel had only just relaxed, but his face twisted at once. Oh, come on. You tell me to speak only halfway, then ask it so directly? He answered. If you're asking me that, then you know it too, right? So what's your reason for coming to this school? Flame answered without hesitation. Of course it's to stop the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. Baek Yuziel let out a breath and thought, whether that's true or not, I don't want this world to be destroyed either. Then Flame said, now it's my turn again. Why do you act like that? Baek Yuziel paused, wondering what exactly she meant by like that. Since he couldn't tell what she meant, he chose to dodge the question. No particular reason. I just do whatever I believe is the right thing to do. To him, that should have been enough of an answer. But Flame suddenly snapped, clearly upset. Don't lie. How can anyone be that kind? You have some kind of purpose, don't you? Something you're trying to achieve. Baek Yuziel looked confused. No, it's not like that. No. Then he hesitated. Is there something I want to achieve? Honestly, I'm not even sure. Flame stared at him in irritation. What did you just say? You're not sure. Baek Yuziel continued more quietly. I just want to survive. The moment she heard that honest answer, Flame went completely speechless. Survive? She instantly felt awkward for having asked so suddenly. Stammering a little, she said, maybe, sorry, I said it wrong. Baek Yuziel could only blink in confusion. What the heck? Is it over already? Tears started gathering in Flame's eyes. She turned away and quickly left. Well, I'll go first. See you later. Baek Yuziel was left baffled. What is going on? I haven't even asked her anything, and now she's crying. What did I do? Then, all of a sudden, an angry voice cut through the air. A chill ran down Baek Yuziel's spine, and a bad feeling hit him at once. It was Hei Wonriang, his eyes sharp as blades, and his whole body giving off killing intent. Not bothering to hide his anger, he barked, Answer me now. Why is Flame crying? If you lie to me, I won't forgive you. Faced with Hei Wonriang's furious expression, Baek Yuziel felt his whole body go cold. Oh no, just one look from a rival of the strongest character is enough to freeze me. Now that I think about it, there was a plot where Hei Wonriang loved Flame all by himself. I'm dead, but I didn't do anything. This kind of misunderstanding is a disaster. I need to clear this up now. Baek Yuziel hurriedly spoke. There's really nothing going on between me and Flame. Why are you even asking that? Hei Wonriang frowned hard. Do you think I believe that? Whether you believe it or not, you need to, especially because what you're thinking isn't true. So relax. Baek Yuziel forced an awkward smile. Alright, are we good now? I seriously have nothing shady going on with Flame. Hei Wonriang fell silent for a moment, then lowered his face and said, Then my question was unnecessary. Sorry. But even the way he apologized made Baek Yuziel break out in goosebumps, and he could only stammer, No, it's really fine. Well then, I'll be going. Hei Wonriang turned around and walked away. Baek Yuziel finally let out a long breath of relief. What was that? That's nothing like him. Hei Wonriang is usually cold and rational, so seeing him this shaken makes me uneasy. The scene shifted to later that evening. Acel closed her book with a tired sigh, wondering why she had been unable to focus even once all day. Then her mind drifted back to that conversation with Baek Yuziel in the practice room. Baek Yuziel, there's something I want to ask you. Did you really come up with that formula on the spot just now? After thinking for a brief moment, he had answered, Let's just say yes. At the time, that answer had stunned her. She had always believed she was a genius, and that her talent alone would be enough to surpass anyone. But clearly, that was not true. As she kept thinking about it, Acel suddenly startled herself. What had she even been doing just now? If she stayed like this, how could she ever get revenge for her father? The people who betrayed her father and drove him to his death. The vile and cowardly Adalabit family. She could never be satisfied with things staying like this. Her revenge had to go further. She steadied herself again. No, not like this. She could not afford to give up. She had to push herself harder. Someday, she would make it happen. The next morning, warm sunlight spilled through the window and across Flame's bed. She woke up, but stayed there lazily, not wanting to move. Flame thought, because I like lively places, I chose a 4-person room. Looking back now, I should have just taken the single room meant for S-class students. I chose the 4-person room because I thought it would be fun and easier to make friends, but now I seriously regret it. Flame muttered to herself. Beck Uziel said he didn't know his purpose. At this point, she no longer doubted it. To her, that was proof he had regressed through time. I remember that in the final part of the original work, the 11th moon once told Ma Yuziang, I can give you the chance to turn back time. But the price is that you will lose nearly all the memories and recollections from the period you return to. And once the mission is complete, you will disappear from this world. No one will remember that you saved the world, not your friends, and not even the people you loved. Do you accept this trade and choose to begin again? At that time, Ma Yuziang answered, if that is my fate, then I will accept it and save the world once more. But Acel urgently stopped him. Wait, I would rather watch the world be destroyed than live in one without you. Let's go together. Izel's desperate words shook Ma Yuziang's cold heart and made him abandon the idea of turning back time. In the end, the world was destroyed, and the story closed on a tragic ending. Thinking of that, Flame slowly sat up in bed. If this world is different from the original, and Ma Yuziang doesn't know that Beck Uziel regressed through the power of the 11th moon, then once the mission is over, he will disappear. No one will remember that he was ever here. He would lose most of his memories, leaving behind only his sense of responsibility. And even then, all he said was that he wanted to survive. As a regressor, maybe sheer courage was the only thing keeping him moving forward without fearing that he would one day be erased. Flame kept thinking, he should have run away. But instead, with that mission on his shoulders, Beck Uziel turned back and chose to save the world, even though he knew death was waiting at the end of that road. He was afraid, and still he accepted it. If that was the case, then she should not doubt him anymore. They wanted the same thing, and she would stand by him in saving this world. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Jackie threw the door open in a panic. Flame, Sir He Wonriang is looking for you. He's waiting on the first floor of the dormitory. Flame immediately dropped back onto the bed and pretended to be exhausted, telling Jackie to send him away and say that she wasn't here. Jackie looked confused, but before she could ask anything else, Flame cut her off. I don't know. Just tell him that. I want to sleep, so don't bother me. With no other choice, Jackie did as she was told. But as she turned away, a small, bitter flash of envy rose in her chest. Flame was cared for so naturally, yet never seemed to understand how precious that care really was. She hurried down to the first floor. Outside the dormitory entrance, He Wonriang was standing there in a daze, his eyes heavy with the lonely sorrow of someone completely lost in love. Jackie quickly ran over, and the moment she saw him, relief washed through her. So it was Sir He Wonriang. But the instant he turned and saw Jackie, his face dimmed. The one he had been waiting for never came. In her place stood someone he did not expect at all. He Wonriang's cold reaction made Jackie feel painfully awkward. Her eyes flickered with the heat of quiet, one-sided affection, yet he showed no interest at all. Who are you? His words hit Jackie like icy water thrown straight into her face, dragging her back to reality in an instant. Her young heart cracked. When she stayed silent, He Wonriang asked again, where is Flame? Jackie finally answered, she's tired. She already went to sleep. He Wonriang assumed Flame must be upset because she had failed to confess to that pathetic guy. What does he have that I don't? After a pause, he muttered, I know I can seem cold. I'll come back later. Then he turned and left, while Jackie could only stare after him, utterly confused. Jackie felt crushed. Why? I love him so much, and yet he does not even remember my name. It was always the same. Everyone's eyes were drawn only to Flame, the gifted girl who always stood in the center of the light and received all the warmth. She was beautiful like an angel descended from the heavens. Even He Wonriang admired her from afar. And me? I am nothing at all. Fate really is unfair. The jealousy inside her kept growing heavier. Jackie clenched both fists tightly, her bitterness turning into real anger. The next morning, the scene shifted to main tower number 1 of Stella Academy. A man spoke first. I heard Professor Myzentiran was thoroughly humiliated by a student this time. Myzentiran bit her lip and lowered her head as she apologized. I was incompetent. I have no excuse. She turned her face away, and Vice Principal Akihaden said, you do know that I have always had very high expectations for you. Then he continued, more importantly, is the research on combining the Liu Kim technique with the doctors from the Moon Shadow sect progressing smoothly? Myzentiran answered with confidence, of course. I will not disappoint you. Akihaden patted her shoulder and whispered, good. You are the only one I trust with this. Mai Zantiren immediately replied, yes. Please leave it to me. I will excuse myself now. After Mai Zantiren left the room, Akihaden let out a contemptuous sneer. What a fool. She does not even realize she is being used. And even if she did realize it, she probably would not care. All she wants is status and honor, the kind of things that blind a person the moment they taste them. How absurd that a mage who studies anti-dark magic is actually serving dark magic itself. I can hardly wait for the day the alchemist dark magic study is finally completed. The scene shifted elsewhere. A slender figure struggled forward, carrying an absurdly tall pile of trembling documents, while the people around simply watched and offered no help at all. Then, all of a sudden, someone kind stepped in. It was Beck Uziel. With an easy smile, he said, teaching assistant, are you okay? Let me help you carry those. Thanks to Beck Uziel's help, the mountain of documents was finally delivered to Professor Mai Zantiren's office. The teaching assistant let out a relieved sigh. Thank you. Without your help, Professor Mai Zantiren would have scolded me again. Beck Uziel replied casually. It's nothing. Really, it was no big deal. Using the moment naturally, Beck Uziel glanced around the room. The office was a complete mess. Crumpled and torn papers were scattered everywhere, from the desk all the way down to the floor. He thought the place looked unbelievably chaotic. Then his eyes suddenly sharpened as something on the board caught his attention. Oh, what is that? The teaching assistant answered. Ah, that? It's a formula Professor Mai Zantiren has been researching together with several doctors. They call it the random spatial exchange calculation. Beck Uziel's eyes widened. The random spatial exchange calculation. This was the starting formula of the alchemist's dark magic study. In Mai Zantiren's darkening route, she completed this very formula alongside a dark mage, and the result was a disaster that set the whole world ablaze. Altalicia, she was the one who could change everything. What if she moved first and solved this formula before the dark mage ever could? Beck Uziel thought deeper. She was the only beam of hope in that darkness. With her brilliant mind and unmatched creativity, she had already made countless inventions that dark mages could never even imagine. An idea flashed through his mind, and he spoke at once. Assistant Professor Altalicia. She flinched and looked up. HM, do you want some coffee? Beck Uziel smiled and shook his head. No, not that. Professor Mai Zantiren makes things hard for you and puts you in uncomfortable situations, doesn't she? Altalicia blinked in surprise. Why are you suddenly asking me that? If there were a way to get real revenge, the kind that would truly satisfy you, what would you do? Would you be willing to try it? Altalicia grew flustered. I'm just a lowly assistant. How could someone like me get revenge? If I make one wrong move, I'll be fired and end up out on the streets with nowhere to go. Beck Uziel kept going. So what? Have you ever thought bigger? You could become a great alchemist one day. Maybe even surpass Professor Mai Zantiren herself. Altalicia stared at him in shock. What? Beck Uziel added. And once that happens, no one will ever dare look down on you again. Those words seemed to breathe new life into her, quietly planting a seed of hope deep inside Altalicia's heart. She murmured under her breath. If only that could really happen. Just as Beck Uziel had expected, Altalicia was exhausted by her current life, tired of serving Mai Zantiren day after day in that dusty, suffocating room. Her dream, the one she had held on to for so long, was to become an alchemist and create inventions that could truly change the world. And she had the talent for it too, because in the future, Altalicia would grow into a truly great alchemist. With a genius mind and brilliant creations of her own, she was someone who deserved the very best. Right now, though, Altalicia had pushed that dream aside for the sake of reality. Even so, Beck Uziel quietly thought to himself, I will help her reach that dream soon. After the first preliminary exam at Stella Academy, Beck Uziel kept visiting Altalicia and offering her small hints from time to time, and each time, she understood them almost immediately. Brightly, she said, Oh, you think so too? I was thinking of adding a button that changes the magic color and then attaching an eraser too, kind of like a mechanical pencil. It would be really convenient. Beck Uziel watched her with quiet satisfaction. Wonderful. Altalicia's invention was definitely progressing well, but the core formula was still missing. It would not be easy guiding her to surpass Mai Zantiren. Beck Uziel stepped out for a walk, and just then, a teasing voice called out. Hey, how do you even walk around like that? If you keep spacing out like that, you're seriously going to crash into somebody. It was Flame, who had just happened to be passing by. Beck Uziel crossed his arms, confused. What? Which guy? Flame shot back. Other than your great-grandfather. Who else would I mean? Are you seriously not getting it? Or are you just pretending? Beck Uziel was left speechless and thought to himself, this is exhausting. I never even mentioned my age. Still, I guess he really does talk to me more than before. Then Beck Uziel spoke up. Anyway, your timing is perfect. I actually have something important to tell you. Do you remember your roommate, that girl Jackie? The moment Flame heard Jackie's name, her face tightened with annoyance, and she frowned. She turned away angrily. That's illegal. Beck Uziel jumped back in shock. Hey, what are you even thinking? I haven't said anything yet. You need to look after her carefully. Jackie's condition right now isn't very good. Baek Uziel thought grimly to himself that if Jackie became corrupted by dark magic, she would grow dangerously unstable. Flame replied, I'm not completely sure, but we're planning to go on a hunting trip this weekend. I'll check on her then. Baek Uziel answered, all right. I'm counting on you. Then he asked, by the way, what do you think about going hunting? Hunting season was coming up, and the destination was Matevis Cemetery, where episode 4 was supposed to begin. Main characters like Ma Yuziong, Acel, and Flame were all meant to take part. There would even be a major fight against a 5th-class necromancer. Baek Uziel himself was not part of that storyline, but the hidden reward there would be useful for forming a familiar contract. A few hours later, the scene shifted again. Baek Uziel went to Professor Lee Hanwal's office to ask for permission to leave campus. Lee Hanwal held the paper in his hand and read it over. Training HM? But you probably won't be learning swordsmanship or knightly arts there. Baek Uziel froze for a second, unsure how he was supposed to answer that. Then he suddenly noticed Ma Yuziong's outing application as well, and thought to himself, just as I expected. The hunt is starting now, exactly the same as in my memory. So he tried to persuade him. Professor, quite a lot of students have been going hunting lately. Lee Hanwal replied. It seems everyone is heading to Matevis Cemetery for club activities. They're probably all searching for treasure. Ma Yuziong and He Wonriang are both very diligent. Ma Yuziong said he would be returning to his clan, while He Wonriang went along with Flame. Baek Uziel was startled. What? Without Ma Yuziong there, they cannot stand against the necromancer. With the team arranged the way it was now, they had no chance of defeating a 5th-class necromancer. What should I do? I cannot ask for support without proof, and the plot will not let me reveal everything either. But no matter what, I am not going to let it unfold like this. A few days later, at Matevis Cemetery, a male student had just killed a giant fish monster, and now it lay on the ground, gasping out its last breaths. He shouted proudly, it's a level 2 monster, just a weak piranha. Suddenly, a rough voice barked at him. Hey, you stupid bastard, don't ruin everything. Didn't you hear the team leader's orders? It was second-year student Kasif Derek. Dope Chulkwang scratched his head and let out an awkward laugh as he said, sorry. Kasif Derek clicked his tongue in annoyance. How could that idiot still be laughing? Then a girl spoke from a short distance away. Forget it. Talking to him anymore is just a waste of breath. That was second-year student Bandayan. She turned to Acel and said, don't mind them. Just ignore it. Acel answered softly, yes, ma'am. Then Kasif Derek turned back and said, I heard that. Got a problem? You're being too loud. Be careful how you talk in front of the freshmen. Acel quietly thought to herself that she had heard there was an opening in the club, so she came along hoping the people here were not too bad. Just as she was thinking that, the team leader's voice rang out. Acel, let's go. She quickly replied, yes, ma'am. Then, all of a sudden, a loud explosion echoed from somewhere in the distance. The whole group jumped in surprise and turned toward the sound. What was that? Could there be a fight going on nearby? Bandayan asked. If another group is hunting in the same area, should we go greet them, team leader? Kasif Derek answered blankly. Yes. The moment those words were spoken, the whole team started moving quickly and aggressively toward the source of the explosion. Izel's eyes suddenly widened. She had spotted Hong Baiyan in the distance. Flame was there too, along with a group of people she did not recognize. They were in the middle of an argument, and Hong Baiyan shouted clearly, I was the one who took down the giant piranha first. Flame shot back at once. What nonsense. It's inside our hunting grounds, so that makes it ours. In front of Acel lay the dead giant fish, its sharp teeth still tightly clenched. Acel recalled hearing that the giant piranha was a rare third-tier monster. So this argument was probably about who had the right to claim the spoils. Getting involved in this would only drag her into even more trouble. Besides, she had no desire at all to stand face-to-face with the little sister of the one who killed her father. I need to leave now, before this gets worse. Just then, a voice rang out. Come on, juniors. If you've got something to say, why not share it with your senior? It was Kasif Derek, stepping forward with a cheerful grin. Hong Baiyan and Flame answered at the same time. Shut up and get lost. Kasif Derek looked offended. How dare you talk to your senior like that? Hong Baiyan shot back coldly. If you're a senior, then act like one. Why is the captain acting so clueless? Then a deep rumbling suddenly rolled through the area, and the ground began to shake beneath them. A strange, ominous energy spread outward. The moment Flame felt it, she knew it was a very bad sign. Without warning, a skeletal hand burst violently out of the ground. Everyone froze in shock, their eyes wide as they stared. Flame went pale. This can't be right. The skeletons are appearing already? In front of them, countless dried corpses sprawled across the ground, their mouths hanging open as if they were screaming in silent horror. At the same time, in another part of the cemetery, a warning sign stood nearby. Do not enter alone. The system updated. Experience gained, skills improved, stats increased. Baek Uziel appeared off to the side. He wished he could use proper magic, but all he really had was blink. The corpses of giant fish were scattered all over the ground around him. He quietly muttered, "It's about time." He lifted his eyes and looked into the distance and recognized the tombs ahead. Ah, there they are. A shadow of frustration crossed his face for a moment. He did not have overwhelming power like Ma Yuziong, the kind that could wipe out an entire skeleton army in one sweep, and he lacked raw strength too. So the only thing left was to fight the way a player would. Episode 4, The Attack of the Death Necromancer, had begun. The earth trembled again. Something quickly pushed its way up from below. A skeletal lieutenant-class monster had appeared, one of the mini-bosses that showed up 3 times in this episode. Its red eyes burned, and its exposed teeth looked vicious as it fixed its stare on Baek Yuziel. He immediately judged that with his current strength, a direct fight would only end in death. But that was never his plan in the first place. Grab its head and smash it hard again. In comics, there is always that unwritten rule that when someone transforms or summons something, everyone else just stands there and watches. But in real life, standing still does not mean you deserve to get caught. The magic staff, the backbone, was in the middle of completing the command ritual for the Bone General under Baek Yuziel's control. Now the whole field is yours. Let's begin. Meanwhile, on the other side, more and more skeletons rose up and closed in around the group. A freezing aura spread through the air. Flame realized she had been careless and completely caught off guard. This is the Spirit Master episode, but something feels wrong. If I remember correctly, the one who was supposed to handle this part was Ma Yuziong. So why is Acel here with this group instead? And where is Ma Yuziong? Does that mean I have to face a 5th-class Spirit Master with this team? Seeing Flame lose her composure, Hei Wonriang tried to steady her and quickly sent a distress signal to Stella through his pocket watch. Just hold on until help arrives. Dok Chulkwang added, "That's right. Just endure for a little while. The professors will come soon. Even if we can't defeat the Spirit Master, we should at least be able to escape." Hong Baiyan spoke sharply. "Now is not the time to comfort each other. This is a graveyard. The longer we stay here, the more skeletons will gather. We need to return to base immediately." Jackie stepped back in fear the moment she saw the grotesque horde of skeletons. "Don't come any closer." A huge, snarling mouth opened wide with a horrible scream, as though it wanted to tear into living flesh. Then, in an instant, a burst of force struck it from behind and stopped its charge. The one who moved was Acel. Jackie stammered weakly, okay." Dok Chulkwang gave a short nod of approval. "Not bad for a freshman." Acel kept her eyes on the battlefield and said, "This Spirit Master came prepared. He is using an energy storage device to preserve mana. Normally, a 3rd or 4th-class Spirit Master can control at most 15 skeletons. And yet this one is controlling a huge area without any strain at all." Dok Chulkwang looked around as even more skeletons kept pouring in. This was planned long in advance. They must be trying to kill us here and turn us into skeletal mages. Kasif Derek forced a smile, thinking that as the captain, he had to show what he could do by wiping them out with overwhelming magic. But real life was never that simple. A skeleton suddenly grabbed Kasif Derek by the leg. His face instantly went pale with fear, and in that moment, everything inside him turned into panic. Before he could even react, Dok Chulkwang lunged forward and attacked without hesitation. "Damn it, don't think you can get away." But unexpectedly, a hand suddenly appeared right in front of Kasif Derek. In that instant, he had no way to resist. Dok Chulkwang realized what was happening and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, they're chanting a counterspell." He quickly threw himself down. A terrifying mass of power began to gather, dense and crushing, unstable enough that it looked ready to explode at any second. Everyone was startled, and panic spread through the group at once. Hong Baiyan shouted, "No! If that explodes, then we're all." A huge explosion tore through the cemetery, blasting open an enormous crater. A lot of people were hurt. Fortunately, Flame was unharmed, but the swarm of necromancers kept pressing forward without stopping. Flame thought to herself, "This is bad. I've hit my limit. I'm too exhausted." The situation had become desperate. Her magic power was nearly gone, and there was no time at all to recover. Meanwhile, the enemy numbers were overwhelming. The skeletons came closer with their jaws hanging open, shrieking as they advanced. Flame felt her blood run cold, her body going weak. "It's over." She tightened her grip on her staff and forced herself to keep watching. "Is this really where I die?" But then, all at once, the skeleton horde stopped moving, as if something had taken control of them. Flame stared in disbelief. What is going on? Now that everything had finally stopped, all she could think was, what the hell is this? From far away, Baek Yuziel came into view, walking forward like a god descending at the last second to save them. Flame was stunned, unable to understand how he had shown up at exactly the right moment. Then she noticed the skull in Baek Yuziel's hand, and realized it belonged to the Dry Bone General, a creature far stronger than normal bone soldiers and usually guarded by elite bone soldiers. And yet he had captured it all by himself? It felt completely unbelievable. Dok Chulkwang came back to his senses and thanked him, saying that they had only survived because of him. Baek Yuziel answered politely, "It was nothing. Acel asked him how he had managed to get the dry bone general's skull. Baek Uziel joked that he had just fished it out of a pot of bone broth, though inwardly he knew there was no need to reveal that he had ambushed the summoning point. His joke only left Acel speechless. Baek Uziel stayed calm. More than anything, he needed to come up with a new plan fast. If the necromancer chose to directly control the dry bones and ignore the dry bone general, things would get troublesome. Dok Chulkwang asked the junior whether he had any plan. Baek Uziel replied that on his way there, he had seen the necromancer controlling things near the base area, which meant escape was impossible. Their only real option was to strike straight at the core. Everyone looked bewildered by how reckless that sounded. Dok Chulkwang quickly asked if he was seriously in his right mind. Baek Uziel answered calmly. Didn't we learn this at school? Necromancers may control strong bone soldiers, but their true core is not something we should fear the most. I know you're worried, but he'll definitely have a guard unit around him. His control range is too wide. If we don't strike the core directly, we'll never get out of here. He thought to himself that the Death Spirit Master's guard force consisted of 1 dry bone general, 6 elite bone soldiers, and 50 regular bone soldiers, and the number would only keep increasing. Their only chance was now, but the question was how to convince them. Then someone spoke up. Even if he could be a little foolish at times, when it came to battle and tactics, he still had more experience than the rest of them. Hong Baiyin continued sincerely. In this situation, we can't break through the siege, and the Death Spirit Master won't expect us to be bold enough to attack the core directly. The two seniors exchanged a look. Maybe that really was their only path to survival. I don't know what exactly you're counting on, but we can't split up here. I'll help. Bandine agreed at once. Fine. Then I'll move first before the Death Spirit Master notices us. We still have a chance. At the same time, in another part of Matevis Cemetery, a figure appeared and spoke. Meeting Stella's fledglings here is quite the stroke of luck. I'll turn them all into dry bone sorcerers. Even the Dark Demon Alliance doesn't dare look down on me. That was Sa Bai-hyuk, the 5th-class Death Spirit Master of the Dark Mage Tower. He let out a wicked laugh. Here, where the mana gathers in this magic vessel, where 700 dry bones lie sleeping. From now on, no one will dare underestimate me anymore. Haha. Then all of a sudden, he froze. What was that? I've lost the connection. Don't tell me my general was defeated? A sharp cracking sound rang out as some force slammed into the shield from behind. He was stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. The skeleton behind him shook violently, and horror spread across his face. A 4th-class magic shield had cracked. How could this happen? He roared in fury. You bastard. I won't let you get away. But in the blink of an eye, everything was already over before he could even react. A massive explosion shook the area, wiping out the entire group of skeletons in an instant. The blaze was the combined power of the UCL group coming together. Sabihiak froze completely, as if his body had turned to stone. Damn it. I was careless. I didn't think they'd go straight for the core. Even if they're still chicks, Stella is still Stella, they can't be underestimated. Reluctantly, he realized the situation was too dangerous to hold back any longer. He bit his finger until blood spilled and prepared to summon elite bone soldiers. Rise, servants of evil, obey my command. The ground split open as a twisted skeletal warrior crawled out with a vicious grin. A whole legion began closing in from every side. But Sabihuk coughed up blood violently. Wounded all over, he wiped his mouth bitterly. Damn it, summoning them is taking a toll on me. Hold them back. I'll finish this myself. The bone warriors roared and charged forward. Watching from a distance with a smug smile, he thought, good, keep fighting like that. Now I can relax. But life never stays that simple. In an instant, Uziel activated Blink, appearing right behind the Death Priest. Startled, Sabihuk spun around and shouted, damn it. Who are you? Uziel only sneered, refusing to answer. The Death Priest's mind raced in terror. I clearly had eyes on all 12 students of Stellar Academy through my bone soldiers. So how did this kid get behind me? His eyes suddenly widened in shock. Impossible. That's my bone soldier general. Why is it in your hand? Without hesitation, Uziel loosened his grip. The skull dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. And in the same moment, the male lead swung his blade down hard. The elite skeleton soldier's condition worsened, and Sabihiak coughed up even more blood. Clutching his wound, his face twisted in bitterness. Damn, I really underestimated them. So this is the true strength of Stellar Academy students. On Uziel's side, he was sweating as he thought, Dok Chulkwang and Bandine should have taken down the elite skeleton first and supported me. But if those elite skeletons are tied up, does that mean I'm fighting alone? Am I the weakest one here? Or should I retreat? He felt something was clearly off. Suddenly, Sabihiak coughed violently again, snapping Uziel back to attention. Only now did he realize the condition. He's seriously injured too. He had overexerted himself summoning the elite skeleton soldiers and was suffering internal injuries. I can do this. A confident smile formed on his face without him realizing it. At the same time, Bayin's flames burst violently. Jackie rushed over in panic. Princess, it's dangerous. The necromancer is fighting Uziel one-on-one. Bai flinched. What? She quickly looked ahead. Where Uziel and Sabihiak clashed, intense power rippled through the air. The battle had reached a terrifying level. Bai murmured, "This is bad. This is completely different from the original plan." For some reason, Uziel alone was holding back the Death Priest, while the other Stella students were scattered across the battlefield. Maybe they had to split the enemy forces and take them down one by one. But could Uziel really hold him until they arrived? If he dies, I won't forgive you. Hold on, Uziel. Meanwhile, Uziel kept using Blink without pause, his eyes scanning every movement as he searched for a solution. His precise judgment and timing allowed him to barely evade the Death Priest's attacks. Knowing he couldn't dodge forever, he shifted into a risky, high-reward style, just like in the game, suddenly blinking straight toward the Death Priest. Sabihiak, a level 5 Death Priest, gritted his teeth. "Oomph, you think you can beat me that easily? Don't be ridiculous." As he spoke, a cage of bones instantly formed around him. Uziel smiled faintly. This is probably the best he's got. He already had a backup plan, a special bone essence cola potion. Haha, now this battlefield is mine. He threw 2 cola vials, and the bone cage began corroding immediately. Sabihiak's eyes shook in disbelief as his proud defense spell crumbled. Remembering his earlier arrogance, his face turned red with rage and shame. "You damn bastard. How dare you destroy my bone shield? Kill him now." Countless sharp bone spikes shot straight toward Uziel. But Uziel had already blinked behind Sabihiak much earlier than anyone realized, positioning himself quietly at the perfect angle for an opening strike. Gripping his sword tightly, Uziel felt that this was the decisive moment. Everything had led up to this one clean finishing blow. He expected it to end instantly with a single strike, but unexpectedly, Sabihiak twisted his body with a strange smile, as if he had been waiting for exactly this move. It was as if everything had been predicted from the start. Sabihiak had already sensed Uziel's presence behind him, and only then did Beck realize with a cold shock that he had been the one lured in. In that instant, a sharp bone spike burst up violently from the ground beneath him, and it pierced straight through Uziel's leg without mercy. Blood splattered out as pain shot through him, and Uziel clenched his teeth, thinking bitterly that he had been hit hard. Forcing himself to endure the pain, he tried to pull back and create distance. Sabihiak laughed loudly in triumph. "Haha, you bastard. Keep causing trouble. This is what you get in the end." Feeling the burning pain in his leg, Uziel gasped and realized he had been careless. Even injured, his opponent was still a true level 5 mage. But I can't die here. He's already exhausted. Constantly using magic must be draining his body heavily by now. In other words, that's all he has left. Level 5 or not, what's my next move? If I land one more clean hit, I can finish him. But the pain is messing with my focus. Even my instincts feel dull. My head is pounding, and Blink is getting harder to control. What should I do? Then suddenly, a thought flashed through Uziel's mind. That's it. That's the answer. While Sabihiak lowered his head for a moment in thought, he slowly stepped forward, closing the distance. With a confident expression, he raised his hand to strike. Die. At that exact moment, Uziel understood everything clearly. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward at full speed, but his injured leg gave out, and he stumbled hard, falling face first to the ground. Seeing Uziel's pathetic fall, Sabihiak burst into cruel laughter. "Ha! Look at you running. How pathetic can you get?" But Uziel ignored the mockery completely, quietly telling himself to just hold on a little longer. Dragging his body across the ground, he forced himself forward step by step despite the pain. Sabihiak continued mocking him. "Haha, struggling is useless. I'll end you right here." But Uziel didn't waver at all. Instead, he curved his lips slightly and muttered, "I've already won." The distance between Sabihiak and Uziel was now only 13 meters, which meant he didn't even need to cancel Blink's activation delay. While Sabihiak was still confused, trying to figure out Uziel's intention, his eyes suddenly widened in shock and fear. In less than a second, Uziel had blinked directly in front of him. Enduring the stabbing pain in his leg, Uziel forced his body to stay steady. He poured all his remaining strength into his sword and unleashed a critical strike straight through Sabihiak's heart. Fresh blood burst into the air. At the same time, on the allied side, the moment the necromancer died, the skeleton soldiers all froze in place, shocking everyone. Then, the entire army of skeletons dissolved and scattered into nothingness. Seeing this, Dok Chulkwang shouted in disbelief, "Don't tell me. Uziel actually took him down already." Jackie collapsed to the ground as if waking from a nightmare, staring blankly while whispering that it was unbelievable. Uziel had truly defeated a level 5 soul necromancer. That realization hit like a signal flare, and everyone erupted in emotion, cheering, crying, and shouting that they were alive. Meanwhile, Uziel himself collapsed from exhaustion after the battle. After some time, he slowly regained consciousness, letting out a tired sigh as he thought he just wanted to go home and rest as soon as possible. Soon after, Stella Academy's magic knights arrived at Matevis Cemetery, gathered the situation, and escorted everyone back to the academy. The moment Beck Uziel returned, Professor Lee Hanwall immediately scolded him, saying, "You said you were going to train in fresh air and green hills, and ended up in a cemetery? The air there must be nice, huh?" Beck Uziel had no way to respond to the sarcasm and simply lowered his head, apologizing that he only left the carriage because he sensed something dangerous coming. "I understand your reasoning," Lee Hanwall replied, "but rules are rules. You will be punished, no exceptions." However, he added that Beck Uziel's willingness to rush into danger and protect others, even while breaking school rules, was commendable, and that the academy would grant him reward points for his actions. "Understood," Beck Uziel replied quietly, thanking him. After Lee Hanwall left, he let out a tired breath, wondering if he should head back and rest. "The doctor said I need to rest for a few days to recover from the thigh injury and avoid overexertion." As he walked while thinking about it, footsteps slowly approached from behind. Beck Uziel turned around to see who it was. It was Acel Malf, the heroine of the story. She always carried a warm, gentle smile that never seemed to fade. No matter how heavy her burdens were, she always stood strong and overcame them. Looking at Beck Uziel, she spoke softly, thanking him sincerely for everything today. Beck Uziel replied casually that she should treat him to a meal next time. But Izel's expression was slightly clouded. Quietly, she thought that this incident had taught her something important. There were far more extraordinary people in this world than she had ever imagined. "I've always believed I was a one-of-a-kind genius, unmatched by anyone, and up until now, that belief had never once wavered." But after enrolling at Stella, Beck Uziel finally came face to face with reality. The world was far bigger than he imagined, filled with countless extraordinary talents. He had entered the academy aiming for the very top, yet quickly realized that reaching it wouldn't be nearly as simple as he thought. Out of nowhere, Acel spoke up, her voice hesitant but sincere. "Can I do the same? If I really try, do you think I could become like you?" Hearing that, Beck Uziel froze for a moment, caught off guard and unsure how to respond. A quiet unease crept into his thoughts. This wasn't good. The Acel he remembered wouldn't have asked something like that. If she had changed this much, was it because of him? In the original story, Acel had always stood at the center, facing every trial head-on as the protagonist. No matter how harsh the challenge, she found a way to overcome it. The Death Mage raid should have been no different. She likely forged her own path through it, changing her fate through sheer effort and will. But now, because of Beck Uziel's interference, Acel had only endured those hardships without truly conquering them herself. She still leaned on others, and even after everything she'd been through, her heart remained fragile. He hesitated, knowing that empty encouragement would only wound her further. So instead, he chose honesty. No rehearsed answer, just what he truly felt. After all, he had already achieved what others thought impossible. That alone proved something. Acel blinked in surprise. "How did you know that?" Beck Uziel answered softly, "Because I've always been watching you." The words slipped out naturally, but they only left Acel more confused. A faint blush spread across her cheeks, coloring her face in an instant. Seeing that reaction, Beck Uziel suddenly stiffened. "Wait, that didn't sound right at all. That sounded like something a stalker would say. What did I just say?" Flustered, he quickly turned away. "Anyway, I'll be going now." He hurried off, only relaxing once he was out of sight. Damn, that was way too close. Meanwhile, Acel stood there, replaying his words over and over in her mind. He said, "He'd always been watching me. No one had ever paid attention to someone like her, the daughter of a traitor. And if they did, it was only to point out her flaws and judge her mistakes. No one had ever truly cared. And yet, he said he had been watching her all along." His words pierced through the cold shell around her heart, spreading warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. Her pulse quickened, and deep inside, something reignited, the passion for magic, the sense of purpose she thought she'd lost. Before anyone noticed, dawn had broken, and a new day quietly began. This was the Magic Council, where the world's most exceptional mages gathered, people so devoted to magic that nothing else mattered. Today, an extraordinary event had drawn everyone's attention. The entire hall buzzed with talk of a Stella student defeating a 5th-level necromancer. Ridiculous, some scoffed. What kind of era is this? Necromancers should have disappeared ages ago. Yet despite the disbelief, the truth remained. Someone from Stella had indeed defeated a 5th-level necromancer. When Beck Uziel first heard about the ceremony, he thought it would be a simple award presentation. But seeing magical reporters and nobles gathered here, he couldn't help but sigh. This is way over the top. Wait, why does Hong Baiyan look so excited? She was practically glowing with excitement, until she noticed Beck Uziel watching her. In an instant, Hong Baiyan turned back, her expression snapping cold again. "What are you staring at?" Beck Uziel flinched. Nothing. Then Professor Lee Hanwall stepped forward, sweeping his gaze across the crowd before raising his voice. The room fell silent immediately. Today, we honor 13 brave students who stood against the dark mages. These awards will be presented personally by the headmaster. The 13 students were stunned. The headmaster himself? Even Beck Uziel hadn't expected this. The pinnacle of humanity, a ninth-class mage. Eltman Eltwin would be the one presenting the awards. He was a figure who often appeared in the game, almost like a hidden main character. Though rumored to be over 300 years old, he looked no older than 18 or 19, always wearing a gentle, easygoing smile. But behind that smile was the strongest mage in the world, the one known as the Decimator. As the crowd remained in shock, Eltman Eltwin walked calmly past each student, patting their shoulders with a warm smile. Well done. Keep pushing forward, and don't lose your courage. Then, those clear, childlike eyes turned toward Beck Uziel. It was hard to believe that someone who looked even younger than the student standing here was actually a 300-year-old headmaster. But standing before him, Beck Uziel felt an overwhelming pressure. He swallowed hard, unable to relax. Just meeting those eyes was suffocating. This was the power of a ninth-class mage, one of only 10 in the entire world. He couldn't even look away. His whole body felt tense, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Eltman tilted his head slightly, noticing his tension, then smiled brightly. Still working hard. I see, just as I expected. With that, he moved on, leaving Beck Uziel standing there, his mind spinning with questions. What did he mean by that? Not long after, the loudspeaker announced that the ceremony had come to an end. Back in the dormitory, Beck Uziel opened the reward package attached to his certificate and gasped. 5 million credits. He stared in disbelief. With this much, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. He never imagined the academy would reward them so generously. For nobles like Hong Baiyan or He Wenriang, it might not mean much, but for someone like him, or Acel, this was a life-changing amount. On top of that, the final reward from this incident was the container of the T1EED artifact, considered the core of the T1EED system itself. He quietly clenched his fist in satisfaction. It's still tricky with Altalicia right now, but soon, I'll be able to create my own private storage space. Once that's done, carrying items will be far easier. Of course, first I need to solve the interference formula in the chaos algorithm. Still, the fact that the others willingly gave up this reward makes things much easier. Next came the system reward. A notification echoed in his mind. The infiltration mission of T1EED has been completed. You have gained a significant amount of experience for advancing the story in a unique way. Additional rewards from the Constellatio project have been granted, a downgraded version of an in-game item, a downgraded version of an acquired skill, experience points. Beck Uziel blinked in surprise. There's more? It wasn't that he disliked it. In fact, it made him realize just how lacking he still was. Right now, he needed every bit of strength he could get. After thinking it through, he made his choice. Skills mattered most at the moment. The experience points would go straight into Blink. The recent battle had made one thing painfully clear. He was still far too weak. Working as hard as everyone else wouldn't be enough. If he wanted to survive, he had to move ahead using the knowledge only he possessed. After making his choice, the system immediately confirmed that the reward had been applied. The experience points were enough, and his Blink skill advanced to level 2. Now it had a maximum range of 12 meters, could store up to 3 charges, and had a cooldown of just 3 seconds. Beck Uziel could clearly feel the change flowing through his body. Even though the distance hadn't increased, he still nodded in satisfaction. For now, this was more than enough. He clenched his fists tightly, unable to hide his excitement. The increase in Blink charges alone was a huge improvement. Now he could move more freely in battle without holding back. With a brief moment to breathe, his thoughts quickly shifted to the next problem he needed to deal with. Izel's condition wasn't looking good. The scene shifted to a dark meditation classroom. Acel sat among the other students, quietly immersed. It felt as though she was drifting in a dream, her body weightless, floating somewhere between reality and illusion. Strangely, it wasn't unpleasant. Then a cold breeze brushed past her, and she suddenly felt something lodged deep inside her, as if something was stuck and refusing to move. She tried again and again to push it out, focusing hard, until a voice suddenly called her name. Acel. Startled, she opened her eyes and looked around. The other students were all sitting cross-legged, calmly meditating, just like she had been. Did I fall asleep? She wondered. At that moment, a translucent butterfly fluttered past her ear, carrying the professor's voice. Why are you using magic during meditation? Look above you. Acel slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes widening in surprise. Floating not far above her was a single pillar of ice, quietly suspended in the air. She had cast magic without even realizing it. Acel froze in shock. Wait, when did I make this? I didn't chant anything, didn't calculate a formula. She quickly glanced around. Did the others not notice? Even if it was only first-tier magic, they should have sensed the mana movement. If this was truly the effect of the meditation method Beck Uziel had introduced, then it was incredible. She had doubted it before, but now the result wasn't just good, it was astonishing. Before long, The meditation session came to an end, and the students began filing out, heading toward the cafeteria. Instead of following them, Acel stopped by a stall and chose a red bean cake. She took a bite, savoring the sweetness. Thanks to the reward money, she could finally afford this 1,500 credit dessert. For once, she allowed herself to feel a small, simple happiness. Then suddenly, a voice called out beside her. "Hello, Acel." She turned, and standing there was Crown Prince Jeremy Scalvin. He smiled warmly, his expression soft and almost innocent. It wasn't a strong, imposing charm, but something gentler, almost disarming. "Have you joined any clubs yet?" he asked casually. Acel blinked, slightly caught off guard. "Not yet. I haven't joined anything." Jeremy tilted his head with a light smile. "Really? Then why not join ours?" But Acel wasn't naive enough to accept such a tempting offer without question. Something about it felt off. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she asked, "What's the catch?" Jeremy let out a soft laugh. "A condition? There's none. I just like you." That answer only made her more cautious. Yes, she was talented, reaching level 3 at just 17, and her looks didn't hurt either. Under normal circumstances, attention like this wouldn't be strange. But the label of trader's daughter had always kept people away. And yet, Jeremy was approaching her so openly. To Acel, it was obvious. He wanted to make her his pawn. Noticing her hesitation, Jeremy stepped a little closer, his tone softening. "Come on, don't you trust me, Acel? I really don't have any conditions. Just join the club and stay by my side. I'll take care of everything for you. You know who I am." Acel wasn't foolish. She understood exactly what he meant. Right now, the Scalvin Empire and the Adalabit Kingdom were in conflict. If she accepted Jeremy's backing, her harsh life could change overnight. No more struggling for small comforts. No more humiliation as a trader's child. Even something like a red bean cake wouldn't feel like a luxury anymore. She knew she shouldn't, but her lips parted anyway, her voice faltering. For a brief moment, her eyes lost focus. Jeremy's smile deepened. He could tell he was close to getting what he wanted. But right then, a hand suddenly shot forward. Flame stepped in without hesitation and slapped Acel sharply across the face. Both Acel and Jeremy froze, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Acel stood there, blank and speechless, while Flame glared at her and spoke harshly. "You said you wanted to be with me, and now you're flirting with someone else behind my back. You told me you liked me, and now you're just going to throw me away?" Before anyone could process what was happening, Flame grabbed Azel's wrist and pulled her along. "Come with me. We need to talk." With that, Flame dragged Acel away, leaving Crown Prince Jeremy standing there, momentarily stunned, though a faint hint of interest soon crept into his expression. A while later, behind the school grounds, Flame finally let out a breath, tension easing from her shoulders. That was close, way too close. Acel, still dazed, frowned slightly. "What was that about? What were you trying to say to me?" Flame crossed her arms lightly. "Anyway, you should be thanking me. If you'd rejected him without a proper excuse, that guy would have kept bothering you forever. Sorry for hitting you." Flame gave a small wave as she turned to leave. "I'll be going now." And just like that, she walked off, leaving Acel standing there in complete confusion. As she walked away, Flame couldn't stop thinking, did I make the right call? In the original storyline, if Acel had joined that club, Jeremy would have destroyed her, spreading vile rumors, dragging her name through the mud, erasing everything she worked for. After that, Azel's mental state would only get worse. I tried not to interfere, but after watching Beck Uziel, maybe stepping in isn't always wrong. Even after losing most of his future memories, he still kept trying to change things. Flame glanced back anxiously, wondering if her little lie would end up being exposed. Meanwhile, inside Jeremy Scalvin's room, he sat calmly with a cup of fragrant tea, lost in thought. Flame is quite adorable. The way she tries to hide her feelings in front of me, it's actually rather fascinating. Even compared to Azel, there was someone else he wanted far more now. The prince had clearly shifted his interest toward a different target. The scene smoothly transitions to the following day, as the sun rises high and a fresh morning settles over the academy. In the classroom, Professor Lee Hanwal's voice echoed clearly through the room. "Starting today, we'll begin combat simulation practice against monsters." He continued, explaining that this time they wouldn't be fighting weak level 1 or 2 monsters anymore, but mid-tier level 3 monsters, far more dangerous and difficult opponents. The professor understood that no ordinary student could handle such enemies alone. Because of that, the goal this time was teamwork, forming groups, analyzing weaknesses, and defeating monsters through coordination and strategy. He then laid out the rules. Students were free to move out and choose a mid-level monster as their target, and they would be given enough time to prepare. They would head to Stelladome. To the north lay the Fiery Valley, to the south the Ice Sea, to the west the barren desert, and to the east a swampy grassland. Each team should choose terrain that fits their fighting style, hunt a mid-sized monster accordingly, and eliminate it. Class A and Class S will begin training first. The evaluation will take place in 4 days, where each group must demonstrate their prepared battle. Teams may consist of up to 6 members, and lists must be submitted in advance. Hearing this, Acel stood alone, since no one approached her to form a team. She felt a quiet sting of disappointment, thinking bitterly, I really hate group work. This evaluation meant everything to her. If she failed, she wouldn't be eligible for a scholarship. Without it, she would have to work part-time during weekends and holidays just to keep studying, leaving her with far less time to train. Her future would become much harder, and advancement in magic would slow to a crawl. Just as these thoughts weighed on her, a voice suddenly broke through. Princess, would you like to form a team with me? The sudden words snapped her out of her thoughts. Acel looked up and saw a crowd of students surrounding Princess Bayan, all trying to impress her and present their reasons for being the best choice. It was only natural. Princess Bayan had the privilege of choosing anyone she wanted. She stood at the center of attention like it was the most normal thing in the world. In stark contrast, Acel stood completely alone, not a single person even glancing her way. She couldn't help but glance toward Bayan, a faint sense of admiration mixed with something heavier in her chest. Once, they had started from the same place. Back when Izel's ice-based noble family was still at its peak, and the Adalabit royal family of fire stood as their equal rival in the magical world. The two forces had constantly checked and balanced each other, neither able to dominate. It was in that era that both Bayan and Acel were born as gifted children of rival bloodlines. The world once had its eyes on them, believing they were destined to stand at the top. Acel herself once believed she would become a great mage, until the Adalabit royal family destroyed her ancient house. At that memory, her fist tightened. She forced herself to calm down, reminding herself there was no point in anger now. She had once thought she was chosen by fate, and now, she would reclaim everything from Adalabit. Lost in those thoughts, Acel stood frozen until a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Hey, are you alone? It was Beck Uziel. Seeing his familiar, almost radiant presence, Acel sighed softly and replied, Is something wrong? From his tone, Uziel already knew this was the right moment to step in. Izel's confidence had not yet been swallowed by darkness, and this was his chance to help keep it that way. In front of the other students at Stellar Academy, Uziel smiled brightly and pointed to himself. Let's form a team together. Nearby, Bayan immediately noticed Beck Uziel's arrival. A slight frown formed on her face. What do you mean, Uziel? She couldn't understand why he would choose Acel when there were so many better options available. Acel herself was startled. Wait, you're saying we're teaming up? Uziel calmly replied. There's no minimum member requirement. 2 people can form a team, and we even get bonus points for having fewer members. Acel immediately panicked. Are you insane? How are just the 2 of us supposed to handle a mid-tier level 3 monster? But even as she said it, doubt crept into her mind. Strangely, if it was with Uziel, she felt like it might actually be possible. Seeing that she hadn't refused outright, Uziel smiled with quiet confidence. So, do you agree? Acel hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded. I agree. I don't really have anyone else to team up with anyway. Uziel chuckled lightly. Good choice. I'll go submit the list. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Acel watching his back. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Acel turned in surprise as Bayan appeared. Bayan crossed her arms, clearly annoyed. Acel stiffened immediately. What's your problem? If you're trying to compete with me, stay out of my way. You're nothing but a shameless pig pretending to be human. Those harsh words cut into Acel like a blade. She flinched, her chest tightening in pain. Without another word, Bayan turned and walked away. Only then did Acel realize the truth. Bayan hadn't approached her out of concern for her potential, but because Uziel had chosen her instead. A bitter laugh escaped her. So in Bayan's eyes, I never even existed. As Bayan walked away, she herself felt increasingly irritated. How am I supposed to lose to someone like a failure or a commoner? If I'm forming a team, I need at least the strongest knight on my side. Her gaze swept across the room and landed on Ma Yuziang, who was hesitating between soloing or joining a group. Without hesitation, Bayan walked straight toward him. Noticing her approach, Ma Yuziang spoke first. Princess, is something the matter? Bayan asked directly. Have you formed a team yet? Ma Yuziang looked slightly surprised. Not yet. I was planning to go alone. Bayan nodded, then said firmly, then join my team. Ma Yuziang smirked faintly. And why would I do that? It was clearly a refusal, but Bayan didn't back down. She stated coldly. Yuziang and Acel have already teamed up. And you know the fewer members a team has, the higher the bonus points, right? Bayan glanced toward Yuziang's group. Ma Yuziang followed her gaze and saw the 2 already talking comfortably. Bayan continued. And I doubt they're aiming for ordinary mid-tier monsters. They're probably going after special mid to large class ones. Let me say it again. Are you sure you want to form a team with me? Beck Uziel asked once more, his tone calm but firm, making sure Acel understood he was serious and not joking around. Ma Yuziang fell into a brief silence, quietly weighing the situation in his mind as he observed the tension building around him. Even though he knew Hong Bayan was deliberately trying to provoke him, Ma Yuziang couldn't deny that the idea of going head-to-head with Uziel's side stirred his competitive spirit. A faint smile formed as he finally responded. Alright, sounds interesting. I've also been wanting to properly compete against Yuziel at least once. Let's take them down together, Ma Yuziong added with a sharp glint in his eyes, fully accepting the challenge that had been placed in front of him. Hong Baiyan let out a small breath of relief, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Good. I'm counting on you, she said, her confidence returning as the team finally came together. Her gaze then shifted sharply toward Acel. Under her breath, she muttered coldly, just wait and see. This time, I'm going to defeat both of them, she whispered with quiet determination burning in her eyes. After 4 days of preparation passed in a blur, the long-awaited simulated monster combat evaluation finally began, signaling the start of the official test period. Professor Li Hanwu's voice echoed across the training grounds, calm but authoritative as he announced the start of the evaluation. We will now begin the assessment for Class S and Class A, he declared clearly, ensuring every student's attention was fixed forward. Each team is allowed to choose their own target monster, ranging from easier to significantly more difficult ones, he continued, explaining the flexible rules of the evaluation. As Flame prepared herself, the surrounding students buzzed with excited chatter. Team 16 chose Magraka? That mid-tier monster doesn't look too hard, voices echoed around the arena. Flame steadied her breathing, thinking to herself that her preparation had been thorough. Even if she couldn't gain extra attribute bonuses or hunt higher-class special monsters, defeating a mid-tier level 3 beast alone would still secure a perfect score if done properly. Normally, it would take around 5 level 1 mages just to handle a single mid-tier monster of that rank under standard conditions. However, with the right environment, experience, and by exploiting elemental weaknesses, even stronger monsters could be brought down through careful strategy and coordination. Flame reminded herself that since her light magic didn't naturally counter any specific attribute, she simply had to rely on precision and control rather than advantage. She decided firmly to avoid unnecessary risks with special monsters and instead focus on achieving the highest possible score through her own strength. While waiting for her turn, Flame suddenly caught sight of Acel standing nearby. Flame recalled how, in the original story, Acel had been isolated and pressured by Baiyan's faction, forced to fight alone and ultimately receive poor results. Without allies or support, she struggled financially, lost her scholarship opportunities, and slowly began to fall behind both mentally and magically. But now things had changed, because Flame and Beck Yuziel, people who had come from a different timeline, were here. The original course of events had been altered. Yuziel had chosen to stand with Acel, and with that small change, her future was already becoming brighter than before. Just then, a sudden explosion echoed across the field, snapping Flame out of her thoughts as she quickly turned toward the arena. She saw that the monster had already been defeated. Professor Li Hanwul announced that Team 16 had successfully completed their evaluation round, and the crowd responded with loud cheers. Flame realized her turn was approaching. Her heart began to beat faster, a mix of nervousness and determination rising within her. After congratulating the previous team, the instructor called out that Team 17 should prepare to begin. Flame immediately responded in a clear voice. Yes, I'm ready, coming now. She stepped forward toward the testing platform, walking toward where Beck Yuziel and Acel were already positioned. Flame passed by them with a calm, almost indifferent expression, but in that moment, things went wrong. As she walked, her shoelace suddenly caught under her foot. She lost balance instantly and began to fall forward. At the critical moment, a hand reached from behind and grabbed her collar, pulling her up just before she hit the ground. The sight of Flame briefly dangling in the air made parts of the audience burst into laughter. Ha ha, that's kind of cute. She's even smaller than my little sister, someone joked. The one who had caught her was Beck Yuziel. Looking slightly awkward, he asked if she was alright while keeping her steady. Flame, embarrassed at being lifted like a child in front of everyone, froze for a moment without knowing what to say. Yuziel gently let her go. Flame turned around awkwardly to thank him, but he simply pointed at her foot and said it was nothing serious. Just fix her shoelace. Looking down, Flame noticed that one of her shoelaces had come undone and was tangled. She suddenly remembered that Jackie had tied them tightly earlier. As she struggled a little, Yuziel offered to help, but she quickly refused and fixed it herself, realizing that if she had fallen there, she might have lost the evaluation entirely. After tightening her shoelace properly, Flame stepped onto the platform again, her expression regaining confidence and focus. Seeing her standing alone on the field, the audience began to whisper among themselves. Is she really alone? Someone asked. No way, is she planning to take down a mid-tier monster by herself? Another voice followed in disbelief. Flame's opponent for the test appeared, a massive mid-tier monster towering over her. Compared to it, Flame looked almost insignificant, like a small ant facing a giant wall of pressure. The crowd continued to murmur, noting that the monster had no elemental weakness that could be exploited. Professor Li Hanwul's voice rang out clearly. Group 17, begin the test. At the signal, the monster roared and charged forward at terrifying speed. Flame did not move, staying focused as she began chanting her spell despite the worried voices around her. Is she seriously trying to handle that alone? That's reckless, someone in the crowd muttered anxiously. As she finished the incantation, Flame whispered softly. Petals seemed to drift on the wind as a golden magic circle unfolded beneath her feet. Her eyes sharpened with determination. She believed deeply that she could win this. From the ground, thick vines erupted and rapidly coiled around the monster's massive body, restraining its movements. The vines tightened further, locking it in place so it could no longer advance. Flame followed up immediately with a transmutation spell, altering the structure of the vines. They hardened like stone, becoming rigid restraints that slowly drained the monster's strength. The creature trembled violently in frustration, struggling against the tightening binds. But Flame knew instinctively that this alone still wasn't enough to bring it down completely. She raised 3 glowing halos above her head, each one spinning as they gathered massive amounts of energy for what was clearly going to be her finishing move, the air trembling slightly from the pressure. At that very moment, the monster went berserk, straining violently as it tried to tear free from the vines holding it down. With a sudden burst of strength, all the vines snapped at once, breaking apart under the monster's raw power. Its eyes turned bloodshot with rage as it locked onto Flame, completely focused on her like prey. It charged forward with its jaws wide open, ready to swallow her whole, and in the same instant, Flame's spell finally activated. A massive beam of pure light erupted forward, tearing through the air with overwhelming force. The light struck directly into the monster, piercing its body without hesitation. It left behind a huge, fatal hole, completely blowing through its core. Flame, drained from the immense mana usage, panted heavily as her strength rapidly faded. The giant monster finally collapsed to the ground with a heavy crash, shaking the entire battlefield. The students watched in stunned silence, while even the teachers and guests removed and adjusted their glasses in disbelief. Those who had mocked Flame earlier were now completely speechless. So even a 5-person team struggled against that. Professor Lee Hanwall announced calmly that Team 17 had completed their evaluation, and Flame bowed politely in response before stepping down, quietly thinking to herself that it was finally over. As she returned to her seat, she suddenly froze, noticing someone unexpected nearby. Her eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't trust what she was seeing. Above the field, the next group of trainees was already stepping into the arena. Professor Lee Hanwall's voice rang out clearly. Now we begin the test for Group 31. Everyone could feel it. The next match would be between the Academy's strongest rising talents. All attention instantly shifted toward them, especially from the first-year students watching with excitement. The crowd erupted into loud cheers, almost like they were watching idols. That's Princess Hong Baiyan from the Adalabit royal family. And her partner is Ma Yuziong, the top scorer of the entrance exam. He's unbelievably handsome. How can someone be both strong and perfect? Excited voices kept rising everywhere. Flame leaned against the wall nearby, watching with a slight headache. In her mind, she recalled how Baiyan was supposed to form a full 6-person team within her faction, but now she was teaming up with Ma Yuziong instead. In the original story, these two had nothing to do with each other, yet now they were together. It made everything feel even more unpredictable. While Flame was still confused by the situation, the monster summoned by Baiyan's team finally appeared. Its body was covered in diamond-hard scales slick with slime, and fin-like wings spread from its sides, letting it glide through the air. With limbs and a head resembling a strange carp-like creature, it looked unnatural and terrifying. The students in the stands gasped loudly. Is that real? The illusory fish of gods and demons? A special mid-to-large class monster. No one expected them to actually challenge something like that. People whispered in shock. Had they lost their minds? According to the original story, Baiyan specialized in fire magic, while Ma Yuziong possessed 3 hidden attributes: earth, lightning, and fire, but he normally concealed them. The illusory fish was a water-type monster with extremely tough scales, once ruling the seas in large numbers. However, after a curse centuries ago, they lost their intelligence and became wild beasts. Even so, they could still fly and were completely immune to lightning, which also happened to be Ma Yuziong's usual hidden weakness in combat style. Together, the two of them weren't just aiming for a difficult monster. They were deliberately ignoring elemental advantages, clearly trying to achieve a perfect score through sheer performance. But success or failure would decide everything. As the crowd buzzed with tension, Professor Lee Hanwall gave the signal to begin. The illusory fish rose high into the sky, letting out a deep roar that echoed across the arena. Its foul breath spread outward, drifting over the spectators below. As it charged forward, Baiyan raised her staff and began the planned opening move. Ma Yuziong nodded slightly. Understood, princess. He spun his wand once and stepped back, deliberately creating distance to observe the battlefield. A trainee nearby muttered in confusion. What are they doing? I thought they were attacking together. Another voice followed, equally puzzled. Why is the knight pulling back? What kind of mage even fights like this? Everyone in the audience focused closely, trying to understand their strategy. Then, Ma Yuxiang suddenly blinked forward. In an instant, he leapt into the air, heading straight toward the illusory fish. Dok Chulquang watched with interest, stroking his chin. That blink for a first year is impressive. Ban Dian nodded beside him. True, he's talented, but at that height, he still can't reach it. Blink can't be used properly midair, so what is he planning? Someone questioned. Just then, Ma Yuxiang created a square stone platform beneath his feet, using magic. At the same time, Bian's fireball exploded exactly where he had blinked to. The explosion's shockwave launched him forward like a cannon shot, sending him straight toward the monster. The coordination between the two stunned the audience. It was perfectly synchronized, almost unreal. As he closed in, Ma Yuxiang formed a massive stone fist midair and swung it down. The blow slammed into the illusory fish, sending its massive body crashing toward the ground. When the dust cleared, the monster lay motionless. Its hardened scales were cracked and shattered from the sheer force. Without wasting a second, Ma Yuxiang followed up with another spell. A blue magic circle lit up beneath the fallen monster. Countless stone spikes erupted upward, locking the illusory fish tightly in place. But his control over the spell wasn't perfect, and the structure quickly began to break apart under strain. Landing smoothly, Ma Yuxiang showed no frustration at all. This had only been meant to buy them a brief opening. Because Bian had already completed the destructive spell, the battlefield was still burning with its lingering power. A massive fireball, like a miniature sun dropping from the sky, slammed into the phantom fish. It let out a piercing scream as it was consumed, and a terrifying explosion instantly swallowed the entire area. The crowd couldn't believe what they were seeing and burst into shocked cries. Oh my god, it's actually in pain. The phantom fish was well known for its extreme resistance to fire, making the scene even more unbelievable. After that, Ma Yuxiang kept his wand raised and continued the assault without pause. With a smug smile, he finally moved in to finish it off. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the monster directly while it was still staggering from Bian's earlier attack. In the end, the phantom fish was completely defeated, reduced to nothing but ash and scattered dust. The crowd erupted in emotion, breaking into loud applause. The phantom fish had been taken down without any chance to fight back. It was unbelievable. This year's freshmen were far too strong, especially the first-year girl who handled a mid-tier monster so smoothly. Their performance already rivaled senior S-class students. After finishing, Bian and Ma Yuxiang returned to their seats, feeling the weight of envious and admiring stares from all around. Bian felt confident, almost intoxicated by victory. That overwhelming power made her feel like she was the true main character of this moment. Glancing toward Yuxiang's group and Acel, she silently wondered, could you really beat me? No matter which monster Yuxiang and Acel chose, there was no way they could outperform her group. That was what Bian firmly believed to herself. But the moment Yuxiel stepped onto the stage, his next words instantly silenced the entire arena. Please summon 5 monsters for me. Everyone froze in disbelief. Even Princess Bian showed a rare shocked expression. Unlike her usual calm demeanor, the trainees around them erupted into noisy discussion. What did he just say? Besides Princess Bian's group and Flame, didn't everyone else need 5 people just to handle one mid-sized monster? And now these two want to fight 5 at once? I've heard rumors about Yuxiel, but is he insane? All eyes in the arena locked onto the male lead. A series of blue lights surrounded both of them as the summoning began. When the summoning finished, the mid-sized monsters appeared inside the arena. Yuxiel and Acel stood surrounded, looking like tiny ants trapped in the center. In the special observation area, 2 instructors reacted with surprise, and the monsterology researcher Vic Hen spoke up in shock. The monsters summoned by Yuxiel's team included the poisonous frog Heimerida, the black sand bison, the Carden Nami slime, and another falling-type monster. Standing nearby, Princess Bian tilted her head and asked Ma Yuxiang, "Hey, did you notice something?" Ma Yuxiang looked slightly surprised at her question, then turned his gaze toward the stands with a faint smile. Honestly, no. I'm just curious what Yuxiel is planning. I'm actually looking forward to his performance. Watching the monsters appear, Professor Li Hanwal raised a doubtful question. I just want to ask, who decided on this lineup? Calmly, Yuxiel replied, I did. Hearing that, Li Hanwal continued, still concerned. Even if you're a knight who can easily earn points here, it's different for a bishop. This feels a bit too much for a bishop. 5 monsters now completely surrounded them. But against everyone's worry, Yuxiel only smiled confidently. No, not at all. Actually, this strategy was designed specifically for the bishop, Acel said beside him, slightly startled. Hearing this, Li Hanwal finally nodded in understanding. All right then, let's begin. At the signal, the monsters closed in around Yuxiel and Acel. Acel felt uneasy. Yuxiel leaned closer and whispered, Can you do it? She answered, Of course. He smiled, Just trust me. But inside, she thought, How am I supposed to trust that? That line is so cliché. To encourage her, Uziel simply said, I believe in you, which made Acel feel slightly uncomfortable. It was a simple, honest encouragement from a teammate. Acel sighed softly, thinking once again that Uziel was really hard to understand. Cut to one night. Acel was walking behind Uziel, her heart full of lingering doubts she couldn't ignore. She finally spoke up, hey. Uziel suddenly stopped and turned around, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment alone with her. She asked directly, why me? You're skilled enough to choose anyone else for your team. Faced with the question, Uziel scratched his head, trying to find the right answer. After a moment, he finally spoke. Our class has many talented people. For example, no one matches Princess Baiyan in fire magic control. In pure flame control, that first-year mage Yuxiang is considered unmatched. No one denies that. And Hei Wanriang is also well-suited to team up with me because of her single-target power. Uziel clearly understood both himself and his classmates well. Acel grew even more suspicious. So why did he turn back so calmly? I still think you are the most suitable teammate for me. That's all. He turned around and gave her a bright, gentle smile. All right, let's continue. Just as expected, Acel looked at his back, her cheeks slightly flushed. It was the first time she saw him so serious, yet still smiling. Because his words felt sincere, she felt a strange sense of responsibility growing inside her again. Back in the present, Acel tightened her grip on the mystical staff, her expression turning sharp and focused. Thoughts slowly formed in her mind. Even if I don't fully understand his intentions yet, he must have a reason for choosing me, so I'll prove myself to him. Acel gathered mana steadily around her feet, stabilizing her stance. Her mystical staff floated in front of her as she concentrated, eyes closed, sensing every movement around her. In a situation like this, danger and opportunity coexist, and only through opportunity can she truly show her skill. The observing trainees noticed the change immediately. Wait, isn't that supernatural resonance? Someone muttered. That ability only appears when a mage of 6th level or higher loses consciousness or enters a trance state. But if she loses control, the mana flow could reverse and seriously injure her. She's only a first year. As they spoke, Izel's body became wrapped in flowing mana, blooming like a flower in the middle of the battlefield, shocking everyone. Uziel watched her closely, analyzing her in silence. Yes, she really is a strong candidate for the Winter Queen position. He smiled faintly. Then let's begin. It was now a battle of 2 first years against 5 mid-level monsters. At this moment, the only thing Uziel could rely on was himself. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward. Blink activated, his sword glowing with sharp, radiant light. He swung directly at the poisonous frog Heimerita's abdomen. His eyes narrowed with extreme focus, every movement precise. A deep crack formed across the frog's belly as it recoiled in pain. It let out a pitiful scream, and Uziel immediately shifted his gaze sideways. The first phase of the poisonous frog suppression was complete. Next target, the black sand bison, he thought. At that moment, the bison turned toward the screaming frog. Its eyes glowed a deep blood red. Its target was not Uziel, but the injured frog. The bison inhaled deeply and lowered its front legs, preparing to charge. Uziel predicted it perfectly and kept moving forward with a calm smile. Just as expected, the key to handling 5 mid-level monsters at once was to create a chain of mutual hostility, turning them against each other instead of fighting directly. The battle became more chaotic and intense. The students in the stands watched wide-eyed, mouths open in disbelief. 5 monsters were now fighting each other in front of them. What is happening? This can't be real, they shouted. Seeing the strategy succeed, Uziel smiled with quiet satisfaction. As expected, the plan worked. This is the classic kill using borrowed hand strategy, using enemies against each other. It's a trick refined in Etho World after countless trials. They discovered that understanding monster traits is the key to survival. When I wounded the poisonous frog Heimerita, it released a red light signal. That signal triggered the black sand bison's berserk instincts. As it moved, the bison scattered sand everywhere. That sand stuck to the Nami slime, irritating it and forcing it to release water to stay moist. The water level kept rising rapidly, aided by the simulator barrier. Uziel smiled slightly. Good. Everything is still on track. Then he glanced at the Carden bird with a sharp smile. Your turn next. The Carden bird reacts strongly to moisture. When it senses it, it emits a piercing 7-octave scream. And when the water rises, its irritation only gets worse, forcing it to scream louder. That scream drives sound-sensitive monsters insane, making them attack anything nearby. As predicted, the falling monster immediately charged in, kicking and striking the Carden bird violently. A supersonic kick smashed into the bird's face, sending it crashing into the Nami slime. The Nami slime became enraged. It splashed water directly onto the Carden bird's face, escalating the chaos instead of calming it. The Carden bird locked eyes with the falling monster, its gaze filled with killing intent. The falling monster stared back as if to say, There's blood everywhere. Come if you want. The two clashed violently, while the remaining monsters also began fighting their own opponents. In the stands, scholars and professors were stunned. One exclaimed, "He knows every weakness of these 5 monsters. Even I, a monsterology expert, never thought of this strategy. It's reckless, but brilliant." A female professor added, "Reckless, yes, even insane. But what really surprises me is Izel's focus. She's maintaining mana flow perfectly while all this chaos unfolds. Incredible. She clearly trusts her knight completely." Meanwhile, the monsters continued their violent frenzy on the simulation stage. Sand swirled, water surged, and red light flickered through the chaos. Uziel fully embraced his role as the knight, controlling the battlefield's flow. The knight's duty is to protect, even in the middle of absolute chaos, and holding the enemy in check until the mage could finish preparing her spell. Whenever a monster rushed recklessly toward Acel, Beck Uziel would instantly blink over, his blade flashing as he struck their legs and knocked them off balance. Even when the Cardin bird barely regained its footing, it was quickly dragged back into chaos by the other monsters, unable to recover its awareness. The moment his strikes stirred up even more aggression among the monsters, Beck Uziel sensed the risk. He pulled back without hesitation, returning to position and continuing to play his role as the knight guarding the field. Then suddenly, a sharp warning shot through his instincts. Beck Uziel's eyes snapped wide open. A massive boulder was flying straight toward Acel. She was still immersed in mana resonance, completely unable to move or defend herself. Without a second of doubt, Beck Uziel blinked to her side. His sword flashed, clean and precise, splitting the incoming boulder neatly into 2 halves before it could reach her. From the stands, someone chuckled lightly. "Hey, Princess Hongbayan. Don't you think Beck Uziel looks exactly like the ideal knight? He's just like the knights in fairy tales who exist to protect their princess." Hearing that, Hongbayan's eyes widened slightly, her ruby gaze shimmering with a strange light. Her eyes stayed fixed on Beck Uziel. On the battlefield, he moved like a warrior bathed in light, his blade gleaming, his blink leaving trails that drew every gaze. He darted east, then west, not for show, but to shield Acel from every possible angle. Under such absolute protection, Acel remained completely unharmed. As the intense battle dragged on, the monsters grew increasingly exhausted, their bodies covered in wounds. At that moment, magic circles began to bloom around Acel, shimmering like falling starlight or droplets of light. In the stillness, her eyes slowly opened, clear and radiant, like polished jade. She tightened her grip on the crystal flower staff, steady and unwavering. The instant her preparation finished, the water pooled across the ground froze over in a flash. Above them, a massive ice flower unfolded in the sky, its petals glowing with a cold, ethereal light. The audience was left breathless, their eyes locked onto the pale green bloom, so breathtakingly beautiful that they momentarily forgot this was an exam, wondering if any masterpiece in the world could rival it. At that point, no one cared about grading anymore. All they could do was admire what felt like true, pure sorcery. Izel's magic was not flashy in complexity, yet it stood on an entirely different level, far beyond what ordinary mages could achieve. As time passed, the rising water engulfed the monsters, only to freeze solid under her spell. Trapped in ice, they struggled weakly. Though battered from their earlier fight, it was clear they would eventually break free and lash out again. Realizing this, Acel calmly cast another spell, one meant to shatter. The radiant ice flower burst apart, scattering into countless sharp ice spears, each one like a massive javelin. Those spears pierced through all 5 monsters, tearing into flesh, freezing it instantly, and spreading decay through their bodies. When the monsters tried to move, their own wounds pulled against them, causing them to howl in agony. From the stands, whispers spread rapidly. "What happens now? I don't even know. Wait, did they really just defeat 5 mid-level monsters with only 2 people?" Suddenly, someone shouted in panic. "No, wait, look over there." All eyes turned toward the melting ice around the Cardin bird. Its eyes snapped open, steam rising violently from its body. It was its innate trait. When exposed to extreme cold and humidity, it released intense heat. In an instant, all 5 monsters shattered their icy restraints, their killing intent locking onto Beck Uziel and Acel. The teachers sighed in disappointment. In the end, they couldn't quite pull it off. Their strategy was flawless, and the fight was incredible, but fate had other plans. They hadn't accounted for this hidden trait. Still, even so, their performance deserves top marks. Just as the consensus settled, Acel suddenly raised her hand toward the sky. A golden sphere of lightning formed above her palm. The audience gasped in shock. That can't be. That mana flow, is it really? Without hesitation, Acel spoke clearly. "Descend, Thunder God." In the next instant, tens of thousands of electric currents erupted outward. They transformed into countless bolts of lightning, crashing down into the bodies of the 5 monsters. The creatures roared in agony as the electricity surged through them, tearing through their insides. Seeing the fusion of ice and lightning she had created, Acel stood frozen, stunned by the sheer magnificence of it. Her eyes trembled with disbelief. Is this really my magic? So, I can actually do this. Just as Beck Uziel had said, memories began flooding back into her mind. She remembered the moment she first heard his outrageous plan. Back then, she had stared at him in shock. Are you insane? She had asked, expecting him to be offended. But Beck Uziel had only smiled gently and said, you can do it. I believe in you. So trust me too. His words were simple, but they carried unwavering sincerity. Hearing those words, spoken so honestly, something inside her shifted. She clenched her fists. He had been smiling, yes, but his eyes and voice held no trace of joking. He meant every word. A heavy feeling pressed against her chest. All her life, she had only relied on her own fragile belief. No one had ever told her she was on the right path. She had lived in constant fear and uncertainty, clinging desperately to a faint, wavering hope. And just when that hope was about to disappear, Beck Uziel had appeared. He was the first person to reach out and pull her from that darkness. Can I really do this? She had wondered, like someone drifting alone in an endless ocean, fighting waves without knowing the direction. But now, far ahead on the horizon, Beck Uziel was already moving forward. Their footsteps of light stretched across the endless ocean, shimmering like scattered stars that guided lost sailors through the dark sea. Like a lighthouse cutting through the night, the light seemed to call out softly, guiding ships away from danger and toward safety. Azel could almost feel it whispering to her, urging her to follow. Then Professor Lee Hanwall raised his voice and declared that the test for Group 32 had officially ended, congratulating them on their outstanding performance. Standing at the center of the field, Azel broke into a bright, relieved smile. All her insecurity and doubt seemed to fade away, replaced by a clear sense of confidence, though faint traces of uncertainty still lingered deep in her expression. On the southern side of the field, Usual hovered in midair, quietly thinking to himself that it had been far too close. He nearly got swept away. At the very least, they should have warned him before using such dangerous magic. The scene shifted to the next day, where the results of the monster combat simulation were announced. Group 32 took first place with 199 points, Usual and Azel. Group 31 followed in second with 127 points, Ma Yuziang and Bian, followed by third and fourth places. Staring at the scoreboard on the notice board, Ma Yuziang felt a bitter weight in his chest. We lost. Bian stood beside him, eyes fixed on the rankings, then slowly nodded. The gap between the groups is huge. Surpassing 100 points is already impressive. And they fought mid-level monsters while at a disadvantage in elemental conditions. No one has done that before. Still, with 199 points, we have to admit defeat. Ma Yuziang hadn't expected the proud, cold princess to admit defeat so openly. He smirked teasingly. Oh, I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly. Bian immediately shot back coldly. Shut up. Ma Yuziang continued anyway. Even if I hate to admit it, Usual is a more capable frontline knight than I am. As for Azel, she handled long-range support far better than anyone expected. Bian couldn't fully deny it, but accepting defeat to Azel still left a bitter taste in her heart. Looking at Ma Yuziang's handsome face, she found her thoughts drifting back to Usual. She quietly comforted herself, thinking that if Usual were her knight, everything might have turned out differently. In the test, he had protected Azel from beginning to end, not only acting as a knight, but also controlling the battlefield, setting up positions, and creating opportunities for the mage to shine. She had always known Ma Yuziang was talented, but compared to him, Usual truly stood at the very top of Stellar Academy's knights. If he were on her side, she could probably cast magic just as brilliantly as Azel. But why would someone like him devote himself so completely to Azel? If such a perfect knight existed, then in her mind, he should belong to her, the one who was destined to be a perfect queen. The more she thought about it, the more unbearable it became that someone so flawless would choose someone else. Her expression darkened, turning almost gray with frustration. She forced herself to admit nothing, even though everything inside her screamed otherwise. I can't accept this, something is definitely off. I need to look into Usual properly. After reaching that conclusion, she turned away from Ma Yuziang and walked off without another word. On her way, Bian suddenly stopped, eyes widening as she noticed a girl with black hair. The girl had a cold, flawless expression, nearly the same height as her, wearing a third-year student ID. That girl was Saren Orkin, heir of a duke's house and close associate of the current queen of the Adalabit Empire. As they passed each other, Bian clicked her tongue in annoyance. Did she come just to see me after hearing I lost to that commoner group and the traitor? Saren Orkin let out a quiet sneer. So noisy, immature, and naive. Does she really not understand how ridiculous and weak her little struggles are? She thought coldly, watching Bian fade into the distance with clear disdain. Flame was quietly writing in her daily journal, recording her thoughts as she reflected on everything that had happened. She still couldn't believe that crystal flower magic could be completed so quickly. That spell had become her signature trump card, something she had only mastered after countless struggles. And yet, it had been perfected and unleashed so effortlessly in front of everyone. According to the original storyline, Azel should have been shattered after this simulated battle, eventually trapped in Prince Jeremy's control and slowly fading into despair. But that dark future had already begun to change, most likely because of Usual. Flame kept thinking. In the original romance novel, Ma Yuziang and Azel were meant to face the end of the world together. But what if there were hidden chapters the author never revealed? What if there was someone unknown who loved Azel endlessly, even without being loved back, all the way to the end of the world? It sounded absurd, but not impossible. Having read too many romance novels, strange thoughts kept circling in Flame's mind. Eventually, one idea surfaced clearly: to rewind time itself, to protect the world where the one she loved could live happily, even if the price was her own existence being erased. In that final moment, did Usual feel any regret? Flame's chest tightened painfully. It felt unreal, like she was watching a tragedy unfold in real life rather than fiction. What does it feel like to sacrifice your existence just to turn back time? The scene shifted to Usual's room, where he stared intently at the system interface. Episode 5 complete. Monster Combat Simulation finished. Congratulations, host. You have gained a large amount of experience by guiding the story toward a positive outcome. The Constellatio project grants an additional reward. Usual blinked in surprise. What should I choose this time? I thought about it before, but I still haven't decided. Blink had already been enhanced in the previous episode, so he needed to prepare carefully for what came next. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. Then suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he smiled. Right? How could I forget that? He muttered to the system. I choose the Leafinal Leaf Key item. The system responded after a brief evaluation. Processing host request. Please wait. Ding, ding, ding. Verification complete. Reward confirmed. You have obtained Yphanal's Leaf Key. Seeing the item appear, Usual jumped slightly in excitement. Perfect. It's not as iconic as my old gear, but this is still a rare high-tier item. It allows communication with special spirits, though it only works for opening a specific dungeon. To use it, I have to get outside the academy somehow. But after the cemetery incident, Stellar Academy tightened all its rules. So what am I supposed to do now? As he stood there thinking, Beck Uziel suddenly recalled how he used to get out of Stella back when he played the game. The academy had imposed similar restrictions then too. How did I deal with it again? After thinking for a moment, his eyes brightened. Right. I need to join a club. Outside, the sun was already high in the sky, pouring down warm light across the campus. Beck Uziel started writing his coming-of-age journal. My family was poor ever since I was young, so unlike other kids, I almost never got to eat out. Whenever my mother left for work, I stayed home by myself and only knew how to make instant noodles. One day, after getting sick of them, I begged for something delicious instead. My mother took out the money she had carefully saved and bought me a bowl of jajang noodles. I was so happy that day. She sat with me while I ate, but I couldn't understand why she never lifted her chopsticks. She just said she didn't like jajang noodles. It was only later, after asking around, that I finally understood the truth. After finishing, he lowered his head onto his folded arms for a brief rest. His eyes stung from writing so much. Still, a faint smile appeared on his face as he thought, all right, that takes care of the assignment. Now all that's left is finding a club to join. Beck Uziel walked up to the school bulletin board, where countless club advertisements had been pinned in layers. He studied them one by one, resting his chin on his hand as he quietly muttered to himself, which club would work best for this? The notices only made him hesitate more. There was a literature club for students preparing for university entrance exams, a chess club known as a refined sport for mages, and even a cooking club that inspired aspiring young chefs. As he scanned the board, he thought, there are a lot of clubs here, but barely any of them seem to allow outside activities. I need to choose this carefully. Just then, he noticed something and shifted his gaze to the side. Someone beside him murmured, still haven't joined a club yet? Only then did he realize a person had been standing there next to him. Beck Uziel asked, who's that? The other person glanced over sharply. What's that supposed to mean? Seeing that the mood had instantly soured, he smoothly changed the subject. You should be getting invitations from all kinds of clubs by now. Acel shot back, don't you even know who I am? Hearing the odd question, Beck Uziel answered calmly, of course I do. You're Acel. You've become pretty famous lately. Acel didn't deny it. Well, that's true. But there was a slight sadness on her face, and seeing that, Beck Uziel quietly thought to himself that things had changed a lot for her after the test. She probably feels something similar to what I felt. While waiting for her to choose, Acel closed her eyes for a moment, looking very much like Beck Uziel did when he first arrived here. You really do have to choose your club carefully. Then, from a short distance away, Ma Yuziang walked over and casually patted Beck Uziel on the shoulder with a grin. So you're Beck Uziel. That friendly approach caught Beck Uziel off guard. Ma Yuziang? Why is he acting like this? He brushed the hand off his shoulder and said, all right, let go first. But Ma Yuziang only kept smiling. You're amazing. I saw your test results. I even heard you commanded the lower soul mages. That's seriously impressive. Baek Yuziel looked puzzled. Well, that was mostly just luck. As expected, Ma Yuziang fixed him with a sharp, searching gaze. Just as I thought, you're very different. Ma Yuziang's usually cold expression had completely changed. Baek Yuziel swallowed, a little startled, and answered with a slight stammer. You know, I'm just a commoner, so I've always had to figure out ways to do better than everyone else. Hearing that clever answer, Ma Yuziang smiled. Then I guess you're much better at managing your time than I am. Then, without warning, Ma Yuziang asked, what are you planning to do this weekend? The sudden question caught Baek Yuziel off guard. After a brief pause, he gave a short answer. Study. Both of them froze for a second. Ma Yuziang laughed. I asked casually, and you answered just as casually. Thanks. He waved a hand lightly. Want to say more? Baek Yuziel replied. No, really. I'm actually going to study. Studying, and training too. Ma Yuziang hesitated, then said, don't you usually act more reserved than this? Why do you look so amused? Ma Yuziang continued. Well, lately, I've kind of enjoyed acting like this. Not sure why. One of them laughed easily, while the other stayed cautious and suspicious. Baek Yuziel thought that since Ma Yuziang always carried himself so coolly, maybe he ought to act a little more normal. Then Ma Yuziang went on, training can come later. So what's the real reason this time? Acel suddenly cut in. You're talking about dungeon practice, right? Ma Yuziang nodded and added, yes. If you hadn't stepped in back then, miss, I might have been in real danger. At that, Izel's expression hardened. Don't call me miss. Baek Yuziel quickly organized the situation in his head. Right. In the original story, Ma Yuziang teams up with Flame and defeats Hei Wonriang without much trouble. But this time, because I interfered, Flame ended up tied down where I was. That meant Ma Yuziang had to face Hei Wonriang by himself. Could that be why Hei Wonriang has been acting strangely now? Still, in the end, this might not be a bad thing. Because of it, both of them will train and push themselves harder, which makes them completely different from me. Their growth will probably lead to a better outcome in the long run. Ma Yuziang returned to the point. Hey, Baek Yuziel, you still haven't joined a club yet, right? It's been a while since enrollment. His tone was a little abrupt, but Baek Yuziel answered simply, I've been busy. Ma Yuziang smiled as if he had been waiting for that answer and pointed at himself. Then join my club. Baek Yuziel looked away and said, we'll see. If it matches my standards, I'll think about it. Ma Yuziang asked, what kind of club are you looking for? Baek Yuziel immediately began listing conditions. It has to be quiet, with few members, no pointless private gatherings, lunch should include cheese and pork cutlet, members need freedom to act outside, individual activity should be respected, and most importantly, it has to allow going off campus. Acel looked baffled. What kind of club in the world has all that? Baek Yuziel smiled because he already knew the answer. Of course there isn't one. I was joking. Then Ma Yuziang suddenly said, that's interesting. If I make a club like that, will you join? The two of them could only stare at him blankly for several seconds. Trying to stay calm, Baek Yuziel asked back, can you really create a club that gets special permission to go outside? Ma Yuziang smiled brightly, full of confidence. Yes, I absolutely can. Baek Yuziel started calculating in his head. That's right. Ma Yuziang has deep connections tied to the hidden powerful factions inside Stellar Academy. They were dangerous, sure, but also useful. Freedom to operate off-campus, benefits, daily beef cutlets, and no absurd restrictions. But then he thought a step further. Nothing in this world comes for free. Ma Yuziang and I aren't that close. Even if I've shown enough talent and game knowledge to stand out, would that alone be enough for him to build a dream club just for me? The offer sounded great, but what exactly does he gain from giving me all this? Ma Yuziang's eyes flickered as he looked at Baek Yuziel, as if he were some priceless jewel. Of course, you're someone very special. Baek Yuziel thought, what exactly does he know? And then, all at once, he remembered one major issue with Ma Yuziang. He was extremely lonely. With no better option left, Baek Yuziel finally nodded. Fine, go ahead and make the club. Ma Yuziang immediately lit up with excitement. Really? Ma Yuziang answered calmly. Yeah, but only if you let her join too. As he said it, he pulled Acel into the conversation, catching her completely off guard. Huh, me too. Seeing things fall into place, Baek Yuziel felt quietly satisfied. In the original story, those two had been a perfect match. If Acel joined them, she might be able to steady Ma Yuziang's fragile state of mind. He was like a pufferfish that would either collapse or lose control the moment he was pulled out of water. Baek Yuziel couldn't count on Flame for that, since she was always tied up with Hei Wonriang. Meanwhile, Ma Yuziang looked delighted. Having Baek Yuziel around was already good enough for him, and adding the beautiful Acel only made it better. Acel, however, looked annoyed and snapped, don't call me miss. It's irritating. Listening to the two of them bicker like cats and dogs, Baek Yuziel started to wonder if this decision would turn out to be a good one or a terrible mistake. Ma Yuziang pressed on and asked, then what should we call the club? Baek Yuziel already had an answer ready. Leave that to me. A moment later, The application form was laid out in front of them. Club establishment form. Club name, Culinary Club. President, Baek Yuziel. Members, Ma Yuziong and Acel. Purpose, to explore cuisines from around the world. Acel looked hesitant. Is this really okay? To receive the special activity seal, they needed at least one faculty advisor and a total of 5 members. Ma Yuziong smiled like a savior stepping in at the perfect time. Leave the members and the seal to me. The only thing that's actually difficult is finding a faculty advisor. Baek Yuziel turned to him in disbelief. How can you get special permission to go outside so easily? But finding a professor is the difficult part. Ma Yuziong only smirked and said, it's nothing. That smile alone sent a chill crawling down Baek Yuziel's spine. Once everything seemed settled, Ma Yuziong took the paper in hand. All right, I'll go get the seal for the club registration form. Baek Yuziel answered at once. Yes, I'm counting on you for that. As he watched Ma Yuziong's back slowly disappear into the distance, Baek Yuziel thought to himself that the special activity seal was not something just anyone could obtain. If someone was willing to stamp it for Ma Yuziong, then they had to be one of those people. The scene shifted to main tower number 1, to the office of Stella Academy's vice principal. He was quietly enjoying a cup of tea and fine porcelain when the door suddenly opened. The moment Ma Yuziong stepped inside, the vice principal's expression changed. The vice principal looked at the endlessly charming young prince before him and immediately smiled with practiced respect. Oh my, what kind of breeze has brought you here today? Welcome, young master Ma Yuziong. Noticing the shameless flattery, Ma Yuziong answered with a warm smile of his own. Yes, it really has been a while since I last saw you. Then Ma Yuziong casually dropped himself into the vice principal's chair, crossing his arms with a satisfied grin. Oh, this seat is even more comfortable than I expected. I think I like it. Haha. Even after hearing such arrogant words, the vice principal only kept a faint smile and bowed politely. Thank goodness, young master. It is an honor to hear that you like it. I'm truly pleased to see how much you've grown. Ma Yuziong replied in a detached tone. Is that so? Life at Stella Academy has been enjoyable. I've met a lot of interesting friends here. Honestly, this place is much better than home. As he spoke, his smile remained bright and almost dazzling. But behind that polite face, the vice principal frowned to himself. What is this insane brat doing here in the first place? After forcing himself to calm down, he asked again, so what brings you here today? Ma Yuziong didn't respond right away. Instead, he gently set a sheet of paper down on the table. The corner of his mouth lifted with quiet meaning. This is an application form to establish a club. I need you to stamp it. The vice principal stared at him, stunned. What did you just say? His eyes locked onto the document, unable to hide his disbelief. Someone as strange as Ma Yuziong wants to start a club? If his family heard about this, they would probably be speechless. After thinking for a moment, he let out a sigh and nodded. I see. A club establishment application, is it? First, let me check whether it satisfies the requirements. After all, a club can only be formed if the minimum number of valid members is met. Those are the rules. But the moment he reached out toward the paper, Ma Yuziong immediately covered it with his palm. The room went completely silent. The vice principal froze and slowly lifted his eyes. Ma Yuziong's radiant smile had vanished without a trace. His eyes had turned dark like a bottomless abyss, and when he spoke, his low voice carried a pressure that couldn't be seen but could still be felt. There was no need for him to check the contents. His role here was simply to stamp it. The vice principal's throat went dry at once. Something terrifying hid inside that boy's gaze, and without even realizing it, he swallowed hard. He understood at that moment that resistance was impossible. In truth, he had never been in a position to refuse. As long as this child remained the heir to that great man, he could not reject him. Cold sweat crept down his back. Reaching beneath the desk, he pulled out the seal. Yes, of course, I'll stamp it. But please, keep this a secret. Even as he pressed the seal down, he slipped in that careful reminder. Once the seal was finally stamped onto the paper, Ma Yuziong seemed satisfied that his purpose had been achieved, and the coldness in his face disappeared again. I understand. Thanks. I'll be going now. With that, he left the office, and the door clicked shut behind him. The vice principal stood frozen for a brief moment after the door closed. Then he dropped heavily into his chair and let out a long breath. Damn it. A half-baked brat dares to act so arrogantly in front of me. Like father, like son. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles nearly turned white, his eyes growing darker. How could he resemble that man so much? But it won't last forever. One day, I'll personally crush the neck of that arrogant little bastard. The next day, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The professor raised his voice and said, All right, class is over. Remember to do your homework. He left in a hurry, and the classroom instantly filled with chatter. Hey, did you see that just now? That professor always nitpicks the most ridiculous things during presentations. Exactly. And when it's ordinary students, he gets even more petty. After gathering their books, the students filed out one by one. Only Jackie remained behind, still standing there and staring hard at the presentation sheet in his hand, overwhelmed with regret. Damn it. I could have left a much better impression, but I ruined it all just because I got nervous. Flame noticed that Jackie still hadn't gone anywhere, and sensing the regret hanging over her, she smiled and tried to comfort her. Jackie, you actually did better today. Don't take the professor's harsh words too seriously. You really did well. Jackie immediately snapped back. Shut up. I don't need your fake comfort. Flame was stunned, then her mood soured at once. This kid, I came over because I was worried about her, and this is how she responds? Just then, a voice spoke up from behind them. But it's true, though. Flame jumped and shouted, Can you stop showing up out of nowhere like that? You scared me. She crossed her arms and frowned. So, do you need something from me? Beck Uziel scratched his head awkwardly. It's nothing major. Are you close to any professors? I'm trying to start a club, and I need to find a professor who can serve as the advisor. Can you help me with that? Flame raised an eyebrow. Why don't you handle it yourself? Beck Uziel let out a sigh. Professors really don't seem to like me, so I figured it'd be better not to ask them directly. Flame stared at him for a second, then burst out laughing. Huh, well obviously, with the way you've been acting this whole time. You argue with professors in class, sleep through lectures, and even got accused of cheating. Honestly, you're lucky you haven't been expelled already. Beck Uziel cleared his throat and glanced away. Ahem. You really don't have to list every single thing. Flame closed her eyes and thought it over. Being a club advisor is actually a pretty annoying job. It won't be easy to find a professor willing to take it on. Then suddenly, something came to mind. You're close to Assistant Professor Altalicia, right? I've seen you visiting her lab a lot. Beck Uziel raised his brows. Yeah, that's true. Why not ask her? Flame crossed her arms and looked at him like he was hopeless. Are you stupid? This is Stellar Academy. Even assistants can act as club advisors. Beck Uziel just stared, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe he had been running all over the place without noticing that the simplest answer had been right in front of him the whole time. Back when he played the game in story mode, he had never even paid attention to a detail like this. As he walked off, he kept turning the idea over in his head. But the moment he got close to the laboratory, Beck Uziel suddenly stopped in his tracks. Myzentirin was just stepping out, holding a blank sheet of paper in his hand. There was a sly smile on his face, and something unreadable flickered deep in his sharp eyes. Beck Uziel narrowed his eyes and watched Myzentirin's back as he walked away. Why was he here? The timing felt suspicious. Without wasting another second, he pushed the door open and stepped inside with forced cheer. I'm here. But the smile on his face vanished almost immediately. In the middle of the room, Altalicia stood there looking utterly miserable. She hurriedly wiped at her tears, clearly flustered. Beck Uziel, you're here already. Beck Uziel walked closer, his voice soft with concern. What happened here? Altalicia sniffled and tried to explain through her tears. It's like this. But the moment he saw her avoiding his eyes, Beck Uziel knew she wasn't telling him the truth. His tone turned firm. Assistant Professor, you didn't properly prepare your research beforehand, did you? Altalicia clenched both fists and forced out a bitter little smile. Well, about that. I already handed it over to Professor Myzentirin. The alchemy seminar is coming up, and he said he would present it for me. Her eyes still carried a trace of hope as she spoke. It's a good thing. My research is going to be shown to the greatest alchemists in the world. But Beck Uziel cut her off, anger rising in his voice. I get it now. Altalicia, your research has been completely stolen. Is your name even written anywhere on it? Altalicia froze, hesitated for a moment, then forced out a dry laugh. Haha, it's fine. I guess it's experience too. That's just how alchemy is. It's not only me who gets treated like this. Everyone goes through this bitter reality at least once, and then they just learn to accept it. Beck Uziel felt his frustration boil over. Is this really what people mean when they say you have to endure in order to become an alchemist? Even if Myzentirin is close to solving the formula, I still want Altalicia to be the one who finishes it first with her own hands. After seeing her work stolen right in front of her, there was no way he could just stand by and do nothing. Beck Uziel asked, Assistant Professor, aside from that, what other research are you working on? Altalicia looked surprised. We're already working on research together, aren't we? Beck Uziel shook his head. I mean the method that combines random digital interference with chi manipulation. She let out a long sigh. That technique has been around for 300 years, and no one has ever fully solved it. I tried following your unusual approach, but even then, it still didn't produce any meaningful results. Beck Uziel smiled with quiet confidence. If we crack that part, then this research will finally break through. Actually, I've already solved that section. Altalicia's eyes widened instantly, her pupils shrinking in pure shock. What did you just say? You really solved it? Beck Uziel gave a firm nod. Yes, let me show you. Even though she still couldn't fully grasp how he had done it, Beck Uziel walked to the board and began writing out the improved formula. Altalicia stared at it closely, and in her eyes, it was as if countless techniques and alchemical equations were flashing by at once. By the time Beck Uziel finished writing, she let out a sharp gasp and looked straight at the formula in disbelief. But if it were you, then the result would definitely be different. Altalicia murmured under her breath as she stepped even closer. She was already thinking ahead. If the dispersion ratio and reflective response were added into the formula, and that was combined with the Panasson flow and the Trini coefficient. She became so absorbed in the problem that she completely forgot Beck Uziel was even standing there. Watching her, Beck Uziel was quietly amazed by Altalicia's insane level of concentration. Unlike him, who mostly relied on copied knowledge and memory, her genius mind was clearly producing endless new ideas on its own. I shouldn't finish this research for her. Altalicia has to complete it herself if she's going to become the true author and recover her confidence. All I need to do is support her. I was never trying to become an alchemist, and honestly, I don't have the talent or conviction for that path. But Altalicia is different. She's a true genius, someone who could change humanity's future. Beck Uziel quietly slipped out of the room and closed the door without making a sound. His part ended there. From here on, he would trust Altalicia's talent and simply wait. Sometime later, with help from Assistant Professor Altalicia and the ever-resourceful Ma Yuziong, Beck Uziel successfully founded the Culinary Club. As the club leader, he applied for permission to leave the academy and made it here through the Blink Gate. The process left his joints aching, and the professor kept questioning him over and over, but thanks to the preparations he had made in advance, he managed to pass without too much trouble. In the end, he was granted permission to travel freely, as long as he didn't cause any problems. As he moved along the way, Beck Uziel couldn't help being completely charmed by the almost poetic scenery around him. A colossal tree, the Third World Tree, stretched up into the clouds, while its countless branches and leaves spread outward like a vast umbrella over the enormous garden below. The World Tree's distinct green aura, also called Nam Hoa Lin Ion, gently embraced everything around it and filled the place with a quiet sense of peace and happiness. The garden surrounding it was known as the Dream Garden. Anyone could enter, pick fruit, and enjoy it freely. Seen from above, the entire place looked like something straight out of a fairy tale, which was why it had become such a famous resort area and one of the game's most iconic photo spots. Beck Uziel let out a quiet exclamation. Wow, the in-game graphics don't even come close to what this place looks like in real life. Just then, a beautiful young woman stepped toward him, with pointed ears and skin as white as snow. The moment she noticed the Stellar Academy emblem on his uniform, she smiled warmly and greeted the mage from Stella. We warmly welcome the human mages who come here. Beck Uziel smiled back at her. I'm very happy to meet such a lovely lady. Another passerby offered a cheerful greeting as well. May your sincerity reach Mother Earth. Beck Uziel nodded sincerely in return. Yes, I offer my gratitude to Mother Earth and to the World Tree for blessing this beautiful garden. He greeted them, using the traditional Elven words he remembered from the Codex of Knowledge. As he did, he recalled the old story that Eltman Eltwin had once saved the elves when the Second World Tree was burning and collapsing. Maybe it really was true, because many elves recognized the Stella uniform and treated him with remarkable warmth. In reality, though, very few mages ever master offensive magic, and the test required to become a magic knight is notoriously difficult, so people who carry that title are rare. Meanwhile, as Beck Uziel walked the streets, he couldn't help admiring how striking so many elves looked. Of course, not every single elf was breathtaking at first glance. It was simply that the race as a whole had a much higher proportion of extraordinary beauty compared to humans. There were still perfectly ordinary-looking elves too. Among all of them, Flower Siren, the elf king, stood out the most, possessing a beauty so overwhelming it felt almost divine. Countless people had fallen for that appearance. Flower Siren was one of the most beloved characters in the game, with one of the largest fan bases by far, and also one of Beck Uziel's personal favorites. He remembered that, according to the setting, elves were born without a fixed gender. Only after experiencing true love would an elf's gender change, taking shape according to the one they had fallen for. Flower Siren was born looking like a beautiful woman, but had never loved anyone, so by the rules of the game's setting, Flower Siren still had no gender. Later, after being rescued by Flame, Flower Siren fell in love and chose to become male in order to stand beside the one they loved. Seriously, what kind of setting was that? Beck Uziel couldn't help thinking that no matter who had written this storyline, they had really gone wild with it. No matter which route the player chose, Flower Siren never became female, which left plenty of male players feeling both devastated and weirdly amused. Lost in old memories, Beck Uziel wandered around the outer edge of the World Tree for a while. Before long, he found the hidden labyrinth in the garden, the domain of the celestial spirit Iphanal. He judged that his skills had improved quite a bit compared to before. This made now the best time to prepare for the event that was coming soon. He opened his inventory and pulled out Iphanal's leaf-like key. A grin spread across his face. Luckily, he was getting to use it sooner than he had expected. He slid the key into the rotating lock, but just then, a message popped up in front of him. If you open this gate, the other owners of the key may be alerted. Beck Uziel flinched slightly. He had seen this warning in the game before. The key there displayed almost the same message, but players were often disappointed because nothing special actually happened afterward. Forget it. At this point, what else could even happen? With that thought, Beck Uziel decisively turned the key, and in the very next instant, The gate leading to the Garden of Celestial Spirits slowly opened. Meanwhile, in the cradle of the Celestial Spirit Forest, where the Elf Kingdom rested atop the highest peak of the Tissot mountain range, a magnificent yet lonely castle stood in silence. Though it had partly fallen into ruin, it still blended strangely well with the grand natural world around it. At a glance, someone might even mistake it for part of a giant tree standing in the middle of the forest. At the very top of that castle, one bedroom lay wrapped in darkness, with only a faint strip of light slipping in through the narrow window, stirring quiet curiosity. Was this a place where sunlight could never fully reach? Drawn by that thin beam of light, a slender woman rose from bed and slowly walked to the window, her snow-white hair falling behind her like drifting frost. As she looked out over the breathtaking scenery, her golden eyes widened slightly and shone with a radiant brilliance. Anyone who looked upon her would risk losing their senses, captivated by a beauty no sane being could easily endure. She was Flower Siren, the Elf King, who was especially drowsy in the early morning. Even after waking, she would often sit quietly by the window, watching birds soar freely through the sky while a deep unease slowly rose inside her. She didn't know when, or if, she would ever be able to spread her own wings like they did. But she could not leave this place. That was why their freedom felt so painfully enviable to her. Then suddenly, a strange sensation from deep in her chest made Flower Siren stiffen. She raised a hand to her head and frowned. It felt as if someone had entered the secret garden, the resting place of the ancient divine spirit Iphanal. Flower Siren could hardly believe it. That place was forbidden ground. No one was supposed to enter it, so who would dare trespass there? Leaving aside the question of how that person had obtained the lost key, she became intensely curious about who was using it, and for a moment she even thought of going there herself, despite knowing she could not leave this room. At that very moment, her heart seized up, and pain like hundreds of needles stabbing through her body made her stagger. For decades, she had endured without showing herself to the world, unable to act carelessly, always afraid that even a small mistake might trigger the curse and drive someone mad. She clenched her hands hard and forced herself to calm down, telling herself to wait just a little longer. The World Tree's birthday was approaching, and as the Elf King, she had to appear before all her people then. After that, she would investigate the identity of the intruder herself. Once she made up her mind, Flower Siren returned her gaze to the window, the sunlight brushing softly across her face. There were too many reasons keeping her alive in this dark, secluded place. Whether she was asleep or simply living through another day, she was always afraid that someone might accidentally catch sight of that flawless, dangerously captivating face. Back in the labyrinth, Beck Uziel had barely stepped inside when a thick, sweet fragrance suddenly hit his nose, making him sneeze over and over without control. Damn it, this cursed pollen. The noise immediately drew the plant monsters lurking in the root dungeon, and they came rushing at him all at once. Beck Uziel ran for his life at first, but he knew he couldn't keep fleeing forever. He finally stopped and decided to make his stand. The fight turned fierce right away, but plant-type monsters were stubborn creatures and far harder to kill than they looked. Beck Uziel pulled out an alchemy bomb. Fire is the natural weakness of wood-type monsters. That's exactly why I picked alchemy as my secondary skill. I can't combine gunpowder and magic the way a high-level alchemist can, but a basic level 1 firebomb is more than enough for monsters like these. With that, he hurled the firebomb straight at the roots. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion tore through the area, and the monsters let out shrill screams of pain. Seizing that opening, Beck Uziel drew his sword. He used Blink to close the distance in an instant, his eyes quickly searching for the weak point. Without the slightest hesitation, he drove his blade straight into the root monster's head. The creature collapsed and then vanished into nothing. A system bell rang to inform him that he had gained experience points. Beck Uziel let out a breath of relief. At the very least, these weaker monsters were still giving a decent amount of points. Looking ahead again, he continued forward. The real target of this episode was waiting just up ahead. There was no time to waste. The system then announced that he was entering the labyrinth's boss room. The giant wooden door shut behind him. A gentle breeze drifted past, and the scene spread out before Beck Uziel like something from a fairy tale painting. A magical night sky, a full moon even more dazzling than the moon on Earth, and an endless field of flowers stretched out beneath it. Countless stars glittered overhead, making everything feel even more dreamlike, while silver moonlight rested softly on every petal. Beck Uziel took a deep breath and steeled himself as he began walking toward the center of the maze. Then his eyes caught on a figure in the distance, a woman with her hands clasped in prayer atop a stone pillar. Could that be the divine spirit Iphanal, the boss of this labyrinth? The most mysterious beings in this world were the divinities, existences born when a pure soul cultivated for 10,000 years, grasped the truth, and evolved into something entirely new. Even in this world, beings like that were extraordinarily rare. But the one before him was not a complete celestial spirit. That woman had her heart stolen just before she could fully become one, and because of that, She had remained trapped in this frozen state forever. Baek Uziel moved forward carefully, every single step filled with caution. Then, without warning, the ground shook violently beneath him, and his whole body trembled as alarm flashed across his face. Only a second later, he lost his footing and crashed to the ground. Baek Uziel immediately realized what it was. This is magical pressure. As expected, even in death, a celestial spirit is still a celestial spirit. But he couldn't stop here. With that thought, he fixed his eyes on the celestial spirit rushing toward him. Even though the crushing pressure made his legs feel unbearably heavy, he still refused to give up. The distance between them kept shrinking little by little. By the time he finally reached the celestial spirit's side, Baek Uziel's exhausted legs gave out beneath him. He was panting hard, trying to catch his breath, when suddenly a system notification rang out. Experience gained. Trait: magic leakage suppression increased. Ability stats increased. Only then did Baek Uziel let out a deep breath of relief. His breathing grew steadier, and the overwhelming pressure was no longer crushing him the way it had before. So it really is true. This place is the training ground a celestial spirit left behind before departing. It was a miracle that mages all over the world desperately searched for, yet none had ever found. The magic veins here amplified even ordinary movement 100-fold. By absorbing the celestial spirit's aura directly through the body, a person's natural harmony ability could rise at an absurd rate. Put simply, after suffering through all this, what he'd found was basically the perfect training gym. In real life, he had never willingly gone near a gym, but here, whether he liked it or not, he had no choice but to train. As that thought passed through his mind, Baek Uziel's eyes were drawn to the branch in the celestial spirit's hand, glowing with purple energy. Without hesitating, he stepped forward and took it. The system notified him. You have acquired a special artifact. Branch of Hatred. High grade. Description: hatred does not fade with time. It only burns more fiercely. Special functions. 1. On first contact, it inflicts an abnormal hatred state on the target. 2. On second contact, the accumulated hatred explodes and deals damage. 3. Hatred builds daily and can be stored for up to 3 months. 4. If the target has a risk level of 6 or higher, the damage is reduced by half. One-time use. After reading through it, Baek Uziel smiled in satisfaction. With this, I can deal with my Zentiran, the boss of Episode 8. Now that he had secured the artifact, it was time to begin training for real. A few weeks later, thanks to relentless practice in that place, Baek Uziel's stats had risen sharply. Mana leak delay LV3. Muscle strength plus 8%. Reflex speed plus 12%. Sensory sensitivity plus 20%. Sixth sense consumes mental power when activated, detects mana phenomena within 24 meters, and heightens awareness when danger approaches. Activates automatically. Mana circulation rate in blood plus 2%. Looking over the status board, Baek Uziel realized that his current overall level had climbed to around the middle of the 2-star range. Still, he knew he had a long way to go. The main characters had already reached a level beyond 4 stars. Since nobody in this world could truly teach him swordsmanship, his only option was to perfect the basics, thrusting and slashing with enough precision to strike straight through an enemy's weak point. He had to train until it felt like his bones were being scraped raw. He had to push himself until his flesh tore and blood rose in his throat, and only then would he allow himself to stop. While he trained, Baek Uziel suddenly felt his body change. It was as if something sharp had pierced straight into his chest. He doubled over and coughed violently, his sword slipping from his hand and clattering onto the ground. The system then notified him that he had mastered the special celestial spirit breathing method. You have acquired the celestial spirit's breath skill. Baek Uziel's vision turned hazy. Everything around him began to blur. His eyelids fluttered, then slowly closed as if he were about to lose consciousness. Everything felt dim, distant, and strangely mysterious. Then a strange voice suddenly echoed in the darkness and jolted him awake. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you hear me? Are you pretending not to hear me? Honestly, I hope that's what it is. Can you hear me or not? Answer me. I've been waiting here this whole time. Baek Uziel jerked awake. What the hell is this? And then the voice came again. The voice continued speaking. Hey, you heard me this time, didn't you? After regaining a bit of composure, Baek Uziel slowly turned his head and muttered, Are you the celestial spirit Iphanal? A huge question mark filled his mind. Did the celestial spirit Iphanal really just speak to him? Completely stunned, he blurted out, What is this, a talking corpse? The celestial spirit instantly sounded offended. I'm not dead yet, you filthy human. Baek Uziel was still in shock. What the? How can you even talk? The celestial spirit replied, I've been speaking the whole time. Your ears were just too dull to hear me. And why couldn't you hear me before? But you can hear me now. That's right. It must be because you're starting to become a little more like me. Just now, you were breathing with the same technique I use. The more he listened, the more confused Baek Uziel became. Then he remembered that just a moment ago, the system had shown him a new skill notification. The system currently displayed the following information: Celestial Spirit Breath LV1. Skill description: By merging with nature through celestial spirit respiration, the circulation ratio of magical power in the blood greatly increases. However, when used, the phenomenon of spirit beast invasion occurs. Effects: 1. Strength plus 107%. 2. Reaction speed plus 125%. 3. Sensory perception plus 147%. 4. Endurance plus 101%. Maximum duration, 15 seconds. Invasion level, 1%. Beck Uziel silently rejoiced. What is this? This skill is insanely overpowered. Even if it only lasts a short time, these stats jump straight into 4-star territory. Wait, what exactly does Spirit Beast Invasion mean? It means I'll lose my human body. A spirit beast maintains its form through magical power, but with a body like mine that constantly leaks mana, losing my human body would mean death. So the more I use this skill, the more it shortens my lifespan. Even so, he forced himself to stay positive. After all, it was still an extremely useful skill to have in an emergency. After that stretch of silence, the celestial spirit spoke again. Strange. This is the second time a human has ever exhaled the breath of a celestial spirit. You resemble that person too, barely any presence at all. Your existence so faint it feels as if you don't truly belong to this world. Beck Uziel was startled. Who was that person? The celestial spirit continued. He used a sword too, just like you. He cut through magic itself, and could even sever celestial spirits. Beck Uziel's eyes widened in shock. What? No swordsman like that had ever been mentioned in the game. If someone was powerful enough to cut down celestial spirits, then he had to be a genuine master beyond reason. Beck Uziel quickly asked, "Can I meet that person?" The celestial spirit answered coldly, "No. The disciple of the ancient archmage already killed him." Beck Uziel felt like he'd been struck by lightning. The ancient archmage? You died ages ago, so how could you possibly know that? The celestial spirit continued, "Do you want me to teach you? I fought him myself once, and I recorded every breathing pattern and every move he used." Even hearing that, Beck Uziel only half believed it. The heavenly spirit went on, "But there is one condition. I cannot leave this place, and I cannot speak to anyone else. For all practical purposes, I am already dead. Find my heart for me, save me, and bring me back to life." Just as expected, Beck Uziel answered bluntly and without hesitation. "Sorry, with the strength I have now, there is no way I can take the heart of another heavenly spirit." After thinking it over for a moment, the heavenly spirit spoke again in a reluctant voice. "It does not have to be a heavenly spirit's heart. A pure heart from a divine beast would be enough." Beck Uziel frowned in confusion. "If you use a divine beast's heart instead, you will lose most of your power." The heavenly spirit answered calmly, "That is fine. It is still better than remaining trapped here forever, spending my whole existence alone." Hearing that, Beck Uziel quickly judged that the deal would benefit both of them. He nodded and said, "If all you need is the heart of an ordinary divine beast, then it is not impossible. I can do that." The heavenly spirit asked back, "Truly?" Beck Uziel reassured himself as much as the spirit. "The reason I am training here is to prepare for the summoning contract ritual that is coming soon. I will be meeting countless divine beasts there. Compared to finding the heart of a heavenly spirit, this is far easier. I am confident. If I get the chance, I will bring one back." The heavenly spirit brightened at once. "Thank you. I will wait for you. And before that, there is something I want to give you." Beck Uziel looked surprised. "What is it?" The heavenly spirit replied, "Look behind me." Beck Uziel turned and asked, "What is this?" The celestial spirit answered, "Alpha's flower chain. It is a symbol of the bond between Leafhanel and a destined companion. It holds no power." Beck Uziel had never seen that item in the game before. At first glance, it seemed to have no special effect at all, just something that could maybe be tossed into a fire as kindling. He slipped the ring into his pocket, then suddenly paused in surprise. "Wait a second. This is still an item from a celestial spirit." After taking a closer look, he let out a quiet exclamation. A symbol tied to a celestial spirit. This might be far more useful than it first looked, hee. At that same time, inside Altalicia's laboratory, she was personally refining the formula according to the instructions Beck Uziel had given her. After focusing for quite a long while, she finally stopped her hand. She checked the result in front of her and murmured in disbelief, "I did it." Then she immediately shook her head. "No, this is not the time to relax yet." Steadying herself, she continued copying the completed formula from the board onto paper. Sometime later, Altalicia spoke with bright excitement, saying that tomorrow would mark the beginning of a new era. She thought that if Beck Uziel heard the news, he would definitely be happy. Elsewhere, in the Dwarf Kingdom, lay the mineral capital of the Black Steel Empire. The dwarves there were bursting with energy, noisy and lively, with a kind of fierce vitality filling the whole city. Against that vivid backdrop, the two central figures, Beck Uziel and Altalicia, stepped into the unfamiliar city together. The moment they arrived, Beck Uziel broke into a bright smile. "We are here." Standing beside him, Altalicia looked around once, then gave a small nod. "Yes, we are. Today was the day of the Grand Academic Conference, a major event whose venue changed every year. This time, it was being hosted by the Optical Metallurgy Academy, famous as one of the finest alchemy schools in the world, located in the Dwarf Kingdom. Since the dwarves were the inventors of material magic, everyone expected this year's conference to be bigger and grander than ever. Rumor even said that the Golden Alchemist, Talcum Corden, the greatest alchemist of the age, would be attending in person. At that thought, a satisfied look crossed Beck Uziel's face. The timing was perfect. This was the ideal stage to reveal Altalicia's newest discovery. But when he turned to Altalicia beside him, she spoke first, unable to hide her worry. Beck Uziel, is this really all right? This is something Professor Myzentiran spent half his life researching. Hearing that, Beck Uziel could only think that she was either too kind or too foolish. Even after having her work stolen, she still spoke so gently about him. Sensing how uneasy she was, he deliberately lightened the mood. Do not worry, Altalicia. It is not as if I copied Professor Myzentiran's research. I just went beyond it. Altalicia hesitated for a second, then answered softly, thank you. The two of them kept walking. As they moved, Beck Uziel spoke in a teasing tone. Then let us head inside. That red carpet looks exhausting. We will use the back entrance instead. Altalicia quickly agreed. Oh yes, that sounds much better. The moment they stepped inside, a loud broadcast echoed through the hall and drew everyone's attention. Welcome, doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society. I now declare the opening of the 87th Golden Ratio Academic Conference. The host's spirited voice, carrying a hint of humor, made several famous professors lift their brows slightly. The announcer continued, at this opening session, we are honored to present a new medical invention. At the same time, the sharp sound of high heels rang through the venue. As the spotlight swept across the stage, a figure walked out with striking confidence. It was Myzentiran, the professor Altalicia had spoken of with both respect and lingering guilt. In a solemn voice, the presenter said, please welcome Professor Myzentiran of Stellar Academy, who will introduce the latest medical drug product. She stepped up to the podium with quiet grace, her sharp eyes passing over the audience before the first slide appeared on the screen. Hello, I am Myzentiran of Stellar Academy. Today, I will be introducing the new Alpha experimental drug line from Hong Duoc. After a brief pause, she clicked the remote again, and an image filled the screen. First, please take a look at this. From there, the presentation grew long and increasingly technical, delivered with flawless professional precision. It demanded less raw intelligence than sheer patience to sit through. Everyone listened seriously, though even those seated below could barely follow what she was saying. The terminology was so dense it felt like she was splitting atoms with words, and anyone without enough patience could easily drift into a half-awake daze. After what felt like a very long stretch, she finally brought her talk to a close. That concludes my presentation. The hall seemed to wake up from a spell as applause burst out, and people nodded dramatically. Soon, excited chatter spread everywhere. My goodness, Professor Myzentiran truly is a genius. That innovation for Hong Duoc is incredible. From a corner of the room, Beck Uziel stood with his arms folded, quietly watching everything. His eyes were sharp, like a master player studying the board in the middle of a match. He thought, she talks about Altalicia's thesis as if she created it herself. Very convincing. But the real joke is only starting now. There were many ways to strike back, and the real dish was just about to be served. Right on cue, the next name was called. Another figure stepped forward, Altalicia of Stellar Academy. The atmosphere abruptly turned quiet as Altalicia walked lightly onto the stage and stopped in the exact place Myzentiran had just vacated. She faced the audience, drew in a deep breath, and began, Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Altalicia, an alchemist from Stellar Academy. Even so, hardly anyone paid her any attention. Whispers drifted through the audience like chatter in a roadside tea shop. Hey, is she from that pharmaceutical company? I really loved Professor Mason's cell regeneration extraction. It was absolutely amazing. While those noisy waves of conversation rolled through the hall, only Beck Uziel kept his full attention on Altalicia, listening closely to every single word she said. She hesitated for just a moment, then forced herself to keep going. The topic I will be presenting today is... At that exact moment, a faint smile touched Beck Uziel's lips, as if he already knew what was coming next. Then Altalicia spoke again, and her next sentence froze the entire hall. This is a complete summary and full understanding of the technique of mixed variable alteration. Silence dropped over the room as if time itself had stopped. The chatter vanished. Not even a whisper remained. Every head turned toward her at once, eyes widened in disbelief, as if they were all asking the same thing. What did she just say? No one interrupted at first, but then the tense stillness shattered when an elderly man slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet, his voice cutting through the auditorium. Do you even understand where you are standing right now? The whole hall seemed to tremble, and every gaze locked onto Altalicia. Under that pressure, she faltered for a second, yet somehow held herself together. Yes, of course I do. I know this is a great honor, especially for someone like me. Her answer was respectful, but firm. Even so, the professor did not ease up in the slightest. Then explain it clearly. What exactly does the spell you just mentioned mean? Altalicia lightly pressed a hand against her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. She drew in a deep breath, lifted her eyes to face the crowd looking at her, and said, "Please try to understand it from the perspective of an alchemist." The auditorium instantly burst into noise like a hornet's nest that had been smashed open. Murmurs spread in all directions. The transmutation incantation for variable alteration? Impossible. Magic and alchemy cannot be joined under the same principles. And they were not wrong to react that way. For 3 million years, no one had ever resolved the contradiction between those two systems. In the front row, a famous professor with white hair and deep-set eyes slowly raised a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat, as if trying to steady himself. The moderator's voice rang out like a bell, cutting through the tension. "Please remain orderly and allow the speaker to finish." But before the room could settle, another voice rose, low and full of weight. "If you call something impossible just because others failed before you, then how can you still call yourselves alchemists?" At once, everything fell quiet. The speaker was a man in a white robe lined with gold, with softly curled hair shining with a golden hue. It was none other than the legendary golden alchemist, Talcum Corden. Smiling as he stepped forward, he said, "I have been waiting eagerly to hear this presentation. I want to see the truth inside the magic everyone has dismissed as impossible for so long." He lifted a hand in encouragement and spoke warmly. "Come now, brave young lady. Show us your discovery." Altalicia stood there almost like a statue, her cheeks flushing pink while her eyes shimmered with gratitude and emotion. She lowered her head slightly and whispered, "Thank you, sir." Then a shout cracked through the hall like thunder, and the entire place went dead silent again. It came from none other than Professor Tyran, whose expression had turned sour enough to look like he had swallowed vinegar. Grinding his teeth as though he wanted to bite the microphone apart, he said, "Before Assistant Professor Altalicia's presentation begins, I have a question regarding the thesis under discussion." The crowd stirred at once. Talcum Corden tilted his head, his sharp eyes narrowing. "What do you mean by that?" Tyran turned sharply toward Altalicia, his voice slicing cleanly through the hall. "I suspect plagiarism." The whole auditorium seemed to erupt in an instant, whispers and gasps spreading everywhere. Good heavens, plagiarism? In academic circles, there was hardly a more serious accusation. Talcum Corden let out a laugh that sounded half amused and half dangerously offended. "How absurd. Do you understand what happens when you accuse someone of plagiarism without evidence?" Tyran answered without backing down. "Of course I do." He stepped closer to Altalicia, spreading his arms dramatically as though he were about to perform a trick. "As everyone here knows, the interleaving algorithm for mixed variables contains 5 unresolved problems. Only when all 5 are solved can alchemy and magic truly be brought into harmony. Up to now, our academy has only solved 2 of them, and even those answers remain incomplete." Beck Uziel folded his arms and listened in silence, his eyes narrowing as he watched. Tyran continued, full of pride. "But I, Professor Tyran, have already solved 4 of those 5 problems. And the assistant standing here is my own assistant." At once, the auditorium buzzed even louder with excitement and confusion. Somewhere in the middle of the noise, someone whispered, "Then if this thesis really is..." Tyran raised a hand and cut the rest off coldly. "That is right. This thesis is unquestionably mine." Tilting his head with a mocking smile, he added, "Even if my assistant happened to solve the 5th problem by accident, so what?" Tyran's eyes stabbed into Altalicia like icy blades, sharp and merciless, while a triumphant smile slowly spread across his face. Inside his mind, bitter thoughts twisted and echoed. "Altalicia, you insolent little brat. You are talented, yes. I will not deny that. But what does that matter? This is where your path ends. Fool, talent means nothing if no one acknowledges it. In the end, your brilliance will belong to me forever." Tyran leaned in until he was almost face to face with Altalicia. His voice rang like a sentence being passed. "So then, Assistant Professor Altalicia, do you dare claim that you solved the other 4 problems as well?" The hall fell completely still. Altalicia froze on the spot, her eyes trembling as she instinctively took a step back. Her heart pounded wildly. "I knew it. I knew this would happen. My hair is going to turn gray at this rate. Oh no, what am I supposed to do?" Then, like a soft breeze passing through her thoughts, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. "If it ever gets too hard for you to handle alone, call me over." Altalicia's eyes widened, suddenly shining with light again. The fear inside her vanished like rain burning away under sunlight. She took a long breath, pressed her lips together, and then let them curl into a calm, steady smile. Slowly, she raised her right hand. "I have a request. I would like to invite my co-author to come up here." The auditorium exploded as if a bomb had gone off. A loud wave of murmuring spread through the crowd. "A co-author?" Talcum Corden lifted his brows in surprise and asked, "And who would that be?" Altalicia lowered her hand and turned her gaze toward the audience. Then she pointed straight at one young man, standing among the sea of people. My co-author is Beck Uziel. Beck Uziel nearly stumbled backward on the spot, mouth falling open and eyes going wide as if his mind had suddenly shut down. Co-author? I only threw in a few ideas, did I not? No. Wait, what exactly am I supposed to do now? After Altalicia named him as the co-author, Professor Myzentiran also turned his eyes toward Beck Uziel. And then Beck Uziel started walking forward, step by step, making his way toward the podium. Around him, the crowd split into murmuring voices. How absurd. He is just some young student. Nothing is going to change except a few louder arguments. Talcum Corden, the golden alchemist, folded his arms with clear interest and gave a small, eager smile. Oh ho, now this, I am very much looking forward to. As for Beck Uziel, once he moved closer to the lectern, his gaze lowered slightly, and a faintly somber mood settled over him. He kept walking until he was almost right beside Professor Myzentiran. Then he lifted his eyes and looked straight at the professor, without the slightest trace of worry or hesitation. Without saying a word, he quietly stepped past Professor Myzentiran's side. But in that instant, a surge of magic burst out from the branch in his hand, and that spiritual force brushed right against the professor's arm as he passed. Right after that, a system message panel updated at once. The defensive branch item's special hatred skill had been triggered, with Myzentiran set as the target after Beck Uziel walked past him. It seemed Professor Myzentiran did not notice anything. He only glanced over with mild irritation and let out a disdainful, "Humph. How rude." Seeing that the other side had not recognized what happened, Beck Uziel gave a faint, satisfied smile to himself. Good. It worked. Once he reached the position he wanted, he came to a stop and properly turned to face the scholars gathered below. Before anything else, silence spread through the room. Then, with a calm and expressionless face, Beck Uziel spoke first. Before anything else, I would like to hear Professor Myzentiran's argument carefully. There is a saying that seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times. So let us solve this cross-training technique together, right here. A slight smile appeared on his face, and at once murmurs rippled through the crowd again. A debate over this paper between a professor and an assistant? Now that sounds interesting. The reaction around them only made Altalicia more uneasy, and she turned to him with visible hesitation in her voice. Hey, Beck Uziel, are you really? He glanced away for a second, then smoothly turned the question back on her. Assistant Professor, do you not trust me? Caught off guard, Altalicia looked flustered for a moment. Ah no, I do trust you. To make her feel more certain, Beck Uziel spoke gently to reassure her. I have been beside you this whole time, so do not worry, Assistant Professor Altalicia. You can do this. I trust you more than anyone. Seeing him smile like that, Altalicia felt her cheeks warm slightly, and her thoughts began to race. Could she really pull this off? Without realizing it, her hand tightened around the collar of her shirt. She focused herself and adjusted her glasses, while another thought rose firmly in her mind. That is right. Beck Uziel is right. She had to trust everything she had accomplished up to this point. With that resolve, she neatly smoothed her hair as well. Meanwhile, Myzentiran was left visibly bewildered, no longer fully in control of the flow of the situation. After regaining her composure, Altalicia stepped forward until she stood directly across from Myzentiran and said, "Then let us begin." By then, Altalicia had fully regained her confidence. As she began, she spoke about the method of intersecting variables in alchemy. 300 years ago, one alchemist declared, "I have discovered a miraculous formula that can solve this equation. This is the miraculous formula that can resolve the anomaly, but I urgently needed to use the restroom, so I could not write it down." After that, he died in the restroom, and that absurd ending was what made the formula famous. Ever since then, countless alchemists had tried experimenting with it, yet every attempt ended in total failure. Over time, no one even wanted to touch it anymore. That was how the unsolved formula came to be treated as something impossible. But now someone was claiming they could solve the random blink caused by Thoa magic power. Off to one side, a man with a cigarette and a cold expression quietly remarked, "Interesting." More information about him soon followed. He was Captain Kane, a member of the New Moon Mage Tower's 13th Destructive Assassination Corps. Beside him, a girl in similar clothes let out a long yawn and replied, "What is so interesting about this? This is boring enough to kill me." Updated information followed as well. She was Vice Captain Hazen Macaron. The two of them had appeared here while hiding themselves in stealth mode. After finishing that lazy yawn, Vice Captain Hazen Macaron lifted her eyes and cast a half-judging glance forward. Is that professor really a dark demonic human? Then someone nearby muttered softly, "It kind of smells like tobacco over here." Their eyes turned toward the front, where the two had already started recording information across the blackboards. Vice Captain Hazen Macaron kept grumbling as she watched. The more I think about it, the more this whole mission feels like a complete scam. But then Hazen Macaron looked over at Kane standing quietly beside her, saying nothing at all, and could only rub her head helplessly, shut her eyes, and keep talking. What could she even do when the captain trusted absolutely everything that old man said? Then, all of a sudden, She was forced to open her eyes and look ahead again. Not just her. Kane also fixed his attention in the same direction, where Mai Zentiran and Altalicia were facing each other once more. Both quickly began forming their own judgments, and even they could feel that the atmosphere in the auditorium had changed. Then the host's voice rang out again. Yes, the first difficult problem had just been solved. Over by Talcum Corden's place, the great golden alchemist was staring in surprise at what had just been written below. What he saw was a steady flow of information, laid out clearly and in detail across the two blackboards. After studying it, he gave his own evaluation. It was similar in principle, yet at the same time it was an entirely different approach. On the other side, Captain Kane was building his own line of thought while staring in the same direction. Altalicia's explanation was much simpler than Mai Zentiran's, and yet the final outcome showed noticeable differences. Then the host's voice sounded once more, announcing that they were now moving on to the second difficult problem. Again, both of them turned back to their blackboards and continued writing. Up in the observation area, several people had already gathered together, and the mix of worry and amazement on their faces was obvious. It was truly shocking. Many people had solved the second problem before, but no one had ever explained it like this. This was a problem people said needed at least 200 lines to fully resolve and explain, yet Altalicia had solved it in exactly 12. That was the person everyone was now talking about. Watching from one side, Beck Uziel folded his arms and smiled to himself, quietly confirming that his judgment had been right. The audience's reaction was turning more favorable by the second. He kept that small smile on his face, but his thoughts shifted soon after. Still, the real part is only starting now. Then the host's voice rang out again. They were now on the third difficult problem. Could the third problem, the one no one had ever solved before, really be broken through here today? Both of them focused intensely as they wrote their research results across the board, and a bead of nervous sweat formed on Altalicia's face. At the same time, Mai Zentiran's anxiety was even greater. Soon both of them stopped writing, and from below, Talcum Corden began showing clear surprise as the evaluations continued. Had she really solved it? Mai Zentiran, who had solved the third problem that was once thought impossible, had achieved something truly impressive. Even so, he showed no joy at hearing that praise. Instead, his face held only shock and confusion. Talcum Corden's words made that clear, but more than that, Altalicia had produced something even more astonishing. As Mai Zentiran looked at the result hidden in Altalicia's work, frustration and anger began to rise inside him. His mind was quickly overwhelmed by a single thought. What kind of reasoning was this? On the other side, Beck Uziel kept a satisfied smile as the endless chatter around him spilled into his ears. How could she possibly come up with an approach like that? Even after seeing it with my own eyes, I still cannot believe it. Until now, the senior alchemist had treated the 5 difficult problems as separate issues and tried to solve them one at a time. But Altalicia was completely different. She saw all 5 problems as one connected whole and solved them in an integrated way. That was the true difference between Mai Zentiran and Altalicia. And with that, the process of tackling the difficult problems continued. Mai Zentiran's hand, still writing on the board, began to tremble. His thoughts were no longer calculating as clearly as before. Wait, what was the formula for the next part again? He glanced back at his blackboard, and curses began spilling out under his breath. The truth was, he had already run out of space on the board. There was nowhere left for him to keep writing. So he immediately turned toward one of the nearby hosts and shouted, "Bring more boards over here at once." His voice grew tighter and more urgent. "Hurry." But then a familiar voice suddenly rang out and swept away the tension in an instant. "I have solved it." Mai Zentiran's eyes froze for a moment, then snapped to the side. There stood Altalicia, calmly turning away from the blackboard and looking down at the crowd below. Then Altalicia began explaining it to everyone, laying out a full analysis and complete explanation of the interdimensional random interference technique. A faint flash of light flickered around her, and her steady voice carried through the entire hall. What she had given was not some vague idea, but a complete explanation that fully resolved the complicated issue of interdimensional random interference. At that point, people were already losing control of themselves. This is insane. Then the noise swelled even louder and drowned out everything else. This is insane, truly insane. Am I really watching a historic moment happen right here? This is overwhelming. It really was a moment of the century. Hearing those voices rising from below, Altalicia felt a deep sense of satisfaction, and confidence began filling her heart. I really did it. Then she turned her eyes toward Beck Uziel, who was standing not far away, and another thought rose inside her. Thank you, Beck Uziel. This was only possible because of you. Her smile still lingered, but then another voice broke in. Altalicia. Across from her stood Mai Zentiran, dark energy practically spilling out of him. Altalicia looked over, concern flashing across her face. Professor. Beck Uziel moved at once, stepping over to stand right beside Altalicia. Then Mai Zentiran raised an arm, and the magic pouring off him became even easier to see. Something was clearly wrong, and the moment Altalicia heard his voice, it felt as if everything hidden underneath was finally being exposed. How much longer are you going to keep making me suffer? You stole my thesis, changed parts of it, and passed it off as your own. Does that really make you happy? Beck Uziel stepped forward and put himself between Mai Zentiran and Altalicia, shielding her from the front. There was no emotion in his eyes, but his thoughts moved quickly. Is he trying to turn into a dark demonic human for good? It is earlier than I expected, but maybe that is actually better. And as he looked at Mai Zentiran standing there, another thought formed in his mind. If Mai Zentiran became a dark demonic human here in front of everyone, the uproar and fury in this place would be impossible to contain. Mai Zentiran kept throwing back every word Altalicia said, but by then her eyes had finally filled with open resentment. She bit down on her lip, trying to steady herself while all the pain and frustration she had been carrying until now rose to the surface. Then Altalicia suddenly shouted, "Admit it already." The confidence she had found came surging back. Riding that momentum, Altalicia spoke clearly and without wavering. "My thesis is better than the professor's. Was the presentation just now not enough to prove that? How much more of my work are you going to steal before you are satisfied?" The moment she said that, the audience and the researchers alike were stunned, and whispers quickly spread among them. So the thesis about that red medicine earlier was hers? No wonder it felt that way. But that strength did not last long, and Altalicia's body began trembling again. "Professor! Professor!" Then all her emotions burst out once more, louder than before. "The professor is even more foolish than I am." Hearing that, Beck Uziel's expression shifted into visible confusion as he glanced at the woman standing beside him. That same feeling quickly spread even to the place where Kane and Hazen Macaron were watching from the other side. And in the end, all attention naturally gathered on Mai Zentiran as the new center of the scene. To break the awkward tension hanging over the room, Talcum Corden finally spoke up. "Heh." Then he folded his arms and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is truly interesting. Today's symposium has become far more entertaining than I expected." That sound seemed to startle Mai Zentiran back to his senses for a moment. His voice came out dazed as he realized a faint trace of demonic energy had leaked from him. "What?" Then he looked down at his slightly trembling hands. "What did I just do?" That thought instantly crushed all the others. This is bad. Knowing exactly where all of this had started, Mai Zentiran turned his anger in that direction and fixed his eyes there. He strode toward Altalicia with hurried, threatening steps. "Altalicia, how dare you do this?" She flinched again, her earlier fear returning at once. But that fear did not last for long, because when she looked ahead, a familiar figure was already standing there, blocking the way. It was none other than Beck Uziel. His voice came slowly and calmly. "Professor Mai Zen, now I think you should take another look at the situation." The moment those words landed, Mai Zentiran's face stiffened, and little by little it sank into a blank, bewildered expression. All around him, invisible pressure closed in as countless hostile gazes from the people below began pressing down on him. The alchemist sat in silence, simply watching and waiting for the outcome. Then Mai Zentiran turned slightly and tried to speak. No, that is not what happened." At the peak of it all, he pressed a hand to his chest and cried out in a noticeably sharper voice. "That girl stole my thesis." Everyone below heard him clearly, and by then they could already judge what the real situation was. Talcum Corden remained silent. "Take him outside." Someone immediately responded, "Yes." The order was carried out at once. Two monitoring spirits stepped forward and began dragging Mai Zentiran away. Even then, he kept trying to argue. "No, I said I did nothing wrong." Both members of Destruction Team 13 watched as he was taken away, while his voice still echoed through the hall. "Let go of me. Let me go." Once the huge danger and chaos had finally passed, Altalicia sank down where she was, as if the weight she had been carrying from the beginning had finally left her. Then, from right in front of her, a hand slowly reached out. Her shining eyes lifted toward that familiar hand. Beck Uziel stood there with a confident smile and spoke to her gently. "Assistant Professor, you worked hard today." Hearing those words from him, Altalicia could not help going blank for a moment. Then a bright smile spread across her face, washing away every last bit of her worry. Outside, the yellow light poured in and cast a shimmering beauty over the entire place. Now reassigned to the New Moon Tower's 13th Destructive Assassination Corps, the two of them were heading off in the same direction. Hazen Macaron closed her eyes and said flatly, "In the end, we did not gain much of anything." After hearing her say there was no real beginning or end, only a middle point, Kane caught on immediately and added, "Then if emotions really exploded to that extent, there should already have been warning signs." But the sensors that detect dark magic infiltration showed no reaction at all. Hazen pointed out another problem right away. That makes sense. The New Moon Tower's spiritual sensors were never absolute to begin with. Then her attention shifted again as she glanced at Beck Uziel and Altalicia, who were still surrounded by scholars. "Hey, that kid really is the student they were calling the co-author?" Turning slightly toward Kane beside her, she studied Beck Uziel for a moment and added with casual interest, "He is pretty cute, though, is he not?" Hearing that, Kane shot her a sidelong glance and asked, Have you already investigated him? Hazen looked mildly puzzled before answering. I just got the report from Mettler. Before coming to Stella, that kid's hometown was destroyed by dark mages, so he should have been nothing more than a low-achieving commoner. And yet somehow he entered Class S. On top of that, he attends the most prestigious magic academy in the world without properly using magic, which is strange enough on its own. And today, he even asked to have his name removed from the paper. There was more information there than expected. Kane kept looking ahead calmly and said, I see. Remember all of it carefully. Then something suddenly caught his attention, and surprise flickered across his eyes. From the front, Beck Uziel was staring straight at Kane, with 1 part focus and 9 parts uncertainty in his eyes. A moment later, Kane decided not to dwell on it. Beck Uziel simply looked forward again and smiled brightly, as if nothing had happened. Still slightly dazed, Captain Kane found himself wondering, wait, did our eyes just meet? But Hazen Macaron beside him immediately looked away and refused to believe it. What? No way. He looked back toward Beck Uziel in front of him and quietly reconsidered whether his perception reduction spell and dark barrier could really have been pierced so easily. In the end, he concluded it must have been his imagination. Keeping his gaze fixed steadily ahead, Kane stayed stunned for several silent seconds. Meanwhile, Beck Uziel's smile remained completely natural, as though that brief eye contact had never happened at all. Because of that, Kane had nothing more to say about him for the moment. There was nothing else left to do there either, now that they had confirmed Professor Myzentirin showed no obvious abnormalities. Kane stepped aside and said, let us go. It is over. Hazen Macaron clasped both hands behind her back and added, I am sick of this boring place too, then headed toward a carriage that carried a distinctly noble air. Inside it sat someone angrily biting at their nails. That person was none other than Professor Myzentirin from earlier. Curse after curse spilled out of him. Damn it. If not for Beck Uziel, I would never have had to suffer this kind of humiliation. But seated across from him was someone calmly reading a book with closed eyes, who spoke without the slightest agitation. Now that things have reached this point, we need to deal with it properly. Calm yourself. Only then did Myzentirin properly notice who had suddenly appeared there. His voice rose sharply in surprise. Writing? The other person slowly opened blood-red eyes, openly displeased. After giving Myzentirin a cold glance, he shut the book in his hands with a snap. What Myzentirin had just said did not seem to concern him in the least. Professor Myzentirin's face clearly showed shock. Raiden looked back at him with a displeased expression and answered at last. Fortunately, the contract suppression held you down. If your emotions had surged any further and caused real chaos, every one of our plans could have been ruined. Realizing how close he had come to causing a major disaster, Myzentirin went pale on the spot and bowed his head. I am truly sorry. Seeing that apology was all he had to offer, Raiden closed the book, put it away into storage, shut his eyes again, and let out a quiet sigh. Do you think an apology alone solves anything? The leader is deeply disappointed in you. You need to restore your state of mind to what it was in the beginning, immediately. As you are now, you have almost lost all value as a professor at Stella Academy. Unable to accept that, Myzentirin suddenly shouted and kept pouring out excuses. No, I still have many connections on the plagiarism review board. This incident, I can still smooth everything over. I have not been expelled yet. Tired of hearing him ramble, Raiden cut him off without even opening his eyes. Stay quiet. Stand still, bow your head, and keep walking in circles if you must. That is the most useful thing you can do right now. The mood shifted completely into something like an interrogation. Understood? Raiden then moved to leave, but not before giving Myzentirin one final order. Do not move, and do not speak until the commander gives further instructions. Left alone after that, Myzentirin clenched both hands tightly, rage pouring out of him unchecked. In the end, all of that blame landed on one person. This was all Beck Uziel's fault. His face hardened into something dangerous, making it obvious that a new scheme was already taking shape in his mind. Recalling the image of those two just before he was dragged away, Myzentirin added another bitter thought. I only need to wait a little longer. Just a little more time. Beck Uziel's image remained deeply carved into his mind. And meanwhile, a train carrying others onward was already moving toward its next destination. Inside one of the train cars, Beck Uziel sat with his arms folded, staring intently at Altalicia, who wore a strange expression across from him. Then his gaze drifted to the side, and a thought quietly formed in his mind. What a pity. If Myzentirin had actually used dark magic during the presentation, it might have stopped the later collapse. The disaster of episode 8 could probably have been avoided that way. Everything might have continued smoothly until the point where that episode was originally meant to erupt. He slowly closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, but the thoughts would not leave him. Still, there is no point rushing things. The academic conference ended without trouble, and the branch of resentment was activated. Then his eyes suddenly opened again. Still, there was one thing that bothered me a little. He recalled the moment when his eyes had instinctively turned toward one side. That was where Kane and Hazen Macaron had been standing next to each other under a concealment spell, hidden in shadow. The moment he remembered Kane staring back at him, his conclusion became firm. That man was definitely Kane. And Kane was no ordinary mage. He belonged to a tiny group of elite mages chosen through ruthless selection, the top dark magic unit of the New Moon Tower. Even within that New Moon Tower, a place already infamous for hunting mages and dark sorcerers, they stood out as something particularly dangerous. And the commander of that elite Unit 13 was Kane himself, which gave Beck Uziel even more to think about. If I had not had that sixth sense, I never would have realized until the very end why people that dangerous were there at all. Perhaps they were here just to keep an eye on my Zentiran, or to monitor the situation around him. Whatever the reason, it would actually be a good opportunity if we could get involved more directly. As he thought this, his eyes drifted over and he noticed Altalicia looking a little drowsy, like she had just woken up and was still half in a dream. The conversation of the past seemed to flow into something new as he stepped forward and said politely, "Sorry to interrupt, but could I have a moment of your time?" The moment those words ended, someone suddenly appeared beside Altalicia, and she reacted in surprise. "Excuse me, who are you?" she asked, clearly caught off guard. Before she could even hear the other person properly introduce themselves, she froze again. "Wait, who exactly are you?" she repeated, even more confused than before. The person standing opposite her wore a clean white suit, with distinct elf-like ears visible beneath his hat. He lifted the hat slightly with a light, friendly expression and spoke with calm confidence, saying he was very pleased to meet everyone. His identity was soon revealed alongside Melian, the chairman of Nebula Corporation, making his presence immediately significant in the room. As the game's storyline progressed, the world naturally kept expanding. As Flame developed further, more key figures began to emerge as targets within the broader narrative, one of them being the man known as the heart of the southern Lower Moon Plains, Melian, chairman of the Nebula Corporation. By carefully placing the fated golden ratio point in his life, he had become destined for immense wealth, almost as if it were written into his path from the beginning. Even though he was over 50 and already had a daughter, people still pursued him relentlessly. It wasn't just because of his wealth or appearance, but also because of his daughter, Jeliel, the antagonist figure closely tied to high-ranking elf politics. As a notorious female antagonist who repeatedly tormented the main character across multiple episodes, players grew furious with her storyline. Many even went out of their way to ruin her life in-game, targeting what she valued most, starting with her father, Melian, and attempting to destroy his family connections through marriage and manipulation. After that rather long explanation, Beck Uziel let out a tired sigh, but still managed to summarize his thoughts. It sounded almost ridiculous, yet everyone around him seemed strangely excited by this unfolding drama. Continuing forward, he looked ahead with a slightly distant, half-lidded gaze. "I expected this, but I didn't think he would actually come here in person," he murmured to himself. "I need to leave a good impression during today's meeting," he thought. Meanwhile, Melian stood there smiling softly as she looked at the two in front of her, clearly preparing herself for the conversation ahead. With a polite smile, she began asking a few opening questions. "You must be the alchemist Altalicia, and this young man here is the unnamed core researcher, correct? If you don't mind, may I ask your name?" Beck Uziel had already anticipated this moment. He calmly answered without hesitation, "I'm Beck Uziel, a first-year S-class student at Stellar Academy." Melian's expression shifted slightly in surprise. "Oh, so you're a trainee from Stellar Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you." Melian then adjusted his coat and briefly closed her eyes as she continued. "The reason I came today is," she placed a carefully prepared document in front of them. It was an exclusive alchemy contract proposal from the Nebula Trade Guild for Altalicia's techniques, offering extremely generous terms. Altalicia was the one who reacted most strongly, clearly stunned. Just holding the document in her hands, Altalicia felt her fingers tremble slightly, and even the paper seemed to shake along with her. The moment she opened it, her eyes lit up. She spoke excitedly, almost unable to contain herself. "This includes unlimited support for materials and technicians. I've never seen funding on this scale before." A rush of thoughts filled her mind. With these resources, she could finally build and release the inventions she had only dreamed about. And somehow, she felt Beck Uziel would approve of this too. Her gaze shifted toward him, but Beck Uziel looked a bit distant, as if still trying to understand the true intention behind all this. Seeing his reaction, Altalicia hesitated, then turned back to Melian and carefully said, "Excuse me, could I have a little more time to consider it?" Sensing something still unsettled, Melian immediately followed up while she examined the document. "Is something still not enough? If you have any requests, please feel free to tell me." But Altalicia quickly shook her head. "No, that's not it. The conditions are more than sufficient, almost too generous. I just need to discuss this with the co-developer of this technique." Sitting beside her, Beck Uziel was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected to become part of such an important decision, and confusion briefly crossed his face. Hearing this, Melian gave a quiet, knowing chuckle. "So that's what you meant. I thought co-developer was just a figure of speech, but it seems I was mistaken." Looking at the two of them smiling across from him, Melian thought calmly that there was no need to underestimate them. A teenager already involved in solving a problem that had lasted over 300 years. He had to be an extraordinary genius. Melian raised a hand again, offering the document forward. Would you like to take another look at the contract? After all, no matter how capable he seemed, he was still just a student. Beck Uziel carefully reviewed the document as well, confirming everything Melian had said. With these conditions, refusing would normally be unthinkable. Yet, with a calm smile, he gave his answer without hesitation. I'm sorry, but I must decline. That unexpected refusal left Melian completely stunned. He stared at the young man across from him, clearly unable to understand what he had just heard. Could you tell me the reason? Melian asked quickly. If the terms are the issue, I can revise them immediately. Beck Uziel paused, thinking through everything carefully. Signing an exclusive deal with the Nebula Trade Association, the largest guild in the world, would normally be a perfect choice. But he knew Melian's personality. As an excellent businessman, he was also extremely possessive. If this technique became monopolized, it would likely be mass-produced into cheap, limited variations, reducing diversity and performance overall. Worse, such monopolization could slow magical development for most mages, allowing darker factions to eventually catch up technologically. He had even seen players choose this route just for profit, only for it to end badly every time. After weighing everything, Beck Uziel finally spoke. The issue isn't the terms. I simply don't want an exclusive contract. Melian paused, her expression slightly uncertain as she held the paper. He continued, explaining calmly that this fusion of magic engineering and alchemy would greatly impact both daily life and equipment production for mages. Ideally, it should be widely shared so more people could benefit from it. After hearing his reasoning, Melian nodded slightly. Ambition is a good thing, but to achieve such dreams, funding is necessary. Beck Uziel replied that he had already secured multiple investors, including Melian himself. Understanding his implication, Melian asked directly, so you intend to sign with both them and me at the same time? That would require removing most exclusivity conditions. Beck Uziel smiled lightly with closed eyes. Yes, I also value those conditions highly. Then he opened his eyes, speaking in a calm, steady voice. We will elevate the product into a premium tier system. A faint smile appeared on his lips. That is my proposal. Basic items will remain widely available. However, the high-end, difficult-to-produce equipment will be exclusively contracted under the Starlight Trade Guild. In other words, it becomes a brand. Hearing his confident reasoning, Melian narrowed her eyes slightly. As an experienced merchant, she immediately understood his intention. Smiling, she asked, that sounds good, but will luxury items like that actually sell? I wouldn't support anything that harms my own business. Beck Uziel lowered his gaze slightly, answering calmly. That's why I'm not asking you to sign immediately. His confident, almost cold gaze returned. In half a year, we will hold a private investor presentation with Chairman Melian. If you are satisfied with the products by then, you can sign the exclusive brand contract at that time. Melian watched him carefully, realizing he had already calculated everything in advance. She closed her eyes, smiling faintly in approval. That's right, truly impressive, she said softly, acknowledging that she was already leaning toward accepting his proposal. To demonstrate their cooperation, Melian pulled out something like a business card and spoke calmly. This is a messenger slip, and it also carries my contact information. He reached out and accepted it with a nod. Yes, thank you, sir. Along with the slip, a brief explanation appeared. It was a written document sent through a delivery method, and it would definitely reach its intended recipient. The exchange was completed smoothly. Melian adjusted his hat again, a small farewell smile forming on his face. All right, then I'll be taking my leave now. His expression still showed lingering surprise, as if he hadn't fully processed everything. Meanwhile, Altalicia kept a faint, composed smile beside him. Even though he tried to stay calm, his body still trembled slightly. He pressed a hand to his chest, as if checking whether his heart might actually jump out. Oh my God, I thought I was going to die from worry. Seeing him like that, Altalicia felt a bit uneasy too. Was this really normal behavior for someone who constantly overthinks things? In response to her confusion, he answered honestly, still unsettled. I'm really worried. Hearing that, she naturally smiled and tried to reassure him with a light compliment. As expected, you really see everything so clearly. He tilted his head, confused by her odd way of speaking to him. Noticing his reaction, Altalicia quickly softened her tone. Ah, it's nothing. Then she let the topic drop and turned away from it. He shifted his attention toward the door he had just stepped through, a faint smile forming as things finally settled. One problem was solved, at least for now. When I get back, I should go to a nice restaurant with the club members. Additional information spread through the scene. The scientific conference had safely concluded, and life at Stellar Academy continued as usual. On the podium, a professor addressed the students. Professor Myzentiran is unwell, so I will be substituting his class today. From somewhere above, he heard those words and glanced sideways with narrowed eyes. His earlier thoughts returned again. It really disappeared completely, didn't it? That line of thinking deepened as images of Professor Tiran's demonic transformation surfaced in his mind. If everything follows the original course, she should fully awaken by episode 8, and this school will suffer major damage. He couldn't predict how much the future would change because of this. His gaze grew heavier. Could this event happen earlier than expected? I just hope it stays within what I can handle. Not only Tiran, but Altalicia also hadn't appeared at school. As class ended, he walked through the hallway alone. Someone mentioned she seemed to be resting comfortably now, even receiving compensation. Just then, a student ahead started talking. He caught bits of their conversation. That assistant, Altalicia, wasn't she the one who decoded that extremely difficult superconsciousness non-interference technique? The discussion continued nearby. Yeah, I heard that too. But isn't there supposed to be another co-author? Someone lowered their voice. They said the identity was kept secret. Why would they hide it? He ignored the chatter and kept walking forward. Good. If they think that co-author is just some unknown person, maybe even ugly or unimportant, it's better that way. After a while, he stepped outside the school grounds. His thoughts still lingered on the matter. Keeping his identity hidden as a co-author helped reduce unnecessary attention within the academy. He suddenly stopped walking. At first, he had only used borrowed knowledge from those special glasses as a small hint. But now everything aligned in his mind. All attention needs to stay on Altalicia. That's still the best approach. Standing in place, he suddenly sensed something nearby. Ah, found it. Isn't that Ma Yuziang? Someone murmured. Wow, look at that posture. After a while, the main characters Ma Yuziang and Acel appeared again together. Students who noticed them began whispering excitedly. Good grades and looks, isn't that basically cheating? Is that girl from another class? She looks like a doll. Still doesn't seem like a good person though. But wow, she really is beautiful. He only glanced briefly at the scene, thinking calmly. Anyway, there's never a quiet day when those two end up drawing attention like this. Then he called out clearly across the area. I'm here. Noticing him, Ma Yuziang smiled and greeted him. Hey Yuziang. He waved back lightly. Sorry, did I keep everyone waiting? Someone nearby shook their head. No, not really. A question came immediately after. So what are we eating? Didn't you say you'd decide? Remembering that Acel couldn't easily enjoy expensive food due to her situation, he smiled confidently. You'll understand once we get there. They arrived at a restaurant. 3 people sat at the table, but only 2 plates of food were served. It's a bit stingy, isn't it? Someone joked. But if I had to guess, this is definitely pizza. The warm aroma spread through the air, along with a soft, glowing presentation of the dish. Izel's eyes quietly widened with interest and craving. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at the food, clearly excited but trying to stay composed. Her attention was locked completely on the dish in front of her. He kept watching her silently, thinking. Come to think of it, Acel mentioned that when you order pizza, there's usually a drink that comes with it, maybe some kind of pickled juice or something like that. He then handed her a drink. Here, try this with it. Acel looked at him with a questioning gaze, unsure. Worry flickered across her face. How was she supposed to drink this properly? Her confusion was obvious again. Seeing her reaction, he wondered. Wait, is this her first time at a pizza place? She answered softly. Yes, that's right. Just then, Acel lifted the cup carefully and took a sip. Surprise immediately lit up her face. It's delicious, she said, her cheeks turning bright red from happiness. Across from her, Ma Yuziang also noticed the drink that matched hers. He took a sip as well, then lifted the cup again casually. Feeling satisfied, Ma Yuziang nodded. Yeah, it really is good. Watching him, the narrator thought blankly, take a picture of this. He looks like a model in a food magazine while just drinking. After everyone finished their drinks, he smiled brightly and lifted a slice forward. Try this one too. With anticipation rising, Acel picked up a knife and fork. Seeing that, he blinked and teased her lightly. Oh no, are you really going to stab the cake with those? That's not how it's done. She looked at him uncertainly, as if asking for guidance. He immediately demonstrated by lifting a piece to his mouth. Like this. That's how it's usually eaten. Acel glanced back and forth, a little embarrassed. Isn't that a bit rude? She wondered. Meanwhile, Ma Yuziang just smiled brightly. Isn't this more fun? So Ma Yuziang casually picked up a piece of cake with his hand and took a bite. You don't really know food until you try it. Only after eating do you realize what you were missing. Ah, never mind. I keep acting spaced out again. Following their example, Acel picked up a piece in her hand and took a small bite, eyes gently closing. Her body trembled slightly afterward, catching the attention of the 2 boys sitting nearby. She brought a hand to her cheek, her face lighting up with pure joy. Sweetness seemed to bloom in every bite, cheese melting gently, peppers and toppings blending together like a lively melody. Olive oil, bacon, and onions all combined into something that felt like a small culinary symphony playing on her tongue. Seeing her bright and clearly pleased expression, the guy sitting next to her tilted his head slightly and asked, So, does it actually taste that good? Acel blinked a little in surprise while chewing, as if she hadn't expected the question to come right then. She glanced back down at the slice of cake in her hand, cheeks faintly red, then nodded softly. Yeah, it's really delicious. The two men watching her couldn't help but exchange small, warm smiles at her honest reaction. A few casual words followed as they chatted. We should come here more often from now on. Are you going to bring me too? Maybe depends. Hey, don't be like that. The scene then shifted to a wide field under a deep orange sunset, where a strange crack in the air suddenly appeared. It pulsed ominously, as if something dangerous was beginning to force its way through. Back inside the academy hallway, Flame was walking when she suddenly stopped at a voice calling out behind her. Hey Flame, did you hear about that? She turned slightly with a calm smile. Yes, I've heard. The trainee who spoke to her immediately looked a bit flustered. Oh, I see. The student said quickly, then bowed and left in a hurry. See you later. Flame watched her leave, then stood still for a moment, letting out a soft sigh as her thoughts settled. She figured the girl had come because of the rumor about Assistant Altalicia solving the interference formula. But in Flame's mind, the real credit still belonged to Uziel. His face briefly surfaced in her thoughts. Still, it left her wondering. How could he solve something like that? If the future knowledge was mostly gone after regression, then only fragments of major events should remain. So did he remember more than he should? Or was he simply that brilliant? Around her, students kept whispering excitedly. Then someone approached her directly and greeted her. Hello, Flame. It was Jeremy Scalvin. He smiled brightly, continuing without hesitation. How about joining my group for Persona Gate practice this time? Flame immediately avoided his gaze, her expression tightening. Why would I? Her voice sharpened as she stepped back. If I join, why would you even assume I'd go with you? Go ask someone else. Don't flirt without reason. After throwing that down coldly, Flame turned and walked away without another word. Behind her, Jeremy Scalvin's smile slowly twisted into something far more unsettling, almost predatory. Nearby, an announcement board displayed official notices. The Persona Gate practice had been officially assigned to first-year students, requiring group selection. Students gathered around it, reading the notice. Flame stood a little apart, still thinking. So this is Persona Gate practice. It's already starting? In contrast to ordinary dungeons, dark mages referred to it as a Persona Gate. If it wasn't quickly suppressed, it could turn an entire area into a lifeless wasteland. And unlike typical dungeon clears that rely on defeating a boss or destroying a core, Persona Gates required deep analysis, breaking down patterns and magical structures themselves. Flame thought further about it. It demanded understanding everything from spatial distortion to soul-binding patterns, memorizing countless formulas, and surviving combat at the same time. Training elite mages was essentially preparing them for this threat. Her hand slowly clenched into a fist. If the original story was right, something was already mixing into the Persona Gate system. I can't let Uziel handle everything alone. Resolve filled her chest. This time, I have to stop it myself. I can't allow another major disaster. Meanwhile, at the 9-Star Towers Cloud Floor Cafe, Princess Bayan's group gathered around a table filled with pastries and steaming tea. A lively voice broke the chatter. Has anyone tried the new dessert? Someone asked. The pumpkin cake without cream cheese? Another replied. Yeah, it's surprisingly good. Bayan quietly sipped her tea while listening to the conversation unfold around her. She finally spoke. I tried it once too. But inwardly, she thought it was nothing special. Still, her attention sharpened when she heard the topic shift to Altalicia's recent achievement. Rachel added, I heard it directly from my father. The co-author is apparently a student from Stella Academy. The group reacted instantly, eyes widening in surprise. Seriously, they said. Rachel's father, after all, worked in intelligence. But that only raised more questions. Who could solve something like that while still a student? Bayan slowly set her teacup down, her expression growing more distant as her thoughts deepened. Then she imagined Altalicia and Uziel together in that work. So it really was Uziel. Her mood darkened noticeably. Her fingers tightened around the cup's edge. Why would he hide something like that? Was he intentionally letting Altalicia take the spotlight? A sharper thought followed. Could Uziel actually have feelings for Altalicia? She suddenly stood up, startling the others. Princess, someone called out in confusion. Without answering, Bayan turned away. I have to go. But, it's still tea time, her friend muttered, confused. The remaining group sat frozen, watching her leave without explanation. One of them finally spoke up. Why would the princess act like that all of a sudden? Outside in the schoolyard, Bayan walked alone until a figure suddenly appeared in front of her path. She looked down slightly, not recognizing them at first. Only when a familiar voice reached her did she lift her gaze. Princess Hong Siwa, she said quietly. Siwa covered her mouth as she laughed lightly. My, didn't I tell you to call me sister? A bitter thought crossed Bayan's mind. The two of them were forced into rivalry, legitimate heir and illegitimate child. Hong Siwa, I can't stand that woman. Snapping back to the moment, Bayan asked coldly, what are you doing here? Siwa only smiled in response. Relax. You must have a reason for being here too, Siwa said smoothly. That first-year commoner. He's caught your interest, hasn't he? Bayan flinched slightly. a knightly commoner who still held onto ideals long forgotten in this world. Uziel's image immediately surfaced in her mind. Siwa noticed her reaction and smirked, folding her arms. Judging by that face, I guess I'm not the only one interested in him. Her tone grew quieter and more reflective as she spoke, as if weighing the idea in her mind. He's a knight who would give up everything, just to protect the mage he believes in. With a cold gaze and a faint, almost teasing smile, she added, honestly, isn't that exactly the kind of man every princess dreams about? Bayan's hand tightened without her realizing it, her fingers curling slightly as irritation and confusion mixed together. So, you were the one who brought me to him. She clearly wasn't satisfied with what she had just heard. Princess Bayan stepped forward and replied in a calm but sharp tone. All right, thanks for the talk. You should try experiencing it yourself sometime. Hong Siwa suddenly laughed out loud at that, clearly amused, but also a bit provoked by Bayan's cold attitude. Then, as if something suddenly came to mind, she lifted a finger and tilted her head slightly. You weren't always like this, you know. Her voice softened just a little as she continued. Is it because your elder sister is no longer here? Bayan's expression darkened instantly, sadness flashing clearly across her eyes as the words struck deeper than expected. Without saying anything more, she turned away and began walking. I'll be taking my leave now. Hong Siwa stood still, watching her figure disappear into the distance, her gaze lingering with a faint trace of regret and hesitation. Her thoughts quickly followed. Maybe I pushed her too far this time. Perhaps it's still too early to mention her sister. Just then, the guard Siren stepped forward and spoke up. Hong Siwa, slightly surprised by her sudden arrival, turned her attention toward her. Huh, what is it? Siren handed over a file and reported clearly. This is the information you requested on the trainee Uziel, along with a copy of his class assignment and a brief background record. Hong Siwa took the document with interest. Really? I didn't think it would be this easy to get. Good work. She flipped through it, noting that such an assignment requirement actually existed. As she opened the file, her eyes immediately landed on the title page. It read, To my mother. Mom, I miss you. At first, she burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth afterward. Kids really are just kids, aren't they? But as a minute passed, her hand holding the document slowly began to tremble, the earlier amusement fading without her noticing. Siren noticed the change in silence and looked slightly surprised, unsure of what had caused it. Before long, tears slipped from Hong Siwa's eyes as she quickly covered her mouth. I understand now. Uziel's mother. She doesn't even like black bean noodles. Sensing something was off, Siren quickly tried to correct herself. Excuse me, but stopped mid-sentence. Hong Siwa turned her face away, wiping her tears. Wait, are you crying? She muttered. No, it's nothing. After wiping her eyes, she fell into thought, her expression turning more serious. I never really understood what poverty meant before. And yet, he grew up in that kind of situation and still held on to the heart of a knight. Her gaze lowered slightly. Uziel's hometown, it was destroyed by dark mages, wasn't it? Then she gave a faint, complicated smile. Sorry, Bayan, but I think I'm becoming more and more curious about Uziel. The scene shifted. The final day of training had finally arrived. All the trainees gathered together on the wide grassy field, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. A professor stepped forward and began explaining. From this moment on, we will start the first-year Persona Gate training course. Enter the gates according to your assigned groups. Uziel stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, listening to the rustling voices around him. Just like the textbook said, so it's finally starting. He exhaled lightly, already preparing himself. I can also activate the gate analysis function through these glasses, and with my training in Leafinal's garden, this should be enough. His thoughts sharpened as information continued to flow in his vision. His expression grew distant and thoughtful, eyes narrowing slightly as he processed everything in silence. A nearby teacher pointed toward the gate and called out, Students assigned to Gate C7, proceed this way. Flame, standing beside Uziel, answered simply, Yes. Her voice made him glance at her without thinking, briefly distracted by her presence. Not long after, Bayan and Acel also appeared among the group. Uziel observed them calmly. So these are my teammates. This Persona Gate practice is group-based, 4 to 18 people cooperating to clear it. First-year students of Stellar Academy, even at average level 2, would struggle against a Persona Gate designed with 3 layered risks in their very first real mission. A concern crossed his mind. The C7 Persona Gate alone could only support up to 16 participants at once. It's a shame Heiwen Riang isn't here, he thought briefly, glancing around before focusing again on Flame. Still, Bayan and Acel shouldn't fail to clear this. His confidence in them remained steady. He stepped forward without hesitation. After all, he didn't need to play a major role in defeating the final boss. The gate stood right before him now. All I need is the hidden reward. With that thought, he stepped inside and was swallowed by the portal. For a brief moment, Uziel's expression shifted in surprise as the space around him changed completely. A new information panel appeared, welcoming him to the Iharan Ball. A golden, glowing platform unfolded beneath him as people slowly began gathering on a wide central carpet, the atmosphere strangely formal. Bayin's group also entered shortly after, arriving in the same area as usual. Everyone immediately began scanning their surroundings. Then a clear voice echoed through the space, drawing everyone's attention. Hello. A maid-like attendant raised her hand with a bright, welcoming smile. I have prepared dresses and shoes for all of you. Bayin frowned slightly, sensing something strange. Dresses and shoes? What are you talking about? A thought immediately crossed her mind. Had a ballroom ever existed inside a Persona Gate before? She quickly pushed the thought aside. Now isn't the time. Instead, she focused on analyzing the gate's system messages, though complex strings of information already filled her vision and raised her anxiety. Wait, why would a first-year training gate require something this complicated? Her unease deepened as she tried to make sense of the formulas displayed. The attendant then continued giving instructions. Young lady, the dinner banquet is about to begin. Please hurry. Still confused, Bayin hesitated as the situation felt increasingly unreal. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Attendant, what kind of way is that to speak? Is that part of your program lines? Another thought interrupted her again. Is this really an NPC inside a Persona Gate? I've heard gate constructs shouldn't have independent reactions, so what exactly is this place? Seeing the butler smile so casually after saying that, Hong Bayin's thoughts started to shake. No, that couldn't be right. This was Stella Academy. There was no way a real Persona Gate could appear here. It had to be nothing more than Stella's technology being more advanced than usual. The butler still wore that same pleasant smile. Why would you say that, my lady? Hong Bayin quickly changed her tone and answered, Don't worry about it. Just go and bring the dress. The butler bowed slightly and replied, Yes, understood. Under the princess's watchful gaze, the butler quietly left, while a creeping sense of unease began to settle in. Maybe it was just her mood, but for some reason, this training exercise felt like something that would not end so simply. Time slipped by quickly. When the steps approached again, Princess Hong Bayin had already changed, her silver-pink hair and red tones blending beautifully with the color of her dress. Her beauty looked so complete that it was almost impossible to find a single flaw. Then her eyes suddenly stopped on someone nearby. It was none other than Baek Uziel, dressed in a neat and refined suit. His eyes, too, were turned toward one side, as though he had noticed something. Hong Bayin followed his line of sight, and her face warmed for just a second. He was dressed far better than usual, and the outfit suited him surprisingly well. But the moment passed, and her attention sharpened again as a few memories quietly rose to the surface. This was the piece trainee Baek Uziel had submitted for class. They said it contained part of his past. As she received the document, she lightly brushed back her hair and murmured, I see. As she skimmed through the contents, it seemed like she had managed to catch hold of a small clue. Back in the present, she still could not pull her eyes away. Was it because of the personal information about Baek Uziel that she had received a few days earlier? Somehow he felt different now. Yet there he stood in front of her, yawning again and again without a care. He looked back at her while her thoughts kept moving. After overcoming a past like that, he had still chosen to walk the path of a knight at Stella. Baek Uziel's puzzled expression suddenly cut straight through her thoughts. What are you staring at? Is this your first time seeing a commoner yawn? Hong Bayin flinched for a moment, then shyly turned her eyes away and answered, No, it's nothing. Just then, another voice broke in. Is everyone here already? Someone began walking toward them little by little. Everyone turned toward the newcomer. A red-haired lady holding a fan continued in a calm voice. From this point on, you will be attending the ball hosted by Duchess Iharan. Then her gaze shifted toward one of the walls. Those 4 corridors are said to lead down into the mansion's basement. But the basement is filled with labyrinths and traps. And once someone loses their way, the knights inside the mansion will begin to move. She smiled faintly. In the end, all you can rely on is your intuition and your knowledge. Do you think you can manage that? Standing off in a corner, Baek Uziel answered shortly, Yes. Hearing that, the lady looked over at him with mild surprise. You seem very confident. I'm pleased to meet someone like that. Confidence like yours almost makes me feel guilty. I like it. Baek Uziel simply replied, Thank you. That natural exchange left the other trainees visibly startled. What? He talks to her like she's a real person. Do original NPCs usually speak like this? Meanwhile, the lady's voice continued as if nothing had happened, wishing them all good luck. Then she turned away and left, her fading silhouette lingering in everyone's eyes. The male trainees exchanged looks once more before one of them awkwardly muttered, all right, let's go. With anxiety hanging over them, they moved toward the gate and finally began the mission. Just then, a voice rang out from behind them. Hey, wait a second, everyone. The one who called out was Flame. Looking at the others, she asked, Don't you think this training test feels a little strange? She calmly laid out what was bothering her. It's hard to explain clearly, but these NPCs are acting way too realistically. I can't properly read anything from this Persona Gate. A first-year practical exam normally shouldn't be this difficult. The trainees in front of her quickly agreed. Honestly, I thought it was strange too. I could barely make sense of any of it. Yeah, that NPC felt way too real. As the others responded, Flame's expression brightened a little. All right, then I'll convince everyone to head this way instead. But before she could continue, another voice stopped her. Wait, Flame. Jackie stepped forward with her arms folded, clear displeasure on her face. You're not actually trying to say this is a real gate, are you? You're getting scared already. In my view, this is exactly the kind of situation the professors intended, she said. In actual combat, you can't always fully analyze a persona gate before acting. So ending up in a situation this confusing is probably part of the lesson. She continued her analysis without hesitation. Besides, Stella trains the finest magic knights around, along with the best phantom forces. Do you really think they would fail to notice a Real gate appearing right inside the academy? Little by little, the others began to accept Jackie's reasoning. Oh, so that's what it is. I see, that does make sense. Meanwhile, Flame felt the tension closing in around her. This was bad. If this gate truly was real according to the rules, nobody would believe her if she just said it outright. She had only tried to make them sense that something was wrong. She looked over at Jackie's smug expression and bit back her frustration. What was she supposed to do now? A heavy silence quietly settled over the entire space. In the end, Beck Uziel glanced over at them and thought, were they really still going to choose this branch? He recalled what he knew from episode 6 of Jackie's darkening route. In the original novel, Jackie had never existed, so Flame must have been terribly confused. Still, the scene where Flame tried to block this path was one of the many branching events already present in the original game. No matter what, this was the route where one of the 3 trainees had to become the darkened sacrifice, and that thought stirred a fresh wave of concern in him. Beck Uziel wished no one would fall to corruption, but if fate had already decided the outcome, could it really be changed at all? Watching how things were unfolding, he came to think that even helping Flame might not alter the result. If that was true, then the better choice was to stay out of it. They looked at one another for a brief moment, and then Jackie turned away first. Say whatever you want. I'm leaving. Flame hurriedly tried to stop her. Wait, Jackie. Jackie turned back, her eyes cold. Even this situation was arranged by the professors. So stop panicking and deal with it instead of just standing there looking lost. After saying that, Jackie picked one of the portals and teleported away. Flame could do nothing to stop her. The male trainees exchanged uneasy looks. Then one of them made up his mind and said, I'm going in too. I've always been prepared for something like this. Beck Uziel stood there with his arms crossed, silently assessing the situation. No one was moving with any real system or plan. His fingers twitched slightly. Well, at this point, there's not much choice left except to move forward. With a faint smile, he stepped ahead. While Beck Uziel strode forward with confidence, he suddenly came to a stop after noticing something off to one side. Oh, so that was it. A fairly large group of male students had gathered right behind him. Beck Uziel turned and asked, Why are you all standing behind me? Everyone instantly looked flustered, tiny beads of sweat forming as they hurriedly replied, It's nothing. Seeing all of them wearing the exact same expression, he could only stand there with an indifferent look, sighing quietly at the minor annoyance. You're not planning to keep following me around, are you? Kids always have some kind of scheme. He started walking again, thinking that, in truth, he did not care all that much about something like this. Anyway, there was nothing especially important here. Ahead of them, the next choice on the route was a long and shadowy corridor. Some kind of energy shimmered in the light there, casting out a faint purple glow. You stop in that silent space, and a moment later, footsteps begin approaching from behind. Then your attention shifts once more toward the direction the voice came from. What is this eerie corridor supposed to be? The one walking with you is Princess Hongbayan, along with 2 other girls. A thought naturally rises in your mind. So everyone has arrived after all. Princess Hongbayan's gaze had already locked onto something ahead. The 3 of them then stepped past you and stopped in front of the closed door. You found yourself wondering where the rest of the group had gone. Your eyes lowered slightly, and the answer came to you at once. Just as expected, it seems we were never meant to appear here all at the same time. Looking at it more carefully, the 16 students must have been divided into groups of 4, which means those 4 corridors were likely assigned to 4 separate teams. You were the one who entered this path, and then the outlines of 2 familiar companions came into view. It looked like Acel and Flame had been sent elsewhere and ended up forming a group together. Your eyes moved back to the ones here with Princess Hongbayan, and you could not help feeling a little surprised that you had ended up in the same group as her. As the others exchanged a few words, one voice said, We should move right away. Another answered, Yes, Your Highness. But then Princess Hongbayan noticed that you were staring. She immediately asked, wearing a slightly blank expression, What is it? Do you have some complaint? He broke into a light sweat. No, he answered, though his face still looked the same. Princess Hongbayan tilted her head and added, Oh my, how dull. Rather than responding any further, he turned his eyes away. If anything, Hongbayan and Acel being separated seemed like a good outcome. But the next instant, surprise flashed across his face. No, wait a second. He quickly raised one hand to the side, signaling everyone to stop where they were. There was something up ahead. A golden light spilled out, revealing several statues posed as though they were dancing. Their forms looked almost like decorative mannequins arranged inside the room. A large question mark seemed to rise over everyone's heads as they stared at them. Statues. Princess Hong Baiyan did not say anything, but she looked clearly taken aback. Then everyone's eyes shifted straight ahead again. And there, deeper inside the room, stood a gate. The two girls beside the princess began giving their opinions one after another. Will our unlocking spell even work on this? I honestly doubt it. We can't even understand what kind of gate this is. Our level's too low to handle something like this. It's so dark in here, it's making me nervous. The situation was clearly not an easy one. Princess Hong Baiyan turned to look at him and asked, "Hey, Baek Yuziel, have you already deciphered this gate?" But the answer he gave was not exactly what she had hoped for. The disappointment on the princess's face showed that more clearly than anyone else. Was she expecting too much from an ordinary person? Still, it felt certain that there had to be some kind of clue here. But that disappointment vanished the moment his voice rang out again. "Still, I do have a rough idea of how we might get out of here." At that, Princess Hong Baiyan immediately shot back. "Really? You mean that?" His eyes stayed fixed ahead, still watching the statues lined up before them. Baek Yuziel pointed forward, guiding her attention there as he explained. "If you look carefully, every statue is posed differently, but they're all performing the same dance." Then he asked, "Do you know what dance that is?" Hearing that, her eyes sharpened as she stared ahead, and little by little, the answer came to her. She answered at once. It's Serena's soul-catching dance, the one that disappeared long ago. Then she thought it through further. This is the dance Serena performed right before she died, when she could no longer endure her own tragedy. He asked again, "Then you remember the movements clearly, right?" Princess Hong Baiyan looked startled for a moment. Realizing what he was thinking and trying to do, she blurted out, "No way." To settle her down, he looked forward again and spoke in a calmer tone. By now, she must have noticed it too. Every statue's movement connected to the next in sequence, but every so often, one motion clearly opposed the pattern. After some time passed, he glanced around at the others and said, "All right, is everything ready?" The other two girls moved into the empty positions and began copying the dance steps. "Done," one said. "Me too," said the other. Then Princess Hong Baiyan stepped into the remaining vacant spot and completed the movement. His eyes stayed on them the whole time without wavering. And just like that, the gate opened perfectly. Cheers burst out around them. "We did it." The door opened all the way, and beyond it stretched another dark corridor, with the light of a new area shining faintly in the distance. Without hesitating, everyone quickly passed through it. As they moved forward, everyone's attention naturally shifted back to Princess Hong Baiyan, and then a huge room washed in golden light opened up before them. Sets of knight armor stood throughout the room, some with swords raised, others lowered, each arranged in different poses. Beneath those suits of armor were strange and intricate patterns. One of the girls pointed that way and asked whether the armors might also hide some meaning this time. Another immediately replied, "All right, then let's get closer and examine them carefully." So everyone split up and began inspecting each suit of armor one by one, but nothing came of it. No matter how I look at it, I still can't figure out why this one feels different. That's true. I don't see anything strange either. But just then, Princess Hong Baiyan's gaze shifted somewhere else. It landed on Baek Yuziel, who was crouched down and touching the carpet with its unusual patterns. She immediately asked, "Hey, Baek Yuziel, what are you doing?" After examining it for a while, he rose to his feet and shared his conclusion. "This time, I think those knight armors are just there to fool us. The real clue is the carpet." That made everyone focus on him again in surprise. He continued, explaining that the dance drawn into the carpet was the real key this time. If you look closely, you can see a figure making one specific movement after another. If we arrange those motions in the correct order, we should be able to solve this puzzle. The two girls glanced at each other before nodding, picking up on his words. "Oh right, I think I've seen something like this before," one of them murmured. "It's the tango pattern inside Serena's silence." Once again, everyone scattered across the area, carefully examining the movement patterns carved beneath the carpet. Yuziel and Princess Baiyan also lowered their gaze, focusing more closely on the floor's subtle changes. After a moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, as if he had discovered something unusual. The sequences had shifted into a new arrangement, and the light pulsed more intensely than before. A familiar mechanical tone suddenly echoed through the space, followed by a clear announcement. "The door has opened. A new path has been revealed." Without hesitation, he and the others immediately moved toward the indicated direction. "All right, let's hurry," someone urged. Princess Baiyan kept her gaze locked on him, her thoughts sharpening once again. He really is different. She reflected quietly. Ever since learning how to shift perspectives, she had understood the basics, but she never expected it would make such a huge difference here. His breakthrough speed was abnormal, fast enough to analyze even a gate that normally resisted interpretation. With rising tension, her mind raced through possibilities, strategy, observation, calculation, reasoning. Is this really something a first-year student can do? It felt like he had already practiced entering Persona gates dozens, even hundreds of times before ever arriving here. As they arrived at the next area, her thoughts lingered. She remembered what he had once mentioned, that his hometown had been destroyed by dark mages. That quiet remark now echoed strangely, as she noticed the unfamiliar stone structures around them. Meanwhile, Princess Bayan's deeper analysis suggested the place was a remote, isolated village that no one had ever recorded in official maps. Yet it had once stood on the front lines of brutal wars against dark mages. That explains it, she realized. The villagers likely lacked formal education, but they were skilled in survival tactics and combat instincts. Looking back at him again, her conclusion grew stronger. He must have grown up fighting in harsh battlefields against dark mages. Whether or not that was the exact truth, he clearly wasn't like the other students. Amid the chatter ahead, voices called out, "Let's go over there and adjust the weight balance." "All right, got it." A faint surprise appeared on the princess's face. Everyone else was desperately trying to score high, yet he had casually filled out answers, as if guessing on purpose. He didn't even complete his assignments properly, and his classroom behavior had been terrible. But wait. Looking again at his face, another thought formed in her mind. Then why is he so serious now? Princess Bayan's expression turned sharp. There has to be a reason. Don't tell me, can I really feel it? The atmosphere is changing. Yuziel turned back toward her, and almost immediately, her pointed gesture drew his attention toward a direction ahead. "Hey, why are you spacing out? Come over here too." Her voice cut in unexpectedly. "Tell me, commoner." He blinked, still slightly dazed, not fully understanding what she meant. Bayan narrowed her eyes, voicing her suspicion. "This Persona gate we're in, does it really exist as it should?" She waited quietly for his response. But only silence and contemplation came from him. After a moment, he studied her calmly. "Your eyes are sharper now, Bayan. Normally, no one would be able to see through everything this clearly. They would be blocked by Ezel's interference every step of the way." A faint smile appeared on his face. So she really is drifting away from her villainous path. Seeing that expression, the princess tilted her head slightly. "What are you smiling at?" He simply replied, "Nothing." Meanwhile, the others around them looked confused, glancing back and forth. "Why isn't she coming? What's going on here?" He turned away from her and finally answered the earlier question. "As you said, this place is real. You can get injured here, even die. And if you fail to clear it, it can cause synchronization with the outside world. That's why I'm planning to finish this quickly." Princess Bayan paused for a few seconds, then quietly admitted to herself. She already knew that. Yuziel always acted only when there was a clear reason behind it. She pressed her lips together tightly. "I won't rely on anyone like this." With narrowed eyes and a bead of sweat rolling down, she silently reaffirmed her resolve. "I'll survive on my own strength." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a dark chamber filled with scattered fallen armor stretched out in silence. Flame and Izel had entered the trial gate together as teammates. Noticing familiar faces nearby, someone immediately called out, "Hey, Flame." Flame turned toward the voice, where a girl was waving urgently. "Over here. Come here." Flame walked over to the group. "Is everyone all right?" she asked. One girl hesitated before speaking. "One of us is missing." Jackie suddenly disappeared. Flame's eyes widened slightly. "Jackie?" The girl quickly explained. "Jackie helped us get this far. But just after we passed the last gate, she suddenly vanished. We still can't find her anywhere." Confusion tightened in Flame's expression. "You've been searching for her this whole time?" A thought formed in her mind. Did she clear this gate faster than both me and Acel without a single scratch? Another voice added unexpectedly. "But this isn't the first time something like this has happened." Flame froze. "What?" On another side, Yuziel sat with his arms crossed, leaning against a pillar with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Then someone approached and spoke, snapping him awake. "Hey, when did you get here?" He opened his eyes and looked toward Flame, who had come closer. "Not long ago," he answered. Flame immediately asked, "Did you see Jackie?" "I haven't seen her," he replied. Flame's expression darkened slightly. "I see." She turned and walked away under his gaze. Though he didn't fully understand what was happening, he had already begun to suspect something. "If I had arrived earlier, I might have been able to stop Jackie from disappearing, but it's too late now." He exhaled quietly. "All I can do is help the heroines clear this stage." Elsewhere within Stellar Academy, a sharp voice suddenly rang out in alarm. "A Persona gate has been hidden inside the trainees' exercise." Homeroom teacher Lee Hanwall rushed straight toward the training grounds without hesitation. Shock and concern filled his eyes at the same time, the scar on his face tightening as his expression hardened. The gate that had been glowing blue before had now turned a deep, ominous red. How could something like this even happen? Stella's security system was supposed to be the best, completely foolproof. A nearby professor quickly explained when he saw Lee Hanwall arrive. It seemed as if someone had forcibly reversed Stella's spatial wave detection system. The abnormal wave only appeared at the exact moment the Persona gate formed, so it slipped past detection entirely. The security team had been reinforcing the system, but Lee Hanwall cut him off mid-sentence. "Damn it, None of that matters right now. Just then, another voice interrupted, agreeing with the explanation. As he spoke, a shadow stretched across the ground, drawing Lee Hanwall's attention. A new figure stepped forward, taking control of the situation. Right now, the most urgent question was who was trapped inside that persona gate. Someone immediately recognized the newcomer, Commander Arian. Arian Blackswan, the leader of Stella's strongest Knight Order, a man known for leaving behind seas of blood after battles with dark mages. He almost never showed himself on campus. He walked forward with a chilling calmness. What's the situation? Have reinforcements advanced? The earlier professor answered quickly. No, it's not possible. The students inside seemed to be facing an extremely difficult trial. Arian narrowed his eyes slightly. What's the risk level of this persona gate? The estimate is, yes, between risk level 4 and 5. Arian frowned at that. Estimated? I want an exact number. The professor holding a stack of documents stammered as he replied. At first it was level 4, but the moment the students entered, it suddenly rose by 1 level. Arian's gaze sharpened. It was unusual, but not impossible. The persona gate is emitting false waves, he muttered. Bring me the list of students who registered. The professor hurriedly handed over the documents without delay. Arian opened the list and began scanning each name carefully, his eyes moving with sharp precision. Several names from Class 1S stood out: Baek Uziel, Hong Bayan, Flame, Acel, and others. As he read through the list, Arian's expression grew even colder. A risk level 5 persona gate required even seasoned mages to prepare thoroughly. Yet the ones inside were only first-year students, barely at levels 2 or 3. There was no way they were equipped to handle this. His voice dropped to an icy tone. Prepare 16 foam boxes for the bodies. Hearing that, Lee Hanwall shouted angrily, trying to stop him. But Arian had already turned away, walking off as if it didn't concern him. To him, it was simply a practical measure for what came next. Without looking back, he spoke in a low, dangerous voice. Don't tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies can clear a real level 5 persona gate. It's no different from saying ants could bring down a tiger. With that, Arian vanished, leaving the scene behind. Lee Hanwall stood there, anxiety tightening in his chest. I know this is an unreasonable gamble, but I still hope those kids make it out alive. The Crimson Gate loomed ahead, unchanged. Inside the gate, Acel and Flame both turned at the same time toward a voice calling out. Hey everyone! Jackie came running over, dust clinging to his clothes, and let out a breath. So this is where you all ended up. He stood there with his arms crossed, thinking, while the others showed clear relief. Seriously, I'm glad you're all safe. You suddenly disappeared earlier. It actually scared me a bit. After a brief glance around, Baek Uziel turned his head slightly. A heavy silence settled in now that everyone had regrouped. Only one thing remained, to face the final boss waiting here. As he thought back to just moments ago, something flickered into existence, catching Uziel's attention immediately. Then, red system windows began appearing one after another. You have arrived at the dance clock tower. Descend the stairs ahead to reach the ballroom. The party has already begun. Please hurry. The group moved together toward the staircase leading downward. Looks like we have no choice but to head down, someone muttered. While everyone focused on the path below, Flame glanced upward anxiously, as if sensing something ominous approaching. In her mind, the image of a monstrous spider began to form. At the top of this clock tower lived a great sword spider, the leader, a level 4 threat. Its 8 legs could transform into deadly blades. Flame swallowed hard, steadying her breath. This is dangerous. I can't keep relying on Baek Uziel forever. Besides, he's lost his memory. He wouldn't even know about the great sword spider. She clenched her fist slightly. But I've researched it before. I'll find a way to stop it myself. Her gaze shifted to Acel nearby. If Acel and Baek Uziel face the final boss together, maybe we can get through this without too many casualties. Taking a breath, Flame spoke firmly. Wait, everyone. But before she could continue, another voice suddenly cut in, making her flinch slightly. Hold on. It was Baek Uziel, looking up toward a high corner above them. There's something up there. Flame froze, her body stiffening for a moment. Breaking the silence, he spoke calmly. You all go down first. I'll check this area and follow after. No one argued. Led by Hong Bayan, the group began heading down the stairs together. At the very back, Flame slowed her steps, unease still lingering. Baek Uziel probably didn't even know that the great sword spider existed. That shadow earlier, he sensed it instantly. It shouldn't have been possible. Could it be? She hesitated, unsure. Maybe he didn't realize just how sharp his senses were. Then again, he had deflected that magic before. Lost in thought, she didn't notice how far the others had already moved ahead down the stairs. Suddenly, one of the male students stopped, as if something had brushed against his senses. Wait, what is that sound? The others froze as well, sharing the same uneasy look. Hong Bayan quickly pinpointed the source and shouted, "It's coming from above." Everyone looked up, and froze in shock as a massive spider came crashing down toward them. It's a sword spider. No, that's the leader. A level 4 great sword spider. Seeing it appear right in front of them, Flame's heart sank. What was happening? And where was Baek Yuziel? As that thought crossed her mind, Hong Baiyan suddenly realized something. That lingering worry. Was it because of that commoner? Both of them turned toward Acel at the same time, their expressions tense. Don't tell me. But in the next instant, something unexpected happened. A foot appeared, stepping down onto the spider's body. Baek Yuziel dropped from above, slamming down hard onto the monster. A flash of golden blink light burst outward as he landed. Sword already in hand, he stood firm. Someone below shouted, Baek Yuziel. Seeing their hesitation, he raised his voice even louder. I'll handle this. Everyone else, get downstairs now. Acel stared at him, unable to hide her disbelief. Could he really stop that thing all by himself? She clenched her teeth tightly, forcing herself to decide. Maybe she should step in and help him after all. Just as that thought settled, someone suddenly called out. I don't know what you're thinking, but right now, the priority is to move to the ballroom, immediately, and as fast as we can. Hong Baiyan walked up to Acel and said it firmly. Before turning away, she glanced back once more and added, that's the best way we can help that commoner. Still processing what Baek Yuziel had just done, Flame now found herself even more confused by Hong Baiyan's tone and expression. As she watched the princess walk ahead, a quiet curiosity stirred. Was Hong Baiyan always like this in the original story? Normally, she would have been jealous of Izel's strength, maybe even plotting something. But this time, instead of resentment, she chose to support her. In the end, no one stayed behind to interfere with Baek Yuziel. Soon, the door leading to the lower floor was pushed open with force. One by one, they stepped into a new hall. Soft music echoed through the space, filling the air as instruments played in harmony. As they moved deeper inside, someone couldn't help but gasp in awe, and honestly, it made perfect sense. The place was far more luxurious than anything they had imagined for a special dance party. Crystal chandeliers hung above, scattering brilliant light across the room. Masked nobles held hands gracefully, moving in perfect rhythm as they danced beneath the shimmering glow. A deep red carpet stretched elegantly across the stairs, adding to the almost dreamlike atmosphere. It was mesmerizing. Then suddenly, without warning, the lights went out, and the music stopped at the same time. Silence fell instantly. The nobles stood still, as if waiting for someone important to appear. In that heavy darkness, the sound of slow footsteps echoed, breaking the silence. Everyone froze in place. Hong Baiyan spoke quickly, drawing their attention. Someone's coming down the stairs. Flame narrowed her eyes, making a cautious guess. Could it be the final boss? Duchess Iharon? Everyone, stay alert. But before she could prepare herself, something unexpected shattered that assumption. Huh. Under the spotlight, a figure stood calmly. Hello. The voice greeted lightly. Nice to meet you all. I am Jackie Iharon. And the one standing there was none other than Jackie, who had separated from the group earlier. The smile on his face felt strangely off. While the students stood frozen in shock, the nobles erupted in excitement. Duchess, you look stunning today. Just one smile, and I'd give you my heart. Even though Flame had read the original story, she had no idea this would happen. How is this possible? This kind of development never existed in the original romance storyline. In fact, a character like Jackie wasn't even part of the story to begin with. Judging from Hong Baiyan's tense expression, it was clear, an ordinary person couldn't just become an NPC inside a Persona gate, let alone the final boss. Looking at Izel's reaction, there was only one possible explanation. The only way for someone to become an NPC like this was if they had already become a dark mage. Flame bit her lip, the realization hitting hard. Now she understood why Baek Yuziel had said those strange things earlier. So that was his way of warning her about Jackie. But even so, she couldn't just walk away. Her resolve hardened despite the fear. No matter what, I'll bring him back. She raised her voice toward the stage. Jackie, if you keep chasing that power, you'll lose yourself completely. Please calm down. But Jackie cut her off immediately, his tone sharp. Ah, what nonsense. Right now, I am Iharon. A dangerous smile curled behind the fan in his hand. My head is Iharon. My body is Jackie. And my heart is. His face flushed unnaturally, his expression almost melting with twisted excitement, as if he was losing himself entirely. Seeing this, Hong Baiyan understood it was already too late. His mind had been completely corrupted by dark magic. Acel spoke quietly beside her. At this point, the only way is to clear the gate and bring him back. Flame tightened her grip on her staff, her arm trembling slightly. She understood what that meant. Okay. Golden light began to gather around her staff, her focus sharpening. Wait for me, Jackie. I'll save you. I have to. Suddenly, a streak of red lightning cracked through the air near Jackie. That's enough talking. Magic surged violently around him, his smile returning once more. Let's begin this party together. A red system window appeared. Important update. The battle against the Masquerade Festival boss has begun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, greenish blood splattered across the ground. The Great Sword Spider leader had a long gash torn across its upper abdomen, evidence of Baek Yuziel's blink-enhanced strike. Sweat rolled down his face as tension built in his body. This was no easy fight. Still, as he analyzed the situation, he realized something. The spider itself wasn't essential for clearing the gate. Even so, there were two reasons he had to fight it. His eyes narrowed with focus. The first, he needed the enchanted flower petal embedded in the spider's forehead. Just as he was thinking, one of the spider's blade-like legs came slashing down toward him. But he was ready. In an instant, he used Blink to slip away, easily dodging the attack while keeping track of the creature's movements. At the same time, he tossed out 3 different potions: orange, green, and purple. Spark, slippery, and oil. The combination triggered immediately. Electricity surged through the spider's body, paralyzing it in waves as lightning coursed across its form, bright flashes bursting outward. The second reason, Uziel tightened his grip and swung his sword with full force. He rushed straight at its energy shield. Within moments, cracks began to spread across it, his target locked firmly on the flower petal at its forehead. His expression shifted as his plan came together. This was the key to surpassing the 6th episode of Jackie's Dark Route. According to the information, the enchanted flower petal greatly enhanced mental power when absorbed. It boosted perception, increased critical accuracy, and even slowed mana flow for better control. It was a crucial item, and tied to a deeper, more interesting thread within this story. The spider lunged forward again, forcing him to react instantly. Based on his earlier analysis, he launched another counterattack without hesitation. Those enchanted flower petals were clearly linked to the final boss, Duchess Iharon. As the creature charged in, he activated Blink and shot upward to evade it. Even while focusing on the fight, his thoughts kept splitting in different directions. That massive spider leader was actually the husband of Duchess Iharon. Honestly, he hadn't paid much attention to those details before. He had skipped through most of the storyline. Still, while the monster kept pressing the attack, he clicked his tongue in frustration and tried to focus on what mattered. He kept using Blink repeatedly, shifting his position higher and circling the battlefield. Because of this, every time he struck the barrier near the flower's wing, the Duchess showed a corresponding reaction. That alone would make it easier for the others to carry out their plan. Even so, a faint worry lingered in his mind. He wasn't completely sure if his timing would work when it really mattered, or if his attack would land at the crucial moment. But then a small, confident smile formed on his lips. If that was the case, he decided he would just push harder and finish it decisively while the chance was still there. In every previous encounter, the spider sword had always attacked first. So this time, he chose a different approach. He would take the initiative and overwhelm it before it could respond. Blink activated again and again in rapid succession. Each time he reappeared, another blink followed immediately, leaving only faint afterimages behind him. With 3 consecutive blinks, the entire battlefield felt like his personal stage. Before the transformation escalated further, the spider let out a series of strange, distorted sounds, almost like it was reacting to something unseen. After that flurry of movement, he briefly stabilized his position. But just as he tried to think ahead, something unexpected made him pause in surprise. His expression shifted sharply, eyes widening in shock as he tried to process what he was seeing in front of him. What? That spider's moving weirdly, and there's some green substance spreading too. He clicked his tongue. I threw so many slippery potions, why isn't it going down yet? There was no time to hesitate anymore. With no other option left, he forced himself forward and charged in again. Uziel noticed the spider shifting unpredictably below, sliding across the area with no stable footing. Damn it, the dance hall was directly underneath. Its speed kept increasing from momentum, and he quickly adjusted his course. Think. Focus. He steadied himself midair. I need to read exactly where that spider is heading next. Moving at full speed, he finally closed the gap and caught up to its position again, barely keeping pace with its erratic movements. They collided in close range. Their eyes met for a split second as sweat ran down his face and his teeth clenched tightly while he adjusted his stance mid-fight. His pupil flashed with a sharp glow, Blink triggered again at the perfect moment. A few minutes earlier, right as the massive system board appeared, the announcement had confirmed it. The battle against the Masquerade Festival boss had officially begun. After that message, Princess Bayan's group quickly regrouped into a tight formation, preparing for combat. Meanwhile, Jackie's hand was gripping a piece of her dark dress tightly, as if anchoring herself before the performance began. A blood-red melody filled the air, and Jackie's dance started immediately. All attention locked onto her movements as each step triggered bursts of red lightning, with a strange magic circle forming beneath her feet. She shifted her steps smoothly, continuing the dance. The red lightning twisted and changed the battlefield, forcing everyone to spread out and avoid the strikes. But the system announcement lagged behind the action. In the next instant, all the gathered lightning converged and exploded outward, knocking nearby nobles violently away. Back with the group, Princess Bayan checked on everyone after that heavy strike landed. Is everyone okay? She asked quickly. One of the male trainees answered that they were fine. As she calmed herself and assessed the situation, her worry only deepened. There was no more room for hesitation. This was the moment they had to fight. She summoned her azure staff and planted it firmly. Light began gathering at its tip, reacting to the presence of a black mage as its power activated. Above them, Jackie continued her strange, elegant dance while fire-based magic attacks locked onto her position from multiple directions. Jackie glanced back with a cold, almost mocking expression, as if she had expected all of this. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. With a calm gesture, a black formation appeared in front of her, instantly blocking all incoming fire attacks without effort. But the assault didn't stop. Azel created 3 smaller ice formations, launching massive ice pillars toward her position. The other students joined in without hesitation, unleashing spells simultaneously in a coordinated barrage. However, all of it was blocked by similar magic circles. The students froze in disbelief. None of their attacks were landing. While everyone continued attacking, Jackie shifted again. Red lightning gathered above, and panic spread. She's attacking again. Watch out. At that moment, flames suddenly formed a complex magic array in front of her, almost instinctively. Jackie noticed it immediately, her eyes narrowing as if she had just realized something interesting. Flame mirrored Jackie's earlier motion, gripping part of her own skirt as well, preparing herself. Music started to play again, and Flame calmly raised her staff. With a blank expression, she began the required dance. The others stared in shock. "Why are you dancing right now?" someone blurted out, but Flame didn't respond and kept moving steadily. After a while, she stopped, eyes half lowered, locking directly onto her opponent with quiet focus. Using the magic formation she had prepared earlier, Flame immediately launched her counterattack forward. A streak of golden light shot past Jackie's side. Jackie, still holding her fan, widened her eyes but couldn't move in time. Seeing it land successfully, Flame felt a surge of relief. Just like I read in the novel, it worked. Then she shouted, "Everyone, dance." Princess Bayan and Azel looked completely stunned. Flame quickly explained that in this episode, magic wasn't just casting. It was tied directly to dance movements and rhythm. Princess Bayan quickly understood. So that's it. The Duchess Iharon's dance can't be broken by normal magic. Hazel also pieced things together. The dance itself functioned like a counter to Serena's quiet tango. Everything came down to a deeper underlying pattern. Without wasting another second, Princess Bayan stepped forward and began dancing to initiate the sequence. Hazel followed her lead immediately, syncing his movements with hers. Soon, the rest of the students joined in as well, recognizing the rhythm and copying the same pattern. Their synchronized movements blended with the music, amplifying the magic around them. In an instant, coordinated attacks surged forward, all aimed directly at Jackie's position. Unexpectedly, she lifted the fan slowly and held it right in front of her mouth, as if trying to hide her expression. The air around her felt tense, like she was quietly preparing for whatever came next. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupted right in front of everyone, with Jackie standing at its very center. The shockwave rolled outward violently, shaking the entire space. The music still continued to play, but within that melody, Azel felt a growing unease. She couldn't shake the feeling of doubt. Was their attack even doing anything? Then the sound shifted suddenly, and that change made her hesitate. Wait a second, she muttered, sensing something was off. Amid the blood-red music and the smoke rising from the earlier blast, a dark silhouette slowly emerged, standing still in a thoughtful, almost eerie posture. The rhythm of the melody began to speed up as if reacting to it. 2 nearby students also froze, noticing the same strange presence. "What the hell is that?" one of them whispered in disbelief. A single foot lifted forward slowly, almost unnaturally, as if testing the rhythm of the battlefield itself. Then 2 more legs pushed out from beneath Jackie's skirt. Her eyes shifted into a deep, demonic red, and someone shouted in panic that her legs had become 4. The dark, almost shadow-like limbs rising from the explosion began moving again, stepping on tiptoe in sync with the music. Every motion reshaped itself into a new rhythm driven by her 4-legged stance. Behind her back, Jackie quickly formed an even denser and more complex magic circle than before, layers stacking rapidly in midair. "All right, then let's do this properly," Jackie said softly. Her voice grew darker as she spoke, her expression gradually turning more inhuman and intense. Seeing this, Flame couldn't hold back and shouted at her to stop. "Jackie, stop. If you keep losing yourself in the Duchess Iharon role, you won't be able to come back." Jackie snapped back, asking why she should stop when everyone around them was watching. As dark magic spread through the area, nobles' voices echoed endlessly, repeating "Jackie Iharon" over and over. Everyone simply stood there watching in silence, and the once beautiful scene now felt like something far more terrifying and disturbing. The nobles even began cheering in rhythm with the music. Just as expected, "You're beautiful," they murmured in admiration, as if hypnotized by the performance. "You truly are the best dancer," another voice called out. "Go on, punish those foolish challengers." Seeing Flame's confusion, Jackie tilted her head slightly and spoke again. Flame, are you really that heartless? Flame was stunned. What? Old memories surfaced in fragments, tangled with selfish thoughts and strange emotional calculations, flooding the mind all at once. This feeling, it's so sweet, so wonderful. A voice echoed faintly, almost lost inside the overwhelming emotion. You're the only one who truly has it, the only one who kept it for yourself. The thought lingered like a quiet accusation. Flame always wore a gentle smile on his lips, while Jackie stood slightly apart, looking lonely and saddened, as if she had always been left behind. And now, all the suppressed anger finally burst out. I will never let go of this feeling. Not anymore, she declared as red lightning intensified around her. Sensing a massive surge of mana, Princess Bayan immediately warned everyone. It's coming, everyone, defend yourselves. Right after her warning, Jackie moved again. Multiple energy beams formed from the magic circles and shot forward in a concentrated barrage. Thanks to the early warning, Princess Bayan and Azel quickly raised their defensive barriers, managing to block most of the incoming attacks. However, one of the nearby classmates still got caught in the blast. Azel noticed it immediately, but there was nothing she could do in time. And in that brief moment of distraction, another overwhelming force was already closing in on Azel's position. She tried to turn, but it was already too late. She couldn't respond anymore. Azel closed her eyes for a moment, only to realize nothing had hit her. A soft light suddenly illuminated Azel's face, breaking through the chaos around her. Princess Bayan stepped forward on her own, forming a massive wall of fire that intercepted the attack and protected Azel at the last second. After blocking it, Bayan immediately rushed back and scolded her. Hey, you idiot. Why are you spacing out at a time like this? Azel stammered, still dazed, but Bayan raised her voice even more. Fire magic is easier for me to handle, so I'll take that. You focus on blocking the lightning attacks. Azel nodded, finally understanding. Princess Bayan quickly adjusted the formation, instructing everyone to follow behind and strike whenever an opening appeared. Flame also noticed Bayan's sudden change in leadership and muttered in confusion. What's going on here? In the original story, Bayan would have let jealousy over Azel's abilities ruin the team's coordination, causing everything to fall apart. But right now, she was the one who understood the battlefield situation most clearly. A blood-red attack suddenly flew straight toward Princess Bayan, but Azel quickly raised an ice barrier to block it just in time. Bayan flinched slightly and looked toward Azel. Meanwhile, Flame's thoughts were still unsettled as she processed what she was seeing. Azel glanced at Bayan and spoke calmly. You shouldn't let your guard down. Bayan immediately puffed her cheeks in mild frustration. What did you say? At that moment, Flame suddenly appeared behind them, joining the formation. Me too, she said simply. We can't lose to them, Flame added as she unleashed her magic. Yellow energy beams surged forward from behind the formation in a coordinated counterattack. But Jackie raised 3 layers of dark magic shields in front of her, blocking every one of Flame's attacks. Useless, she said coldly. Yet Flame only smiled faintly in response, as if she had expected it all along. A massive surge of lightning suddenly broke through the barriers, scattering the defenses with overwhelming force. Another huge explosion erupted right at the center where Jackie stood, shaking the entire battlefield again. Watching the smoke rise, the same question returned to her mind. Is it over? But upon closer inspection, the smoke was even thicker than before, as if something was still moving inside it. And of course, the shadow appeared again, but this time, it had horns protruding from it. Azel noticed it first, followed by Princess Bayan, and then Flame, all sensing the change at nearly the same moment. Jackie's voice rang out, now twisted and altered as she called Flame's name. Her body had fully transformed into spider-like limbs, resembling the creature they had encountered earlier in the corridor. Do you hate seeing me this happy? She asked, her voice unstable. The surrounding nobles began trembling uncontrollably, and some even collapsed or vomited from the overwhelming pressure. Jackie was clearly losing control now. Why won't you just leave me alone? Why? Flame tried to speak up, guilt in her voice. Jackie isn't like this. Please, think clearly. But Jackie had already reached her breaking point. Be quiet. A blood-red magic circle instantly formed beneath her. A second divine magic array appeared underneath, and the haunting music rose again as a twisted smile formed on Jackie's face. Even Hong Bayan froze in shock. Impossible. Behind Flame, Acel wore the same stunned expression. Assessing the danger, Acel calculated quickly. At least level 5 threat. There's no time. What do we do? Flame suddenly looked up, sensing movement from above. The noise grew louder, and she frowned. What is that sound? Acel answered sharply. It's Uziel. Flame was shocked, but before she could react, something else shifted in the battlefield. Jackie suddenly screamed as if struck by pain. Hong Bayan demanded, What's happening? Flame replied, I'm not sure, but it feels like Uziel's fight above is affecting her here. Jackie clutched her head, struggling. Flame realized something. Don't tell me. Uziel figured it out. and is fighting that monster alone to help us. Jackie kept screaming in pain, unable to stabilize herself. Hong Baiyan seized the opening. Now's our chance. The three of them unleashed their magic again. Fire, ice, and light surging forward together. Izel's ice struck first, freezing the spider-like limbs. Then Hong Baiyan's flames engulfed the area. Finally, Flame's light crashed in, triggering a massive explosion that scattered the smoke. Jackie shouted angrily, "Is this your idea of teamwork?" Her rage exploded further. "How dare you?" At that moment, the true Spider Sword leader suddenly appeared within the room. Hong Baiyan tensed. "What is that?" Flame answered. "Something just fell from above." Flame paused, sensing familiarity. "No way. That's the great Sword-Tongue Spider leader." The fallen monster crashed down, cracking the floor. "Is it dead?" A trainee trembled in disbelief. A first year like Uziel hunted a 4-star monster alone. He turned in shock toward the fallen figure lying unconscious nearby, right in front of everyone. The giant spider landed exactly where Jackie had been standing earlier. Someone began ascending the stairs from below. Flame was the first to step up, but her expression was heavy with sorrow. Jackie, trapped beneath the giant spider, struggled weakly. "Why do you always interfere with me?" Her anger returned. "I will never forgive you." Then her thoughts twisted again. "So that's it. You couldn't beat me fairly, so you used tricks. You're jealous because no one dances better than me. How pathetic." "Aha, you're just like me after all." Flame looked at her friend, now completely lost, and her heart sank. Jackie asked blankly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Flame turned to Acel. "Can you make an ice mirror?" Acel nodded. "Yes." Jackie smirked. "No matter what you do, I'm still the most beautiful." At Flame's request, Acel created an ice mirror in front of Jackie. Jackie stared into it blankly, then froze. Half her face had become that of a spider. "What is this?" A student nearby asked nervously if she was okay, but Jackie suddenly clutched her head. "This can't be a real mirror." Uziel had regained consciousness nearby, but Jackie kept shouting, insisting they were deceiving her with illusions. "Disgusting, all of you disgusting." She screamed again. "Take that mirror away." The nobles who once supported her fell silent. The Duchess is no longer beautiful. Everyone lowered their heads, letting Jackie's despair and rage spill out uncontrollably. Jackie reached out with a trembling hand. "Flame, please help me. Please save me." But her words twisted halfway through. "Did you really think I would ask for something like that?" A blade-like leg, like the fighting limb of a giant spider, unfolded into view. Jackie's transformed arm, raised toward Flame, let out a shrill scream. Her fury only grew thicker. "This is all your fault, Dai. I ended up like this because of you." White and red light mixed around Flame, but the one who actually took the hit was Jackie. Something suddenly burst up from beneath Flame's feet and drove straight through Jackie's body. Her blank, unfocused eyes slowly opened again. For one brief moment, Jackie remembered the happiness she had once felt while standing beside Hei Wenriang. Jackie could no longer be saved. The only thing anyone could do for her now was help her escape this nightmare through sacrifice. Then the flames of Hong Baiyan began to burn brighter. Once again, Flame lowered her head. She was grieving, crushed by the fact that such a terrible thing had happened through her own hands. And Hong Baiyan, standing there with the same look, seemed to feel something painfully similar. But the one who was probably hurting the most was Flame, because she knew part of the blame for that death rested on her. After Jackie disappeared, Flame remained standing there and spoke her final words to her friend. "I'm sorry, Jackie. I really am sorry." At the exact moment Jackie fell, an official message appeared, bringing the tale of Duchess Iharon to a close. She had once held the greatest beauty and fame in the world. "You have conquered the ballroom of temptation. Congratulations." Outside, where everyone had first entered the gates, an announcement echoed there as well. "Team A6, the simulation practice has ended, and the students have exited. The training simulation for Group B3 has also been completed." As soon as the trainees emerged outside, Teacher Uziel began giving orders at once. "Evacuate them immediately." One of the teachers answered right away, "Yes, sir, everyone has come out." Then Professor Li Hanwal turned his attention to the final remaining spot, worry gathering on his face. "Is C7 the only one left now?" Suddenly, the red gate right beside Professor Li Hanwal began to change. Red bolts of lightning started flashing all around it. Sensing that something dangerous was about to happen, Professor Li Hanwal immediately turned to a nearby assistant and said, "The waves are unstable. Prepare yourselves now." "Yes," but before the reply could even finish, the gate suddenly mutated. The space swelled outward, and the deep red color from before slowly began to fade. The master's eyes stayed sharp, fixed completely on that strange change. Then, little by little, a faint smile touched his lips. "The ant has brought down the tiger." Right after those words, all of the trainees appeared outside. All except one. Then the red gate vanished completely. When they saw the trainees return alive from such a deadly place, the crowd immediately broke into heated discussion. Had mere trainees really cleared a level 5 persona gate? Even seasoned soldiers with years of experience treated that as a terrifying challenge. Doubts piled up one after another. Was that boy really the leader? A flicker of surprise crossed Arian's face, as though even he had been caught off guard by his own words. Then he turned away and let out a self-mocking remark, as if laughing at himself. Let's retreat. Yes, sir. And it did not end there. The moment he stepped outside, Uziel moved forward, raised his sword across his chest, and formally declared, I hereby report that the mission to conquer the Persona Gate has been completed. A total of 16 people entered. 1 was sacrificed, and 15 returned alive and successful. The moment Professor Lee Hanwall heard that final part, his expression darkened. So there had still been 1 sacrifice. After a brief pause, he gathered himself again and said, You all did very well. I will send for a healing mage immediately, so everyone should rest for now. Yes, and right at that moment, someone arrived and cut in with an easy question. Did something happen while I was away? At once, everyone turned toward that familiar voice. Then another figure stepped into the scene. Oh, so it looks like something happened while I was gone, is that right? For a brief moment, you could only stand there in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden appearance of that person. Eltman Eltwin, the headmaster of Stellar Academy and a great 9th class mage, approached with a smile on his face. About that matter, will you tell me everything? Then the scene shifted to Stella Building Number 1, the headmaster's office. Uziel walked through the hallway beside Headmaster Eltman Eltwin. As he walked, a strange and hard-to-describe dazed look crossed his face, mixed with a fresh wave of worry. Faced with a private talk with Eltman Eltwin, he could only think, no way, why do I feel this nervous? His eyes drifted off to the side, like he was quietly complaining about how this had turned out. This is exactly why I hate being the leader. Just before they left the gate, Hong Baiyan had gathered everyone together as though raising an important matter. Wouldn't it be better to choose one leader to report everything before we go out? With a calm face, he pointed his thumb toward Acel. Then what about Acel? She had only just gone from unconscious to awake, and looked completely puzzled by the sudden suggestion being pushed onto her. But from the very beginning, neither Hong Baiyan nor Flame had any intention of letting him escape that role. Both of them stood there with the exact same calm expression, arms folded, and said, Commoner, we've been watching everything clearly, and you still dare to ignore your own contribution so openly? No matter how much you want to protect him, that's not right. A bead of sweat slid down, and for some reason, as though there were some strange bond tying him to Acel, he awkwardly added, I do think I'm fairly capable. But this time, really, I'm not the one. He froze up, half lost in his own thoughts. So she thinks that too. His eyes shut tightly at once. In the end, he had been forced into becoming the leader after all. What on earth had happened while he was unconscious? But before he could keep following that line of thought, it was suddenly cut off. The headmaster's voice rang out and brought up something new. Is this the 3rd time we've met now? His eyes widened, and he looked at the headmaster before continuing. You seem a little taller than the last time, huh? Still young and slightly dazed, he stiffened again, unable to understand what the headmaster meant. What exactly was he talking about? As he tried to make sense of it, several old memories suddenly came rushing back. A small village ruined by a blizzard. Blink, blink, blink. In that snow-covered place, Uziel had stood all alone. Back then, even with a body incapable of using magic properly, he had stubbornly kept training one single spell over and over again. Blink. At that very moment, he turned his eyes to one side when a voice rose from there. You are incredible. A figure wrapped completely in a cloak appeared, and while Uziel stood there in confusion, the person added, You have a very interesting talent. I will write you a recommendation letter, so come to my school and take the entrance exam. You will receive bonus points. And the one who had appeared that day was none other than Eltman Eltwin, the current headmaster of Stella Academy. Then, pulling you back to the present, the headmaster spoke once again. The reason I called you here is, you suddenly flinched. Headmaster Eltman Eltwin smiled and continued, I am here on behalf of the Academy to thank you for preventing what could have become a major crisis. You sat there thinking it over, because in the end, it had all started with you. But the headmaster went on, and I have no intention of revealing any of this to the outside world. Of course, if the damage to the students had become severe, that would have been another matter. Still, thank you. This was all possible because of you. And there is one thing I need to confirm first. The moment you heard those words, your attention sharpened on instinct. In an instant, the headmaster's expression turned cold. Inside that gate, was there some kind of problem? In that single instant, cold sweat poured down Uziel's entire body. What was with that look? No wonder they called him the Black Witch Slayer. Even so, I'm not even a Black Witch. Caught between hiding the truth and telling it, Uziel chose honesty in the end, though the worry still lingered on his face. Yes, a student died. Jackie showed signs of black magic corruption. Without even a trace of sympathy on his face, the headmaster replied, I see. That is unfortunate. Once someone is consumed by corruption, it means darkness was already in their heart from the beginning, and no one can truly resist that forever. Uziel could clearly feel it. There was not a shred of remorse in those words. Before Uziel could even sort through what he had just heard, the headmaster suddenly changed the subject. Oh dear, listen to me wandering off. Now that I think about it, I have not even offered you anything to drink yet. The headmaster turned back with his usual bright smile and asked, would you like coffee or tea? Or do young people these days prefer carbonated drinks? Maybe others would not have noticed, but from this point on, the real conversation was beginning. Catching that signal, Uziel quietly gave his answer. I'd like tea. Then, in a calm voice, he added another question. Do you happen to have a kind of tea called lilt tea? The headmaster looked at him with clear curiosity at the mention of lilt tea, and then a meaningful smile slowly spread across his face. Ah, yes, I do. Please wait a moment. Hearing that, Uziel let out a soft breath, genuinely relieved. After a little time passed, the headmaster returned with a cup of tea and set it down on the table. Lilt tea really is something special. Very few people even know it exists, and even fewer actually enjoy it. Uziel answered politely, thank you very much. Right after that, he picked up the cup and took a careful sip, quietly tasting the tea. But not a single change showed on his face. Even so, the thought in his mind said it all. Just as I expected. It really is bland. Compared to food on Earth, it was something like durian or fermented anchovies. The problem was the taste, yet it had a strangely addictive quality. That was why some people could not stand it at all. Its smell alone was enough to make them recoil before even trying it. But for those who ended up liking it, they became fiercely devoted fans. The reason Uziel had chosen lilt tea was simple. This private meeting with Eltman Eltwin was both a branching point and a rare opportunity. In the original path, Flame had chosen coffee and received a promise to be taught magic. Acel had chosen a carbonated drink, and through that, she gained magical enlightenment. And lilt tea, above all else, was Eltman Eltwin's favorite tea. The only issue was what would come next. Uziel glanced sideways and quietly waited for the headmaster to continue. About lilt tea, you see. It was once enjoyed only by the Lilt tribe, who lived on the western continent decades ago. They should have kept it to themselves. But instead, they shared it with humans, and in the end, they were dragged into misfortune together with them. And in time, the method for brewing lilt tea was said to have vanished completely. The headmaster smiled faintly as he looked down at the tea in his hand. This may be one of the last remaining cups of lilt tea in the world. If humans had not been so foolishly greedy, we might still have been able to enjoy it even now. It truly is a shame. But Uziel's next words clearly surprised him. Is that so? Then that makes it strange, because even now, I'm still drinking it. The moment Uziel set the teacup down, the headmaster hurriedly asked, then do you still have some left? Uziel answered simply no. At that reply, disappointment showed plainly on Eltman Eltwin's face. I thought as much. Still, it was too soon to give up. Uziel cut in and said, but I do know it. The recipe for lilt tea. The headmaster's eyes widened at once. The quiet mood shattered in an instant, and the headmaster could no longer keep his composure. What? Really? How in the world did you come by that recipe? Uziel knew he had spoken a little too quickly, and for a second he looked dazed. Oh, his thoughts immediately raced. This was not something he could explain easily. I can't exactly say I learned it from a game. Under the headmaster's expectant gaze, he slowly answered, my late mother taught me. That's why I know it. Wearing a faintly sorrowful expression, he said those words. The final trace of something his mother had left behind seemed to quietly wash over his emotions. The headmaster looked saddened as well. I'm sorry. I probably should not have asked. Uziel tried to brush that heavy feeling aside. It's all right. There's no need to apologize for that. And in the back of his mind, one thought returned again. What a relief. Everything is going smoothly. After regaining his usual calm, the headmaster cleared his throat and asked for Uziel's opinion. Then would you consider selling that formula to me? I will compensate you generously. Eltman Eltwin could not hide how eager he was. But Uziel had been waiting for exactly this moment. Finally, the chance I was waiting for has come. So he answered at once. Actually, there is something I want from you even more than money, headmaster. The headmaster asked again, oh? And what would that be? Once again, the headmaster looked surprised. Uziel answered, the headmaster's space enchantment technique. I want your help with it, even if it is only once. Taken aback by that request, the headmaster asked again, what? Are you sure you do not want to reconsider? The recipe for lilt tea is no longer in production. It could be sold for far more than that. But my magic is extremely impractical. You do understand what that means, don't you? Uziel sat there in silence for a moment. He understood very well the value of Eltman Eltwin's space magic and Altalicia's alchemy techniques. And in the end, by using a mana vessel captured through soul magic, it would be possible to create an extraordinary multidimensional space. A storage space that could only be formed by a mage with masterful command over the 8th class space attribute. That was exactly why almost no one in this world could accomplish it. But with the aid of Eltman Eltwin, a 9th class mage, Uziel could create the most advanced storage space imaginable within his plans. The headmaster smiled brightly and continued, compared to a handful of coins, for a mage alchemist who seeks the truth of matter, Understanding the nature of magic and the original lilt used in it could become the most precious gift of your life. So please, tell me what you think. After hearing Uziel out again and again, the headmaster could only be surprised each time. A smile came with a small sigh soon after. Then, as if he had already reached his answer, the headmaster replied right away, "All right. If that is truly what you want, then let us make a deal." Uziel's face brightened with obvious delight. Wonderful. Meanwhile, inside the first tower, Vice Principal Akahaden was seated across from someone else. With his hands tightly clasped, he addressed the person before him. "I heard what happened. The Persona Gate was supposed to be extremely difficult, and yet the moment you opened it, you already failed, didn't you, Raiden?" Just as the Vice Principal had said, the one facing him was Professor Raiden from the New Moon Magic Department. Raiden closed his eyes and replied, "Yes. If the Order Leader learns the truth of this matter, I fear he will be furious." The Vice Principal adjusted his coat and said, "You are too stiff by nature, too rigid. That is the real problem that keeps causing these failures. I am not especially upset over this one mistake. There are still plenty of other ways." Professor Raiden remained expressionless, as though he had already guessed what that meant. Under Vice Principal Akahaden's threatening stare, Professor Raiden voiced his suspicion. "Are you planning to make Professor Mai Zentiran lose control?" The room fell into an unnatural silence, and the exchange ended there. As he rose to leave, Professor Raiden said, "If there is nothing more to report, then I will take my leave." The corridor stretched long ahead as the professor walked down it in silence. During that walk, new judgments slowly began to take shape in his mind. The only realistic reason for opening the Persona Gate this time had been to deal with several students who might attend the upcoming Aslan seminar. They had opened a gate far beyond what those students should have been able to handle, but who could have expected that Flame, Hong Baiyan, and even Baek Uziel would all make it back out alive? As he turned his gaze toward the nearby window frame, the professor made a quiet assessment to himself. None of this had been part of the original plan. Lost in his thoughts, the professor suddenly paused when he noticed someone approaching and speaking to him. He slowly turned his head toward the voice. "Professor, it's been a while," Raiden said as he faced him calmly. He saw a student named Ma Yuziang greeting him with a polite, almost casual smile. Ma Yuziang crossed his arms and spoke with a faintly amused tone. "When I was a child, you felt like a dangerous beast, but now, I can barely recognize you when you act so human." Before Raiden could even respond, Ma Yuziang's tone sharpened as he brought up something more serious. "Honestly, my friends were almost injured recently. Are you saying you were too slow in your work, and let that happen on purpose?" Hearing that accusation, Raiden turned his head toward Ma Yuziang with a cold, restrained expression. "Even if you are a young master, I suggest you control your words and your disrespect." "Friends," Ma Yuziang repeated, his expression darkening slightly as the atmosphere grew heavier between them. Then he continued, voice low and cutting. "Or are you too deep in some role-playing academy game to take reality seriously?" At that moment, Raiden realized something was off. Ma Yuziang no longer sounded like a normal student. His voice carried an unnatural arrogance, as if he were looking down on everything around him. A heavy, invisible pressure suddenly began to press down on Raiden's body, as if the air itself had thickened. He gritted his teeth and resisted it, but his expression tightened more and more. Cold sweat slowly formed on his face as the pressure kept increasing. The aura of Ma Yuziang standing opposite him had completely changed. His eyes, his presence, even his spirit felt overwhelming. Raiden instinctively sensed it. This was a king-like pressure warning him to be careful. A faint smile appeared on Ma Yuziang's face. "You people are truly troublesome, and quite an eyesore. Until we meet again." He turned away and began walking step by step, each footstep echoing strangely in the quiet air. Raiden raised a fist slightly toward his chest, steadying himself. Once Ma Yuziang disappeared from sight, Raiden finally exhaled sharply and took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. If it's for the Moonlight Sect's benefit, this much is nothing. The scene shifted. Now it showed Princess Hong Baiyan standing together with her group in another part of the academy. Two female classmates approached her with worried expressions. "Princess, we're glad you're safe. We heard the academy made a mistake with the Persona Gate. Is that true? Honestly, who even understands how they work?" Hong Baiyan looked down slightly, her expression calm and unsurprised. As expected, most students knew nothing about what really happened. From the academy's perspective, that made sense. Just then, someone called out to her from nearby. The voice was impossible to ignore. Hong Baiyan immediately turned her head to see who it was. "Senior." A male student approached with a bright smile. It was Edmund Adalek, a third-year student at the academy, looking unusually friendly. Edmund Adalek casually said there was no need for such formal speech, acting slightly embarrassed by the strict politeness. Hong Baiyan, however, calmly replied that the academy hierarchy had to be respected. Hearing her cold response, Edmund Adalek quickly changed his tone with a light laugh. "Haha, I'm just glad you're safe. I was really worried something might have happened to you." Hong Baiyan answered in her usual composed tone, almost detached. I am fine, senior. You do not need to worry. In her mind, she silently judged him. This sly old fox. What he truly cares about is not concern for her, but his own future, tied to the power balance of the Adalabit kingdom. The Orkan Duke family supports Princess Hongxiwa, while the Adalek ducal house is the only faction capable of rivaling and opposing them. And Edmund Adalek is the sole heir of the Adalek ducal family. Perhaps his real goal is to secure power by helping her become queen and positioning himself beside her. Realizing his previous approach wasn't working, Edmund Adalek smoothly changed the topic. Oh right, do you want to play soul chess? There's a student competition coming soon. Hong Baiyan wasn't particularly interested, but she still nodded. Very well. Seeing an opening to get closer, Edmund Adalek stepped in and lightly placed a hand on her shoulder. Good. I'll teach you a move today. Watch carefully. Hong Baiyan's eyes widened slightly in surprise at the sudden contact. She bit her lip, a faint trace of frustration and restraint flashing across her face. As she walked a little behind him, greeting others in passing, she closed her eyes briefly and thought to herself, without someone like him, I may never be able to become queen. Even if that person was someone powerful enough to stand on equal footing with the Adalek Duke himself. At that moment, Hong Baiyan suddenly shifted her gaze out the window. By coincidence, someone was walking past outside, briefly catching her attention. But just as she turned her head further, the person outside also seemed to notice something and spoke. Baiyan, what are you doing? Come quickly. However, she hesitated for a moment and looked back toward the window again. By then, the figure was already gone. Princess Baiyan left that spot. Yes, senior. Cut to Baek Uziel, who was holding a flower petal in his hand. He stopped at a corner, resting his hands on his hips as he examined it carefully. Let's see, is this enough now? A soft pink hue spread through the surroundings as the petal in his hand slowly floated upward, almost weightless. An information panel appeared. Absorbing the branch of the enchanting tree increases mental strength by 65% and grants minor permanent resistance to charm-type magic. Status: Strength 73%, Senses 57%, Agility 42%, Stamina 19%, Durability 99%, Mental Strength 24%. Noticing the changes in his stats, Baek Uziel gave a faint satisfied smile. Not bad. New information followed. Project Constellatio grants a special reward. He placed a hand on his chin, thinking carefully. Since clearing a new episode gave him a reward, he needed to choose wisely. Should I take another growth item, or something else? Then something clicked in his mind. Is it possible to take Marikin's necklace? The system responded, yes. Hearing that, Baek Uziel immediately made his decision. New item acquired, Marikin's necklace. Item description appeared. The necklace was created by Merkan, a future alchemist engineering talent. It breaks through a life-saving limit barrier. Special effect. Automatically activates a defense against attacks of level 6 or lower. Usable only once. Without hesitation, Baek Uziel wore the necklace. Even if it was a one-time safeguard, survival was worth more. Episode 8 was approaching, and he would soon face the awakened Maizen Tyran. Another update appeared. The branch of hatred has reached 78% accumulation. Baek Uziel smiled softly. Good, preparations for Maizen Tyran are going smoothly. Then I'll leave the rest to Altalicia. The scene shifted again, transitioning toward the International Alchemy Organization. Baek Uziel arrived at the location and stopped in front of a specific section of the building. A staff member greeted him with a friendly smile, explaining, this is the 13th branch of the Cordon Livingstone faction, located in the annex beside the large elm tree in Alchemy City. Baek Uziel calmly replied, I'm here to meet alchemist Altalicia. The receptionist gave a polite but firm response. I'm very sorry, but you can't meet her at the moment. Hearing that, Baek Uziel already understood the situation. He slipped a hand into his coat and muttered quietly, I figured as much. Without hesitation, he pulled out a letter and presented it. This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Altalicia. The receptionist's expression immediately changed in surprise. Oh, my apologies. After that, things moved quickly. I sincerely apologize. I'll guide you right away. Please follow me. Thank you. Soon, they arrived at the door to Altalicia's research room, and the receptionist knocked lightly. Miss Altalicia, you have a visitor. There was no answer from inside. The room remained completely silent. The receptionist tried again, raising her voice slightly. May we come in? At that exact moment, Baek Uziel felt a sudden chill run down his spine, as if something was about to happen. An instant later, a loud explosion erupted from inside, releasing a powerful surge of pressure. The force of the blast made the door shake violently, rattling as if it might break, but somehow, it held together. Thick smoke began pouring out from inside, filling the space and blocking their view. Fortunately, it didn't seem like a catastrophic accident. Baek Uziel, still standing there, let out a small remark, half in surprise. That's something. When the door shook earlier, he had instinctively pulled the receptionist back to safety. Even now, he frowned slightly. That was close. We almost got caught in that. Waving the smoke aside with his hand, Beck Uziel stepped forward and entered the room without hesitation. The air was still thick and hazy, making it hard to see. He raised his voice and called out, "Are you all right in there?" A voice quickly answered back from within the smoke. "Are you the student, Beck Uziel?" Despite the explosion, Altalicia stood unharmed, smiling as if nothing had happened. "Welcome. I have something I want to show you." Beside her stood a familiar figure, the golden alchemist Talcum Corden. Beck Uziel hadn't paid much attention to him at first, instead noticing Altalicia's calm expression and thinking that explosion didn't even faze her. Their attention shifted as Talcum Corden raised his hand, pointing to the ring he was wearing. "Student, take a look at this. It's a shield bracelet." A small button was embedded in the silver ring, and he pressed it lightly. At once, a green energy shield expanded outward, covering his entire arm. He explained enthusiastically, "If you press this button twice, it produces power equivalent to a third-level spell." Beck Uziel watched in surprise as the demonstration continued. Talcum Corden grinned and added, "But what if you press it one more time? Watch this, it gets even better. Even someone with low mana, or no ability to use magic at all, can activate this at least once. Its defensive value is around 500, but in emergencies, it's incredibly useful." As he spoke, a much larger shield appeared, 3 times the size of the previous one. Unlike typical magic, there were no rune engravings on its surface. Talcum Corden looked genuinely amazed. If this were revealed to the world, it would shake everything. And it's all thanks to this genius, Altalicia. Then he noticed Beck Uziel standing nearby and blinked. Right, this kid is also listed as a co-author. Turning to him, he said, "How about it? Why not join the alchemy world with us as a proper alchemist?" Although Beck Uziel had interest in it, his answer left both of them stunned. "I can't survive as an alchemist. I don't have mana." Talcum Corden's eyes widened. "What did you just say?" This fact wasn't widely known at the academy, but it wasn't entirely hidden either. He went on to explain that Beck Uziel had a congenital condition. His body couldn't properly absorb mana, and instead, it slowly leaked away. Talcum Corden pushed up his glasses, still unable to fully accept it. "That can't be what you mean." Altalicia spoke quietly, filling in the meaning. "You mean a limited lifespan?" Beck Uziel didn't deny it. He gave a calm answer, though his gaze drifted slightly, lost in thought. "Yes, it's a serious issue. But whether it's truly inevitable, that's another question." To ease their concern, he added with a light tone, "My time may be limited, but I don't plan on dying anytime soon. I'll deal with it myself, so don't worry." Hearing that, Altalicia finally relaxed a little. "That's good." To shift the heavy mood, Beck Uziel raised his hand slightly. "By the way, can I take a closer look at that shield bracelet?" Talcum Corden blinked in surprise. Oh, of course." After receiving the silver bracelet, Beck Uziel pulled out his encyclopedia and began carefully examining it. As information surfaced, he quickly realized the design was still incomplete. There were many inefficient parts and unnecessary components. Looking at Altalicia, he smiled faintly. "Wait a moment. Could I borrow your magic welding pen?" She was surprised but nodded without hesitation. Sure, here." Talcum Corden frowned slightly, confused by the request. What is this kid planning to do now? Altalicia quietly gestured for silence. She understood what Beck Uziel intended and didn't want anyone interrupting him. Back to Beck Uziel. After taking the welding pen, he carefully positioned it over the bracelet, focusing on the internal structure. A clear plan formed in his mind. Using this connection point, with the encyclopedia's data, I can reconstruct a complete version of the shield bracelet. He erased flawed sections, redesigned the structure, and improved efficiency in one smooth process. When he activated it again, a much larger and sturdier shield appeared instantly. Talcum Corden's mouth fell open in shock. Adjusting his glasses, he checked the readings again and again. This can't be real." His voice trembled with excitement. The defense value jumped to 800, nearly 1.5 times stronger. His face flushed as he exclaimed, "No wonder he's listed as a co-author." With growing enthusiasm, he leaned forward. "Have you ever considered working with me? Don't worry about your lack of magic. I can assign alchemists to support you, even create magic shuttle weapons for you." Beck Uziel smiled, grateful but firm. "Thank you, but I have my own path. I still want to become a magic warrior." Talcum Corden sighed in regret. "What a shame," Beck Uziel then added. "Still, there's something I'd like to ask you." He held up a purple orb. "Altalicia, can you turn this into an item?" She took it and examined it. "A charm-type object?" "Not exactly," Beck Uziel said, catching them off guard. "It's related to spatial magic. Even Headmaster Eltman Eltwin said he'd help." Both froze for a moment. Altalicia recovered first. "The headmaster?" Talcum Corden muttered, stunned. "That old man is involved too? You really are trouble." Altalicia looked slightly embarrassed. "I want to help, but I've never worked with this kind of attribute before." Beck Uziel reassured her with a small smile. "I know. I'm not asking for immediate results. Take your time and learn it." In his mind, he figured it might take months. Still, both nodded in agreement. "All right, leave it to us. Let's create something remarkable." Back at Stellar Academy, the scene shifted again. Hazen Macaron sat at her desk, looking troubled. Something felt off, though she couldn't quite explain why. Her gaze drifted toward Beck Uziel, who sat not far away, looking absent-minded. As she watched him yawn lazily, Hazen hesitated, unsure whether she should approach him and ask what was going on. Before she could make a move, someone else spoke first. A familiar voice rang out, sharp and clear. Commoner Beck Uziel. Princess Hong Baiyan stepped right in front of him and spoke with a serious tone. I have something important to discuss with you. Are you free right now? Acel watched the two of them absent-mindedly, unsure if something serious was going on again. Beck Uziel answered casually. It's nothing that big. Acel could only watch as Princess Hong Baiyan quietly led him out of the classroom without another word. Once they were gone, Acel lowered her gaze, her mood sinking again. It had nothing to do with her, so why did it still bother her this much? The two walked side by side down the hallway in silence, the air between them slightly tense and awkward. Unable to stand the quiet any longer, Beck Uziel spoke first. So, what did you want to talk about? Princess Hong Baiyan stopped walking and answered calmly. In the alchemy world, there's talk of a newly developed, highly advanced artifact. She turned her head to glance at him for a moment, noting his calm expression, before continuing more seriously. I heard you're listed as a co-author of that alchemy book. He paused briefly, already expecting this. With the Adalabit royal family's information network, it was inevitable. Keeping his composure, Beck Uziel replied, So, are you trying to use me to connect directly to the product trade? Seeing right through his thoughts, Princess Hong Baiyan crossed her arms and shut her eyes with a faint frown. I won't deny that, but don't misunderstand me. The item matters, yes. But building a connection with someone like you matters even more. That caught him off guard. Really? He hadn't expected her to value him that highly, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. This was clearly different from how things originally went. Maybe this time, he could actually stop Princess Hong Baiyan's tragic fate. Gone was the cold attitude she used to have. Now she seemed almost shy. So, will you have lunch with me? She asked, a little awkwardly. Before he could answer, a voice suddenly cut in. Ah, Baiyan, is that you? Both of them turned in surprise. It was Edmund Adalek. His tone was sharp with irritation. I refuse to have lunch with you. It was clear he had come over expecting something else. He glanced at Beck Uziel with disdain. And yet you're spending time with a mere commoner. How disappointing. An uncomfortable silence settled among the three. Then Beck Uziel's gaze sharpened slightly as his thoughts focused on Edmund. That man. He had seen him before, back when this world was just a game. One of the key figures tied to Princess Hong Baiyan's downfall. Edmund Adalek. Judging by his attitude just now, it seemed he still had no idea Beck Uziel was involved as a co-author of that alchemy report. Just then, Princess Hong Baiyan spoke up firmly, snapping him out of his thoughts. He's not just some ordinary commoner. I'm trying to establish a connection with alchemist Altalicia through him, so please don't interfere. But Edmund Adalek had no intention of backing down. A dangerous smile slowly spread across his face. Baiyan, do you really believe that? He asked softly. A mere commoner like him could ever be of any real help to you? I'm far more useful than that. Beck Uziel listened quietly as the insults were thrown his way, but as always, he remained completely unfazed. He almost found it amusing, glancing at the princess beside him. He was already used to being looked down on as a commoner. Even so, Princess Hong Baiyan didn't hold back. Her voice turned cold as she shot back. What exactly do you mean by that, senior? Seeing the situation turning sour, Beck Uziel stepped in before it escalated further. All right, let's just forget we ever talked about the item deal. Princess Hong Baiyan turned sharply toward him. What? Meanwhile, Edmund Adalek smirked in satisfaction. That's right. The commoner knows his place. But just as he was about to leave, Beck Uziel casually added something else. Oh, and about the item business. I'll make sure to tell them that Duke Adalek outright refused to supply the Adalabit kingdom. Edmund Adalek's expression immediately hardened, though his smile turned even more dangerous. You're getting a bit too bold. Do you even know what happens when a first year challenges a third year? Beck Uziel answered without hesitation, his voice flat. So what? That has nothing to do with me. Princess Hong Baiyan felt caught in the middle, uneasy. As a commoner, he should know how strict Stella's hierarchy was, and Edmund was one of the most powerful third years. What was he thinking? Ignoring both of them, Beck Uziel simply turned and walked away. I'll be going now. Their eyes followed his back, while clear contempt filled Edmund Adalek's gaze. How could a mere first year not understand just how terrifying seniors could be? It seemed he would need to educate this boy properly. Meanwhile, Princess Hong Baiyan's expression dimmed. Everything she had tried to build had fallen apart. By then, Beck Uziel had already stepped out into the academy's main courtyard. As he walked, a quiet regret lingered in his chest. Sorry, Baiyan, but unless that man is dealt with, you'll never have a happy ending. Whether she took the throne or Duke Adalek fell, the outcome would still lead to death. It was a fixed fate. His steps slowed to a stop. His eyes shifted sharply to the side. At the very least, he wouldn't allow her to bow to that man. Then his gaze moved forward again, toward the students walking away in the distance. More precisely, toward Princess Hong Bayan, who had retreated and was now standing alone by the wall. Looking completely helpless, she tapped her forehead lightly. Should I just throw away everything tied to my pride as a princess? It was obvious why Edmund kept interfering. He wanted to break her independence, to force her into relying on him. Standing there alone only made that feeling of helplessness worse. She looked down at her clenched fist, her earlier sadness deepening. She had just let a precious opportunity slip away. Was she really incapable of doing anything on her own? At that moment, Princess Hong Bayan's eyes suddenly widened, as if a sudden realization had struck her. Wait, hold on a second. That voice and scene from earlier rushed back into her mind again, crystal clear. I will definitely tell them that Duke Adalek flatly refused to supply the Adalbit kingdom. Thinking about it from Beck Uziel's perspective as a commoner, why would he say something like that so boldly? Normally, he shouldn't have drawn attention at all, but instead, he directly provoked them, leaving her with a strange, uneasy feeling. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to night, inside one of the academy's rooms. Beck Uziel appeared there, holding a small package in his hands. After opening the gift box, he smiled slightly. Good. It arrived safely. Inside the box was a 3-compartment set. A bracelet, a necklace, and a ring, all with simple, clean designs. They didn't look flashy, but the level of integration and craftsmanship was clearly extraordinary. He stared at them for a long moment, deep in thought. Altalicia's original artifact had arrived earlier than expected. He tilted his head slightly and asked himself, so what exactly is this used for? A system-like information window immediately appeared. The necklace grants a protective barrier ranging from low to medium level. When activated, it forms a full-body shield. Agility plus 11%, defense plus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special function, body shield LV.1, 125 BP, damage absorption plus 3%. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Beck Uziel showed clear satisfaction. This is even better than I expected. He then turned his attention to the remaining ring, as new data appeared. Unknown dagger ring, intermediate grade. Description, when activated, the ring transforms into a dagger hilt and forms a mana blade. Effects, agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function, mana dagger creation. Magic dagger, level 3 duration, 5 minutes. The final item, a shield bracelet of low to medium grade, activated into a forearm guard. Effects, strength plus 7%, defense plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special function, shield LV.1. 1000 BP, not bad at all. He praised the bracelet softly. This is truly Altalicia's work. She's already able to produce intermediate grade items. A small smile formed as he clenched his fist. I need to test this in real combat as soon as possible and send feedback to Altalicia. And I've already informed Dr. Talcum Corton. Now that preparations are complete, it's time to deal with Duke Adalek. A few days later, the second exam finally arrived. It was divided into 2 parts, practical and written. In the practical section, combat magic would be scored differently depending on the type used. For example, lightning magic was evaluated based on maximum voltage and the number of chain strikes. Wind magic was judged by the force and scale of the explosion it produced. Ice magic was measured by lowest temperature and coverage area. Healing and light attributes had many variables as well, but the most anticipated category was still fire magic. After all, who else could stand out but Princess Hong Bayan? As everyone kept showcasing their abilities one after another, Beck Uziel couldn't help but feel impressed. They really are on a different level. Then an instructor called out to him. Beck Uziel, your turn. Beck Uziel stepped forward into the testing field. The examiner signaled for him to begin, instructing him to use only one ability. Standing in place, Beck Uziel blinked forward toward the pillars and a large red button on top. In an instant, he appeared beside the pillars and pressed the red button. His movements were clean and precise, no wasted motion at all. The supervisors watching couldn't hide their surprise. Every time they saw his blink usage, it felt unreal, so sharp and precise, with zero delay in activation or positioning. Truly astonishing. Beck Uziel came to a stop, and the announcer's voice echoed. Beck Uziel's test is complete. Standing alone afterward, he stared blankly ahead, thinking quietly. That should count as part of my practical score. I can't use normal magic anyway, so the rest is already limited, but if I do well on the theory test with my glasses, I can make up for it. Just then, Beck Uziel flinched slightly as someone approached and called out to him. So you're Beck Uziel? A group of trainees walked up, their expressions clearly mocking. I heard a first year like you actually argued with a third year? You've got no sense of fear. Seriously, if I were a freshman, I wouldn't even dare think about that. Seeing them come to pick a fight so openly, Beck Uziel narrowed his eyes. So it's starting already. Edmund's group, huh? As expected, one of them stepped forward. What's with that look? You think you can glare at us? The man's face immediately stiffened, as if the tension had drained the color from it. Beck Uziel remained calm despite their words. Just as I thought. Still, a slight irritation flickered across his expression. Getting dragged into something like this by a bunch of kids was honestly annoying. Without moving, Baek Uziel kept his sharp gaze on them, silently pressuring the group as the tension thickened. Then he suddenly smiled. Huh, look at this guy. I told you to lower your head. The insults continued without restraint. You're more arrogant than I thought. Just a commoner, right? I even heard you don't have parents. If you don't want trouble, kneel now, you bastard. At that moment, a senior from Class S passing by noticed the commotion. She glanced over casually. What's going on over there? A fight. Since the distance wasn't far, Van Dyne quickly recognized them as Edmund's group. More importantly, she noticed Baek Uziel. Huh? Isn't that the first year from Mardavis Cemetery? I think his name was Baek Uziel. Crossing her arms, Van Dyne called out firmly. What do you think you're doing over there? As she approached, one of them answered sharply. Can't you see? We're disciplining juniors. Don't interfere. Even a Class S senior shouldn't let a first year disrespect a third year. The surrounding students began to notice. That's Van Dyne. Isn't she from Class S? After quickly grasping the situation, Van Dyne looked at Baek Uziel in surprise. Then, after observing him more carefully, a thought formed in her mind. Baek Uziel, is he really going to kneel here? If he truly managed to take down a level 5 summoner before, he shouldn't be this helpless. So why would he let himself get cornered like this? No, something's off. Without hesitation, she decided to step in. No, stop. Even Baek Uziel was slightly surprised. What? Van Dyne calmly closed her eyes and continued. If what you said is true, a first year arguing with a third year is a serious issue. In a military magic unit, it would be considered insubordination. So, I suggest we turn this into a formal training evaluation for the juniors. Both sides froze, staring at her in disbelief. Someone immediately questioned it. That kind of training needs approval from the student council president. Van Dyne nodded. Then I'll go get approval. Let's handle this properly. Then, with a far more composed step, he flashed a flawless smile to himself and let a faint trace of killing intent spill out. Staring straight at Baek Uziel, he added, Alright, that actually sounds fun. Before long, the whole group turned and walked away, leaving only 2 people behind, their eyes following the departing crowd. Only the 2 of them remained. Van Dyne spoke first, apologizing for stepping in, but saying that if those people kept crowding him, they would never leave him alone. Baek Uziel said nothing, though the surprise on his face was obvious. Huh, does she mean they really weren't going to let me go? When he still gave no reply, Van Dyne continued with her own conclusion. You're planning to use this humiliation as a chance to hit them back properly, aren't you? Someone clever enough to beat 1,000,000 summoners wouldn't start arguing for no reason. Then there can only be one reason, she said. You want to put an end to Stella's long-running foolish custom, the senior ritual. You chose to throw yourself into it. Baek Uziel stayed silent and simply listened, standing there with a blank expression. Me? What is she even talking about? Where did all this come from? Returning to the heart of the matter, and glancing back at the people who still had not fully disappeared from sight, Van Dyne calmly continued breaking down her theory. But some of them are only following Edmund Adelac because they have no other choice. They're the ones being pressured by their families. No matter how justified your anger is, people like that can't be dragged down and punished with the rest. Then one of her hands came down firmly on his shoulder, as if offering support. So I'll prepare the stage for you. Fight however you want. I'll personally persuade the student council president. Hearing that, Baek Uziel kept wiping away his sweat as if he could sense trouble closing in. With nothing else to do, he forced out a helpless smile. What in the world has she been talking about this whole time? Time rushed by, and before long, green diagrams were being carefully drawn out in detail. They were a different kind of problem altogether, the sort designed by a professor. This was none other than the magical protocol interpretation exam. The students below soon began their written test, and complaints immediately started to rise here and there. Seriously, I can't understand any of this. Are we really supposed to solve all of it today? Yet among all of them, one person stood out by rising from his seat and heading forward. That person was Baek Uziel. Once he put on his encyclopedia glasses, his knowledge surpassed even that of several absent-minded professors put together. I'd like to submit my test, he said. The exam supervisor, clearly baffled, took the paper from him. Huh? It's only been 20 minutes. You're already giving up. As Baek Uziel turned to leave, he answered plainly, No, I already finished. The words sounded so absurd that the supervisor quickly looked back down at the completed sheet. What do you mean, finished? And in an instant, his earlier confusion changed into outright panic. This, slipping his glasses back into his jacket, Baek Uziel calmly walked away and muttered, I didn't study at all, but somehow finishing it feels incredibly refreshing. But things slowly started getting troublesome when he stopped and turned toward one side after hearing people whispering about him. That's Baek Uziel, right? I heard he's just a freshman, but he dared to talk back to Edmund Adelac. Sounds like he's about to get taught a proper lesson. Standing there in a daze, Baek Uziel could already tell something bad was coming. So the whole school already knows. His gaze dropped, and to make matters worse, Van Dyne had stepped out into the open as well. Special training for juniors was, in simple terms, a system where seniors who wanted to discipline a junior could challenge them directly. At Stella, one-on-one duels were the standard. Seniors were not allowed to insult or beat juniors outside that. But inside the special training framework, seniors could legally discipline juniors through an official challenge. In truth, it was little more than a sanctioned excuse for upperclassmen to use magic to beat first years. To stop outright abuse, it needed approval from the student council president. Even so, S-class students could submit those requests straight to the council themselves. I was just going to kneel once, get it over with, and move on. How did it end up turning into this? Thinking back on that moment, he could only sigh to himself. I should have just knelt quickly and gone back to sleep. As he made his way back to his room, Beck Uziel slowly came to a decision. Things had already gone this far. A certain box was opened. Inside it sat a special item, something almost resembling a stuffed bear. The moment he picked it up, a confident smile spread across his face. If there's no avoiding it, then fine. I'll just take it easy and enjoy this slowly. The scene shifted to the Stella Student Council meeting room. Inside, someone was reviewing documents and noticed movement at the entrance. It was Stella's student council president, second-year S-class student Mi Royun. And just as expected, the person who had spoken with Beck Uziel earlier now appeared there with a serious look on her face. The president quickly asked, Ban Dian, what brings you here? Without the slightest hesitation, Ban Dian placed a sheet of paper on the president's desk. Then, in a calmer tone, she said, I'd like to request approval to open special training for the juniors, targeting Beck Uziel, the new S-class student. Mi Royun looked startled by that and replied, I thought you hated this kind of ridiculous nonsense, so why are you doing this now? With no emotion in her face, Ban Dian answered, It's because I hate it that I'm doing it. Since this was no small matter, the president gave her a quiet warning. I don't know what you're planning, but no matter how talented he is, a freshman can't beat a second year. The gap built by experience isn't something raw stats can cover. And you still want me to approve opening special training? Lightly waving the paper in her hand, Ban Dian smiled and said, If you want to know why, come watch for yourself. It's going to be very entertaining. Seeing that sudden shift in her, Mi Royun narrowed her eyes a little and let out a breath. Seriously, what are you plotting? At that same moment, the sound of someone approaching came from outside. Oh, Student Council President Mi Royun. The person entering while holding a document was the supervisor who had checked Beck Uziel's paper earlier. Could you please look over this report? It's a thesis report submitted by a student. Recognizing the newcomer, the president immediately greeted him. Professor Gerald, welcome. So this exam produced something worth submitting to the academy after all. Still, there was a trace of dissatisfaction in her voice. The last one you brought me wasn't exactly convincing. But Professor Gerald remained completely insistent. Just take a look. It was confusing at first, and now it's even more unbelievable. At those words, the president began to understand why he had come in person. Isn't this based on Professor Gerald's stacked circuit design? Impressive. It cuts the iterative formula used in reverse model resolution in half, and it does it with such a simple expression too. As she studied it more closely, the realization struck her immediately. Countless scholars had already refined stacked circuits over the years, yet this had pushed the concept even further. Only a true genius could have written something like this. Unable to wait any longer, Mi Royun raised the crucial question. Who wrote this? Lifting one hand, Professor Gerald smiled as he answered, Student Beck Uziel. At this level, he could even be invited to take part in the Aslan Symposium. This isn't the time for delay. I need to report this to the vice principal immediately. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell into an odd, heavy silence. Still holding that evaluation paper, Mi Royun stood frozen for quite a while, trying to process the fact that two major incidents had landed on the same freshman at once. At last, she gave her own assessment. Beck Uziel, you're far more interesting than I thought. Professor Gerald took Beck Uziel's exam paper and immediately went to see the vice principal. By the time he arrived, the document was already resting on the desk. Leaning against one hand, the vice principal frowned and asked, Are you trying to recommend student Beck Uziel for the Aslan seminar? Professor Gerald answered with clear delight, Yes. As you can see, this is truly extraordinary. But the vice principal suddenly cut him off, his voice turning serious. That will be difficult and troublesome. Without thinking, Professor Gerald answered, Yes. The vice principal steadied himself, then calmly explained what he meant. Right now, Stella already has many registered candidates besides that student. This year's freshmen, in particular, are full of promising talents who would stand out anywhere. At an academy, the maximum number of students allowed to participate in Aslan, excluding those prestigious figures who hold permanent enrollment rights, is only 2. And yet you want to nominate Beck Uziel for one of those spots? A magic combat student who cannot even use spells? That would be an insult to every proper sorcerer. Professor Gerald went still, then slowly closed his eyes at the vice principal's next words. If you understand, then leave at once. I cannot permit Beck Uziel to attend Aslan. Understood. Gerald replied wearily before turning and leaving the vice principal's office. Meanwhile, the vice principal's frown only deepened as he stared at the exam paper left on the desk, then crumpled it without even bothering to review it. Humph. Who would ever think of putting a pest like that into Aslan? Absolutely not. With a cold look in his eyes, he burned the exam paper away in an instant. Time passed in quiet silence. Then the second round of tests came to an end, and the ranking board was finally posted. Beck Uziel blended into the crowd and stood in front of the large results board. Pointing toward it with one finger, he muttered in confusion, "Let's see." Ah, there it is. After scanning the list from the bottom upward, Beck Uziel found his name. He was ranked 419th in Class S. Beck Uziel looked at it with quiet pride. Sure, the number had a lot of digits in front of it, but placing 419th still meant he was doing surprisingly well. Even though I got a perfect score on the written test. Then, all at once, his eyes fixed sharply on a certain spot on the board. By the way, first place this time is, could it really be Ma Yuziang? And it was. First place belonged to Ma Yuziang of Class S. Second was Flame of Class S. Third was Acel of Class S. Fourth was Hei Wenriang of Class S. Fifth was Hong Baiyan of Class S. The top ranks were completely filled by Class S students. That itself was not surprising, but one thing still bothered him. Hei Wenriang, who had placed second last semester, had fallen to fourth this time. Could it be because Acel and Flame studied harder than before? Just then, Princess Hong Baiyan appeared beside him. Before he even noticed, she was already standing next to him, and his thoughts kept turning. Because Jackie had taken the path of the Dark Mage, the entire dark route involving Acel and Flame had disappeared. As he focused too much on that, Princess Hong Baiyan suddenly spoke and asked him directly, "Are you trying to adjust your rank on purpose?" I think it's obvious enough by now. Princess Hong Baiyan waited for an answer, but that was easier said than done. The moment she appeared so suddenly, sweat broke out on Beck Uziel's face. What is she talking about? Why is she suddenly here? Is she trying to pull something? As if she had read his thoughts, Princess Hong Baiyan spoke again. Still, since you managed to make it into the top 600, it seems you intend to participate in the Academy tournament. Hearing that, Beck Uziel vaguely remembered it and brought a hand to his chin. All right, there was something like that. The Academy tournament was an event where selected students competed against trainees from other prestigious magic academies. After thinking it over, he immediately turned his eyes toward the person who had just spoken and studied her expression. What he saw there was only shyness, a faint blush, and the princess absently brushing her hair back. That only made him think again, what is going on here? Why does this feel so strange? Naturally stepping a little closer, Beck Uziel spoke with casual confidence, voicing the thought that had just crossed his mind. What is it? Is there something else you want to say? Hong Baiyan's eyes widened, and the flush on her face deepened even more. Then she quickly turned her head away, almost like she was sulking. Her tightly clenched fists only made it even more obvious. Beck Uziel grew even more confused, and a question rose in his mind at once. Why is she acting like that? He could not understand her at all, and his eyes narrowed further. Why would you do something like that to Edmund Adelac? She asked. He's influential, and now he's your enemy too. He'll probably keep making trouble for you until graduation. Her tone turned more serious as she added, "Do you really have the confidence to handle that?" Seeing Princess Hong Baiyan worry about him left Beck Uziel genuinely surprised. His gaze stayed fixed on her changing expressions. Without thinking too deeply, Beck Uziel answered honestly, "No, I don't think I can handle it." That answer made the princess's chest tighten, while confusion returned to Beck Uziel instead. Rather than wasting my time getting harassed by blue-blooded kids a few years older than me, I'd rather crush them all and get expelled. Hong Baiyan's fists trembled even harder, and she immediately shot 2 questions at him. Then why did you do it? What exactly did you gain from helping me? Instead of answering right away, Beck Uziel once again fell into a brief silence, his eyes still fixed on the princess. Only after his gaze drifted away did his answer finally come. Because I value our relationship more. The moment those words left his mouth, Princess Hong Baiyan's whole world seemed to turn soft and bright. Realizing he had not finished, Beck Uziel scratched at his cheek, looked off to the side, and added, "And besides, I'm not doing this for free. After this is over, you'll have to sign a contract with me to buy an item." Princess Hong Baiyan looked puzzled, because she understood one thing very clearly. Item contracts could be made anywhere, not only with a Dalabit. Then why? At that question, Beck Uziel inwardly wavered. Honestly, I can't exactly tell her I wanted to save her and give her a happy ending. His eyes drifted away once more. I'll tell you that later. That answer only left Princess Hong Baiyan with even more curiosity and another question mark in her mind. Unable to press him any further on that topic, Hong Baiyan changed the subject instead. Fine. Then what about the new recruit training session? Do you have any plans? This time, Beck Uziel answered quickly. Yeah, one way or another, I'll have to do something about it. The unexpected advice came from the princess. You don't need to hold back. Beck Uziel blinked in puzzlement. Princess Hong Baiyan spoke with full confidence, her words rushing out one after another. Yes, with your innate ability, you should be able to fight a senior to some extent. It's fine. I'll do everything I can to deal with the aftermath. Baek Uziel broke into a slight sweat. Alright. Thank you. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind. She's trying to be considerate and help me. But why does she sound so sure I can win? While the two of them were talking, someone stood hidden in a corner of the hallway, listening to every word. That person was none other than Ars Wang, the talented fire mage from Hongbai side. Then the scene shifted to a special training ground, where a great blaze suddenly surged high into the air. It was the site of magic practice class, and Ars Wang was there now, training under Professor Hong Yil. A smile came with the praise she was given. Your control is truly excellent. Ars Wang may lack raw firepower, but that can easily be made up for with precise control. You'll pass this test. That kind of magic works especially well against sensitive enemies or in missions that require silence. Right after that, however, the gaze turned elsewhere for comparison. But your magic is still lacking. Hong Baiyin lowered her face and looked down in disappointment, while the criticism from across from her continued without pause. Fire magic. How many times do I have to say this? Destruction is not everything. But I ranked first in fire attribute compatibility. This is really unfair. Even so, she prepared herself again. I'll try one more time. Ars Wang glanced over at that exchange, and a trace of dissatisfaction slowly began to appear on her face. The magical flames kept rising one after another, burning brighter and brighter without pause. The training dummies standing in front were slowly swallowed up as the fire spread over them. Ars Wang continued practicing the fire magic she was best at, again and again. But the frustration never left her face. I lost again this time. If it's about effort, I know I didn't lose to her. So why does it keep ending like this? At last, she loosened her grip and let the magic staff drop from her hand. Looking at the scorched destruction she had created in front of her, Ars Wang still could not understand why victory kept slipping away from her. Then the scene shifted back to Acel, where she caught a few nearby students chatting among themselves. Come to think of it, isn't it today? I mean the sparring matches between the first years and second years. Want to go watch together? Hearing that, Acel quietly had a thought of her own. Could this have something to do with Baek Uziel? Meanwhile, she had already missed her chance to speak with Baek Uziel earlier, when Princess Hongbayan took him away. A faint sadness crossed her face, though she tried not to care about it too much. She still needed to go to class, so Acel quietly walked off alone toward another place. Even so, deep inside, she was caught in a heavy hesitation she could not shake. Then, after stopping somewhere along the way, Acel let out a faint smile and pulled herself together. I finally made it. Acel turned her eyes toward the person standing beside her, someone who had just spoken up. Oh, you came here too. It was a girl with brown hair and bright green eyes, smiling warmly at her. There are rumors that Baek Uziel likes you. That girl was Hari Lin, a first-year student from Class B. Without the slightest hesitation, Hari Lin sat down next to her, smiling even more brightly as she teased. You two aren't secretly dating or something, right? That's why you came here, isn't it? Acel had already been shy, and hearing that made her face turn bright red. It's not like that at all. Even from the start, her voice came out uncertain. Baek Uziel and I, there's nothing like that between us. Even so, she could not say the words with any confidence. Sitting beside her, Hari Lin kept smiling, but a new thought crossed her mind about Acel. How surprising. I wondered what kind of person she would be, carrying the title of a trader's daughter, but isn't she much cuter than I expected? She decided not to push that topic any further. Instead, Hari Lin remembered something she had not done yet. This greeting is a little late, isn't it? I'm Hari Lin from Class B. Nice to meet you. Acel replied blankly. Yes? Nice to meet you too. Just then, a loud shout from somewhere nearby drew both of their attention to one side. It sounded like everything was finally about to begin. At the bottom of the large courtyard, Baek Uziel appeared, standing still with a backpack hanging over one shoulder. As the growing chatter around him became louder and louder, all directed toward him, he once again looked completely confused. Why are there this many people gathered here? On top of that, Dok Chulkwang, seated up in the stands, shouted out encouragement in a booming voice. Hey, brave kid. I don't know all the details, but go easy on them, alright? Hearing that exaggerated praise, Baek Uziel just stood there dazed. Then a thought suddenly hit him. Wait a second. Was I the one the seniors picked to fight? Then why am I supposed to go easy on them? As for Bandian standing beside him, she alone remained strangely calm. She was the only one like that. The other students watching were simply thrilled to witness a match like this. That bastard Baek Uziel is finally going to learn a lesson he won't forget. He's just a commoner acting like he's the center of the world. Serves him right. Once a senior puts a mark on you, that's the end of it. As those words were spoken, one of the two students stiffened his face. The moment Hong Baiyan heard Baek Uziel being insulted, she immediately turned a cold stare on them, her eyes fixed sharply on the speaker. The chill in her gaze only deepened, as if warning that if they said one more word about him, she might kill them on the spot. And that silent threat worked perfectly. The moment Princess Hong Baiyan walked away, the two trainees who had been mocking him shrank into a corner, too frightened to say anything else. Like everyone else, Hong Baiyan was also curious about his match, so she picked out a good place to watch from. But the moment she thought of him, her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Even after calming herself down, she still could not take her eyes off Baek Uziel below. A short while later, Baek Uziel's gaze sharpened toward the person standing across from him as the other side spoke first. Hey kid, you ready? Hey kid, you ready? His opponent had finally appeared. It was Caliban Catalom, a second-year student from Class C, sharp-eyed and ranked roughly around the 300s in overall strength. Even though I'm in Class S, if we compare pure combat ability alone, he probably is stronger than me. I should avoid a direct clash as much as possible. With that in mind, Baek Uziel casually replied, yeah, I guess I'm ready. Hearing that answer, Caliban gave him a dangerous little smile, still acting stubborn right up to the end. Just as the tension thickened, a professor stepped forward to oversee the duel. Since everyone is here, I'll explain the rules. This match will last at least 15 minutes. It will continue until one side falls. If either of you is placed in life-threatening danger, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the fight. Also, once 15 minutes have passed, either side may choose to surrender, and the match will end immediately. Then the match began. As the signal rang out, both of them were transported into a vast forest thick with green trees. A clock showing 4 zeros lit up, marking the official start of everything. Caliban stayed confident as he pulled out his wand. Facing him, Baek Uziel turned serious and gripped his sword of light, using it to steady his nerves. Harilyn glanced at Acel and asked, who do you think is going to win? Acel already had her answer ready. Of course, the senior. After all, Senior Caliban is an inheritor of the Earth attribute. Earth mages have incredibly strong defensive power, and Baek Uziel's firepower isn't especially high either. Harilyn nodded and added her own analysis. Not to mention, Earth mages specialize in controlling the terrain. Once they dominate the battlefield itself, their attacks become much more varied too. Can Baek Uziel's sword even break through the defense of a third-level Earth mage? Even after saying that, Acel only felt more downcast. Harilyn is right. Logically, there's no way Baek Uziel can win this fight. And yet, even so, she still kept a small piece of faith in him. Back in the arena, Senior Caliban's expression grew more dangerous. Today, I'll show you what fear really feels like. The domain can. But before he could finish, confusion struck. The ground had already begun to crack, yet the words blink cast had already appeared before Baek Uziel. The very first thing he chose to do was open the distance between himself and his opponent. And once he had secured a safe gap between them, Baek Uziel realized something important about the opponent in front of him. At almost the same moment, Caliban seemed to notice something similar as well. A fresh smile spread across Baek Uziel's face at once. The moment it did, he made up his mind. I'm running. And I'm running as far as I can. Caliban Catalum stayed rooted for a second, unable to believe the boy could move that fast. What the hell is this? Harilyn, seeing the same thing, stiffened and blurted out her thoughts. Oh, he's running right from the start without even trying to save face. Beside her, Acel quietly agreed. That's true. Even so, Izel's concern for Baek Uziel did not fade. But in a situation like this, that might actually be the right choice. Back in the fight, Caliban chased after him with growing anger written all over his face. Hey, you bastard. Get back here right now. But honestly, who would hear that and actually turn around? And when frustration piled up enough, it was only natural for it to burst out. Grinding his teeth, Caliban cast from where he stood. 3 simple green magic circles formed in front of him, and stones shot forward. Baek Uziel's eyes widened when his opponent changed the flow of the battle so quickly. A moment later, the attack slammed into the area ahead, and dust exploded into the air in every direction. Hong Baiyan, Acel, Dok Chulkwang, and Ban Dian all held back their reactions and watched in tense silence. Stopping near a bush, Caliban smiled again to himself. Good, that definitely landed. But just as his confidence rose, his expression froze hard. What is this? Right in front of his eyes was something hanging upside down by its tail and swaying back and forth like a monkey. What is that? A monkey doll? Because the moment people are startled, their judgment dulls. What the hell is that thing? Why is it even here? Before he could decide what to do, the 2 clawed hands on it began closing together. A dangerous warning flashed through his senses almost instantly. Boom. A burst of light exploded out, forcing him to throw up his arms and defend himself. True to his nature as an earth mage, a greenish glow covered Caliban's entire body. He stood his ground, but the uneasy feeling inside him only grew stronger. I almost died there. He steadied himself and thought, good thing I raised my body weight to match the pull of Earth's gravity. But that no longer mattered once his senses picked up another strange shift. An earth blade formed right behind him, and just as Caliban sensed it, the sound of air being cut rang out. Baek Uziel appeared there and slashed down with his blade of light. A sharp tearing sound echoed, but unfortunately, The sword failed to break through. Caliban turned back with a smug grin and raised his wand high. Die. Shatterstone. The earth blade he had just created disappeared in an instant, and in its place, the force of a new explosion began gathering. Caliban was sure this time he would not miss. But that certainty was slowly shattered right at the point where the explosion formed. There was nothing there. No figure. No trace. Not even the strange lotus-like afterimage from before. Nothing at all. Caliban looked around with irritation. Hey, rookie, is running all you can do? Was all that talk about the knightly spirit just empty nonsense? Then his expression changed again when he stepped on something strange. What the? His body reacted at once in a bizarre way. What had been as heavy and steady as a lump of earth suddenly felt unstable and lifted. Why is my body locking up like this? Losing his balance, he staggered and leaned to one side, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Hidden far away in the bushes, Beck Uziel watched the whole thing without blinking. A small smile appeared on his face, one that only boosted his confidence further. But when Caliban caught sight of it, it felt like open mockery. That brat, he's smiling? Furious, he poured all his strength into casting more magic. Caliban bent forward and clenched his teeth. Earth's gravity. He pointed his wand toward the place where Beck Uziel had been just a second ago, but the boy was already gone. Annoyed, enraged, thoroughly fed up, Caliban had no choice but to search for him again with his senses. So this brat wants to play hide-and-seek? Come out already. Then, from some odd angle in the distance, a strange object like a tennis ball came flying in. Sensing it, Caliban sidestepped and sliced it cleanly in half with his wand. Stop with those cheap tricks. The moment the ball split apart, a fairly intense light burst out from inside it. But it was not an explosive bomb. It was a smoke bomb. Caliban was blinded for a moment, tears running from his eyes. It looked like the match was over. But no, Caliban was still standing there, just looking rougher than before. Ugh, is this some kind of CS gas grenade? He was not seriously hurt, but his attention suddenly caught on something lying on the ground nearby, a bell swaying where he had not noticed it before. And just as expected, that signal lit up clearly enough for everyone to see. It did not affect only Caliban inside the duel. Even the people watching outside reacted to it. Harilyn asked, "What is that?" Acel narrowed her eyes and answered, "It looks like a flash-type tool that temporarily blocks both sight and hearing. From CS gas to blinding attacks. That senior looks completely thrown off now." Standing to one side, Hong Baiyan curled her lip and made her judgment. "That's enough. If he moves in slowly now and lands the finishing blow, that commoner wins." But then something changed, and the princess's eyes widened as she looked down again. Huh? What now? Below, Beck Uziel calmly took out several more round objects, clearly preparing to throw them. The first one struck the side of Caliban's face, warping it on impact as pain spread across it immediately. He could not afford to waste the rest either. Beck Uziel kept using blink one after another, redirecting the attacks as he moved. From the stands, Dok Chulkwang and Bandian both voiced their doubts as they watched. Is it CS gas again this time? No. It looks like there's only a little plain smoke mixed in. What am I even supposed to say now? Beck Uziel's attacks aren't lethal, but still, he's definitely landed some light hits. This time, it was not just tears. There was spit too. For the moment, cursing seemed like the only way Caliban could vent his rage. Damn you, Beck Uziel. Drawing up a large amount of mana, Caliban ripped a huge mass of earth from beneath his feet and sent it soaring upward. Beck Uziel, watching from below, looked genuinely startled by the sudden move. Apparently, the earlier humiliation had not been enough. Caliban raised his voice and shouted, "Enough of this so-called training. I don't need it anymore. I'm going to fight you seriously, right here and now." Beck Uziel could only stare at him in confusion, with no way to avoid what seemed to be coming next. A giant green magic circle, layered with countless overlapping characters, spread across the area. The instant Beck Uziel saw it, he froze, and a fresh bead of sweat slid down. A meteor shower? That's a bit much to use on a first year, isn't it? Already furious over everything that had happened, Caliban's eyes turned red when he heard those words, and he ground his teeth hard. Are you insane? I don't care about anyone else, but that's not something you should be saying. Even Dok Chulkwang and Bandian found themselves sympathizing with that response. Fair enough. When words no longer mattered, sharp little stone pillars began sprouting from the magic circle. The time counter kept ticking down. 14 minutes, 47 seconds. 14 minutes, 49 seconds. Caliban slowly lifted the arm holding his wand, preparing to bring it down. The instant his arm dropped and pointed forward, he gathered even more force and roared, "Die." The timer continued to move. 14 minutes, 55 seconds. The dense shower of stone meteors filling the sky crept closer and closer to Beck Uziel. Time reached 14 minutes, 57 seconds, and he still had not moved at all. Not only that, Beck Uziel even looked sleepy, his eyelids slowly drooping. Time dragged on. 14 minutes, 58 seconds. 14 minutes, 59 seconds. And then the critical moment came. 15 minutes. A smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. Just as the stone pillars were only a few steps away, Beck Uziel raised his hand and calmly declared, "I give up." The moment he said it, Stella's force pushed in, and every spell halted before reaching him. The entire square fell into a strange, heavy silence. Because no one could believe he would say those words at the exact last second, at a moment like that. And somehow, the most pitiful person there now was Caliban. From beginning to end, he had been the only one taking hit after hit, staggering around with burning eyes, coughing, and choking. One wave of irritation after another crashed over him. After a long moment, he finally managed to regain a little composure. Then the announcement came. Training match over. Both of them were returned to the real world and stood facing each other once more. First-year Class S student Beck Uziel has surrendered. Therefore, the winner is second-year Class C student Caliban Catalum. Even hearing it, Caliban still looked unable to believe it. It's over? Just like that? In contrast, Beck Uziel felt like a huge weight had left his body. "Oh, I finally survived." You almost had to feel sorry for Caliban as he stood there listening to the final words. The special training match ends here. His body trembled on its own. Then a helpless, metallic cry echoed through the entire square. The match ended the way most students had predicted. The second year won. But once everyone stepped outside, the chatter turned lively. "Wow, did you see that second year's face? He looked so furious he might go insane. If I were him, I'd start swinging fists no matter what the result was." Seriously, it felt like the first year beat the second year instead. But what were all those things Beck Uziel used? Could they be newly developed items? Beck Uziel did well, sure, but honestly, I'm even more interested in those tools. Even Bandian found herself drawn in by those comments. So that's it. Is it because he prefers using magical tools? While ordinary alchemists usually fight by making use of the terrain already around them, Beck Uziel used his superior mobility to plan the placement of his tools from beginning to end. He built favorable terrain for himself by setting items across the battlefield. As expected, that kid really is remarkable. Then Dok Chulkwang, standing beside her, unexpectedly cut in. "Oh, I heard Royan say you were the one who requested this training. So, did you get the result you wanted?" Bandian once again looked over the people around her. "The result I wanted, yes. From now on, second years won't be able to push first years around so easily. And sometimes, with the right conditions, even a second year can lose to a first year." Around them, more murmuring continued. "I'm in a bad mood. I really wanted to see that arrogant first year get humiliated. What a shame." "Me too." Hearing that level of reaction, Bandian came to her conclusion. "This is close enough to the result I wanted. Things have become very interesting. Haha, it's going well." Then the scene shifted to the Red Falcon clubroom, where someone slammed a fist hard onto the desk. It was Edmund Adalek. His face was twisted badly as he clenched his hand and spat out, "Caliban, that useless idiot." Not far away, Princess Hongbayan was sitting quietly as she read through a newspaper. It contained an article about Assistant Professor Altalisha, the alchemist developing new magical engineering technology for the future, while outside, people were still talking endlessly about Beck Uziel. Hongbayan sank into thought, replaying scene after scene from the fight in her head. So this was the final result he wanted by surrendering the victory? For the entire 15-minute duel, Beck Uziel barely even used his sword properly. Instead, he humiliated his senior using one magical tool after another. In other words, if he had truly wanted to win, he probably could have done so at any time. But he chose not to. And there was only one clear reason to surrender on purpose like that. It would have looked strange for a first year to outright defeat a second year. Was he trying to say that not everything can be solved by brute strength alone? Hongbayan had expected Beck Uziel to lose his temper and crush his senior outright. But she never imagined he would humiliate the other side first and then calmly withdraw. Seriously, that commoner is impossible to read. In another corner nearby, Edmund and his group were still discussing what to do about Beck Uziel. So what are the second years doing now? Didn't we tell them to teach Beck Uziel a lesson in private? Actually, the second years still haven't dealt with Beck Uziel separately. What? One student awkwardly scratched his cheek and tried to explain. Contrary to the rumors, Beck Uziel greets seniors politely and treats them very well. I was going to scold him, but he was so good at starting a conversation that I somehow ended up buying him snacks instead. It was such an absurd answer that the room froze. What the hell? Edmund was left speechless, clearly unable to believe it. Just as they were starting to think about what to do next, a hurried voice suddenly called out, "Young master." Startled, everyone turned in the same direction. It was one of the people who had accompanied Edmund to the academy. The moment he saw her face, a bad feeling settled in his chest. "What is it?" She stammered at first, then managed to speak clearly. I just got a call from the Duke. I think you should contact him right away." A phone was immediately handed over where it was needed. Edmund made the call at once, but even before the line connected, his expression shifted. "Oh no, this sounds serious. Father is contacting me first?" Then the call went through, and he answered, "Yes, father. This is Edmund." The son's voice came through in a hurry. I just got a call from the alchemist city. He lifted a newspaper as proof, his expression tense. There's extremely important news. The alchemists from the Altalicia Research Institute have stopped shipping goods to the kingdom because Duke Adalek refused the deal. Do you know anything about this? He asked. Edmund immediately denied it. No, of course not. Why would I know anything about something like that? Even though Edmund tried to dismiss it, the information was repeated again and again in his mind. But it's true. A co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique confirmed it himself. In an instant, Edmund fell silent. His thoughts suddenly stuck on the word, co-author. Soon, panic began to rise in him. Wait, father, I really don't know anything. I've never even met someone like that, he said quickly, trying to defend himself. Then another thought suddenly flashed through his mind, making his heartbeat quicken. A familiar figure surfaced in his memory. Could it be Beck Uziel? A cold chill ran down his spine. Sweat formed on his face as he stood frozen for a moment, unable to speak, while a strange and uneasy hope flickered inside him. One thing, he finally said bluntly to his father, forcing himself to speak. Still, refusing the kingdom of Adalabit is absurd. Father, do you even realize how much influence we hold over the Alchemy Council? But his father cut him off in a cold voice before he could continue. This is a scientific and technological revolution. A new form of creation that has never existed before. Artifacts on the level of ancient relics. He paused sharply. Even the Golden Alchemist is working with Altalicia. Edmund gritted his teeth. The Golden Alchemist, even he's involved. This is far bigger than I thought. His father continued firmly. As I said, trade routes will soon reopen, but the Adalek name will not be included. Then he pressed further. I'll ask you again. Are you involved in this incident? Edmund had no answer, and that silence alone was enough to confirm everything. Back in the Adalabit Palace, Princess Hong Baiyin suddenly reacted when someone called her name. Can you speak like that? The voice belonged to Edmund Adalek. Confusion flickered across Hong Baiyin's face. Yes, senior, she replied carefully. With no other option left, Edmund turned to her. Can you arrange a meeting with Beck Uziel? The moment she heard that name from his mouth, Hong Baiyin froze in disbelief. She hated hearing it from him. After a brief pause, her eyes narrowed. Yes, I will arrange it. Far to the south, on the Howl Plains, the lower moon prairie stretched endlessly, revealing a breathtaking view under the open sky. A girl with long red hair stood alone, quietly gazing over the vast land ahead. It was Jeliel. She murmured without any expression, land prices are going up. At that moment, a trembling figure approached her and dropped to his knees. Lady Jeliel, please, I beg you. Just this once, please show mercy. Above his head, a strange panel displaying the number 3 flickered into view. Jeliel stared at the floating information panel marked with the special number 3. A new system update appeared, value assessment of all things. It allowed her to perceive every living being, object, or creature as a numerical value. The lowest value was none, and the highest possible value was 100. She slowly sat down in front of him. But this man only had a value of 3, no different from a roadside stone. She looked at him and said flatly, see, this is why you went bankrupt. I told you not to expand into useless businesses. The man gritted his teeth in anger. Lies, this business was supposed to succeed. You're the one who ruined everything. But it looks like it can't be saved anymore. Bury him. Her voice was calm, but absolute. The words struck like a final verdict, leaving everyone stunned. Guards rushed in immediately and dragged the man away as he screamed. Please, Lady Jeliel. Please. Jeliel watched him disappear, giving him one last cold glance. When the screams finally faded, she allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. But it vanished quickly as she returned to her usual expression. How boring. Kids these days really have no spirit. Just then, a familiar voice called out to her from behind. Are you there? Hearing it, Jeliel's cheeks turned slightly red as her expression brightened. Her tone shifted completely from before. The identity of the visitor remained unclear, but their presence clearly mattered. It could only be Melian, chairman of Stellaris Company. My dear daughter, have you been well? Melian asked warmly. Jeliel immediately stepped forward and hugged him. Daddy, was your trip good? Her cheeks were still slightly flushed. So, how did the deal go? Is everything all right? She asked with a smile. Melian replied cheerfully, it's still in progress. This time, the Altalicia Alchemy School created a new item using a special combination technique. There's even a video showing it in real combat. Would you like to see it? Jeliel kept smiling. That would be wonderful. But inwardly she thought, I wish I had more time to talk with father, though I can't say it. Then, shall we go to my room? Yes. Inside the room, a purple orb suddenly lit up, casting a brilliant glow across the space. I'll explain briefly before the video. Melian spoke. He's a first year at Stellar Academy. He managed to fight a second year using that item. Jeliel was slightly surprised. A first year, and a co-developer of the metal magic technique. Her interest in him grew instantly. What kind of person is that boy? As the screen activated, Jeliel snapped out of her thoughts. Beck Uziel appeared clearly on the screen. But just like Melian, his status panel was also marked with a question mark. How strange, why can't I read his value? This has never happened before. Even the Emperor of the Scalvan Empire, even the King of Adalabit, I've always been able to see their values. There are only two cases where something's value cannot be measured. She glanced more intently at her father. One is when the target is someone deeply loved. She quietly glanced over her shoulder once more, her eyes drifting toward the screen displaying Beck Uziel, as if trying not to let anyone notice her interest. The second kind is when a person's value is hidden so deeply that it simply cannot be measured at all, no matter what method you use. Noticing she still hadn't said his name, Jeliel looked toward her father and asked, "What is that person called?" He smiled gently and replied, "His name is Beck Uziel. Remember it well. You might meet him someday." "Of course, father. I won't disappoint you," she answered lightly, then added almost playfully, "Before you go, would you like a game of soul chess? Maybe later." Tapping her fingers softly against her own hand, Jeliel quickly pushed thoughts of Beck Uziel out of her mind, as if brushing away something lingering. A value that even I cannot measure? With a cold, unreadable expression, she quietly etched the name into her memory. Beck Uziel. I'll remember that. Back at Stellar Academy, more precisely, in the place where Beck Uziel had recently become the center of attention, he sat holding a glass, calmly sipping a dark drink with a serious expression. On the opposite side, Edmund Adalek looked visibly stiff and uncomfortable, his awkwardness clear as he struggled to break the heavy silence between them. Beck Uziel set his glass down first. "I'm done with my coffee. If you have nothing to say, I'll leave." Edmund blinked in disbelief at how blunt and decisive he was. "I'll wait." Avoiding eye contact, Edmund forced the words out. "About earlier. I was wrong. I sincerely apologize. I looked down on you just because you're a commoner, and I've reflected on that. So please forget what I said before, and retract your earlier statement." He listened without any visible reaction, his expression unchanged. Inside, his thoughts turned cold and sharp. Apologies don't matter. What matters is preventing Princess Hong Baiyan's future downfall. I need to strip Edmund of his political influence. Edmund flinched when he felt that sudden, chilling shift in tone. "I don't want to do this because of you. If that's the case, I should demand more. So what's the best move here?" Beck Uziel slipped his hand into his coat, eyes narrowing slightly. "Then what if I do this?" He pulled out a sheet of paper filled with strange writing. It wasn't ordinary paper, it was magic paper, capable of forming contracts or phenomena when written on. "This is a magical oath written on magic paper. Then bet with me." Edmund frowned. "A bet?" He continued calmly, as if explaining something simple. "We'll play soul chess. If I lose, I'll retract everything I said and only supply goods to the kingdom of Adalabit through House Adalek." Edmund double-checked, stunned. "Soul chess? And you're adding a counter-condition only if you win. Then grant me a regular pass to attend the Aslan Symposium." Edmund immediately felt something off. "What?" He listened carefully, trying to stay composed. "Do you think that's reasonable?" Edmund narrowed his eyes. "Of course not. The Aslan Symposium, a public academic forum where noble magical houses gather to present research and exchange knowledge. Only the most prestigious magical families are allowed to attend, and even then, only under strict qualifications. Either you attended the previous year and earned recognition for continued participation, or you must present a paper worthy of being showcased at Aslan itself, or be selected as one of the 12 rising stars of the generation. Since it's a global gathering of top mages, it's used to measure true talent. Simply attending or maintaining attendance at Aslan proves one's status. House Adalek, as a ducal family, has participated for decades, and that prestige is a major pillar of their influence. That's exactly what I'm aiming for." Beck Uziel slipped the paper back into his coat and closed his eyes briefly. "If you don't like it, then forget it." Just as he turned to leave after taking a few steps, a hesitant but firm voice called out, "Wait." Edmund's face fell slightly, almost as if burdened. "You said soul chess?" At that moment, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Beck Uziel's lips. With a sharp, wary glint in his eyes, Edmund finally gave in. "Fine, I'll accept. Tomorrow, same time and place." As he spoke, he carefully observed Beck Uziel's expression, still trying to figure out how the paper had ended up in his coat. A day passed, and the long-awaited moment arrived. The next day, students gathered in unusually large numbers, as if something major was about to unfold. Those who knew spread the word quickly. "Why is the cafe so crowded today? Senior Edmund is playing soul chess against a first-year junior." "Seriously?" Whispers spread through the crowd. Who at Stellar Academy could even challenge Edmund in soul chess? Which fearless junior is it? No one said it directly, but the answer was obvious. It was Beck Uziel. He let out a quiet sigh and looked away. "Do they think I actually like this? I never had any interest in soul chess to begin with." Then his gaze sharpened slightly. "They're here." Edmund Adalek arrived, accompanied by Princess Hong Baiyan and another student carrying equipment. The atmosphere immediately shifted, drawing everyone's attention. Baek Yuziel noticed her presence too. Yes, he had brought Hong Baiyan along. Today, Princess Hong Baiyan seemed especially sharp and tense, even more so because everyone around her kept talking about her. She looked stunning today, but are those two secretly dating? The murmurs spread through the crowd. Hong Baiyan fixed her gaze on Baek Yuziel, as if trying to read him completely. What is this? Why is she staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Unable to hold back her irritation, she crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and took a seat. Meanwhile, another student set down a board patterned with alternating black and white squares. Even now, Hong Baiyan still didn't fully understand him. And just like before, that uncertainty left her uneasy. What exactly is Baek Yuziel thinking? Edmund had learned soul chess at the age of 5 and was known as a prodigy. Across Adalabit, few could rival his skill, even among the elite. So why would he choose Edmund's strongest game of all? It felt almost like Baek Yuziel could see through people's thoughts. Even Hong Baiyan thought so for a moment. Edmund smiled casually at Hong Baiyan, as if everything was under control, then turned back toward the prepared game board with confidence. Honestly, it was surprising that Baek Yuziel demanded entry to Aslan as part of the bet. He placed his hand over the white pieces. But still, this is better. The real game is finally about to begin. I'll make you regret ever standing in front of me. Edmund lifted a piece with a faint, almost unnatural smile twisting his face. Let's begin the game. Let's confirm everything one more time, Edmund said confidently, reinforcing the bet as if sealing his victory already. Once you sign this magic paper, breaking the oath will cost you all your mana. You understand that, right? Baek Yuziel answered without a hint of emotion. Of course. But deep down, he did feel a little guilty about how one-sided this was. After all, I don't even have mana, so breaking the oath won't really affect me anyway. Edmund placed the final piece carefully at the center of the board, locking the opening position into place. Then he leaned back slightly and gestured forward. The setup is complete. You may go first. Baek Yuziel paused for a moment, thinking to himself. He's giving up first move advantage in a match this important? Does he really think that little of me? His hand slipped quietly into his coat. Then it became clear, he's completely underestimating me. Drawing on knowledge he had clung to until the very end of his past life, Baek Yuziel calmly assessed the situation. Good, this actually works in my favor. Now, a brief explanation of soul chess. It is played on an octagonal board. Each player selects 20 pieces out of 200 possible types and places them on the field. Only one piece can be moved per turn. Unlike normal chess, every piece and every tile carries unique attributes and special abilities. Victory is achieved by combining those traits strategically to capture the opponent's king. That is the core objective of the game. Even for someone like me, who has played soul chess for 10 years, it's never easy. Still, PvP matches are far more exciting than this. Baek Yuziel chose the black pieces, his gaze locking firmly onto Edmund across the board. And Edmund Adalek wasn't just a strong player. He was one of the top soul chess prodigies in all of Adalabit, not just at Stella Academy. That confidence had completely clouded Edmund's judgment. I didn't expect him to bet something like Aslan Symposium qualification and still challenge me in soul chess. An arrogant commoner brat. I'll crush you so thoroughly you'll never even think of challenging me again. Baek Yuziel cut off the thought and spoke calmly instead. Then, let's begin. For a brief moment, it felt like the world around them faded away, leaving only the two of them isolated in a sealed space of their own. Edmund studied the opening formation Baek Yuziel had set down. Something about it felt unsettlingly precise. What is this layout? It feels like he's already reading my strategy and breaking it apart. No, this can't be a coincidence. There's no way a commoner could have this level of experience in soul chess. Edmund dismissed the thought and proceeded with his opening. Since he gave me first move, I'll take full advantage of it. With just the opening move, Baek Yuziel managed to surprise even Edmund. Not only did he advance his queen immediately, he drove it straight into Edmund's formation. Edmund lifted a knight-shaped piece, thinking coldly. That kind of reckless move, this might actually mean he's just an idiot. A confident smirk returned to his lips as certainty built in his mind. He placed the white piece firmly onto its designated square. In that moment, the piece flickered with a faint, unusual transformation effect. Then it struck, knocking one of Baek Yuziel's pieces backward instantly. Edmund's leading knight surged forward as he thought victory was already forming. Foolish. You pushed your queen into a sacrificial position from the start. The ability activated, Rapid Running Knight, a unit that can traverse the board at extreme speed. Baek Yuziel stayed calm and focused, while Edmund continued executing each move with absolute confidence and precision. The knight kept advancing relentlessly. Wherever it passed, Baek Yuziel's pieces were swept aside and removed. It didn't slow down at all. At that moment, Edmund couldn't fully hide the excitement he had been suppressing. He covered his face slightly and let out a trembling laugh. As the tremor faded, his true nature surfaced. Unbelievable. I didn't expect you to be this careless. I could finish this before even reaching the next stage of my symphony. This was one of Edmund Adalek's favorite strategies, Flame of Annihilation. Its core relied on 3 rapid running knights working in perfect coordination. Step 1. Use their extreme mobility to destabilize the enemy's formation. Step 2. Deploy 5 fire pawns to establish control and create blazing terrain, a special field that weakens non-fire units while boosting fire-based attacks. Once that setup was complete, Baek Uziel would have no way to recover. But just as Edmund prepared to continue, he suddenly sensed something was wrong in Baek Uziel's movement. It should have gone exactly as planned. Then it appeared. A piece materialized without warning on a black side white square. Edmund realized immediately, a hidden pawn. It carried a special effect, Iron Shackle's Trap, which binds any unit in range for 5 turns. The 3 rapid running knights were instantly caught in red shackles, locked in place mid-formation. Edmund's confidence cracked. Damn it, my knights. Why is the stealth effect still active? It should have ended by now. And that wasn't the end. Another hidden mechanic revealed itself right after. Stealth Pawn, a unit that remains invisible for 3 turns. However, if the queen is captured before the effect ends, its duration is extended by 7 additional turns. A bead of sweat slid down Edmund's face, though a dangerous smile still lingered. That bastard. He deliberately sacrificed his queen just to trigger this effect. He forced his hand steady. It's fine. Even so, the effect only lasts 5 more turns. And now, I activate Blazing Terrain. The white piece placed on a black square ignited the entire board. Blazing Terrain activated, reducing all non-fire units' defense by 30% and boosting fire units' damage by 200%. It was a devastating field effect that required controlling 5 key points. Once complete, it completely shifted battlefield dominance. Edmund looked at Baek Uziel coldly. You're finished next turn. But Baek Uziel remained unnaturally calm. Then, without hesitation, he made his next move. A faint unease rose in Edmund's chest. He watched closely, not blinking. Another stealth pawn, that cunning bastard. But whatever Baek Uziel had done, Edmund failed to immediately recognize it. Then the move resolved, and for a split second, he froze. What? Only then did he realize it. A seemingly ordinary pawn had already seized control of a key point, anchoring itself on a white square in the midst of black territory. By capturing that position during an active enemy field, a reversal effect triggered. The blazing terrain immediately inverted into frozen terrain. Fire vanished, replaced by rising ice pillars. Slowly, Edmund began losing control of the battlefield he thought was already his. With the reversal effect kicking in, ice damage suddenly surged by 200%. The hidden trigger condition had been satisfied, granting him an additional action turn. In just 2 moves, 2 simple pieces, and a single layered setup, 3 nights of preparation and the entire field control were overturned. Edmund tried to steady his nerves, clinging to his earlier arrogance. What the hell? Did he just read through my entire strategy? He narrowed his eyes and stared harder. No, that's impossible. It must have been pure coincidence. But with a single push of his glasses, Edmund slowly came to a terrifying realization. He wasn't playing against a normal opponent. He was already trapped inside the calculations of a true chess monster. His face turned pale, his mouth slightly open as the thought slipped out without control. Coincidence, right? One white knight still remained free, unbound by the trap. Come on, move. Unable to seize control of the situation, Edmund could only grip his trembling hand tightly, another drop of sweat falling as he tried to stay composed. He bit his lip and forced himself to think. I've dealt with opponents like this before. Just survive until my next turn. If I hold on, I can still turn this around. I just need to endure. He swallowed hard, expression tightening as he repeated it to himself. That's all I need. But the small spark of confidence on his face slowly sank, fading into something much darker. I can still win. Instead of confidence, a heavy sense of despair dragged Edmund into a mental space where everything felt isolated and distant. Can I really beat him? Will my turn even come back? Meanwhile, Baek Uziel's pieces moved without hesitation, tightening the pressure as Edmund seemed to shrink within the board itself. He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms as his expression shifted into full seriousness. Even his thoughts began to acknowledge the opponent before him. Edmund wasn't weak. In fact, he was strong, exceptional even in this world. Defeating him in Seoul chess had always been one of the hardest challenges. But over the past 10 years, veterans beyond normal standards had appeared, players who were simply insane in skill. One such veteran, after countless matches with Edmund, had once built a perfect counter-strategy. Now that hidden strategy was no longer just theory, it was stored inside Baek Uziel's glasses, ready to be used at any moment. In other words, he wasn't just playing Seoul chess. He was playing with an entire encyclopedia of answers in his hands. The next black piece was placed carefully onto a black square, its properties different from anything he had seen before. Thunder Bishop activates. A lightning strike ability triggered, dealing 200% extra damage to frozen enemies. When chained, the lightning would spread across linked targets. Beneath the piece, a hidden lightning pattern flickered into view. Yellow lightning energy began to spread, merging and converging across the battlefield like flowing currents of power. The icy blue field was rapidly overwritten, transforming completely into a storm of yellow lightning that consumed everything in its path. Edmund stood frozen in shock, unable to process how quickly everything had turned against him. In a single move, the entire white side collapsed and disappeared. Only black pieces remained standing, while the atmosphere shifted completely into something cold and merciless. Edmund finally admitted the truth through clenched teeth. I lost, Becuzio. His words ended in heavy silence, as if the match itself had swallowed all sound. The board now stood completely dominated by darkness and black pieces alone. Almost immediately afterward, shocked voices erupted from the surrounding students. One student finally gathered the courage to speak up. Wait. A group of 3 students turned in disbelief, causing a small uproar. Are you serious? Did you see that just now? Senior Edmund actually lost? What kind of strategy was that? Was it even real? Edmund sat completely still, not responding to the chaos around him, as if every sound had become distant noise. For the first time, he had faced an opponent who moved with cold precision and absolute logic, stripping away his arrogance and leaving him hollow and silent. And then, another thought he didn't want appeared in his mind. Hong Baiyan standing beside that man, speaking to him. Did I really lose? In soul chess? Even as they walked away, Edmund couldn't accept it. The contract was gone. His qualification for the Aslan Symposium had also slipped out of his hands. His hands trembled as his thoughts tangled further. What do I do now? If my father hears about this, is my life over? The student managing the board noticed Edmund's change in expression while resetting the pieces, carefully watching his reaction. But even as the board was being arranged, Edmund slammed his hand down in frustration. Damn it all. The suppressed anger finally burst out. Because of that outburst, the surrounding students hesitated, unsure whether to intervene or step closer. In the end, they quietly backed away and left the area, avoiding the worsening situation. Soon, the room fell silent again, leaving only Edmund trembling with his face covered. What am I supposed to do now? Just as despair threatened to swallow him completely, a familiar voice broke through the silence and pulled him back. Senior, please look up. Edmund looked up, recognizing Hong Baiyan standing there. She adjusted her posture and spoke calmly, her voice steady. I'll persuade that commoner for you. We'll secure the trading rights, and I'll make him retract everything he said about House Adalek. Edmund froze in disbelief, then relief washed over him. Oh really? Thank you, Hong Baiyan. Thank you so much. How can I ever repay you? He asked quickly. Hong Baiyan interrupted gently but firmly. Repay me? I was born to become a queen. After a brief emotional pause, Edmund was once again reminded of the moment he lost to Becuzio. Hong Baiyan's expression turned sharp and unsettlingly calm, something he hadn't seen in a long time. Taking care of someone who will become my vassal is only natural. Without another word, she turned and walked away. Next, I'll go meet Becuzio. Edmund muttered under his breath, his voice suddenly hollow. Vassal. The moment she disappeared from view, Edmund's suppressed emotions finally shattered into a silent, strained scream that filled the empty space. And so it was reaffirmed. What once looked like a king and vassal relationship had now snapped back into its original hierarchy. With power shifting, everything returned to its natural order, and Hong Baiyan's confident smile erased all lingering doubt. Back to Becuzio. He stood near a phone booth inside Stellar Academy, calmly making a call. Yes, postpone all transactions with the merchant in Adalabit for about a month. He smiled slightly as he continued. For now, we'll only distribute through the royal channels. Is that acceptable? A quick response came back. Of course. Anything you need, we'll handle it. Thank you, teaching assistant. After finishing the call, he hung up, stretched lightly, and took a slow breath of the fresh air, as if finally easing the tension from the match. Finally, it was all settled at last. Everything ended without disaster, which was a relief. Still, the Aslan participation ticket didn't feel all that important to him. So now, what should he actually do next? In any case, the so-called protagonist would end up placed among the 12 rising stars no matter what. While he was lost in those thoughts, a voice suddenly cut through his mind. Commoner. It interrupted his inner monologue so naturally that it pulled him back to reality. Who else would call him that so bluntly, if not Hong Baiyan still nearby? And as expected, she had been hoping he was still around. As she approached, Becuzio casually slipped his hand into his jacket, pulling something out. Ah, perfect timing. You showed up right when I needed you. He lifted a sheet of paper and held it out toward her. It was a new contract. Hong Baiyan's eyes widened in clear surprise, unable to immediately process it. Without hiding anything, he got straight to the point. For 1 month, all distribution of the Altalicia school materials will go exclusively through the Adalabit royal family. How you use that arrangement is entirely up to you. Hong Baiyan carefully read through the contract again and again. As she held the paper tightly, he suddenly spoke in a slightly subdued tone, almost as if he was already preparing to leave. Well then, I'll be going. He turned slightly, ready to leave. But Hong Baiyin quickly spoke up, almost urgently. Wait, I don't want you to go yet. Gathering her courage, she added, this time, I owe you. Her cheeks turned red as her voice softened. Thank you. Seeing her reaction, Baek Yuziel looked a bit awkward and scratched his cheek. Oh yeah? No problem. Honestly, he didn't expect to receive thanks like that. Not good at handling emotions, Hong Baiyin still pressed on, slightly flustered. You said there would be a price. If there is one, tell me now, I'll agree to it. Baek Yuziel blinked, clearly not having thought that far ahead. He rubbed his cheek, looking away. Ah, the price. Truthfully, the price he had in mind was surprisingly simple. He looked directly at Hong Baiyin. What he wanted was obvious, but too embarrassing to say aloud. He wanted her to stay good, not fall into darkness, and for them to somehow reach a happy ending together. But instead of saying it, he swallowed the words and kept them inside. After 30 years of life experience, he chose the most appropriate response for the situation. Then Hong Baiyin waited, unsure what he would say next. The atmosphere turned oddly awkward, like two people stuck between conversation and silence. Rubbing his stomach lightly, Baek Yuziel suddenly smiled. Just treat me to a meal. Hong Baiyin blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected such a simple request at all. After a brief pause, her tense expression softened into a small smile, her cheeks turning faintly red again. All right, then come with me. She turned and led the way, and Baek Yuziel followed her to a new place without hesitation. One thing was certain, he had arrived with her in the car parked nearby. He glanced at the car again, nervously sweating as if unsure what to do with it. In 10 years of experience in this world, he had learned that cash items could appear anywhere, and luxury cars here were no joke. He quickly convinced himself not to get distracted by it. Focus, don't think about the car. Still, a part of him wondered if he should order the most expensive dishes possible since he was with a princess. But reality hit differently. Hong Baiyin led him to a surprisingly simple restaurant. Instead of luxury cuisine, it was a place serving noodles, ordinary, humble food. His mind went completely blank. He just stood there with a confused expression, unable to understand what was happening. In his imagination, he had already pictured a lavish meal, salmon, caviar canapes, and truffle cream dishes. Instead, he was standing in front of a humble noodle shop. When they finally sat down together, the atmosphere felt split in two. One side carried Hong Baiyin's quiet elegance, while the other was just confusion and disbelief. The waiter waited patiently for their order. Even after gaining confidence from earlier events, Hong Baiyin now looked oddly serious. These dishes, I'm not familiar with them. Ah, I found it. She recalled their earlier conversation and what her guard had told her. She thought she had chosen something meaningful based on his past. From what she understood, he didn't care about expensive food. Instead, she believed he valued something tied to memory and sincerity. So she pointed carefully at the menu. One of this, please. It was black bean noodles. But Baek Yuziel raised his hand instead and ordered something completely different. I'll have 3 bowls of jampong and 1 order of sweet and sour pork. Hong Baiyin froze. Huh? He asked innocently, as if nothing was wrong. She quickly shook her head. No, it's not that. She forced herself to rethink everything. Why didn't he order black bean noodles? Wasn't that supposed to be tied to his memories? Then it hit her. Maybe she misunderstood. Maybe black bean noodles weren't a sweet memory of his mother, but something heavier, tied to regret and things left unresolved. Soon, the food arrived. Here's your order. The waiter placed the dishes down. Thank you. Hong Baiyin lowered her head slightly, suddenly feeling guilty. She realized she might have brought him somewhere that carried uncomfortable memories instead of comfort. After a moment, she apologized softly. I'm sorry for choosing this place. Baek Yuziel, unaware of her inner thoughts, simply shrugged. It's fine. He happily continued, waving a hand. Life is full of surprises anyway. Since it's a princess treating me, might as well enjoy it. Oh, could we add more fried dumplings? Meanwhile, news of Edmund Adalek's Seoul chess defeat spread rapidly across the academy. Students who witnessed it couldn't stop talking, and rumors quickly exploded into something much larger. I heard it from an Adalek retainer, someone said. Edmund lost because that commoner helped develop an alchemic magic technique. The story of Baek Yuziel's involvement shocked the entire academy, and even spread beyond it. At the vice principal's office in Tower 1, Akehaden sat with his arms crossed, expression cold. That commoner is becoming more troublesome. He even interfered with Mai Zentiran's plan. A shadowed figure across from him asked quietly, should we handle him quietly? Akehaden immediately refused. No. If a student disappears, the entire academy will collapse into chaos. Still, giving him an Aslan Symposium ticket is irritating, he muttered. But taking it back will be easier than dealing with the Adalek family. Keep watching Baek Yuziel. The conversation shifted. And Mai Zentiran? The figure replied carefully that her dark mana was being suppressed, but unstable. Akehaden frowned. Not yet, the timing is wrong. Raiden, monitor her condition, he ordered. We may need it to distract Eltman Eltwin when necessary. Raiden nodded. Understood. With the order given, Raiden left the office and headed toward the nearly empty faculty building. Inside the dim lab, the lights barely flickered. Broken glass tubes and dismantled equipment littered the room, leaving only a few intact documents behind. Standing in the middle of it all, Raiden clenched his fist, staring at the dark residue on the floor. A heavy, corrupted aura lingered as anger quietly boiled inside him. Since this is a mission, the most critical matters need to be handled first, with priorities clearly set before anything else. Standing right in front of him was the grotesquely transformed form of Professor Manhwa. Watching the situation spiral out of control, Raiden struggled to steady himself, a grim thought crossing his mind. This situation had become far more serious than expected. With bloodshot eyes and a strained, rasping voice, Manhwa spoke. "Did you come all this way just to tell me to wait again? If I keep enduring, if I just hold on, can I ever return to where I once stood?" Raiden kept his expression calm, but inside, disdain surged. How absurd. After a lifetime of taking what wasn't hers, she still clung to the illusion of reclaiming a place she never truly deserved. Even so, he chose to show a sliver of mercy. "You're no longer of any use. Once the plagiarism investigation begins, you'll lose everything. Your position, your title, your place here." Panic flickered across Manhwa's face as clarity briefly returned. Lifting her chin with forced arrogance, she demanded, "Then why did Akihiden leave me here?" Raiden's reply was cold and final. "Because you're already fully corrupted. That makes you useful, just in a different way. That's the only reason you're still here." Manhwa's body trembled as her control began to slip away. A twisted laugh escaped her lips. "So that's it, you're trying to push me over the edge, drive me insane? You bastard." As her expression warped and she bared her teeth, ready to lash out, Raiden cut in sharply. "Then leave." She froze, disbelief flashing across her face. "What did you just say?" Something dark blue rolled softly across the carpet toward her. Without looking back, Raiden turned away. "Our people are hiding there. If you manage to survive long enough to find them, break that crystal. It'll release magic that suppresses your corruption, at least for a while." Raiden had already reached the stairs when Manhwa's voice stopped him. "Why are you letting me live?" He didn't bother turning around. "Because I don't want to watch one of my own die like that." Once Raiden was completely gone, Manhwa slowly forced herself upright, her unsteady steps carrying her toward the crystal lying nearby. Without hesitation, she picked up the orb and began walking, her path aimless until she stopped beside a table displaying the Academy's annual plan, her gaze drawn to it. More specifically, her attention lingered on the notes she herself had once written there. But as her focus narrowed onto a particular entry, dark magic surged uncontrollably from within her, compressing years of resentment and hatred into something volatile. Shadowy claws formed around her hands, growing sharper and more defined as her mind twisted further. Her voice dropped into something colder. "How dare you? Do you really think I'd just walk away after being reduced to this, without doing anything? I'll rip everything apart, piece by piece." What she tore to shreds in that moment was the familiar pact document, the agreement she once held on to. Time passed swiftly. Today marked the day Stellar Academy's students would leave for their first field trip to the cradle of the sacred tree, where the familiar pact ceremony would take place. Massive transport vessels began departing along a newly opened route. Inside one of the rooms, Acel sat with several classmates, casually enjoying a meal together. Across from Acel, a few students exchanged knowing looks before bringing up Uziel. "Remember how the seniors used to pick on him nonstop? Now no one even dares go near him." Another chimed in. "Yeah, I heard he's actually the co-developer of that alchemic magic technique." After that rumor spread, some seniors even went out of their way to apologize. The group turned toward Acel, nudging her playfully. "Acel, you knew about that, right?" Holding a pastry, she answered casually, "No, I didn't." They kept going. "So it really is about Uziel, huh?" Acel took a small bite, her thoughts drifting. "I do think about him sometimes, though maybe it's just my imagination. Lately, it feels like he's getting farther and farther away from me." A faint loneliness crept into her voice, but the others quickly brushed it off with teasing smiles. "Honestly, I thought you two were kind of close." Before she could even finish chewing, Acel suddenly spat out the bite in surprise. Seeing her reaction, the others leaned in with concern. "Acel, are you okay?" "Water here." As she reached for it, someone added, "These days, he seems pretty close to Princess Hongbayan. But really, would a princess fall for a commoner?" Acel took a sip of water, listening quietly. Another voice joined in. "Still, the way the princess looks at Uziel lately, it's definitely not normal." That comment made Acel cough again, more forcefully this time. As she tried to calm herself, Flame, sitting nearby, had already noticed her unusual reaction. Acel had become the center of attention among her classmates, all eyes subtly on her. Flame paused for a moment, clearly lost in thought, before deciding to head off somewhere else. Even as she moved, a lingering sense of concern refused to leave her mind. Acel seemed unusually at ease with her friends. Normally, by now, she would have been alone, or arguing with Hong Baiyan as usual. Something had shifted, quietly, in a place Flame couldn't quite see. Could all of this really be because of Baek Yuziel? Just as the thought crossed her mind, he suddenly appeared. Hey, I've been looking for you. Can you do me a favor? Startled by his sudden appearance, Flame jumped slightly. Hey, you scared me. Who shows up like that? Still a bit flustered, she asked. What do you need? He pulled something out, his expression oddly blank. Pick a flower from here. A hambaram flower, a windflower. Flame blinked, then frowned. The kind that always faces one direction? What do you think I am, a vending machine? Even as she complained, her hand instinctively reached toward the small box of soil he was holding out. After a brief pause, her magic activated, a soft jade glow illuminating a single point in the soil. Moments later, a delicate white flower with 5 shimmering petals bloomed gently from the spot. Baek Yuziel's eyes curved into a satisfied smile as he took it. Thanks. Flame crossed her arms, narrowing her gaze. Something's definitely off with you. What are you planning to use that for? As soon as she said it, a vague realization flickered in her mind. Her expression sharpened as she asked directly. Don't tell me. You're planning to go down to the 4th level? Baek Yuziel looked slightly surprised she figured it out so quickly. Of course I am. Why else would I need this? Flame hesitated, then added quietly. Just watch yourself. Or this time too. He tilted his head, clearly confused by what she meant. Realizing she'd said too much, Flame quickly looked away. It's nothing. Forget it. But she was caught off guard when Baek Yuziel suddenly asked, What about you? Are you okay? Her face heated up instantly. What kind of question is that? She muttered, watching as he casually tucked the flower into his bag. He smiled faintly. You just seemed a bit down after the Persona Gate training. She turned away. I'm fine. You're way too nosy. Her cheeks flushed deeper despite herself. And even if I wasn't, don't expect me to thank you for worrying. Baek Yuziel simply looked back at her with a soft, knowing smile. From the shadows in the distance, someone quietly watched the entire exchange. Looks like he's grateful to me, a voice murmured. I told you it's not like that. You're really terrible at being honest, you know. She frowned slightly, then added, Hey, give me back my flower. At that same moment, near Minnan Tower, 2 figures dressed in uniforms resembling the 13th Legion stood watching the distant lights. News had just spread about Mai Zentiran, once part of Stella, now gone without a trace. Starting today, the first-year research majors were officially beginning their field activities. Minnan Tower, 13th Legion, Commander Kane reporting. A voice rang out. Special operations related to dark magic will be carried out in that area. Mai Zentiran may also be involved, so stay alert. As the report concluded, the isolated transmission space dissolved, and both figures returned to the boundless plane. Additional information followed, blink-based spatial displacement. It was a unique technique used by Minnan Tower, allowing instant travel across vast distances, a level of magic only top-tier masters could handle. Even so, the two moved without any dramatic display, setting out quietly. Standing beside the commander was Vice Captain Hazen Macaron, already complaining. Seriously, why is the Tower Master so obsessed with Stella Academy? Kane's expression stiffened at the remark, his tone turning sharp. The Tower Master possesses prophetic abilities. Stop talking nonsense and follow me. Hazen clicked her tongue, clearly irritated. Yeah, prophecies. More than half of them end up wrong anyway. Kane didn't budge. That's only because we deal with the problem before those disasters can happen, or something else prevents them before we arrive. Hazen let out a small sigh, conjuring a faint glow of light magic in her hand. Still, you're way too fixated on the Tower Master. Those words seem to bother you more than you admit. Not wanting to waste any more time, Kane cut the conversation short. Enough. Move. Instantly, linked magic circles formed beneath their feet, and in the next moment, both of them vanished without a trace. Back to the main matter, Stella Academy was known for having far more field trips than expected. Over time, they had established blink gates in more than 20 locations to support travel. One of the most notable destinations was the cradle of the sacred tree, where cloud flowers were also cultivated. This time, homeroom teacher Lee Hanwall gathered the students in a wide, open area, his voice firm yet calm. Listen carefully. After attending the World Tree's birthday celebration, the familiar contract ceremony will begin tomorrow. Until then, make yourselves comfortable and use your time wisely. The 12 students answered together. Yes, sir. With no strict schedule holding them back, the students quickly split off, each heading in their own direction. Among them, Flame drew attention as she quietly scanned the surroundings, clearly searching for someone. As she looked up at the dense canopy of trees overhead, the tension in her shoulders eased, and a small smile appeared. Being surrounded by nature seemed to calm her in a way nothing else could. Then, as her gaze shifted, she finally spotted what she had been looking for. There was no mistaking it. Her eyes had landed on Baek Yuziel. Flame kept watching Baek Yuziel from a distance, but he didn't notice her presence at all. That simple fact left her feeling strangely deflated. Even so, she made no move to approach him, instead watching his figure gradually grow smaller as he walked away. Is he wandering around by himself? She wondered quietly. Lost in her thoughts, Flame failed to notice someone approaching. A bright, polished smile appeared beside her. Hello, Flame. It was Jeremy Scalvin. Her expression immediately tightened, irritation flashing across her face without hesitation. Without even sparing him a glance, she stepped past him, clearly unwilling to engage. Jeremy, however, maintained that same composed smile, even after being ignored. Just as Flame was about to leave completely, Jeremy spoke again, stopping her in her tracks. Won't you show me that expression again? Confused and annoyed, Flame turned back slightly. What are you even talking about? Jeremy took a step closer, closing the distance bit by bit. If you have time, would you walk with me for a while? Flame didn't move. I don't, she replied flatly. A brief silence followed, but Jeremy's expression shifted, something darker surfacing beneath the charm, like a predator denied what it wanted. Why don't you reconsider? He said again, more firmly this time. Flame froze for a moment, stunned. Seeing that look on his face made everything click in her mind. This guy, he's dangerous. But Jeremy clearly wasn't planning to stop there, and Flame found herself unsure how to respond. At that critical moment, someone stepped forward, placing himself between them. Flame's eyes widened in surprise. It was Hei Wonriang. He had stepped in without hesitation. Your Highness, that's enough. His voice remained calm, but firm. Do you realize how rude and coercive your behavior just now was? Jeremy let out a mocking laugh. Oh, of course I do. When Jeremy smiled like that, most people instinctively backed away. But Hei Wonriang stood his ground, unshaken. As the two locked eyes, tension thickened in the air. Standing between them, Flame could only sweat nervously. What is going on here? Something subtle shifted in Jeremy's expression, as if a new thought, or plan, had just taken shape. Then, just as suddenly, he relaxed, turning away with a casual wave. Seems like your friend misunderstood something. I'll leave it at that for today. See you next time. With that, Jeremy walked off completely, leaving the two of them behind. Even though the situation had ended without escalation, Flame couldn't shake the unease lingering in her chest. She turned on Hei Wonriang immediately, her tone sharp with frustration. Hey, what were you thinking? Do you have any idea what it means to stand against Jeremy? You think making an enemy of the Scalvin royal family is a good idea? Hei Wonriang didn't flinch. Flame, you're the one who should be careful. The prince is extremely dangerous. When he wants something, he won't hesitate to do whatever it takes to get it. And right now, you've become exactly what he wants. Flame knew that better than anyone, which only made her hesitate more as she weighed her next move. But then, something Hei Wonriang said next caught her completely off guard. Or do you actually trust him? Flame blinked in disbelief. Those words coming from Hei Wonriang felt completely out of place. She immediately turned back toward him. Who are you talking about? Hei Wonriang froze for a moment, then quickly turned away, as if trying to escape the conversation. Sorry, I misspoke. Flame stared at him, confusion and suspicion mixing together. What? Hey, who are you talking about? She pressed again. But Hei Wonriang suddenly felt something strange. His body wasn't responding the way it should. He raised a hand to his forehead, dropping to one knee as a sharp pain surged through him. Alarmed, Flame rushed forward. Hei Wonriang. She moved closer, worry clear in her voice. Are you okay? But he quickly lifted his hand to stop her from coming any closer. The headache intensified, yet he forced himself to stand. I'm fine, he said, already turning away. Flame frowned. There was no way she could believe that. As he walked off in the same direction Baek Uziel had gone earlier, Flame reached out instinctively. Wait. Hei Wonriang muttered under his breath, his voice tense and unstable, as if trying to convince himself more than anyone else. This can't be allowed to happen. After he disappeared from the area, Flame was left standing there completely confused, unable to understand what had just unfolded in front of her. A heavy sense of unease crept back into Hei Wonriang's already fragile state of mind. Something felt deeply wrong. Forcing himself to move, he turned away, trying to escape the feeling. Hei Wonriang slipped into a narrow alley where almost no one passed by and leaned against the cold wall. Breathing unevenly, he tried to gather his thoughts again and analyze what was happening to him. His vision wavered and blurred at the edges. Damn it, he muttered. At this rate, how am I supposed to complete the familiar contract ritual? Just as his confusion peaked, a familiar voice echoed from the shadows. Oh, look who we have here. Though he had only heard it a few times before, Hei Wonriang instantly recognized the tone. Slowly turning his head, he confirmed the identity, Professor Mai Zentiran. Half his face hidden beneath a dark cloak, the professor stepped out of the shadows with unsettling calm. Mai Zentiran tilted his head slightly and spoke as if he had been searching for this moment. I've been wondering where my seed went. He smiled faintly, almost satisfied. So it was hiding right here. Perfect. I didn't expect the corruption to spread this far. Hei Wonriang's eyes widened. Professor, what are you talking about? Dark magic slowly extended from the professor's hand, thick and suffocating, as the situation escalated in an instant. The danger in the air spiked sharply. Don't resist, Mai Zen said coldly. From this moment on, you will become my subordinate. Do you understand the situation you're in? Hey Wenriang. Hey Wenriang struggled to stay conscious, forcing his body to obey him. Don't come any closer, he groaned, as his vision began to sink into darkness. Fragments of memory surfaced in his fading consciousness, moments of standing beside Flame, talking with her, simple scenes that kept replaying like broken echoes. Those memories slowly dissolved, swallowed by darkness, until only one image remained, Flame waving goodbye, fading gently into the distance. In the land of the elves, a grand and elegant castle stood hidden deep within lush, poetic forests filled with natural beauty and sacred energy. Inside the castle, an aide approached a massive door and knocked carefully, preparing to deliver an urgent report to the king. It was Arinya, the king's aide. Your Majesty, he said respectfully. If you do not appear at this year's natal festival, the Council of Elders will use it as an excuse to stir trouble. Within the room, Elf King Flower Siren leaned quietly near the door, listening. Orinya continued anxiously. They will likely try to seize control of access to the sacred grove. Flower Siren, the Elf King with long white hair and sharp golden eyes, frowned slightly. Even as a ruler, a quiet heaviness pressed on her shoulders. I understand. I will go soon, she replied calmly. You may leave now. Orinya bowed and withdrew. Left alone, Flower Siren's expression loosened slightly, revealing quiet exhaustion and a hint of melancholy she rarely showed. She walked slowly through the quiet hall, wondering to herself when the last time was that she had truly felt free without responsibilities weighing her down. After a long pause, she lifted her hands slightly, preparing herself for what needed to be done next. Dressed in a white hooded cloak and mask, Flower Siren concealed her identity completely. Looking into the mirror, she reminded herself softly, this disguise will only last 1 hour. Even so, determination burned quietly in her eyes. 1 hour was enough. She would make it count. After disguising herself, Flower Siren and her escorting knights entered the sacred forest. She silently prayed that everything would remain peaceful today. She stepped into a field filled with pure white flowers, the atmosphere calm and almost unreal, as if time itself had slowed. All around her, elves lowered their heads in prayer, the entire ceremony filled with solemn devotion and quiet reverence. One by one, everyone continued the sacred rites of the World Tree Festival, their movements careful and respectful. By tradition, Flower Siren stood among the blooming white flowers, her presence blending naturally with the sacred scenery. She then crossed a wooden bridge, moving deeper into the ceremonial grounds where the ritual would continue. Ahead lay a magnificent waterfall, the most sacred point of the entire forest, where the ceremony would reach its peak. The ritual was nearing completion. Flower Siren quietly thought that if she could just finish the prayer and return safely, that would be enough. But suddenly, she stopped. A faint sense of something wrong brushed against her instincts. A dark, almost imperceptible energy lingered in the air. Someone carrying forbidden magic had entered this holy place. Flower Siren's golden eyes sharpened instantly. She understood immediately. There was a dark mage infiltrating the sacred grounds. She glanced toward her knights, including Arinya, but none of them seemed to notice anything unusual at all. Realizing she was the only one who could sense it, she clenched her hands. By royal law, the Elf King must remain silent during the ceremony, but she could not ignore this intrusion. Flower Siren tightened her grip, her expression firm and resolved. There's no other choice. I'll handle this myself, she decided quietly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Flame was running through the area in a hurry, searching for something important. Breathing hard, she thought, I followed He Wenriang because something fell off, but... Flame looked around anxiously. Where did he go so fast? Then she finally spotted him. He Wenriang stood motionless in a dark corner, completely still. Flame froze the moment she saw him. A dense, dark aura surrounded his body, and his eyes were obscured. He Wenriang, she whispered in shock. She immediately felt it, the overwhelming, terrifying surge of dark energy pouring from him. No way, don't tell me. As he slowly raised his head, Flame saw it clearly. His eyes had turned completely black. A dark mage. But Flame quickly steadied herself. His corruption wasn't complete yet. If I act now, I can still bring him back. She stepped forward gently and spoke in a calm, steady voice. Calm down, He Wenriang. These feelings you're having, they're not really yours. Flame continued, trying to reach him with her words. You hate losing more than anyone. Don't let the darkness take that away from you. But He Wenriang remained silent. He Wenriang slowly took a step closer to Flame without giving any reply. His movements were quiet, but there was something unsettling in the way he approached. He came too close enough that his presence pressed into her space. His face was completely blank, almost inhuman, which made the air feel heavier. Flame felt a wave of fear hit her instantly, cold sweat forming as she struggled to stay calm in front of him. He Wenriang's empty eyes stayed locked on her, showing no emotion at all, as if he was looking at something far away rather than a person. He suddenly spoke in a cold, flat voice, asking why she was avoiding him. Flame panicked at the question and couldn't find the right words to respond. She froze completely, eyes widened in fear and confusion, unable to understand what he wanted from her. Sensing something shifting in the air, Hei Wonriang stepped back slightly. Flame quickly shouted that she would wait, trying to stop the situation from getting worse. Lost in chaotic thoughts, Hei Wonriang wondered if she hated him or if he had become unreliable, the doubt eating at his mind. Flame waved her hands in panic, trying to explain that it wasn't true, but before she could finish, a surge of dark magic suddenly exploded and cut her off. She had no time to react and could only stare in shock as thick, violent dark energy rushed through the air in front of her. A massive burst of dark power detonated across the space, shaking the surroundings with overwhelming force. Flame quickly raised her arms to shield herself, bracing against the sudden impact of the attack. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, Flame stood stunned, unable to believe that the person she knew might have just attacked her. While she was still confused, another student suddenly appeared. Flame called out in surprise, recognizing Ma Yuziang. Ma Yuziang rushed over immediately and asked if she was all right, checking her condition with visible concern. Flame explained that it was the dark lightning attack just now, but Ma Yuziang brushed it off lightly with a small smile and told her to forget it for now. Then his expression turned serious as he looked at Hei Wonriang, who was wrapped in dark energy, and asked Flame why she didn't fight back when she was almost killed. Flame answered that she tried to talk it through instead. Ma Yuziang repeated in surprise, asking if she really tried to solve it with words. He couldn't fully understand her approach, but he stayed silent, still processing what she had said. Flame drifted into her thoughts, remembering how in the original story, Azel could purify even dark mages just by speaking to them. That figure was known as the Penitent Saint, and Flame once believed she might be able to do something similar. She had hoped she could bring Hei Wonriang back the same way, but reality felt far more cruel than she expected. A heavy sense of despair rose in her as she thought maybe her power was not enough to save anyone, especially when memories of Jackie's death came back to her. Ma Yuziang interrupted her thoughts, telling her that whatever her plan was, she needed to start by fighting first. Looking at her with steady, trusting eyes, he asked if she could do it, and those words pulled Flame back from her hesitation. The despair on Flame's face disappeared, replaced by determination as she loudly declared that she could, summoning her magic staff once again. Her eyes burned with resolve as she swore that she would not let anyone die like Jackie ever again. Lifting her staff high, Flame gathered all her strength and shouted that she would definitely save Hei Wonriang. Flame and Ma Yuziang stood side by side in the academy garden, both preparing themselves for the coming battle. In front of them, Hei Wonriang continued to release a dangerous aura of dark energy from his hand, still unstable and hostile. Without hesitation, Ma Yuziang began channeling his power, green lightning crackling along his weapon as he prepared to strike. At the same time, Flame steadied herself and slammed her staff into the ground, ready to support him with her magic. Ma Yuziang moved first, leaping high into the air above Hei Wonriang with sharp precision. He unleashed a powerful technique, pouring a massive amount of thunder mana into his weapon as he prepared to strike. From above, the skill Earth Whip activated, and countless vine-like energy whips shot down toward Hei Wonriang. But Hei Wonriang only looked up calmly, showing no fear at all despite the incoming attack. A huge explosion erupted when Ma Yuziang's attack hit the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Hei Wonriang quickly evaded and jumped into the air to counterattack, surprising Ma Yuziang with his sudden speed. He released a dark art strike, sending sharp waves of shadow energy flying straight toward Ma Yuziang. Without stopping, Hei Wonriang rushed forward again, his reckless follow-up attack catching Ma Yuziang off guard. Seeing her teammate in danger, Flame stepped in quickly, her eyes glowing gold as she began casting a support spell. She cast Binding Light, sending a blazing beam that wrapped tightly around Hei Wonriang and restricted his movements. Hei Wonriang was held in place, creating the perfect opening for Ma Yuziang to finish the attack. Flame focused hard, maintaining the spell with full concentration, her expression firm and determined. While Hei Wonriang was restrained, Ma Yuziang rushed in from behind, preparing a powerful fire-based strike. His fist ignited in flames, his face full of focus and resolve as he closed in. He landed a devastating fire punch that sent Hei Wonriang flying backward through the air. After the combined attack, Ma Yuziang and Flame stood together as the smoke slowly faded around them. Hei Wonriang collapsed onto the ground, seemingly defeated and no longer moving. Flame let out a relieved breath, thinking it was finally over, but Ma Yuziang suddenly said in a cold tone that the fight was still not finished. Flame jolted in shock, completely caught off guard. She turned back instinctively, trying to ask, "What do you mean?" But the words died in her throat before she could finish. Her eyes widened as they locked onto something horrifying, her mind struggling to process the scene unfolding in front of her. From the body of the recently defeated He Wonryang, a thick swirl of black aura rose up. In moments, it twisted his form into something inhuman, horns sprouting out, bluish-white hair spreading as he became a demonic entity. Flame froze completely, her voice breaking as she cried out his name in terror. He Wonryang. Flame instantly understood how dangerous the situation had become. He Wonryang's corruption was accelerating fast. She quickly warned Ma Yuxiang of the danger and urged him to pull back immediately. Without any hesitation, the demonic He Wonryang lunged at Ma Yuxiang. His bluish-white hair whipped violently as sharp horns and razor-like claws slashed forward, aiming straight for his head. Ma Yuxiang's eyes widened in pure shock at the unbelievable speed. He barely had time to react as the attack closed in. In the next instant, He Wonryang hurled him away with brutal force. Ma Yuxiang's body smashed into the ground behind him, triggering a massive explosion on impact. Panic surged through Flame as she screamed Ma Yuxiang's name at the top of her lungs, her voice breaking in desperation. She stood frozen in place, sweat pouring down her face, utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying speed and power of her corrupted ally. The demonic He Wonryang was now right in front of her. His towering shadow completely swallowed the small figure of Flame. Flame trembled as she forced out his name again, unable to accept what she was seeing. He Wonryang. For a brief moment, something flickered in his eyes, a fragment of He Wonryang's consciousness fighting desperately against the corruption. Suddenly, a familiar figure burst into the scene. Ma Yuxiang, flames gathering in his hand as he charged straight back into the fight. With everything he had, Ma Yuxiang unleashed a full-force fiery punch directly at He Wonryang. The punch landed cleanly, erupting into a massive explosion of fire right on impact. Both Flame and Ma Yuxiang were momentarily stunned, unable to believe what they had just seen. For a split second, they thought the attack might have actually worked. But it didn't. He Wonryang remained completely unharmed, slowly turning his head with cold contempt. Not even a scratch. His overwhelming power made the attack meaningless, leaving Ma Yuxiang shaken. In an instant, Ma Yuxiang cried out in pain as He Wonryang's grip tightened, completely overwhelming and immobilizing him. He Wonryang grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground with ease. Flame could only watch, helpless and frozen. Flame fell into despair. She realized painfully that, with her current strength, she couldn't stop He Wonryang, and at this rate, Ma Yuxiang would be killed. Her mind raced frantically for a solution, but He Wonryang only grew more enraged. His grip tightened as he called out Ma Yuxiang's name with a twisted fury. Ma Yuxiang was squeezed so tightly that he couldn't even let out a sound of pain. Inside He Wonryang's mind, a dark voice screamed in excitement. I can win. That desire twisted deeper. His obsession with defeating Ma Yuxiang was being used as the entry point for full corruption, slowly taking over his body. The demon within him roared in satisfaction. Finally I can defeat Ma Yuxiang. Before his consciousness faded, Ma Yuxiang muttered weakly, well, this is not good. That unexpected calm remark made He Wonryang pause for a moment. He tilted his head in surprise. What? Flame immediately noticed that brief hesitation. Her eyes sharpened. This was the opening Ma Yuxiang had deliberately created. She quickly tightened her grip on her staff, hope flickering in her chest. If it's now, maybe I can. But as if sensing her intent, Ma Yuxiang raised a hand slightly, silently signaling her to stop. Flame hesitated, confused by his gesture, unable to understand what he was trying to do. Then Ma Yuxiang looked straight at He Wonryang with cold disdain. I thought you were the only one living in a world like mine, so this is all you've got. He continued sharply. I'm disappointed in you, He Wonryang. Those words made something inside He Wonryang begin to shake. His mind wavered slightly as doubt crept in. What was my goal again? He flinched, forcing himself to think. I must defeat Ma Yuxiang. The scene shifted suddenly, to the spring of their first year in the secondary division. A 14-year-old He Wonryang stood there, cold-eyed and arrogant, already carrying himself like someone destined for the top. And beside him was Ma Yuxiang, also 14. A black-haired, red-eyed boy who had just taken the top rank from He Wonryang. Unable to accept it, He Wonryang immediately walked up to him and issued a direct challenge without hesitation. Ma Yuxiang looked genuinely surprised by the sudden confrontation, clearly not expecting it at all. He pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Are you talking to me? Why are you suddenly asking for a one-on-one duel? With unwavering determination, He Wonryang declared, I cannot accept you being above me. We will settle the ranking properly. Ma Yuxiang still looked confused, as if he couldn't understand why ranking meant so much to him. But instead of refusing, a playful grin slowly formed on Ma Yuxiang's face. Fine, let's do it. He agreed easily, and the two of them headed out toward the arena. Ma Yuxiang looked relaxed, spinning his magic staff lightly as he muttered, a magic duel, huh? He tightened his grip on the staff, the atmosphere shifting as both prepared for the match. With complete confidence, Ma Yuxiang even allowed He Wonryang to make the first move. Hei Wenriang clicked his tongue in annoyance. Look at that stance. In his mind, doubt deepened. Is this guy really a genius? He couldn't understand how someone so careless could ever stand above him. Hei Wenriang was the heir to the Full Moon Tower. From the moment he learned to read, he immersed himself in magic, pushing his limits every single day with one goal in mind, to become the strongest magic warrior alive. Yet when the new student rankings were revealed, Ma Yuxiang stood at the very top, and Hei Wenriang was placed second. Hei Wenriang froze where he stood, staring blankly at the results as if they were a mistake. Second, the name Ma Yuxiang struck him like a bolt of lightning, shaking his very core. As other students eagerly called Ma Yuxiang over to join them, laughing and chatting, Hei Wenriang could only watch from a distance. A bitter frustration quietly filled his chest. Ma Yuxiang responded casually to his friends, completely at ease, while Hei Wenriang observed in silence, thinking to himself, so that's Ma Yuxiang. But the longer he watched, the more disappointed Hei Wenriang became. This was the person who stood above him? He spent his time reading odd, unrelated books, showing little interest in formal study, and carried himself with a lazy, almost careless attitude every single day. Hei Wenriang couldn't accept it. Someone like that, better than him? No. He clenched his teeth and swore to prove that his own relentless effort meant something. But the outcome was brutal. With a sharp crack, his staff shattered mid-duel, the broken pieces scattering across the grass. Hei Wenriang stood motionless in the arena, unable to process what had just happened. He had been utterly defeated by the very person he had looked down on. Sweat dripped down his face as shock overtook him. He simply couldn't accept the result before his eyes. Did I really lose to him? He looked toward Ma Yuxiang, who stood there calmly, staff in hand, completely unharmed. Ma Yuxiang only gave him a brief, indifferent glance, as if the victory held no real weight to him at all. In stark contrast to Hei Wenriang's disbelief, Ma Yuxiang scratched his head with an almost innocent expression. Huh, I won. One-on-one magic duels are actually pretty fun. That casual attitude cut deeper than any insult, making Hei Wenriang's fists tremble with anger. Ma Yuxiang even stepped closer, lightly patting his shoulder with a bright smile. That was fun, thanks to you. Let's duel again sometime. Humiliated by those words, Hei Wenriang could only lower his gaze, silent, staring at the ground as his pride crumbled. His hands clenched tightly, his body trembling. Why did I lose? Alone in the wrecked arena, Hei Wenriang sank into despair. He couldn't understand how he lost to someone who didn't even seem to try. Is this what they call a genius? Then, slowly, he picked up his broken staff. A flicker of resolve returned to his eyes. No, it just means I haven't trained enough yet. If I push myself harder, I can win. From that moment on, Hei Wenriang threw himself into training like a man possessed, pushing his body to the brink of collapse again and again. But no matter how much effort he poured in, the result remained unchanged. Once again, he fell to Ma Yuxiang. The more he fought, the more he lost. It made no sense. Even after carefully analyzing all of Ma Yuxiang's magic, the gap between them felt impossibly wide. Still, he kept challenging him, unable to accept the truth. After yet another defeat, Ma Yuxiang extended his hand toward him, offering to help him up. With that same bright, carefree smile, he said, that was even more fun than last time. Let's do it again sometime. Hei Wenriang stared at the outstretched hand, his emotions tangled, humiliation, anger, and a burning desire for revenge flickering in his eyes. After a brief hesitation, he finally reached out and grasped Ma Yuxiang's hand. Next time, I'll definitely win, Hei Wenriang declared firmly. Ma Yuxiang simply laughed. Haha, I'll be waiting for that. Though he admitted Ma Yuxiang was a genius, Hei Wenriang refused to give up. To prove the value of his own effort, he vowed that one day, he would defeat him. And now, the scene shifts back to the present. Consumed by darkness, Hei Wenriang had his hand wrapped tightly around Ma Yuxiang's throat. This time, I can win, right? I thought so. Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang grabbed his wrist, stopping him, and sneered. Is that all? Getting drunk on dark magic and losing yourself like this? I'm disappointed in you, Hei Wenriang. Hei Wenriang roared, his mind clouded by madness. I trained for this, just to stand against you. Ma Yuxiang only smirked coldly. Training, you say? Do you remember? Ma Yuxiang's voice softened slightly as he recalled a past moment, the fierce clash they once had during a dungeon training session. Back then, the two of them had fought as equals, true rivals standing on the same level. Ma Yuxiang admitted, that fight really surprised me. I realized I was more competitive than I thought. After that, I actually started training seriously, for the first time. I kept waiting for you to challenge me again. Then his tone turned sharp again. You've never beaten me even once. So this is your chance. Go on, kill me. Hei Wenriang's blood-red eyes flickered with hesitation. Would he really take that offer, and claim the victory he had chased for so long? Ma Yuxiang curled his lips into a fierce grin, tapping his chin. Use that power. Drive it straight through my heart, and enjoy your win. And then, regret it, because this will be our last match. His words left He Wenriang momentarily stunned. For a brief moment, the dark glow in He Wenriang's eyes faded. The red disappeared, replaced once more by his original gray. He had regained himself. Flame watched the two of them closely, her heart tightening with tension. Ma Yuxiang held his gaze steady, quietly watching his friend return to his senses. Slowly, the hand gripping Ma Yuxiang's throat began to loosen. I won't kill you, He Wenriang declared firmly. Winning like that would mean everything I've worked for was meaningless. Flame felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank God, He Wenriang is coming back to himself. She believed she could still save him, but in that instant, a powerful surge of green magic suddenly erupted, striking all three of them at once. He Wenriang cried out in pain as the force slammed into him. Ma Yuxiang wasn't spared either. Both of them were blasted away simultaneously by the overwhelming impact. Even Flame was caught in the blast. Staggering, she tried to make sense of it. What is this power? A soft, almost amused voice echoed through the light. Oh my! From within the glow, a mysterious figure began to emerge. The sound of approaching footsteps followed. A woman, dressed in elegant attire, slowly stepped forward into view. Golden earrings shimmered softly, catching the light as the mysterious woman stepped forward, their glow adding to her quiet but commanding presence. A tall woman with reddish-brown hair came into view, wearing glasses and holding a long spear with ease. A voice suddenly called out toward her, questioning, "You're my Zentiran, aren't you?" At the same time, Hazen Macaron lightly gripped her wand, standing calmly. An invisible force spread from her, pressing down heavily on the surroundings. The sheer pressure locked Flame in place, forcing her body to sink to her knees without resistance. Frowning slightly, Flame narrowed her eyes, trying to steady herself. Through the haze, she began to recognize the figure before her. Wait, I've seen this character before, in the original story. At last, the woman's identity became clear. She was Hazen Macaron, vice captain of the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps, and that realization carried serious implications. Just then, another set of footsteps approached from behind. Hazen turned her head, speaking in her usual absent-minded tone, sounding slightly irritated. So in the end, the prophecy turned out completely wrong, didn't it? Behind her, the captain moved forward, his cold grip tightening as he walked with steady steps. His expression remained unchanged, but his voice cut through sharply. Kane spoke. Enough nonsense, Hazen. This was Kane, the captain of the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps. With long black hair and piercing eyes, he gave off an overwhelming aura of precision and authority. Flame immediately recognized him and felt the tension spike. Kane's gaze dropped toward Ma Yuxiang and the corrupted He Wenriang, both on the ground. From the look of it, one of them was clearly the squad's target. Without wasting a word, Kane silently activated a talisman, scanning for traces of a distinct dark fluctuation in the air. Hazen's gravity field held everything perfectly in place, limiting movement without visible effort. Kane observed calmly, noting how real the faint waves of dark energy felt. Impressive. Hazen nodded slightly. Indeed. So what's your decision? Once the target was confirmed, Kane didn't hesitate for even a second. His grip tightened around his weapon as blue mana began to gather and surge. He gave no room for delay. With cold efficiency, Kane issued the order for immediate execution, his aim locked onto the darkened He Wenriang. He Wenriang, who had only just regained a bit of clarity, now found himself trapped again, alongside Ma Yuxiang and Flame. All three were caught off guard by the sheer decisiveness of the situation. Hazen seemed slightly dissatisfied with how quickly Kane moved. She believed they should observe a little longer, but Kane immediately cut her off, insisting that letting this entity grow any further would only lead to disaster. Kane reaffirmed his stance without hesitation. Eliminating the target now was the correct course. Those tainted by dark magic, once corrupted, would always remain at risk, again and again. Even if cleansed once, the stain would linger, and eventually, it would resurface, leading to catastrophe. A decision like this required immediate action. Just as Kane prepared to deliver the final blow, a voice suddenly rang out, telling him to stop. Hazen blinked in surprise and turned toward the source. To her surprise, it was Ma Yuxiang. Despite his condition, he had forced himself up, gathering what little strength he had left to speak. Hazen immediately recognized him, the top-ranked student of Stella Academy. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes as she assessed his potential. But that faint smile quickly shifted into something more dangerous. It was clear she had already come up with another approach. Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang felt an even heavier pressure crash down onto him, far stronger than before. As he struggled to rise, Hazen snapped her fingers lightly, and the force intensified instantly, slamming him back down to the ground. Stay down, Hazen said coldly, her voice sharp and merciless. Don't interfere in our affairs. Her eyes had turned completely ruthless. The sudden surge of pressure gave Ma Yuxiang no chance to react. His body buckled, and he collapsed again, barely managing to endure the crushing force. Even though the overlapping gravity had lessened slightly, Flame still couldn't relax. The tension in the air only grew heavier. Seeing Ma Yuziang struggling like that, Flame's expression tightened with worry, her face pale with anxiety. Under her breath, she muttered, even though things have already changed so much from the original story, one thing is certain. The magic Ma Yuziang just used, it was dark magic. She immediately understood the danger. If Ma Yuziang kept pushing himself and drained all his blue mana, the hidden dark mana would be exposed for everyone to see. And if that happened, it wouldn't just be Ma Yuziang. He Wenriang would be condemned as well. The worst possible outcome flashed through her mind. Desperation surged through Flame. I can't let both of them fall here. She strained every muscle, begging her body to move despite the overwhelming pressure. But it was already too late. Cain had raised his wand, aiming directly at He Wenriang's head. Everything was about to end. Facing death, He Wenriang seemed strangely calm, as if he had already accepted his fate. Still, Flame clung to a sliver of hope. She shut her eyes tightly, praying silently. Please someone save us. The mana gathering at Cain's wand surged forward without hesitation. Die, Dark Mage. At that exact moment, a voice suddenly rang out, ordering him to stop. Cain paused slightly, his attention shifting toward the sound. He turned his head, eyes narrowing as he searched for the source of the interruption. There stood the one person who could change everything. The extra from the story, Baek Yuziel. Cain faintly recognized that unmistakable face. You are. The scene shifted back 10 minutes earlier. Baek Yuziel was casually patting the head of a small fairy boy. He had only stopped by to buy some food, but the boy was cute enough that he couldn't resist. Before leaving, Baek Yuziel gave a friendly smile. Good luck with your business. The middle-aged woman beamed happily. Thank you, student. Just as he walked away, a familiar notification sound echoed in his mind. A system message appeared before his eyes, announcing that a variable had occurred in this episode. Then came an even more alarming update. The darkening route of He Wenriang had begun. Baek Yuziel froze in shock. He couldn't believe it. According to the original storyline, this event shouldn't happen until after Jackie's route was finished. Baek Yuziel recalled that in the original game, 3 students were affected by Professor Mizentiran's darkening influence. And among them, He Wenriang's route had an almost certain chance, 99%, of leading to a bad ending. Baek Yuziel clenched his fist tightly. He knew exactly how dangerous and insane this situation was. He had to decide, intervene, or let things unfold as they were. Without thinking any further, Baek Yuziel handed the food he had just bought to another fairy. Here, it's really good, go ahead and eat. The fairy looked surprised but accepted it, watching him leave in a hurry. Baek Yuziel had made his choice. Even if it meant stepping into danger, he couldn't just sit back and watch a bad ending happen. And so, back in the present, the crushing pressure bore down on the 2 central figures, Ma Yuziang and He Wenriang. Flame let out a quiet breath of relief as she realized help had finally arrived. 5 sets of eyes, from 4 different directions, all converged on a single figure, Baek Yuziel. Just as Baek Yuziel finally arrived on the scene, his first thought was simple and relieved. They were still alive, still breathing, at least for now. That alone made the situation slightly less worst case than he feared. But Cain didn't even pause. So what if you arrived? He said coldly. Without hesitation, he immediately gave the order. Hazen understood at once and stepped forward with a faint, almost playful smile. Got it. I'll handle that, kid. Hazen moved ahead slowly, her wand tapping the ground with each step like a tiny scythe cutting through the air. Her calm attitude made the tension feel even sharper. With a confident grin, she looked at Baek Yuziel and promised she would show him a beautiful illusion he wouldn't forget anytime soon. The next moment, Hazen activated her magic. Her eyes lit up as a powerful illusionary force burst outward, spreading through the space like a wave. But Baek Yuziel didn't react at all. He just stood there calmly, completely unaffected, as if the magic had never touched him. For a brief moment, everything went quiet. The 2 of them simply stared at each other, neither moving, neither speaking. Hazen was visibly stunned. Her confident expression cracked as confusion took over. She couldn't understand why her illusion wasn't working at all. Impossible, she muttered, waving her wand again and again as if forcing the result to change. Yet Baek Yuziel still stood completely unchanged, looking as if nothing in the world had even touched him. Hazen quickly reported the issue to Cain, flustered. Cain immediately grew irritated, thinking she was joking or not trying properly, and ordered her to fix it. Hazen insisted she was already doing it seriously. Still, Hazen couldn't hide her disbelief. She kept staring at Baek Yuziel, wondering how someone could completely resist her illusion like that. She forced herself to rethink everything. Illusion magic normally works by disturbing the opponent's mana flow and crushing their perception, making them feel pressure and confusion. That was the core principle she always used. But in this case, something felt completely wrong. This boy gave her the strange impression that he didn't even have proper mana inside him. Attacking him felt like trying to bind something with no joints at all, completely ineffective. That realization shook Hazen deeply. Her illusion magic was at least high tier level 5, something that should never fail so easily. She stared at Baek Uziel with growing unease. What kind of ability did he have to completely negate her magic like that? Even after multiple attempts produced no result, Hazen forced herself to stay calm again. She repeated in her mind that her magic was still level 5 and should not be broken this easily. But in the end, she had no answer. Whatever this boy was, her illusion was completely useless against him. With a frustrated breath, she considered pulling back. At that moment, Kane stepped in again. "Stand down, Vice Captain," he ordered firmly, his voice carrying absolute command. Kane then turned his attention to Baek Uziel and demanded his identity. Baek calmly answered that he was a first-year combat magic student at Stella Academy, but Kane wasn't satisfied. "I didn't ask for that. Your real name." Baek Uziel looked slightly flustered but repeated that he truly was just a student from Stella Academy. However, Kane remained suspicious, as if refusing to accept such a simple answer. After a short pause, Kane decided not to press further about his identity. Instead, he issued a clear warning: don't interfere in their mission any further. Baek Uziel immediately understood what was happening. "So that's it, you plan to kill that student, don't you?" he asked directly. Kane answered without hesitation. "Yes, we will eliminate He Wonryang in his corrupted state." His tone made it sound like a final judgment. Those who could sense it properly would understand exactly what that meant. There was no room for hesitation or mercy. Cold sweat ran down Baek Uziel's back as he realized the difference in strength. If he fought them here, he probably wouldn't survive even 5 seconds. Even so, he didn't step back. Knowing the danger, Baek Uziel still chose to move forward, refusing to back down. He drew his sword, eyes steady with determination. He declared that he couldn't just leave He Wonryang to be killed like this. There was no way he would ignore a classmate's life. Kane's voice turned even colder as he warned him again. If he chose to fight them, he would definitely die. Baek Uziel responded with calm logic instead of fear. He pointed out that they were acting in secret. If he caused a scene here, even his death would expose them and ruin everything. Kane went silent for a moment, clearly weighing his words. Then he finally asked, "Then what do you want?" Baek Uziel met his gaze directly and answered simply, "Just one thing. Let her purify him," he said, suggesting that someone else be given a chance to save He Wonryang instead of killing him immediately. Kane narrowed his eyes and looked toward the corrupted He Wonryang in the distance, clearly doubtful about the idea. He immediately rejected it. Useless. No matter how much you try, the emotions won't return. But Baek Uziel didn't back down. Once is enough. Flame watched the exchange in silence, her thoughts spiraling. Could she really bring He Wonryang back? She wasn't even sure she had the ability. That doubt weighed heavily on her. Kane tested Baek Uziel one last time. If the plan failed, what then? Baek answered without hesitation. He would withdraw immediately and cleanly. Kane narrowed his eyes, carefully considering the proposal. Surprisingly, it wasn't a bad deal. At least it avoided unnecessary conflict with someone who had already resisted Hazen's illusion. At last, he agreed. Fine. But he warned that if Baek Uziel broke his promise, he would be killed without mercy. Then he ordered Hazen to dispel the illusion barrier completely. Hazen looked doubtful at the commander's decision. But Kane simply said it didn't matter. If the boy lied, they could kill him afterward anyway. With a reluctant sigh, Hazen accepted the order. She tapped her staff against the ground and began dismantling the illusion that covered the area. The illusion faded away. Both Ma Yuziang and He Wonryang finally regained control of their bodies, gasping as they broke free from the pressure. Flame, now slightly less suppressed, still struggled, but managed to steady her breathing and regain her focus. When she opened her eyes more clearly, Flame realized someone was standing right in front of her. It was Baek Uziel, now seated calmly across from her. He spoke quietly but firmly. "You understand He Wonryang's condition, right? If it's you, you might be able to bring him back." Flame lowered her head, guilt heavy in her voice. "I'm sorry, I don't have that kind of ability." She sounded uncertain and defeated. A painful memory resurfaced, Jackie slipping away because she couldn't save her in the past. Baek Uziel then asked if she intended to repeat that same failure again, leaving her shaken. Flame hesitated, her emotions wavering as she finally admitted her true feelings. Baek Uziel noticed that change in her expression immediately. Without pushing further, he simply smiled. A calm, trusting smile that felt strangely reassuring in the middle of everything. Once again, Baek Uziel spoke with quiet conviction. "Save He Wonryang. You can do it." Those words lit a small spark in Flame's heart, and for the first time, real hope began to return to her eyes. A familiar certainty returned to Flame, and with it, her resolve. She tightened her grip on her mystic staff. If Baek Uziel believed she could do this, then she would. She took slow, steady steps forward and came to a stop in front of He Wonryang. Just as Baek Uziel had said, that alone meant she truly had the power to do it. There was still someone standing too close. Flame glanced over and said quietly, "Step back a little, Ma Yuziang." The fear that had filled Flame's eyes was gone now. In its place was unwavering resolve, sharp and unshakable. Once everything was ready, Flame looked again at the darkened Hei Wan Riang, and the memory of Jackie falling into darkness rose vividly in her mind. But this time was not the same. A brilliant golden light began to spill from her hair. She swore to herself that she would not just stand there helplessly like before. Divine power blazed in Flame's eyes. Complex magic circles unfolded around her one after another, announcing that an immensely powerful spell was about to be released. Flame lifted her staff, and a huge wave of light burst forth from it. She shouted, "This time, I'll save Hei Wan Riang with my own power." Bathed in radiant light, the girl stood calm and utterly focused, like a saint offering salvation through a blessing. From a distance, Hazen and Kane watched in stunned silence. Hazen asked if it was luminous radiance magic, and her superior confirmed it. He even remarked that this level of power was already close to that of a true saintess. Kane recalled a report he had heard before. Among this year's freshmen at Stellar Academy, there was one student who could wield angelic power, a user of the light attribute. As Flame focused on maintaining the spell, Kane narrowed his eyes and came to a conclusion. So it really is that girl. Under that pure flood of light, the shell of dark magic wrapped around Hei Wan Riang began to crack apart and crumble away. "Ah!" Hei Wan Riang cried out in pain as the purification violently ripped the dark energy out of his body. Even so, Kane did not let his guard down. Watching closely, he judged that using angelic power to purify someone and fully removing the seed of dark magic were entirely different things. At most, he thought, this spell should only be able to suppress it for a while. Then Kane's eyes suddenly widened, locked on the very center of the brilliant radiance. When the blinding light finally faded, Hei Wan Riang was back in human form. He dropped to his knees, coughing hard, while thin trails of white smoke still drifted from his body. Hei Wan Riang stared down at his own hands in confusion, unable to grasp what had just happened. All he could manage was a blank, "Huh?" Then he heard a slightly trembling voice from the person standing in front of him. "Thank goodness." Flame was smiling brightly. Tears welled in her eyes as joy spilled over, relieved beyond words that he had finally returned to normal. But that moment of relief vanished almost at once. Hei Wan Riang suddenly shouted, "Flame!" And in the next instant, Flame collapsed to the ground from sheer exhaustion. At once, a pitch-black blade was pressed against Hei Wan Riang's throat, freezing him in place with fear. The one who moved was Kane. In a cold voice, he said, "Just to be certain, check him." In an instant, they split neatly into two groups of three. Ma Yuziang and Beck Yuziel rushed to support Flame, while Kane and Hazen turned their full attention to Hei Wan Riang. Hazen stepped forward and asked for the result. Kane answered that Hei Wan Riang was completely normal now. It was hard to believe he had ever been corrupted at all. He stated that the boy was now nothing more than an ordinary human, then added a far more shocking conclusion. More accurately, Hei Wan Riang had never truly possessed those emotions in the first place. It was as if they had been forcibly planted inside him, and whoever had used him as a vessel had to be an existence of terrifying power. After giving that chilling assessment, Kane turned away. Hazen immediately asked what they should do next, and he answered simply, "We're leaving." Watching Kane's back as he walked off, Hazen thought to herself that her commander seemed far more shaken than he was willing to show. A faint, mysterious smile touched her lips, as though the whole situation had become much more interesting than she had first expected. Hazen remembered how her organization had always believed that anyone consumed by dark magic could never be restored, which was why they had always put such people down without hesitation. And yet that iron rule had just been broken by a group of children. Meanwhile, Beck Yuziel's side was busy looking after Flame and trying to calm the still-dazed Hei Wan Riang. That same unreadable smile spread wider across Hazen's face, as though she had stumbled upon something truly fascinating. Before she left, Hazen waved cheerfully. "See you later, kids." In complete contrast, Beck Yuziel could only pray in silence that he would never cross paths with these troublesome people again. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader turned his back and started walking away. Seeing that, Hazen hurried after him and asked, "Leader, what do we do now?" "Return, Has." Our leader looks pretty shaken. Still, it was understandable. Up to this point, he had killed countless people corrupted by dark magic, fully convinced that none of them could ever come back. And yet that certainty had been overturned today by these children. "Flame, I'm sorry. This happened because of me. I'm fine, ahem. Aren't you worrying a little too much?" Watching the kids talk to each other like that with relieved smiles, Hazen found herself smiling too. She gave the male lead a playful wink. "Anyway, see you next time, kids." Hearing that, Beck Yuziel did not even dare answer. Inside, all he could think was, "I seriously never want to see these people again." Night fell over the spirit world once more. Moonlight spilled down over a lonely corner of the deserted street. Then, through that silence, a suspicious figure quietly made their way toward the place where the battle had happened. And that figure was none other than Flower Siren, the king of the elf clan. Though she appeared calm on the outside, deep unease was steadily rising inside her chest. She looked around carefully, troubled by a strange thought. She had definitely followed the dark mana she sensed from the world tree all the way here, and yet now, not a single trace remained. Lowering her gaze to her hands for a brief moment, she made up her mind to do something important. Not long after, Flower Siren reached the empty lot where the dark magic had been detected. She closed her eyes, opened both palms, and softly chanted, "O wind, bring the memories to me. Bring me the scent of memories." The moment the spell ended, the scent of memory gathered at once, drifting around her nose before rushing into her mind. But no clear scene appeared. There was only the wind's memory, washed out in black and white. Flower Siren frowned. Someone had intentionally used magic to erase this place's memories. Once memories are erased like that, restoring them is nearly impossible, even with advanced magic. But Flower Siren was different. She stood at the highest level among masters. There was no way she would be stopped by such petty interference. Tiny specks of light bloomed across the night as she raised her voice with the authority of a king. "Wind, I command you as the king of the elf clan. Tell me more of your memories." And then she repeated the spell once again. The ground, the leaves, the flowers, the trees, even the scattered stones, all of them began whispering to her about what had taken place there. Most of the memories had been almost completely erased, leaving barely any trace behind. But even so, a few faint fragments of what happened still remained. And the clearest fragment she caught was of Beck Uziel. She could not see his face properly, but she was sure the uniform he wore belonged to Stella Academy. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through her. Forcing nature to surrender its memories had caused a backlash. But then a familiar scent brushed past Flower Siren's nose, a scent she could never forget no matter how much time passed. It was unmistakably the scent of the celestial Iphanal. But how could that be? Iphanal should have fallen long ago into eternal sleep within her own garden. Could this somehow be connected to the recent intrusion into the secret garden? Time passed, and the wind's memories slowly faded away. Worse still, the magical backlash brought a pounding headache, making it harder and harder for Flower Siren to keep the spell going. This is bad. I can't draw out any more memories. Then, all at once, a terrifying possibility took shape in her mind. The intruder who entered the secret garden that day and the one who stole Iphanal's heart were, in all likelihood, the very same person. The moment that thought settled in, Flower Siren clenched her fists tightly as her anger surged to its peak. If that was true, then it made perfect sense why every memory here had been wiped so thoroughly. I will never forgive him. I swear in the name of the king of the elf clan, I will repay this debt in kind. And with that vow, Flower Siren's part of the story came to a close. The scene then shifted to the early morning of the following day. After being purified by flame, Hei Wonriang had been brought to the hospital in the Celestial Blossom Sanctuary, where he finally managed to get a proper night's rest. Outside, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Hei Wonriang slowly opened his eyes, and it did not take long for him to realize that someone else was in the room with him. It was Flame. Smiling softly, she peeled an apple as she looked at him and gently said, "Oh, you're awake." Still a little dazed, Hei Wonriang glanced around the room and asked, "Where am I?" Sitting in the chair beside him, Flame replied, "The hospital. Do you remember what happened that day?" He answered quietly, "Only bits and pieces." Hearing that, Flame let out a relieved sigh and handed him a plate of freshly sliced fruit. "I already spoke with Professor Li Hanwal, and Beck Uziel, and my Yuziang promised to keep this quiet, so you don't have to worry. And the familiar bonding ceremony will still go on as planned. If you want, you can join it. But honestly, it would be better for you to rest a little longer. The after effects still haven't fully gone away." Hei Wonriang nodded right away. Now, he followed Flame's words without even questioning them. "Okay, if you're telling me to rest, then I'll rest." That answer made Flame pause in surprise, and she looked at him curiously. "Why are you suddenly listening to me so well?" Then Flame suddenly rose to her feet and waved as if to leave. "That's probably for the best. It'll be easier on your body. Rest well. It's almost time for assembly, so I should get going." Hei Wonriang watched her retreating back for a moment, then suddenly called out, "Flame." Flame stopped at once and turned around. What is it?" Hei Wonriang meant to say what had just been on his mind, but in the end, he could not bring himself to say it. After a long pause, all he managed to mutter was, "It's nothing." Flame laughed and teased him, "What a coward. You're seriously such a letdown. Hei Wonriang, when you get discharged tomorrow morning, you'd better treat me to a huge feast. You're filthy rich, so I plan to eat until I'm full. Be ready for it, okay?" Hei Wonriang stared at her blankly for a second, then gave a soft smile and answered, "All right. You can leave it to me." Hearing that, Flame smiled too, her eyes curving warmly. "See you later, Hei Wonriang." With that, she closed the door behind her, leaving him alone in the room. The silence that followed felt strangely heavy. Hei Wonriang's eyes slowly moved down to the plate of fruit Flame had prepared for him. Each slice had been cut with neat care and perfect precision. Not eating it would almost feel like wasting her kindness. He picked up a piece of apple, placed it in his mouth, and quietly thought, "Delicious." The scene then shifted to the site of the covenant ceremony at the entrance to the World Tree's roots. Professor Lee Hanwall had already gathered all of the students there. His expression was cold, and his voice was stern as he addressed them. From this point on, you will enter the World Tree's roots and form a familiar pact. That place is a subspace with an environment completely different from the outside world. The maximum allowed time is 1 week. You may travel only as far as the 3rd layer. The 4th layer is sealed behind a barrier, so do not attempt to go near it. Good luck. After that warning, the students lined up and began entering the gate one by one. The moment he stepped into the World Tree root subspace, a vast, lush green landscape poured into Baek Yuziel's vision. His expression changed instantly. His cheeks turned bright red like ripe tomatoes at the breathtaking sight before him. If the place had to be described in a single way, it was a world drenched in glowing green light. Every plant seemed to shine on its own, while tiny creatures like fireflies drifted through the air, making the entire forest glow even beneath the heavy canopy. After walking for a short while, Baek Yuziel suddenly noticed something at his feet. It was a slime. He crouched down and poked it lightly with one finger. It was probably only a rank 7 familiar, so it did not feel dangerous at all. Familiars were ranked from 7 up to 1. The higher the rank, the closer they were to divine beasts. A higher rank meant greater power, but it also made forming a contract much harder. It was never easy. Even Stella students could only lower the difficulty by around 5% each year. But that was not what mattered most to him right now. If he wanted the perfect outcome, then he had to choose his pact with extreme care. The view then shifted outside the gate at the Covenant entrance. Once it looked like no one else was coming in, the 2 elf guards relaxed a little and began chatting. Seems like all the students are inside. Should I start closing the barrier? The other guard lifted a hand and stopped him. Wait. The sound of footsteps echoed nearby. It seemed that one more person was still on the way. A cloaked figure approached and stepped through, keeping their identity hidden. But something about that presence felt disturbingly familiar. It was like Professor Myzentiran. And as expected, the mysterious figure really was Myzentiran. Taking advantage of the guard's brief lapse in attention, she moved with ruthless speed. One of the guards was taken down in an instant. The other did not even have time to understand what was happening before dark magic poured from her palms like poisonous smoke. After enduring a cruel round of torture, the elf guard finally gave out. His body dropped lifelessly to the ground, his eyes still wide open. Myzentiran curled her lips into a smile, her eyes gleaming with twisted delight. How very exciting, she murmured. The scene shifted to the 1st layer of the World Tree's roots. A space overflowing with vivid green spread out before Hong Baiyan's group, like stepping straight into a living fairy tale. The others were captivated by the mystical beauty around them, but Hong Baiyan remained unmoved. There was not a single familiar here that caught her interest. She turned to her teammates and said firmly, "Let's head up to the 2nd layer." Her blonde companion answered at once, "Yes, Princess." With Princess Hong Baiyan leading the way, the group moved eagerly in search of the entrance to the 2nd layer. Meanwhile, Arswang lagged behind, looking completely drained. Her breathing grew heavy, and her eyelids drooped as if she might collapse at any second. Arswang thought in confusion, why is my body suddenly like this? Her stomach twisted unpleasantly, nausea rose in her throat, and even her vision kept going in and out of focus. In the end, Arswang could not endure it any longer and collapsed right where she stood. Startled by the sight, her classmates rushed over to Arswang. At the shout, Princess Hong Baiyan stopped in place. She turned around and asked sharply, "Is there a problem?" "Princess, Arswang's condition looks bad. She was perfectly fine just a moment ago. They say that if someone has weak affinity with familiars, even a small amount of mana pressure can drain their health. Could Arswang be going through that?" Hong Baiyan narrowed her eyes, then made her decision immediately. "We rest here for now. Conserve the rations, recover your strength. Drink water, eat some chocolate, then we move again." After saying that, Hong Baiyan turned as if the matter was settled. Panicked, Arswang hurriedly called out, "I'm fine. We can keep going right now." But before she could finish, Hong Baiyan cut her off with a cold voice. "Enough. Do as I say. It's better than rushing ahead and collapsing when it truly matters." Another girl quickly spoke up in support. "Exactly, Arswang. The princess has already spoken." Arswang lowered her head, her eyes filled with shame and frustration. "Yes, ma'am." So the group began taking out cookware and preparing a meal, while Arswang quietly leaned herself against the trunk of a giant tree. Arswang clenched her fists tightly. She could not understand why her body had suddenly become like this. "I looked forward to familiar bonding day for so long. I trained my body without rest just so I could enter the World Tree's roots. But then all of a sudden, my breathing tightened, my head started spinning, and even my emotions began running wild. Old memories suddenly flooded back, along with the voices of the 3 mages standing before her. She truly has rare talent. This girl has the makings of a great mage. Yes, her magical skill is extraordinary. Arswang will definitely become famous even at Stella Academy." Arswang blinked in confusion. Is this a memory from my childhood? Or just some strange dream? Then a woman in a black cloak stepped toward her with a bright smile. Arswang, you are undoubtedly a fire prodigy who appears only once in 100 years. With that natural talent, you can control flames as easily as if they were part of your own body. If it's you, you could become a truly unique mage even at Stella Academy. Hearing such overwhelming praise, the young Arswang looked up excitedly and asked, Really, master? Then the woman's voice suddenly dropped into something darker. Of course, unless you count me out. The memory ended there. Arswang jerked awake, startled. What is going on? What was that dream just now? Just then, Hong Baiyan's voice came from up ahead. We've rested long enough. Move out. Yes, princess, the others answered at once. As the group packed up their things and prepared to leave, Arswang forced her weakened body back to its feet. A black-haired girl looked at her with concern and asked, Arswang, are you feeling better? Can you walk? Arswang nodded faintly. Yeah, I think so. And so Arswang slowly followed after the others. But none of them noticed that the spot where she had been resting had already turned into a contaminated area, quietly signaling danger to come. The scene shifted to the second layer of the world tree. Because they could carry only a limited amount of food, Hong Baiyan's group decided to split up and hunt nearby wildlife. In the rear, Arswang killed a stray beast, and its pained cries echoed through the forest. Arswang looked down at the dead beast and thought that her condition had improved a lot. Her concentration while casting magic felt even sharper now. At this rate, she might really have enough strength to form a pact with a rank 5 familiar. Everyone look, it's a red deer. I read in a book that forming a bond with that deer greatly improves fire attribute insight. I think it's a rank 6 familiar, right? Wait, is it actually coming straight toward us? From the back, Arswang thought to herself, even if it's not a rank 5 familiar, a rank 6 red deer would still be. Then her eyes widened violently, as if she could not believe what she was seeing. The red deer walked straight over to Hong Baiyan and rubbed its head against her cheek, like it had found its master already, making the others stare at the princess in open envy and admiration. Oh my, the familiar is showing affection so openly. Princess, are you going to bond with it? Hong Baiyan gently stroked the deer's forehead, then shook her head. No, it's not the familiar I want. Let's go deeper and keep looking. Hearing that, the group answered together, as you command. A rare familiar none of them had ever seen had approached them first. That was the level of Princess Hong Baiyan Adalabit, clearly someone on a different level. What more is there to say? But that was a blessing of fire. Arswang gripped her staff tightly. A blessing of fire. The following day, a massive explosion shook the forest on the third layer. It turned out that Hong Baiyan's group had managed to kill a rank 5 familiar there. The atmosphere in that place was terrifying. This is only the third layer, and it's already this intense. Just imagine how dangerous the fourth layer must be. Don't even bring it up. It's rare for any student to go down there and come back alive. That's exactly why the fourth layer was sealed off. Then someone cautiously said, Princess, maybe we shouldn't head north. Hong Baiyan glanced over suspiciously. Is it dangerous over there? Her female classmate answered honestly. Because that's where the barrier leading to the fourth layer is. Hong Baiyan fell silent for a moment. After thinking it over, she gave up on the idea. Then we camp around here today and start searching for suitable familiars. Understood. Elsewhere, Arswang was out hunting on her own. I heard that the third layer is home to familiars ranked 5 and below. I have to form a bond with a truly powerful familiar. An hour later, before Arswang could even show affection and offer a bond, the familiar had already run away. 2 hours later, she failed once again, exactly the same as before. That was when Arswang began to doubt herself. Was she imagining it? Why did it feel as though every familiar that saw her was deliberately avoiding her? Just then, an excited voice from one of her teammates rang out nearby. Princess, I successfully bonded with a rank 6 familiar. I just finished my second one. As time passed, most of Hong Baiyan's group managed to complete their bonds. The only ones left were Arswang and Hong Baiyan. But Arswang was not happy at all. She knew the princess had turned down countless familiars, while not even one had shown the slightest interest in her. Caught in that storm of emotion, Arswang lied to herself. Don't rush. There's still time. You'll definitely find the right familiar to make a pact with. Then, all at once, something caught Arswang's eye. Near the edge of the lake, a white-furred wolf was quietly drinking water. Isn't that a silver-maned wolf? A rank 5 familiar. Up until now, almost no first-year student at Stella had managed to bond with a rank 5 familiar. If I can do it here, everyone will finally acknowledge me. Thinking that, Arswang slowly began to approach it. She crouched down and made herself look friendly. Hello, would you like to form a pact with me? The silver-maned wolf lowered its head and sniffed the air a few times. Then it suddenly let out a savage roar, startling Arswang so badly that she fell flat onto the ground. Confusion filled her eyes. And inside her, that same painful question echoed louder than ever before. Why do familiars reject me so cruelly? Just as danger was about to strike, a fireball suddenly tore through the air with explosive speed. cutting off the silver-maned wolf before it could lunge at Arswang. That single moment snapped Arswang back to her senses. She quickly turned toward the direction the fireball had come from. There stood Princess Hongbayan, having arrived without Arswang even noticing. The spell had come from her. It was almost cruelly ironic. The very person Arswang envied and wanted to surpass was the one who had saved her. The silver-maned wolf also noticed the princess's arrival and let out a low howl. Then it slowly began walking toward Hongbayan. Knowing how dangerous it was, Arswang ignored the risk of being targeted again and hurriedly shouted, "Princess, please be careful. It's dangerous." But in the next moment, the silver-maned wolf lowered itself and bowed at Hongbayan's feet like a loyal puppy. That sight dealt Arswang another crushing blow. She stood there in shock, her heart shaking violently. Could even a rank 5 familiar submit itself to the princess she had always regarded as her rival? Her resentment kept swelling, growing larger and larger until she could no longer hold it in. Before she even realized how much she had changed, Arswang looked at Hongbayan and asked, "Princess, are you going to form a pact with it this time?" As she stroked the silver-maned wolf's head, Hongbayan answered calmly, "No, I refuse. I'll find the familiar I truly want with my own hands." Those words echoed again and again in Arswang's mind. Jealousy crashed over her like a bursting tide. Hongbayan noticed none of it. She simply apologized to the silver-maned wolf and said, "Go, find your true master." Then Arswang's voice came out strangely twisted. "Ha ha, how ridiculous." Hongbayan turned around, puzzled. What she saw was Arswang's entire body being swallowed by black flames, just like Jackie had been in the Persona Gate episode 8. Her usual bright tone was gone, replaced by suffocating insecurity and uncontrollable rage. She can't even approach familiars properly, and yet she still gets to choose which one she wants. Is she showing off because she was born with everything? Hongbayan also seemed to realize at once that this dark aura was a sign of demonic encroachment. With every passing second, the dark mana and black flames around Arswang burned even more fiercely, dragging out all the emotions she had tried to bury. It's not fair. It's not fair at all. Why is the world so unjust to me? Arswang's pupils shrank sharply. The dark magic had already seized her reason. How much sweat and effort have I poured into this, only to gain nothing I ever wanted? It's ridiculous. In the end, her heart was completely swallowed by insecurity, envy, and hatred. Arswang screamed in fury, "Don't mock me," and a torrent of black flames erupted like a volcanic blast, devouring everything in sight. Hongbayan moved quickly and formed a protective circle around herself. But the force of the dark corruption was so overwhelming that Hongbayan had to pour even more mana into her barrier just to hold it. Then, boom, an enormous explosion swallowed the surrounding area and shot high into the sky. When the blast finally died down, everything within a 20-meter radius had been burned to ash. The ground itself was charred black. A tiny ember suddenly landed on the edge of Hongbayan's sleeve. Without any effort, the princess brushed it away, and the flame disappeared at once, leaving behind only a faint black mark. But Hongbayan knew that tiny burn was nothing compared to the danger ahead. She needed to stay calm, think coldly, and keep her judgment sharp if she wanted to handle what was coming. After assessing the situation, Hongbayan concluded that the dark corruption was spreading fast. She could stop it by knocking Arswang unconscious, but fighting here, this close to the fourth layer barrier, risked disturbing the seal itself. In a situation like this, what would that commoner do? After a brief moment of thought, she remembered Beck Uziel. A faint smile rose to her lips, as if mocking herself. In the end, she chose the same kind of persuasion Flame had used before. "Arswang, don't do something you'll regret. If this corruption continues, you won't be able to return to being human." Hearing that, Arswang burst out laughing. "Haha, and you still think you have the right to lecture me now? Well, of course you do. You're Princess Hongbayan Adalabit, someone the gods themselves favor. The feelings of someone ordinary like me. No matter how many times I die and come back, you'll never understand them." Hongbayan listened in silence to every word Arswang threw at her. She knew that understanding someone was the fastest way to reach them. When Arswang finally finished, the princess narrowed her eyes, and a deep sadness hidden within them surfaced for a moment. "Arswang, will you listen to my story for a bit?" Arswang flipped back her hair without even looking properly at her, and replied indifferently, "What kind of lecture are you going to give me now?" Whether Arswang wanted to hear it or not, Hongbayan began anyway. She knew better than anyone that an Adalabit princess who failed to become king had only one fate waiting for her: death. That meant if she wanted to survive, she would have to cut down every one of her siblings. "I learned the cruel truth of royal power when I was only 7 years old. I heard that your childhood was filled with love. And when I heard that story, I felt something close to unbearable jealousy. Because I was never loved, and no one ever expected anything from me, not even the mother who gave birth to me. To seize the throne, how much more would I have to throw away?" That was the question Hongbayan had carried all this time. Hearing the pain in every word the princess spoke, Arswang felt a faint stab of guilt. But the dark corruption feeding on her heart twisted that guilt back into jealousy. Even so, being born royal was already a privilege, wasn't it? But before Arswang could finish that bitter, self-righteous thought, Hong Baiyan cut in coldly. I drank fire instead of water. I swallowed flames instead of food. Even when I bathed, it was in blazing fire. My skin festered and burned until I nearly lost my mind. And afterward, even cold water only made the pain inside my body worse. I lost my sense of taste long ago because my tongue had already gone numb. That fire is both the weapon I trust most and the deepest trauma I carry. When facing someone consumed by dark corruption, bringing up one's own pain was often the best way to save them. As Arswang listened to the life of suffering behind the person she had both envied and admired, her earlier pride crumbled into shame. Suddenly, Arswang screamed in a panic, her voice shaking wildly. It's all mixed up. It's all chaos. Who would believe that? How could anyone survive something like that? Don't think you can fool me into pitying you with a lie like that. But the words were already beginning to die in her throat, because Princess Hong Baiyan did not argue back. She chose to prove it instead. With a light flick of her hand, Hong Baiyan lit a small flame on the tip of her index finger. Then she leaned in slightly, opened her mouth, and brought the flame closer. A moment later, she stuck out her tongue as if she were about to lick the fire burning on her fingertip. Seeing that, Arswang cried out in horror. What are you doing? Sizzle, sizzle. Once again, Arswang was forced to completely overturn what she thought she knew. The flame on the princess's finger disappeared. Yet Hong Baiyan's tongue showed no burn at all. Everything looked perfectly normal, as though nothing had happened. As mages, Arswang and the others knew that even the most gifted fire mage could still be burned by their own flames, just as a water mage could still drown. What Hong Baiyan had just done hit Arswang like cold water to the face and finally cleared her mind. Seeing that it had worked, Hong Baiyan pressed on. Arswang, do you still think this is some kind of blessing? Since I was little, I endured brutal training under the excuse of increasing my elemental compatibility. During that training, I prayed more than once that I would die and finally be free. So I hope you never use words like blessing or talent so lightly again. Because I'm jealous of you. You never had to live through a tortured childhood like mine. Just thinking about it now still makes me want to cry. The princess hid that jealousy behind a bright, effortless smile. And standing across from her, Arswang had noticed it. Now she, too, was being forced to face the feelings buried deep inside her own heart. She could not believe she had simply assumed the princess had been born with everything. She had never known what stood behind it, that someone so skilled in fire magic could only reach this point through pain, connection, and the love of fire familiars bought at a cost she herself had never imagined. Her wand slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Tears poured down Arswang's face. Her voice shook with sobs and humiliation as she cried out, I'm sorry. I truly apologize, Your Highness. Princess. Seeing that Arswang had finally regained herself and returned to normal, Princess Hong Baiyan smiled in quiet satisfaction and simply said, all right. Not long after, the rest of the group came rushing over in alarm. The earlier explosion and clash had left everyone tense. There was an explosion nearby. Where's the princess? As they searched frantically, Hong Baiyan raised her voice and called back, I'm over here. The blonde girl lit up the moment she heard the voice she had been looking for. Thank goodness. We finally found you, princess. What happened here? Seeing Arswang with her eyes closed, as if quietly awaiting judgment, made Hong Baiyan unexpectedly soften. After all, the dark mana inside her had already completely vanished. Her mind drifted back to the fight with Jackie at the Persona Gate Episode 8. If this had been the old her, she would have subdued Arswang without hesitation. Perhaps this change in her was also because of that commoner's influence. Suppressing her pride, Hong Baiyan told the others to look after Arswang well, since she still appeared unwell. Arswang blinked awake in a daze and stammered something about punishment, which only made the others more confused. Had something happened between those two that no one else knew about? Ignoring the complicated looks around them, Hong Baiyan, cold in tone, yet full of quiet compassion, said to Arswang, no matter what anyone says, you are naturally talented. I do not intend to punish you over this small incident, but that does not mean I will overlook it completely. So from now on, serve me loyally and atone for your mistake that way. Arswang slowly looked up, her eyes red and flooded with tears. The moment she realized the princess would not report her to the professor and had instead chosen to keep her close, a seed of absolute loyalty took root in her heart. And the more Arswang admired Hong Baiyan, the more she tormented herself for once daring to harbor ill feelings towards someone so noble. But then a sharp shattering sound suddenly tore through the air. Arswang's eyes shrank violently. In panic, she shouted for the princess to move. Before anyone could understand what was happening, the barrier leading to the fourth layer shot upward and split open, releasing a horrifying suction force that dragged everything nearby toward it. The scene shifted to another part of the third layer. Flame had gone off on her own and wandered into a dangerous area. Fortunately, she found a radiant blossom familiar, the the creature whose attribute matched a Radiant user better than anything else. Half an hour later, thanks to her natural affinity, Flame successfully formed a contract with it. Now she was practically skipping around and even whistling to herself, thrilled that she had contracted a familiar close to tier 4. Good thing that didn't take too long. A practical thought crossed her mind. Forming a contract did not mean she could instantly summon spirits whenever she wanted, but bonding with a Radiant familiar would speed up her casting and strengthen Radiant magic overall. With the quest finished, the rest of her time here could be used to relax. But only 10 minutes after deciding that, Flame unexpectedly ran into Acel and the ever-chilly Ma Yuziang chatting together. The moment they saw her, both froze, and the air turned awkward, like a scene in a drama that had been cut together wrong. Flame quickly pulled herself together and spoke with embarrassed brightness. Hey, Acel, Yuziang. Wow, this is kind of awkward. Ma Yuziang smirked a little. It's nothing. Funny running into you here, though. Curiosity immediately flared in Flame, and she pressed them like an eager reporter. Why are you two here together? Acel awkwardly explained that she had only passed by and happened to run into him, while Ma Yuziang laughed and said he was just wandering around to kill time. Flame accepted that answer without digging any deeper. Based on the original story, Ma Yuziang could not form a contract with any other familiar because of his character setting, so wandering around with nothing to do made sense, and Acel had probably just happened to meet him. Thinking that, Flame said softly, Anyway, I'm glad to see you both. If you don't mind, can I join you for a meal? Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion erupted not too far away and rolled through the forest. Acel immediately sensed that something was wrong and clenched her hands in worry. That aura, it was dark corruption. As the Radiant leader guiding the group, Flame instantly understood what ISO meant. It had to be dark corruption. But why? Nothing like this had happened in the original novel, and yet incidents like this kept appearing again and again. The moment she realized that, regret hit her hard. She had been foolish to think everything would follow the story. This was far from the first time something had gone wrong without any warning. While Flame silently blamed herself, Ma Yuziang stood up without a word and began casting blink spells one after another. As she watched Ma Yuziang launch himself high into the sky, a heavy, solemn look settled across his face. Flame stopped cold. She had never expected someone as icy and unreadable as Ma Yuziang to show such an expression so openly. She bit her lip, then quietly made up her mind. She would not let the dark corrupted creatures destroy the familiar summoning. Acel, let's go. At the heart of the explosion, the smoke slowly drifted away, and through the haze they could just barely make out Hong Baiyan's group collapsed on the ground, surrounded by ash as though they had only just survived a brutal fight. Cough, cough. Hong Baiyan let out a dry cough and forced herself upright with visible effort. Only then did she realize that Ars Huang had fallen over her body, shielding her. As she felt the aura protecting her fading little by little, Hong Baiyan cried out in despair, Ars Huang, wake up, please. But Ars Huang had already lost consciousness and gave no response. Panicking, she quickly shifted Ars Huang off to the side. Hong Baiyan could see the dark mana spreading with terrifying speed, so fast it was visible even to the naked eye. The fourth layer barrier, the seal that was supposed to imprison dangerous creatures. And from the cracked fractures, a dolphin-like creature wrapped in black sparks burst into the air. Strange red runes were carved all over its body, and the ultrasonic cries it released rang sharply through the forest. It was a tier 4 familiar, the Icefire Dolphin. A stunned thought flashed through Hong Baiyan's mind. The familiar she had searched for so long. Why had it become dark corrupted? If this kept up, it would lose all reason and massacre everyone in sight. Just as Hong Baiyan lifted her scepter to cast a fire spell, an unexpected variable suddenly appeared. Countless boulders rained down from above and slammed into the dolphin. At the same time, chains of light materialized from nowhere and bound the Icefire Dolphin tightly in place. High in the sky, Ma Yuziang appeared like a hero descending at the perfect moment, his fist blazing with fire. He drove that flaming fist into the creature's massive body and smashed it straight into the ground, sending dirt and shattered stone flying everywhere. Hong Baiyan stared in shock at his sudden arrival. She couldn't understand why Ma Yuziang had come here. Then something else made Hong Baiyan suck in a sharp breath and widen her eyes even further. The holy radiance pouring from those chains began to cleanse the dark mana from the Icefire Dolphin's body. The creature seemed more at ease than it had been in a long time, and it slowly closed its eyes. Then, as if all its pain had finally been lifted, it drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep. As everyone already suspected, there was only one person in this world who could purify dark mana. It was Flame, the heroine who had transmigrated into the novel. Not long after that, the Icefire Dolphin returned to its original, uncorrupted form. Flame stepped closer and gently stroked it. It's all right now. I healed you. The Icefire Dolphin showed its gratitude before turning away and flying off into the distance. After that, Flame and Acel turned toward Hong Baiyan, only to find that she was already looking back at them. Flame spoke first. Princess, what happened here? Still clinging tightly to her pride, Hong Baiyan shot back in a haughty voice. You're asking me? Then who exactly am I supposed to ask? Then she explained. All of a sudden, there was a violent explosion that shattered the fourth layer seal. From the crack, corrupted familiars poured out and attacked our group. Crack. The red barrier forming the ceiling of the fourth layer suddenly broke apart into countless fragments. A wave of dark energy, cold enough to chill them to the bone, swept through the area and left every one of the protagonists covered in goosebumps. Their eyes immediately snapped toward the ruined barrier, where a cloaked figure slowly walked forward. A voice full of sick excitement echoed out. Ah, so many familiar faces. Not just Class A, but even 4 students from Class S as well. My luck today is truly excellent. The moment Hong Baiyan recognized that voice, disbelief overtook her and she blurted out. Why is she here? Professor Maizen Tiran. Behind her, Acel hurriedly asked. Why is Professor Maizen here? But Flame had already gone stiff. Yet another variable, something that had never existed in the novel, had appeared before her eyes. A grave look flickered across He Wonriang's face as he summoned his weapon and quietly wondered to himself. Could a respected professor of the academy really be a dark mage, and the source of that terrifying pressure of dark mana as well? I was planning to save this prize for last, but there's no reason to turn down such a delicious meal placed right in front of me. So then, shall we begin the party? As soon as those words left her mouth, a grotesque horn pushed out from the top of her head. Her smile twisted into something savage and unhinged, and dark mana erupted outward, swallowing everything within a 4-meter radius. At the same time, on Beck Uziel's side, a few hours earlier, he had been standing in front of the barrier that led to the fourth layer. Perhaps because of the training he had gone through in the Spirit Garden, the familiars had reacted favorably to him, making his path up to this point relatively smooth. But once he crossed into the fourth layer, he knew things would no longer stay that easy. I just hope I can safely win the heart of a familiar. In the next instant, a blinding light exploded outward, and the entire space shook violently. When Beck Uziel opened his eyes again, he found that he had already been teleported into the fourth layer. A place bathed in soft pink light, so beautiful it looked almost like a fairyland. Then suddenly, from the bushes, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared. Before he could even gather his thoughts, a murderous boar came charging straight at Beck Uziel, jaws wide open and packed with sharp fangs. The sudden attack caught him off guard for just a moment. But only for that moment. He immediately drew the Teravan sword and prepared his magic. A beast giving off this much pressure had to be at least danger level 3. The monsters on this layer were clearly on a completely different level from the ones below. In the blink of an eye, he teleported forward and cut through the giant body with one flawless, perfectly measured strike. The boar couldn't endure the blow and crashed heavily to the ground. It died without even managing a final cry. This was no ordinary monster. Under normal conditions, Teravan should never have pierced a hide that tough. Luckily, I brought gear made by Altalicia. It's only a consumable and lasts 5 minutes at most, so I need to get out of here before the smell of battle pulls in more monsters. On the fourth layer, the nature of the space itself made intruders lose their sense of direction and wander in circles. But Beck Uziel had prepared for that in advance by asking Flame to help him plant a windflower with absolute directional properties, something that worked almost like a compass. As long as he had this flower that always pointed east, he no longer had to fear losing his way. Right, finish this fast, and get through the fourth layer. Before long, Beck Uziel passed several more dangerous creatures, and with each step, he felt more strongly that what he had come searching for was close. Then suddenly, a clear and strangely enchanting melody drifted toward him from somewhere ahead. Beck Uziel moved forward slowly. As the thick forest opened up, he saw a breathtaking figure hovering in midair, long white hair flowing down like a waterfall as she softly hummed a tune to herself. In that instant, it felt as though the cherry blossoms and even the surrounding space were trembling. The whole world was dyed pink, and Beck Uziel's body felt so light, it was almost as if he were floating. One of the 12 moon gods, the lotus spring of the third moon. The moment she noticed him, her lips curled slightly, and she let out a small, dismissive puff. A human? Why have you come all the way to a place this remote? Her beauty was overwhelming, so close to the ideal image Beck Uziel had imagined that his heart nearly skipped a beat, but he forced himself to stay calm. The dark mana carried by the lotus spring of the third moon contained a seductive power, and this lovely appearance was nothing more than a false shell meant to lure prey into a trap. I absolutely cannot let myself fall for it. He quietly set the guiding flower down on the ground. Beck Uziel told himself he had to purge the invading mana from his body at once. Most people would have already surrendered to it, but he could endure because his body could not absorb mana in the first place. Taking a deep breath, Beck Uziel steadied himself and forced his will outward, driving the foreign mana back out of his body. His senses sharpened all at once. The space around the lotus spring of the third moon began to twist and warp. Then, like a shattered mirror snapping back into place, the illusion around him peeled away and the scene returned to its true form. Beck Uziel grimly thought that his mental strength still wasn't high enough to force her to fully reveal her true body. Still, at least this much meant he could resist being mentally controlled. On the other side, the lotus spring of the third moon slowly descended to the ground, surprise clear in her voice. Oh ho, a human resisted my enchantment. If you were an ordinary man, you would have already lunged at me like a starving beast. It seems you know what I really am. Then why did you come all this way to find me? Beck Uziel answered without hesitation. I came looking for a familiar's heart. You mean to kill a familiar and take its heart? No, I have no such intention, and I'm not strong enough to kill a familiar anyway. I'm searching for the heart its owner lost, the familiar relic hidden deep in this space. The moment Beck Uziel mentioned the familiar relic, her expression darkened. There is no heart there. Even so, I have to find it. Why? Beck Uziel reached into his coat. There was no need to explain Ifnal's circumstances in detail here, nor was there any reason to bring up the breathing technique right now. He took out the token and held it up for her to see. It's to save someone precious to me. Use the most morally righteous reason possible. Appeal to her sympathy. Just as he expected, that innocent and earnest look managed to deceive one of the 12 moon gods. A trace of pity appeared in her eyes as she said, "A mere mortal, yet you dare desire such a treasure." Hearing that, Beck Uziel laughed inwardly. Just as expected, she fell for it. Among the 12 moon gods, the lotus spring of the third moon cared for familiars more than anyone else. She had devoted herself to creating this entire fourth layer space for the sole purpose of protecting them. Beck Uziel's eyes gleamed. If this was about saving a familiar, then there was a chance she might allow him to obtain a heart. So that's why I could smell a familiar on you. I thought it was strange. Unexpectedly, a human has formed such a deep bond with a being of that level. She covered her mouth and let out a low, nasty laugh, clearly imagining something strange, and it made Beck Uziel feel sick with irritation. I was just faithfully doing breathing exercises next to Ifnal. Her imagination has gone way too far. Even though he was annoyed, Beck Uziel made himself sound pleading. Then, can I have that heart now? Her guard lowered a little, but she only sighed and slowly shook her head. I can no longer trust humans. We once grew close to many of them, and in the end, all we received was bitter betrayal. Hearing that, Beck Uziel immediately tried to protest. And know that. But before he could finish, the lotus spring of the third moon cut him off coldly. You were about to say that you're different from them, weren't you? I've heard enough of those empty words. I'm tired of them. He had expected this would be difficult, but not this difficult. According to the original story, conquering one of the 12 moon gods allowed you to inherit that god's power, and every one of them demanded completely different conditions. For the lotus spring of the third moon, the requirements were certain stat thresholds, extremely high compatibility with a familiar, and a level of mental will strong enough to satisfy her. To be honest, his current stats were nowhere near enough to meet those standards. His original plan had never been to subdue her in the first place, but if he couldn't even get a familiar's heart here, then he really was helpless. With that thought, Beck Uziel placed a hand over his chest and begged in a voice full of sincerity, "My friend is on the verge of death. Please, save her." The lotus spring of the third moon narrowed her eyes, carefully checking whether he was lying. After confirming that Beck Uziel truly wasn't lying, her expression softened a little. "Very well, unless you can prove that you are worthy of becoming a familiar's companion." Catching the opening at once, Beck Uziel quickly asked, "Then how do I prove that?" The lotus spring of the third moon gave him a mysterious smile. "It's very simple. Show me that you are willing to give up your life for a familiar." The moment he heard that, Beck Uziel's face sank. A strange feeling crept over him at once. That condition was far too extreme. I came here to save someone, yes, but my own life still has to come first. The more he thought about it, the more cold sweat began to run down his forehead. After all, his life was too valuable to throw away lightly. Meanwhile, the lotus spring of the third moon simply stood there, waiting in silence for Beck Uziel to make his choice. Then, all of a sudden, she spoke again. "No, I don't want familiars giving their affection to humanity ever again. Human lives are short, but their greed has no end. The familiars who choose to stay beside humans only end up suffering in the end." Beck Uziel lowered his head. He hadn't expected her refusal to be this direct. Maybe I shouldn't have come to the lotus spring of the third moon first. No, that's wrong. What matters is showing myself to her again and again until I build favor. She may dislike me now, but one day those efforts will pay off. And if not, then I'll need to find another way to obtain a familiar's heart. While Beck Uziel was silently lost in thought, countless crimson notifications suddenly burst into view. Warning. Due to your interference with the storyline, the butterfly effect has grown massive. Chapter 8, The Dark Corruption Invasion, has been advanced ahead of schedule and is now about to merge with the current chapter. The mission's difficulty spiked dramatically, but even that wasn't the end of it. Things were only getting worse from here. A new notification suddenly appeared, marked with a terrifying dragon icon that made Beck Uziel instinctively step back in shock. It displayed Chapters 7 and 8, Rituals of Covenant with Familiars, and the invasion of the Dark Mage. He froze, realizing something serious was about to unfold. At that same moment, both of them felt it, a heavy surge of dark mana erupting from deep within the third layer. The spirit known as the Lotus Spring of the Third Moon couldn't believe the oppressive pressure she was sensing. Could dark mages have already invaded this place? The thought alone sent chills through her. That intruder definitely wasn't an ordinary dark mage. His power was overwhelming, at minimum, danger level 6 or higher. Clenching her fists in frustration, she realized the harsh truth. With her current strength, there was no way she could stop someone like that. The situation was already beyond what she could handle. To protect the spirit beasts, the Lotus Spring of the Third Moon had sacrificed nearly everything to form the fourth layer space. But that protection came at a cost. She was now trapped, unable to leave this prison she created. Then she heard it, the faint, agonizing cries of familiars being slowly devoured by dark mana. Her heart tightened painfully. At this rate, all of her children would eventually be corrupted beyond saving. Beck Uziel's voice suddenly cut through her panic like a blade. "Where are they?" he demanded. She blinked in confusion. She tried to reason with him, telling him he couldn't sense their locations anyway and that it was pointless. "At your level, there's no way you can stop them," she insisted. But Beck Uziel shouted back without hesitation, urgency burning in his voice. "There's no time, just tell me where they are." His unwavering tone made the Lotus Spring of the Third Moon freeze in place for a moment, completely taken aback. After a brief inner struggle, she finally gave in and pointed him toward the direction of the dark mana's source. "That way, that's where they're corrupting my children," she said quietly. Beck Uziel nodded once in gratitude. "Thank you." Gripping the Guardian Branch artifact tightly in his hand, Beck Uziel immediately broke into a full sprint toward the indicated direction without a single moment of hesitation. Inside, he silently prayed as he ran. "Damn it, please don't let me be too late." Cut to the third layer. The once lush forest was now reduced to ruins, scorched earth and shattered stone everywhere. Hong Baiyan's group had already lost consciousness. Not only them, but even Acel and the entire S-class formation had been completely overwhelmed and taken down. Even Ma Yuziang had fallen, lying motionless among the wreckage. Nearby, Flame coughed violently, spitting out blood as she struggled to stay conscious. Kneeling on the ground, exhausted and trembling, Flame stared up at Mai Zentiran with despair filling her eyes. Mai Zentiran let out a cold, mocking laugh. "You kids really are something," she said. "For teenagers, you all possess absurd levels of power. I almost want to take it for myself." Her smile twisted with greed. As she finished speaking, she slowly raised her hand, and dense dark mana began gathering around her fingertips. A massive black void formed, radiating pure destruction. Mai Zentiran tilted her head slightly and let out a satisfied laugh. "Oh, promising seedlings of Stella Academy, now obediently become part of me." As her words fell, dark magic spread rapidly, dyeing the entire battlefield in a deep, suffocating red. It was clear, everything here, including the familiars, would soon be consumed and corrupted by her power. Flame's heart sank completely. "It's over. I don't even have the strength left to move," she thought in despair. There was no path left to retreat, and every ounce of their strength had already been exhausted. "Am I going to die here?" Just then, a system notification appeared. The American Pendant artifact had activated its effect, a one-time absolute protection against magic of rank 6 or below. In an instant, holy light erupted from the pendant, pushing back the spreading corruption and blocking the dark energy. Flame's vision blurred as her body slowly weakened, collapsing as if carried down by a fading breeze. Yet amidst the chaos, a strangely light and almost amused voice rang out. "Seriously, what a guy." A brilliant burst of light scattered Mai Zentiran's destructive magic, restoring a brief moment of calm across the devastated land. "The hero always shows up last," the voice continued. The one who activated the artifact was none other than Beck Uziel, arriving right when everything had reached its breaking point. The pendant shattered and vanished immediately after activation. It was a single-use relic. But Beck Uziel didn't care about that at all. What mattered was simple: he had arrived in time. "Fortunately, no one has died yet, but this is all because you interfered too much with the storyline." His words carried a sharp edge of frustration. By provoking Mai Zentiran, the truth about her theft of Sister Altalicia's invention at the Alchemy Congress had been exposed, dragging everyone into this crisis. Now, there was no hope of outside help. The only way forward was to defeat her here. Suddenly, Ma Yuziang stepped forward and called out, "Beck Uziel." Beck Uziel flinched, quickly turning toward him. "Are you okay?" he asked. Ma Yuziang gave a tired, bitter smile. "As you can see, I'm not exactly fine, but right now, only the two of us can still fight. So we'll have to gamble everything." The real question now was, how were they going to do it? Ma Yuziang stared ahead as the mist slowly cleared, revealing Mai Zentiran approaching once again. "If we try to face her head-on with brute force, we'll be crushed instantly," he said calmly. Without another word, he reached into his backpack and threw something onto the ground. Baek Uziel raised the guardian branch with steady confidence. I've got a plan, but it only works once, he said. He explained the artifact, the branch of resentment. Its curse deepens over time, marking enemies on first contact and triggering a devastating explosion on second contact, especially effective against dark attribute beings. Its power peaks after 3 months of accumulation, but it can only be used once. Ma Yuziang gave a faint smile. I understand. I'll draw her attention and create an opening. It'll be rough, but we don't have the luxury to hesitate. Baek Uziel's eyes flickered slightly as he quickly guessed what reckless thing Ma Yuziang intended to do. From within the swirling mist, Mai Zentiran's voice echoed coldly. I've been wondering who could resist my magic, so it was you. Huh, Baek Uziel. At this point, Baek Uziel still stood his ground, refusing to back down even as the pressure intensified around him. With a calm but firm expression, he answered Kane's demand without hesitation. Yes, I will stop you. Kane let out a dry, almost amused laugh. Good for you, he said coldly, as if mocking the idea of resistance. Then show me how far that determination goes. His voice dropped, carrying a darker edge. Because people like you are exactly the kind I can't tolerate. Mai Zentiran opened her mouth wide, her expression twisting into something monstrous, and unleashed a devastating beam of world-ending light straight toward Baek Uziel and Ma Yuziang. In that split second, too fast for most to react, everything felt like it froze under the weight of destruction. Ma Yuziang instantly moved forward, throwing up a magic barrier with everything he had in an attempt to block the incoming attack head-on. A deafening series of explosions erupted, boom after boom, sending violent shockwaves tearing across the battlefield and scattering debris in every direction. When the smoke and dust finally began to clear, Baek Uziel slowly opened his eyes, scanning the ruined field with tense focus. What appeared before him made every witness hold their breath in disbelief, as if the very air had turned heavy. Ma Yuziang's body now radiated dense, suffocating dark mana that had clearly surpassed level 6. He had fully fallen into corruption and awakened as a shadow mage. Baek Uziel wiped the dust from his face, breathing slightly unsteadily as he recovered from the shock of the impact. He steadied himself and slowly opened his eyes again, forcing his focus back onto the battlefield. A violent violet surge of mana ignited across his hand, crackling with black sparks that hinted at something far more dangerous beneath the surface. Baek Uziel froze the moment he realized what Ma Yuziang was about to do, a bad feeling tightening in his chest. Ma Yuziang's entire body was now wrapped in thick black mist, releasing a terrifying pressure that made the surrounding space feel distorted. Baek Uziel narrowed his eyes, watching closely. He hadn't expected Ma Yuziang to resort to this kind of power here. Without hesitation, Ma Yuziang dashed forward like a streak of light, tearing through the battlefield with overwhelming speed. Baek Uziel quickly understood this wasn't just a technique. Ma Yuziang had already chosen to activate his demonic transformation. It was a forbidden demonic form that allowed him to burn his very soul into power, turning himself into something inhuman for a short time. Even though Ma Yuziang hated relying on it, the enemy in front of them left no room for hesitation or restraint. On the other side, Mai Zentiran sneered with twisted amusement, watching her opponent finally fight seriously as if it entertained her. She casually raised her hand and fired a crimson bolt straight toward Ma Yuziang, tearing through the air like a spear. Her expression was completely unhinged now, a grotesque smile filled with pure killing intent spreading across her face. Ma Yuziang surged forward like lightning, closing the distance in an instant and catching even Mai Zentiran off guard. He poured all his strength into a single strike, releasing a violent shockwave that rippled outward upon impact. Mai Zentiran's eyes widened in surprise, clearly shocked by the sudden burst of power coming from a student. A massive explosion erupted as Ma Yuziang's attack collided with her defenses, shaking the entire area. Ma Yuziang stood firm in the aftermath, surrounded by drifting smoke, his demonic aura dominating the space around him. Baek Uziel silently marveled at the sight. Ma Yuziang had actually managed to push back a level 6 threat, even if only briefly. In this demonic state, Ma Yuziang's combat ability had temporarily risen to the level of a 4th-tier sorcerer. Thick smoke and dust continued to cloud the battlefield, making it nearly impossible for either side to see clearly. From within that haze, a deep red vortex of mana suddenly flared to life, pulsing with dangerous intent. Both Baek Uziel and Ma Yuziang felt the atmosphere shift again instantly, realizing the fight was far from over. Mai Zentiran unleashed black mana tentacles that tore through the ground as she advanced, while Ma Yuziang narrowly evaded the attacks. Baek Uziel also slid back just in time to avoid being caught. Baek Uziel furrowed his brow, fully aware now that the situation had escalated into something extremely dangerous. Mai Zentiran had entered her second phase, summoning 4 thorn-like spikes of condensed dark mana capable of killing instantly on contact. Baek Uziel tightened his grip on the branch of resentment, feeling the accumulated power stored within it over the past 3 months. Even as Mai Zentiran roared about slaughter, Baek Uziel understood clearly that he would have to reach her personally to change anything. A brutal strike from Mai Zentiran shattered the ground beneath him, forcing Baek Uziel to adjust his footing instantly. He could now see it clearly. Even Mai Yuziang was struggling to close the distance against her overwhelming power. With no other choice left, Baek Uziel made a reckless decision and charged straight through a barrage of magical projectiles. Mai Yuziang shouted his teammate's name in shock, watching Baek Uziel run directly into what looked like certain death. Baek Uziel responded by throwing several mana bombs into the air, using them to distort Mai Zentiran's vision and create an opening. But Mai Zentiran casually swatted them aside, mocking his efforts as nothing more than weak resistance. She locked eyes with him, her gaze overflowing with killing intent and complete contempt. Despite everything, Baek Uziel smiled faintly. His real goal was simply to draw all of her attention toward him. Mai Zentiran was still consumed by the madness of dark mana, her sanity completely eroded by its influence. She dismissed his tricks as useless, but the moment Baek Uziel mentioned her defeat by Assistant Professor Altalicia, her expression changed sharply. That single remark struck a nerve, and her pupils contracted with intense fury as her composure finally cracked. Completely losing control, Mai Zentiran let out a furious, inhuman scream and unleashed all her remaining power directly at Baek Uziel. He kept using Blink, slipping through the tiniest openings in the professor's overwhelming barrage, barely avoiding every lethal strike by inches. Baek Uziel's sacrifice and baiting strategy paid off, finally creating a perfect opening for Mai Yuziang to strike from behind. Watching from a distance, Mai Yuziang finally understood Baek Uziel's intention. He had deliberately drawn Maizen's full attention onto himself. He clenched his fist tightly, realizing this was the only opportunity Baek Uziel had managed to buy, almost at the cost of everything. Earlier, Maizen's defenses had been too complete for him to activate the Overlord's dominion, but now the situation had shifted. A sharp, lethal red glow ignited in Mai Yuziang's eyes as he made his resolve. This attempt had to succeed. Meanwhile, Baek Uziel was still struggling under the professor's relentless, berserk-like attacks. Grinding his teeth, he forced himself to endure it all, with no room to breathe or even think for a single second. Every time he used more mental energy for Blink, the strain made his evasive movements heavier and more painful. A blade of pitch-black mana swept past him, missing by a hair's breadth and nearly ending his life on the spot. Clutching his weapon tightly, Baek Uziel struggled to keep the last fragments of his awareness from slipping away. He surged forward again like a moth drawn to flame, deliberately pulling Maizen's attention back onto himself. Back-to-back mana explosions tore through the battlefield, shaking the entire space under the professor's terrifying power. Baek Uziel was violently shaken by the impact, his body beginning to fail under the extreme strain. He realized in shock that Maizen's power had gone completely out of control, making even basic attacks difficult to survive. Maizen let out a twisted, delighted laugh, declaring that Baek Uziel's fate was already sealed here. A claw of black mana shot forward, aiming to crush him, carrying overwhelming killing intent in every direction. Baek Uziel's eyes went unfocused from exhaustion, his body reaching its absolute limit. But at that exact moment, Mai Yuziang's voice rang out from behind, signaling that the final phase had begun. A massive surge of dark mana erupted outward, swallowing everything in its path in a single decisive blast. Maizen was completely engulfed in thick, suffocating black smoke. Baek Uziel squinted through the haze, sweat running down his cheek as he tried to follow the outcome. Mai Yuziang, now in his dark mage form, was overwhelmingly dominating Maizen without question. Yuziang tightened his grip around the opponent's throat, his gaze sharp, cold, and merciless. His blood-red eyes flickered with an unmistakable intent to kill. Maizen struggled violently, her face twisted in agony as she tried to break free. Her eyes bulged as she gasped for breath in short, broken intervals. Her thin arms trembled uncontrollably, her strength slowly draining away. Maizen's entire body went numb, completely immobilized under the crushing pressure of dark mana. Baek Uziel saw his chance and prepared to rush in to seize the soul branch. Yuziang advanced carefully, still listening closely to the enemy's faint muttering. Even while being strangled, Maizen continued to spit out curses filled with hatred. Mai Yuziang stared directly into the defeated woman's eyes, curious about the insane power she had once wielded. Maizen gritted her teeth stubbornly. Her pride refused to let her fall so easily. A strange purple glow flickered faintly at the edge of her vision. She screamed in fury, refusing to submit even at the brink of defeat. Maizen unleashed a burst of crimson mana and suddenly lunged straight at Mai Yuziang. The strike hit so hard that he was thrown backward, flying past Baek Yuziel before he could react. Yuziang froze for a split second, stunned by the unexpected counterattack. A shockwave explosion erupted, sending everything flying as Ma Yuziang was swallowed in thick white smoke. Yuziang called out instinctively for his comrade, but in that instant Maizen's follow-up attack landed. The red thorn-like attacks were still sweeping wildly, though Yuziang noticed their speed had slightly dropped. He narrowed his focus, carefully tracking every single movement of the incoming assault. Maizen stood tall among the chaotic thorns, and Yuziang realized this was the only chance to end it. Yuziang shot forward like an arrow, aiming to close the distance in a single burst. Maizen curled her lips into a vicious smile, as if she had been waiting precisely for this moment. Baek Yuziel slipped through the narrowest gaps between the red thorns, moving with precise timing. A massive thorn slammed down exactly where he had just been a split second earlier. Baek Yuziel's expression tightened with tension as danger closed in from every direction. Maizen laughed loudly and wildly, fully convinced that her prey had already fallen into her perfect trap. With no other option left, Yuziel finally activated the hidden skill he had been holding back until the very last moment. Soul Breath, Third Awakening, burst into effect. His sensory abilities surged sharply, jumping to 147% in an instant. Within the forest's mysterious influence, the skill's output was further amplified, but only for a brief window of 15 seconds. Yu Xiao's speed suddenly exploded. He shot forward like a streak of light, leaving faint blue trails in his wake. Maizen flinched in surprise, clearly shocked by the sudden rise in his power. Yu Xiao declared that it was over as he firmly gripped the branch, ready to end everything. Grinding her teeth, Maizen attempted one last desperate counterattack. Red thorns erupted from every direction, piercing straight through Yu Xiao's body. Maizen laughed wildly, still certain that she had finally trapped her prey. But even while wounded, Ma Yuziang didn't hesitate. His focus stayed locked on the branch. Blink activated, an instant, pinpoint teleportation that closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Yuziel drove the branch straight into Maizen's chest, bringing the battle to its decisive end. Maizen's eyes widened in terror as the fatal strike landed perfectly. A system notification appeared, confirming that contact with the object of wrath had been successfully made. Her rage meter spiked to the maximum as Maizen screamed in agony, her body beginning to break apart. Her corrupted soul shattered completely under the purifying power of the soul branch. She let out one final, venomous curse before vanishing into nothingness. Even as death closed in, Maizen desperately vowed to kill Baek Yuziel someday, but he only met her fading hatred with silent acceptance. Yuziel stared straight at her without a hint of hesitation, unmoved by meaningless threats. A burst of black mana flickered briefly before being extinguished, dragging her remaining soul into the abyss. The rotten branch dropped to the ground as the brutal battle finally came to an end, the cracked earth bearing witness to the devastation left behind. A system notification appeared, granting a special reward for Yuziel's extraordinary contribution in turning the tide of fate. He exhaled deeply in relief, as if a crushing weight had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Baek Yuziel collapsed onto the shattered ground, whispering that it was finally over at last. He closed his eyes tightly, allowing himself to savor a rare, quiet moment amid the ruins. Cherry blossoms began to fall gently around him, filling the air with a soft, dreamlike atmosphere. Within the glowing cherry grove, a transcendent, otherworldly being appeared before Yuziel. It was the divine beast, Lion Hong Chun Sanyu. She gently placed her hand on the shoulder of the sleeping boy, as if blessing a scene from a fairy tale. The divine beast softly apologized for placing such an unbearable burden on his shoulders. She understood his frustration, his inability to prove his true strength to others weighed heavily on him. It wasn't his fault, there had simply been no way for him to properly show it. In that silent space, only the wind moved through the glowing petals drifting through the air. The divine beast expressed her respect for a boy who had risked his life for his beliefs, and for her. As a fitting reward, she offered him the heart of the divine beast, glowing with pure light. The crystal of pure mana was transferred into Yuziel's chest, along with her gratitude for protecting her children. Warm energy spread through his body, easing away all pain and exhaustion in an instant. Baek Yuziel lay peacefully beneath the ancient tree, slowly drifting into a gentle dream within the Valley of Blossoms. After Ka Katsirin sensed the surge of dark mana, the elf knights immediately sprang into action. They launched a search and safely carried the unconscious students out of the danger zone. Although a few students were injured in clashes with corrupted beasts, none of the injuries were life-threatening. All students who had fought Maizen earlier were confirmed to be safe. Hong Baiyan and Acel quickly completed contracts with the level 5 beasts before the evacuation was finalized. Both Ma Yuziang and Baek Yuziel were also included on the rescue list. They were immediately transported to Stella Academy's hospital for emergency treatment. Head of Department Raven was shocked when he received the report from his subordinates. Nurse Luna confirmed the diagnosis. Baek Uziel possessed a stagnant mana constitution. Luna couldn't hide her disbelief. She was seeing such a rare constitution in person for the first time, wondering how he had even entered Stella Academy. Raven explained that in academic circles, a body unable to store mana was considered nearly impossible to work with. Yet he quietly realized that this student had somehow turned that supposed weakness into something truly extraordinary. Raven carefully reviewed the medical records and came to a grim conclusion. With this rare constitution, the maximum lifespan was only about 20 years. In other words, Baek Uziel had roughly 2 years left to live. Flipping through the files, Raven noticed something else. Despite knowing his condition, the boy continued to study magic with complete sincerity, as if racing against time itself. Because of that, Raven quietly asked Luna to keep everything classified. He wanted to support the boy's determination and let him walk his chosen path, even if it led to an early end. That night, in a quiet hospital corridor, Nurse Luna was walking alone when a voice suddenly stopped her mid-step. Someone called out to her and asked her name, breaking the silence of the hallway. It was Hong Siwa. She stood there with a faint, sly smile, saying she wanted a little private conversation. 3 days later, inside the hospital room where Ma Yuziang and Baek Uziel were recovering, the only sound was the slow, steady peeling of an apple in the heavy silence. Asa let out a soft sigh. 3 days had passed, yet neither of them showed any sign of waking up. She muttered under her breath that Flame must have lied, since someone had told her that peeling apples would help patients wake sooner. Worry filled her eyes as she stared down at the half-peeled apple resting in her hand. Today should have been the gourmet club meeting, but with both key members lying unconscious, there was nothing she could do. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind her. Startled, Isel quickly turned around. At the doorway stood a strange girl with bright, flaming pink hair, watching her calmly. It was Hong Siwa Dalabit. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked Isel up and down, sizing her up without any rush. Siwa smirked and said she didn't expect to see a familiar face here. She then tossed out playful teasing remarks, saying Isel had gotten prettier, even joking lightly about marriage. That attitude instantly annoyed Isel, who bluntly asked why she was even here. Siwa replied casually that she simply came to visit the heroes who had saved her sister. But her tone quickly shifted. Her gaze sharpened, and she called Isel the daughter of a traitor. Isel froze in shock at those words, her eyes widening. The insult cut deep. After all, it was the Adalabit family that had placed her in this position to begin with. She abruptly stood up, her mana flaring in anger as she faced Siwa's contempt. Siwa casually waved it off, telling her to calm down if she didn't want to cause a scene in a hospital room. Then she commented that Isel seemed quite close to the 2 patients lying in bed. Siwa suddenly asked if Isel knew Baek Uziel's deepest secret. Seeing Isel's confused reaction, she clicked her tongue and mocked her, saying they weren't as close as she thought. Then Siwa delivered a sharp psychological blow, stating coldly that Baek Uziel was going to die. She explained that his stagnant mana constitution was essentially a death sentence. No one with it could live past 20. Isel was completely stunned. The notebook slipped from her hand and hit the floor as she struggled to process what she had just heard. Siwa sneered and told her not to act so confident, because she clearly didn't understand Baek Uziel at all. She added that Uziel had kept his most important secret hidden from everyone, including her. Those words struck Isel hard. She realized how much he had done for her, and yet how little she truly knew about him. Lowering her head, she silently blamed herself for never trying to understand her friend more deeply. Siwa pushed further, telling her that someone as weak as her should stay in her place and stop pretending she was close to Uziel. Just as the tension reached its peak, a cold voice suddenly cut through the room, ordering her to stop. It was Hong Bayan. She stepped in and mocked her sister for threatening an ordinary student so carelessly. Bayan glanced at Siwa and pointed out that even after graduating, she still wore the Stella uniform just to flaunt her authority. Hit where it hurt, Siwa forced a smile to hide her irritation. Siwa turned toward Bayan and asked if she even knew who she was talking to, but Bayan showed no fear and called her shameless. Bayan further exposed her, saying Siwa only got her position thanks to luck after someone else's death, not through real ability. She then declared proudly that she was a princess, the rightful heir with full authority of the crown. Siwa froze, shocked that her sister would openly oppose her like this in front of others. Bayan only asked who the truly shameless one was. Bayan's arrival helped Isel regain her composure. She straightened her back and spoke firmly, no longer shaken. Isel declared that even if she didn't know everything about Baek Uziel, she would never use secretly learned information as a weapon against him. She added that real friends respect each other's secrets and wait until they're ready to share them. Her words even made Bayan pause slightly. Hong Siwa only smiled faintly, showing no trace of regret or shame. She laughed and said kids these days really had too much energy and confidence for their own good. Turning away, Siwa walked off and told Bayan to keep that attitude next time before leaving with a dismissive farewell. Isel stood there in silence, still shaken by everything that had just happened, while Bayan quietly moved toward the table with the fruit basket she brought. Bayan glanced at Baek Uziel lying still on the hospital bed, his eyes closed, and a faint trace of concern crossed her face as she watched over him. The two girls kept staring at their comatose friend, silently clinging to the hope that some kind of miracle might still happen, even if it felt impossible. After Baek Uziel left, Azel ended up sitting alone, letting out a long, tired sigh while staring at the overflowing fruit basket beside her. Everything that had happened kept twisting together in her mind like a messy knot that refused to untangle. She leaned back slightly, worn out, quietly wondering why things had to become so complicated. No matter how much she thought about it, there were still so many things she just couldn't understand at all. Then, out of nowhere, a soft groan broke the silence. Azel instantly snapped her head toward the sound and froze, staring at Baek Uziel in complete disbelief, as if she couldn't trust what she was seeing. Baek Uziel slowly opened his eyes, casually scratched his head like nothing had happened, and muttered in annoyance about how noisy everything was. His completely unbothered awakening left Azel feeling both relieved beyond words and strangely furious at the same time.
Both girls stood there in silence, staring at their unconscious friend as if sheer hope alone might somehow wake her up. Even after Hong Bai finally turned and left, Azel stayed behind in her chair, letting out a quiet sigh while her eyes drifted toward the fruit basket piled so full it was practically overflowing. Everything that had happened a moment ago still felt like one long, exhausting tangle in her head. Sitting there alone, she couldn't help wondering how things had somehow become this messy and complicated. There were still far too many things she couldn't make sense of, and the more she thought about them, the less clear they seemed. Then, all of a sudden, a faint moan broke the silence. The sound made Azel jolt in surprise, and she quickly turned around toward the bed. The scene then shifts forward, and before long, night has fallen over the infirmary. Inside the room, after finally waking up, he casually reached for an apple, picked it up, and started eating as if trying to make up for the time he had lost. As he chewed, a thought crossed his mind, and he could hardly believe it himself. He had actually been asleep for 3 full days. Still, it seemed Yuziong had let the whole thing pass without making a fuss. And when he thought about it that way, defeating Maizen Tyrant was definitely something worth feeling good about. Even so, he couldn't ignore one problem. Just using ordinary skills was already wearing him out this badly. If things kept going like this, it was going to become a real issue. And on top of that, he found himself wondering what exactly that system reward notification was supposed to mean. Right at that moment, the system notification panel appeared in front of him. The information displayed read, Baek Uziong Strength, 2 stars 89%, Perception, 2 stars 98%, Agility, 2 stars 30%, Stamina, 2 stars 98%, Endurance, 1 star 30%, Blink Level 2, Divine Breath Level 1, Manalic Constitution Level 3, Blessing of the Hong Third Moon Deity Level 1. The instant he looked over the panel, his eyes widened, and he blurted out in surprise that the stat increases were way bigger than he expected. Then his attention shifted downward, and his gaze stopped on the final 2 lines in particular. Manalic Constitution Level 3 and Blessing of the Hong Third Moon Deity Level 1. Almost immediately, another notification popped up. It read, Maniliac Constitution Level 3 increases spirit power by 90%. Item, Sensing, consumes spirit power to read part of an item's memory. Telepathy, consumes spirit power to transmit or receive another's will. Psychic Empathy, consumes spirit power to grasp an opponent's gestures. Mental Resistance, consumes spirit power to resist psychic-type attacks. The more he read through it, the more stunned he became. It wasn't just good news either. The blessing of the Hong Third Moon Deity seemed to come with an incredible number of effects. At that point, he quietly pieced it together in his head, so that was probably the real reason he had ended up hospitalized. While he had been unconscious, the blessing of the Hong Third Moon Deity must have been granted to him. For a human body, accepting the blessing of the Hong Third Moon Deity wasn't something that happened quickly. It took a long time for the body to fully endure and adapt to it. Then, suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind so sharply that he froze for a second. Could it really be? Without wasting another moment, He slipped a hand into his pocket and pulled out a pale pink gem. The moment he saw it in his hand, he recognized it at once. He had found it, the spirit beast's heart. Excitement rushed over him immediately. All the effort he had put in over the past few days hadn't been for nothing after all. The dream had actually become reality. With this, a finals problem could be solved right away, and on top of that, he was getting an extra reward too. Then the system followed up with yet another notification. It declared, for the one who steers the story toward the ideal path, the Stellar Project promises to grant additional rewards. He stared at the message and realized it was directed at him. So he was the one being notified. A special reward that immediately made him curious what the system was giving him this time. Thinking it over, he reminded himself that up until now, most of the things he had received were more suited for defense than anything else. His offensive ability was still lacking, and he knew that well. But during the battle with May's End, he had at least managed to discover one countermeasure that actually worked. That only made the answer clearer in his mind. More than anything else, what he needed most right now was attack power. He quickly reasoned that the system would probably reject equipment he had already used before, and if that was the case, then there was only one thing he really wanted. Almost without thinking, he immediately blurted it out loud. Add an energy recovery skill that can offset the mana leak trait. That alone would make things much better. As if the system had been waiting for that exact request, a fresh notification appeared right away. Energy recovery skill, Mana Focus, will be activated to compensate for the mana leak trait. The moment he sensed mana flowing out from his body, relief and delight washed over him. It was fine. This could work. After feeling it more carefully, he understood what was happening. Concentrating mana like this was exactly what the mana leak constitution was about. As long as the body contained mana, that energy would naturally scatter outward. But now, with this skill, he could gather that leaking mana into one specific point and stop it from being lost. And once that became possible, the next question was obvious. What would happen then? With this skill alone, he could now compress and focus the mana into a single location instead of letting it keep dispersing. If he could really prevent that loss, then only one thought remained in his mind. What would that lead to next? Now, all that's left is to return the heart to a final. Once that's done, I'll finally be able to master the mana leak constitution properly. And when that happens, I'll come back even stronger than I was before. My body has already recovered, so there's nothing holding me back now. Honestly, I can barely wait for the end of this week to arrive. The scene shifts to a vast open prairie where endless grass stretches in every direction, and right at the center of that quiet expanse stands a lone little wooden house. Cain made his way toward the house at an unhurried pace, stepping up to the door before calmly pushing forward and entering without hesitation. As soon as he was inside, he called out in a steady voice, "Tower Master." From within the house, the person being addressed turned around to face him and answered at once, "You're here, Cain." The man standing there was none other than Tower Master Ritter Callow himself. He looked him over and asked, "You're still using that form?" The man could only reply with a helpless tone. There wasn't any other choice. "I've forgotten the magic that lets me control my age." He asked once again, "You're still in that form?" And the man, sounding just as helpless as before, answered, "I don't have another option. I've already forgotten the age magic." That answer clearly didn't sit well with him. To him, sending someone by a different route meant they weren't following his methods at all. Noticing that dissatisfaction on his face, Cain spoke up and asked, "Are you blaming me?" He repeated himself firmly, "Evil demons have to be destroyed. You're the one who taught me that in the first place." The man turned his gaze toward the window, staring out as he explained in a quieter voice, "I've changed, and if I've changed, then the way I do things has to change too. The words I once said can't stay right forever." Then he continued, reminding him, "After you left Peach Blossom Grove, Mazin appeared while in his corrupted state. You don't need to worry about that. It's already been taken care of." Hearing that, Cain's hand tightened into a fist in slight frustration, though he still gave a restrained reply. "Yes," the man went on, And don't blame yourself either. The fault is mine for not telling you what I was doing." Then, with complete honesty, he admitted, "The truth is, I can't see the future anymore. Everything ahead is covered in fog now, and because of that, I can't make decisions the way I used to." Standing behind him, Kane added, "Then that's a serious problem." The man simply closed his eyes and answered, "If you depend too much on what you see, you lose your speed, and you lose the ability to truly anticipate. In a way, I'm almost grateful now that I can't see the future anymore." At those words, Kane started to cut in. But before he could finish what he wanted to say, Rudrick suddenly interrupted him, catching him off guard with a sharp question. "Is it Beck Uziel? The kid you met? He was the one who defeated Mazan." The moment Kane heard that, he could hardly believe what he was hearing. That brat? The shock was written all over him, and then the thought followed naturally. No wonder there was something strange about him. Sensing exactly what Kane was thinking, the man explained, "It's not what you're imagining. That child is nothing more than an ordinary student. He's just hiding a great many other things." Kane tried to respond at once. "That's not what I meant, Tower Master." But the man continued over him, saying, "There are countless unbelievable things in this world. You don't need to understand every single one of them." With those final words, his body began to dissolve, scattering away into the air itself. And just like that, Kane was left behind by himself, standing in the middle of that enormous field, alone and completely bewildered. The scene then cuts back once more to Stell Academy. At that same moment, a newspaper could be seen lying openly across the headmaster's desk. Printed across it was a bold headline: "The true identity of the corrupted demonic man is none other than the metallurgical instructor, Mazan Tyron, who has been darkened." Siren looked toward the headmaster and exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect the academy to cover up the truth like this." Across from her, Headmaster Edmund calmly sipped his tea before replying, "Of course, hide as much of it as possible, but if more incidents like this keep happening later on, then how long do you think we'll be able to keep hiding it?" Not fully understanding what he meant, she immediately called back, "What do you mean?" And he answered her just as plainly, "Exactly what I said." She warned them that corruption had already spread beyond the academy walls more than once, and there was every chance that some of it had already found its way inside as well. Because of that, everyone needed to stay alert and be extremely careful. At that point, she finally understood what the real issue was, so that was the truth behind it. She had never fully believed it before, only holding on to the suspicion halfway. But the image in her mind kept coming back to the same person, someone who had slain a deity, someone carrying a corrupted soul even fouler than a demon-slaying dark spirit, someone who had shown up in a student uniform just to bring down Amarin, and someone who bore the unmistakable scent of ethanol. If all of those clues pointed to one and the same person, and if the one who killed ethanol was now hiding somewhere inside this academy, then Edmund should have been able to feel the presence of that filthy, tainted soul. But Stella's ability to conceal magic could not be doubted. If the intruder was using that level of concealment, then even Edmund might fail to notice anything at all. And if that was true, then there was no way to completely dismiss the possibility that Ethanol's killer had already slipped into the academy unnoticed. Even so, she refused to let that shake her determination. Somewhere, somehow, there still might be a trace of Ethanol left behind. A hard, unwavering resolve settled clearly in her eyes. "I have to find it no matter what." Then the scene shifted to the weekend. Uziel made his way to Ethanol's garden, and there he found her sitting by herself among the quiet greenery, looking lonely and weighed down by sorrow. He walked up to her with his usual bright energy and greeted her in a cheerful voice. "Hey, it's been a while. You've been doing pretty well lately, haven't you?" But before he could even finish what he was saying, she snapped back at him in a rush of anger. "So you finally came? Why did you take so long? Were you crawling here half dead or something? You didn't forget about me this whole time, did you? How have you been, huh? Answer me already. I'm waiting. Say something. Hurry up." Her questions came one after another without giving him even a second to breathe, and Uziel could only stand there completely overwhelmed. All he could manage was a helpless, stunned reaction. "Wow, my ears are ringing." Even so, He still looked at her and smiled gently. Then he told her that she must have been waiting for a very long time, and that at last he had brought the spirit beast's heart. As he said that, he took out the spirit beast's heart and carefully held it out right in front of her. The instant the heart appeared, it reacted on its own and lifted straight up into the air. Then, as if being pulled by some unseen force, it shot toward Ifanel and drove itself directly into the statue. The moment the heart was completely absorbed, an intense burst of light exploded from Ifanel's stone statue. It was so bright that Uziel had no choice but to narrow his eyes and shield his vision. After that blinding flash faded a little, a full body with real movement gradually appeared right in front of them. She immediately stared at that newly formed body with open excitement, clearly unable to contain herself. How long has it been? I'm moving now. I'm really moving. I'm so happy. So happy. But after letting that burst of joy out, she pulled herself back and returned to what really mattered. All right? Then, unable to hold back her feelings any longer, she rushed straight toward him and threw her arms tightly around him. Her voice trembled with excitement as she thanked him for saving her. Her voice was still full of that same overflowing excitement as she repeated her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." He looked back at her with a warm smile and gave his reply. "Yeah, that's wonderful, Ifanel." But in that very moment, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed that her arm was starting to fade away, and with concern rising in his voice, he could only look at her and say, "Your body." She tightened her hand into a fist and answered him calmly. The heart still was not enough to keep this body going for long. She told him she was about to fall asleep again, so he needed to make the most of the little time they had left. Then she quickly gave him another instruction. She told him to come closer, put on the clothes she had prepared, and wear the necklace she had given him as well. Without showing even a hint of hesitation, he did exactly as she said. He changed into the clothes she had prepared for him and put on the necklace too. Once he was fully dressed, his appearance had completely changed. He looked every bit like a genuine spirit. Bringing the conversation back to what really mattered, she looked at him and said that now she would lead him to the hidden place where her friend was sleeping. Hearing that, he gave a small nod right away and answered calmly that he understood. At that exact moment, something began approaching from behind them. The faint presence creeping closer made him jolt in surprise, and he quickly spun around. It was unmistakable now, a human presence. From behind, the outline of a figure slowly drew near. The instant he sensed it, he was startled and whipped around to look. What he felt was clear enough to identify immediately. It was a human presence. Right then, the system sent out a sudden notification. It informed him that the cursed trait, known as the Love Attraction Constitution, had just manifested. In that split second, the image of the person behind him flashed across his mind. He froze inwardly, shocked, as the realization hit him. Oh my, that person is... Before the situation could worsen, the system followed up with another notification. The protective blessing of Honglingxian Third Moon had been activated, granting him complete immunity against the curse. The moment he understood what had just happened, he spoke to himself inwardly with lingering fear. If it had not been for the blessing of Honglingxian Third Moon, this really would have turned into a complete disaster. So this is the Love Attraction Constitution. Just thinking about it made the danger obvious. It truly was a terrifying kind of power. And the one who had arrived behind them was none other than Siren herself. The scene then shifted back to around 10 minutes earlier. At that time, she had been quietly walking through the garden, moving at an unhurried pace as though she were searching for something hidden somewhere within it. As she looked ahead through the familiar garden, a thought surfaced in her mind. She realized it had been a very long time since she last came here. Back when Ifanel was still alive, this was a place she used to visit often. With each step she took deeper into the garden. The trees surrounding her seemed to sway and shift along with her movement, making the whole space feel strangely alive. Noticing that subtle response from the surroundings, she turned her gaze toward a nearby flower. Then, almost gently and without thinking, she reached out a hand and softly stroked it. After seeing the condition of the place, she quietly came to a conclusion. Whoever had been protecting this garden all this time had clearly done their job well. Then a thought suddenly occurred to her. Since there was no one else around to see her, maybe there was no need for her to keep wearing the mask after all. With that thought in mind, she lifted her hand and removed the mask from her face. What was revealed beneath it was an otherworldly beauty, a face so extraordinary it looked like that of a fairy. Letting out a relieved breath, she murmured that she did not even know how long it had been since she last showed her true face. For now, she decided to leave the mask there and simply come back for it later. She continued wandering through that ethereal space, taking in the atmosphere around her. As she looked around, she realized it was still exactly like before, unchanged in the slightest. Then, all of a sudden, something caught her attention. She stopped, closed her eyes, and directed her senses far into the distance. There was an aura there, one that felt strikingly familiar to her the moment she sensed it. Her eyes flew open, suddenly shining with emotion, because in that instant she understood the truth. Iphanel was still alive. The realization hit her so hard that she did not hesitate for even a moment. She immediately broke into a run and rushed straight toward Iphanel. But after that first burst of urgency, she gradually calmed herself and looked more carefully ahead. Beside Iphanel, there seemed to be someone else standing there. The moment she noticed that youth near her friend, worry rose inside her heart. A troubling thought appeared in her mind. Could that young man be planning to do something to Iphanel? At the same time, he also seemed to realize what she was about to do. The space beneath his feet immediately began to ripple and waver slightly, as though reacting to the danger closing in. She thrust her hand forward without delay. In response, his entire body suddenly burst out with a blinding light. Then, in the blink of an eye, his whole body disappeared completely from sight. His abrupt disappearance left Iphanel visibly confused for a moment. She turned at once and called out, "Siren!" In the instant she saw her friend truly appear before her in the flesh, all of her emotions surged up at once. Her eyes brimmed over, and tears came pouring out uncontrollably. Overjoyed, she rushed forward without holding back and threw her arms around her friend in a tight embrace. "Iphanel, how did you wake up?" she asked through that flood of emotion. In response, Iphanel told her that that person had found the heart. The moment Siren realized that young man had really managed to save Iphanel, relief washed over her so hard she could barely hold back a trembling sigh. Her face lit up with pure joy as she looked at her and said that now she could finally relax because Iphanel had truly been saved, and more than anything, she was just so happy to see her again. Iphanel answered her softly, her voice carrying that same warmth right back to her. She told Siren that she had missed her too, and in that brief reply, all of that distance and worry between them seemed to melt away. But almost as soon as that tender moment settled in, Iphanel's body suddenly started to sway. The strength in her seemed to slip without warning, and her posture became visibly unstable, as if she could no longer keep herself upright. With what little energy she had left, Iphanel forced out one final line. In a drowsy, fading voice, she murmured that she was just so sleepy now, and that she was going to sleep for a little while, calling Siren's name as she said it. The second she finished speaking, her body gave out completely, and she dropped straight into Siren's arms. Catching her, Siren immediately understood that something was still wrong. She realized that Iphanel's heart likely still couldn't fully handle the power it was supposed to sustain. Even as worry filled her, another thought pressed into her mind. There were still far too many unanswered questions, and above all, she couldn't stop wondering who that person truly was. As those thoughts ran through her head, she slowly lifted a hand to her cheek. The instant her fingers touched bare skin, she froze, because that was when she realized something was terribly off. She wasn't wearing her mask. A chill of fear passed through her at once. Thinking back on it now, she realized with growing alarm that her face had been completely uncovered the whole time. And that meant the young man had definitely seen her. Not only that, but she remembered the way he had stepped back, almost as though he were avoiding her on purpose. That made no sense to her, and the more she thought about it, the stranger it felt. How could someone possibly reject her like that? The idea itself felt wrong. and yet one unsettling possibility began to form in her mind. Could it be that he was somehow unaffected by the curse? Could that young man actually be immune to it? The thought took hold of her immediately. She told herself that she had to find him. If that possibility was real, then maybe she alone in this world was capable of facing him directly. By that point, her resolve had completely hardened. No matter what, she had to track that young man down. Elsewhere, in a completely different place, deep within some forest, a miserable cry rang out through the air. The sound echoed through the trees with a pitiful edge, breaking the stillness of the woods. Uziel, clearly annoyed, rubbed his head and complained under his breath with irritation written all over him. He grumbled that if someone was going to chase it away, then they should at least do it properly instead of leaving things in such a mess. But that irritation disappeared almost instantly. The moment he looked ahead, his attention was stolen by the sight of a rather unusual cave standing before him. His expression shifted on the spot, and he could only stare at it as the words caught in his throat. This is. The rage that had been boiling inside him disappeared in a single breath, as if someone had snuffed it out the moment his eyes caught sight of what lay ahead. There, swallowed by the darkness, was a cave with a strangely unnatural shape, its entrance looming in a way that felt almost too deliberate. He stared into that eerie opening, and a thought quietly surfaced in his mind. This is. He did not stand there wasting time. With cautious but steady steps, he pushed farther into the cave, letting his eyes adjust as he scanned every shadowed corner around him. The interior was dim, rough, and unsettling, but after taking in the space and judging the situation, he came to one clear conclusion. For the time being, this place could be used as shelter, and from what he could feel in the air, it seemed very likely that this was the exact place he had been looking for from the beginning. As he moved forward through the cave, a heavy regret settled in his chest. When he still had the chance, he really should have questioned Ifenel far more thoroughly and forced out every detail he could. After all, how could anyone have imagined that the Siren flower would appear in a place like that? That same thought kept turning over in his head, refusing to leave him alone. If he had pushed Ifenel harder for clearer answers earlier, maybe he would not have been caught so unprepared. Because under normal circumstances, no one would ever expect the Siren flower to reveal itself there, in that kind of place of all locations. But mixed in with that regret was a sharp, chilling awareness of just how close he had come to disaster. He had nearly lost everything without even realizing it. If he had faced the Siren flower without the protection of a blessing, then by this point, his mind might already have shattered completely and sunk into madness. Thinking back on it, he remembered hearing that whoever carried the blessing of the Lin Hong Swan Tam Noi Yat could fully repel the curse of the Siren flower. That knowledge should have been reassuring, but his current condition made it almost meaningless. With the strength left in his body now, even lifting a hand to touch his own forehead felt like an impossible task. His eyes slowly came to rest on the wooden door standing ahead of him. Whatever questions still lingered in his mind, he forced them down for now. At this moment, there was something far more immediate in front of him, and he had to deal with the most urgent problem before thinking about anything else. The moment he stepped into the room, the system immediately notified him that Ifenel's presence had been detected nearby. He paused and looked around carefully, taking in the space one detail at a time. Strangely enough, the room itself was much more ordinary than he had expected. It was old, worn down, and filled with common everyday items, but compared to the strange atmosphere outside, everything here looked surprisingly plain and normal. Then, as his gaze moved slowly across the room, something sitting quietly in one corner suddenly caught his eye and pulled his full attention toward it. There, standing all alone in the corner as if it had been waiting in silence, was a sword. He stepped closer to get a better look, and the instant he approached, a cold sensation seemed to spill out from the blade itself. It brushed over him like a thin current of icy air, sharp enough to make the atmosphere around it feel heavier. When he reached out and tried to touch the sword, an unseen force suddenly snapped into place and stopped his hand before he could make contact. A barrier? His eyes narrowed slightly as he realized this was not something ordinary. Whatever was protecting that sword, it was definitely something he would have to ask Ifenel about later. Still, that question could be left for another time. Right now, his real priority was investigating the magic leakage constitution. If this room held any useful clues, then the answer was most likely buried somewhere among the books stacked around him. What he needed most at that moment was information, anything that could point him in the right direction. Then a thought suddenly came to him. That's right, there was that teacher. If he could connect the pieces properly, that person might become the key to understanding what was really happening. According to the records, the magic leakage constitution was an unbelievably rare condition. Among the Hone family, a person born with it might appear only once in an entire generation, making it less like an ordinary illness and more like a strange, almost legendary fate. And yet, the cruel irony of it was impossible for him to ignore. Of all the people who could have inherited such an unusual constitution, he was the one carrying it inside his own body. The books stated that anyone born with this constitution was destined to die young. For a long time, he had accepted that as his own future too, believing there was no way around it and that his ending had already been written from the moment he was born. But somehow, he had resisted that fate and managed to survive beyond the age of 40. Even so, death had finally found its way to his doorstep. If he had known the truth earlier, if he had understood what was happening to his body sooner, perhaps he might have discovered a way to extend his life even further. For people of their generation who wanted to keep living, there was only one road left open to them. They had to become strong enough to stand against the fate that had been forced upon them. That was the answer he had eventually arrived at. His eyes traced the lines on the page, and as he read, the words left his mouth in a low voice, a technique for absorbing mana through breathing with the entire body. He stopped at that phrase, letting the meaning sink in. Breathing mana with the whole body? In other words, it was a kind of meditation. The method demanded a mind that was clear and calm, a state of harmony with heaven and earth, and the ability to quietly accept every change taking place throughout the world. The realization hit him in an instant. Without hesitating, he closed the book, finally understanding that the true foundation of the breathing method had been hidden in that idea all along. So that was what the meditation technique actually meant. To put it simply, it was a way to speed up the flow of mana through the blood vessels, allowing the body to stay alive by maintaining that circulation from within. No wonder all of his exhausting physical training had failed to produce any real results. He had been forcing his body through the wrong kind of effort from the very beginning, pushing in a direction that could never solve the true problem. Meanwhile, in another quiet place far away, a cemetery rested in silence. Before one of the gravestones, someone gently laid down a fresh flower, the small gesture carrying a weight that words could not express. That person was Princess Hong Bayan. She stood before the grave with her gaze fixed on the stone, and after a long, silent moment, she hardened her resolve. There was no more time to waver. Whatever had to happen, it needed to begin now. The story then shifted back 11 years to the royal cemetery of the Kingdom of Adalabet. Across the graveyard, a panicked voice rang out through the still air, calling again and again, "Princess! Princess Hong Bayan!" Two servants hurried through the area in complete distress, searching everywhere as they tried to figure out where Princess Hong Bayan had gone. One of them insisted that she had to still be somewhere within the palace grounds, and with no better option, they quickly decided to split up and look in different directions. And just as expected, Hong Bayan had been there the entire time. She stayed tucked away in silence, hiding herself behind the deep shadow of a massive pillar where no one could easily see her. After managing to slip away from the search, she eventually wandered out toward a quiet riverside. The air there felt calmer, and the water beside her moved gently, creating a peaceful scene far removed from the voices calling her name. She lowered her eyes toward the river's surface and stared down at her own reflection. The face, staring back at her, looked lonely and sorrowful, her expression weighed down by a sadness she could not hide, no matter how still she tried to remain. Then, all of a sudden, a small stone fell into the water nearby with a soft splash. The surface of the river trembled as ripples spread outward in circles. Her reflected face began to distort, breaking apart little by little until the image dissolved into wavering fragments across the water. Just then, a sound came from behind her, cutting through the quiet riverside air and pulling her attention away from the water. She turned her head to look back, and standing there behind her was none other than Hong Aaron Adelabet. With a bright, playful energy in her voice, Hong Erin called out as though she had just won a little game of hide-and-seek. "Got you, Hong Baian." Hong Erin went on, saying she had been wondering where Hong Baian had disappeared to, only to find out that she had come all the way out here to hide by herself. Then Hong Erin told her that everyone was frantically searching for her. But instead of looking relieved, Hong Baian froze in place. Fear took over her face, her hands tightened into trembling fists, and she pleaded in a shaken voice, "Don't, please don't." Hong Erin heard the fear in her voice and looked at her with clear confusion, unable to understand what had suddenly frightened her so much. "Don't what?" she asked. In the very next moment, Hong Baian spun around and ran. As she fled, she shouted desperately for Hong Erin not to come any closer. Hong Erin immediately chased after her, calling for her to stop and wait. Back then, thoughts raced through Hong Baian's mind as she ran. At first, she believed Hong Erin's concern was nothing more than a brief, shallow gesture, something that would disappear as quickly as it had appeared. But the next day, Hong Erin came looking for her again. When she found Hong Baian sitting in the same place, she spoke gently, asking if Baian had come back there once more. And then, on the day after that, Hong Erin appeared yet again. She checked on Hong Baian with the same patient concern, asking how she was feeling that day as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Hong Erin kept visiting her every single day without fail. On one of those days, she even brought a gift and told Hong Baian that things would be difficult for a while, but they should try their best together. At that time, the training meant to increase her body's compatibility with fire was so agonizing that it felt as if it might tear her apart from the inside. And yet, through all of that pain, the only person who continued to stay by her side was her eldest sister. Even with all of that, Hong Baian still could not understand her sister's feelings back then. She struck away the wreath her sister had offered and cried out with all the anger and hurt she had been holding in. "What do you mean, sisters? Don't be ridiculous. How could you possibly understand what I'm going through? I don't want to see your face anymore. Get out of my sight." At that time, she had convinced herself that every gentle word and every kind gesture from her sister was nothing more than charity, nothing but pity. That belief remained buried in her heart until one day, when she found herself standing outside her sister's room. From inside, she overheard a voice speaking in a cold and devastating tone. The words made her blood run cold. The Grand Princess was unlikely to survive the year. The voice continued, telling everyone inside to prepare themselves for the worst possible outcome. Hong Baian stood there completely frozen, unable to say a word. Only then did she finally understand that her eldest sister was suffering from a severe, incurable illness. The disease that slowly burned the body from within was the cruelest curse inherited by the Adalabit family. After learning the truth, Hong Baian could no longer put her emotions into words. All she could do was break down and sob in regret. Sis, she thought, her heart crushed by the realization. Her sister had been carrying the same fate as her all along. No, what her sister endured had been even more painful. Yes, her eldest sister, Hong Erin, had been the only person in the world who could truly understand what Hong Baian was going through. And inside that room, Hong Erin sat in quiet silence, gazing far out through the window, as though she were looking toward some distant place that no one else could reach. And at that very moment, the stillness hanging over the room was suddenly disturbed. From somewhere beyond the doorway, the soft but unmistakable sound of footsteps began to approach, each step growing clearer as whoever was outside moved steadily closer. When she heard someone coming, her gaze slowly shifted toward the entrance, and in a gentle voice she asked whether it was Hong Baian. A second later, Hong Baian appeared at the doorway, holding a small flower in his hand. His face looked unusually heavy, and when he answered, his voice was low and filled with sorrow as he told her that, yes, it was him. Hong Baian carefully raised the little flower in front of him, holding it out as though it were something fragile and precious. Then, with quiet honesty in his tone, he told her that he had brought it here because he wanted to give this small gift to her. Hong Erin received the flower with sincere joy, her expression brightening the moment it reached her hands. As she looked at the gift Hong Baian had brought, a warm, grateful smile slowly spread across her face, and she softly responded to him. She thanked him with all the warmth in her heart. And when Hong Baian saw that smile shining on her face, something deep inside him quietly shifted. He loved that smile more than anything, and because of it, for the first time in his entire life, He found himself truly wanting to give his all for someone who was not himself. From that day forward, Hong Baiyan became willing to throw himself into anything, no matter the danger. If it meant he could see a little more of the world, hear a little more of its sounds, feel a little more of its wonders, and then return to describe every experience to her in his own words. Each moment he spent beside her made his empty life feel warmer, fuller, and more real than it ever had before. But that fragile happiness was never allowed to last for long. In the end, his eldest sister still could not overcome the cruel curse that had been tormenting her, and right before his eyes, she slowly disappeared into ashes. Only then did Hong Baiyan truly understand something he had never wanted to learn, that the pain of losing someone precious could cut far deeper than forcing himself to endure the fire burning inside his own body. Standing in front of his sister's grave, he felt the name Erin Adolabit sink heavily into his heart. She had vanished from the world with the same delicate cruelty as a flower petal torn loose and carried away by the wind. In the silence left behind by that loss, Hong Baiyan stood beneath its shadow and made a vow that no one else could hear. No matter what he had to do, and no matter what stood in his way, he would never allow himself to suffer that kind of pain again. For generations, the Adolabit royal family had guarded a priceless heirloom, a sacred treasure passed down through the royal bloodline and kept far from ordinary hands. That treasure was the legendary fire spirit flower. Old stories said that if a person simply breathed in the flower's fragrance, the fire deity itself could be summoned down into their body. But such a miracle came with an unbearable price. The person who used it would have to sacrifice every trace of their own magic. And if they failed to control the divine flame after that, the power would erupt with such terrifying force that it could burn an entire nation down to ashes. Because of that danger, the fire spirit flower had long ago been sealed away and placed among the forbidden treasures. But despite that terrible risk, the descent of the fire deity also offered one astonishing advantage. Anyone who managed to endure it would gain an endless source of mana, a burning power that would continue to flow from within their own body. Of course, even with all of that power, there was still no guarantee that the fire spirit flower could fully cure a magic leakage constitution. Still, with every other path closed off, it had become the only remaining hope. At that moment, the fire spirit flower was still locked deep inside the palace under strict protection, and the only person who had the authority to reach it was the king of Adolabit himself. And so, Hong Baiyan steeled his heart and made his decision. Before Baek Uziel's life could slip away completely, he understood exactly what needed to happen. Whatever price he had to pay, and whatever obstacles stood before him, he had to seize the throne. The Adolabit royal family had guarded one priceless treasure through countless generations, the legendary fire spirit flower. According to old tales, a person only needed to breathe in its fragrance for the fire deity to descend into their body. But that miracle came with a terrifying cost. The one who used it had to surrender all of their own magic, and if they failed to control the flames afterward, that power could explode out with enough force to burn an entire nation to ashes. Because of that danger, the flower had long been sealed away as a forbidden item. Even so, the descent of the fire deity carried one unbelievable advantage. Whoever endured it would gain an endless source of mana burning deep within their own body. Of course, there was still no promise that the fire spirit flower could fully cure the magic leakage constitution. But at this point, it was the only hope left. Right now, the flower remained tightly sealed inside the royal palace, protected under strict control, and the only person with the authority to approach it was the Adolabit king himself. So she hardened her resolve, no matter what it took, before Baek Uziel's life completely slipped away. She had to seize the throne with her own hands. Meanwhile, all attention turned back toward Baek Uziel. At that very moment, he was still seated in the middle of the old town, unmoving as he poured every bit of his focus into understanding the mental method. Time slipped by faster than expected, and before long, the light around him had already shifted into the softer glow of afternoon. Even then, Baek Uziel did not break his concentration. Sweat gathered along his face and rolled down his skin, making it clear just how much strain and tension his body was enduring. Then, the instant one drop of sweat fell, something thundered loudly from the deepest part of his heart, as if his entire inner world had answered back. At that exact moment, the system notification appeared before him. A new skill had been created, Great Spirit Method. Immediately afterward, a warm golden light wrapped around his whole body. Baek Uziel looked down at himself, feeling the glow wash over him, and joy rose in his chest. He had done it. He had truly succeeded. The system continued sending messages one after another. Great Spirit Method naturally absorbed mana through breathing, following the laws of yin-yang and the 5 elements. When activated, it increased the mana circulation rate inside the blood, with the exact effect depending on the user's proficiency. Depending on the surrounding environment, the mana could also be given attributes of the 5 elements. On top of that, the Great Spirit Method was capable of absorbing other breaths through the same principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Then another line appeared, Breath of the Divine. Level 1. The messages kept coming. Skills that were automatically registered could be researched at any time, allowing their abilities to be strengthened or weakened. The system judged Breath of the Divine to be a lower-tier skill, so it had been merged into the Great Spirit Method. As a result, the Great Spirit Method had been enhanced even further. Baek Yuseol stared at his own hand, slowly understanding what had happened. Breath of the Divine had not disappeared. Instead, it had been absorbed and registered as a sub-skill under the Great Spirit Method. His fingers tightened into a firm fist, determination sharpening in his eyes. Even if the erosion level of the Divine Beast meant he could not use it freely or too often, the mana circulation rate in his blood would still rise. And if that happened, then its effectiveness would be far greater than before. This time, he would not allow himself to be struck down helplessly the way he had been before. And as luck would have it, there was already something he wanted to test using these new abilities. Since the chance had come, he decided to try it right away. Baek Yuseol activated the Great Spirit Method at once. In the next instant, a massive surge of energy burst outward from his body. The system responded immediately with another status update. Mana Leakage Physique, Level 3. Vision enhancement rose from 8% to 17%. Speed enhancement increased from 12% to 29%. Sense enhancement climbed from 20% to 25%. Sixth Sense could now activate by consuming the user's mental power. The description continued. Sixth Sense could perceive every phenomenon within a 24-meter radius and trigger cognitive acceleration. If the system judged that the user was in danger, it would activate automatically. Mana concentration gathered absorbed mana into a single point and released it. Blood mana circulation rate increased from 3% to 6%. Looking at the status window floating in front of him, Baek Yuseol could hardly hide his amazement. This was absurd. He had only just learned the skill, yet his stats had already risen by this much. He summoned his weapon without hesitation. If that was the case, then it was time to try the next step. With the weapon now in his hand, Baek Yuseol began shifting his state. Teravan was a magic sword that could take a portion of the mana lost through his mana leakage physique and manifest it into the form of a blade. But because that power was still incredibly weak, Baek Yuseol had been using it together with equipment created by Altalicia's academic faction. In the end, the reason he had never been able to use Teravan properly came down to one simple problem. His own power was lacking, but now a new thought crossed his mind. What would happen if he channeled the strength enhanced by the Great Spirit Method directly into Teravan? Baek Yuseol steadied his breathing and gathered his focus, trying to pour mana into the sword in his hand. After a short moment of intense concentration, Teravan accepted the mana. A golden radiance began to shine from the weapon, spreading across its form. But before Baek Yuseol could even enjoy that success, a sudden wave of pain slammed into him, fierce enough to make his head spin. His grip loosened instantly. Teravan slipped from his hand and dropped to the ground, rolling away from him. Baek Yuseol's breathing turned rough and uneven, and he bent forward as coughs tore out of him again and again. As expected, using mana concentration at the same time as the Great Spirit Method was still too much for his body to handle. Right now, he could only maintain the Great Spirit Method for about 10 minutes. If he had to stack mana concentration on top of that, then using both together in real combat would be extremely difficult. But difficult did not mean impossible. Even if it had lasted only for a brief instant, the outline of the sword had definitely appeared. With enough practice, he would eventually be able to control it and bring it out whenever he needed. After all, there were no shortcuts on the road he had chosen. If he wanted to move forward, the only answer was to keep walking one step at a time. Elsewhere, deep within the heavenly flower forest, Flower Sioran was speaking quietly with someone inside. She explained that their side had decided to reward the Stella students who had resolved the Dark Mage infiltration incident. However, Flower Sioran's own body could not appear before a large crowd. Because of that, she asked Orenha to attend the award ceremony in her place. Orenha, who served as Flower Sioran's aide, accepted the request without hesitation. He lowered his head and answered respectfully, saying he understood. Flower Sioran continued. telling him that she truly felt fortunate to have him by her side. Orenha replied with humility, insisting that this was only the natural duty of someone who served her. But Flower Sioran stopped him before he could leave it at that. She told him it was not simply duty. Thanks to Orenha, she had been able to accomplish many things she otherwise could not. Hearing such direct praise from her made Orenha visibly shy, and he quietly thanked her with a softened expression. After that, Flower Signorin rose from her seat, preparing to leave first. Orenha wondered if she had other matters to handle, but she told him not to worry. It was only a personal matter. Hearing that, Orenha accepted her words and did not press any further. Later, Orenha sat alone inside a room. He leaned back heavily in his chair and let out a long, tired sigh. It had already been months since he had last been able to meet her privately like that, and yet their time together had ended in the blink of an eye. Orenha placed a hand over his heart, silently thinking of Her Majesty. The main reason Flower Sioran had chosen Orenha as her aide was because he possessed a strong resistance to her curse. But long before this, Orenha had already fallen under Flower Sioran's curse. Ironically, the very reason Orenha had become the king's aide was because of the love he held for Flower Sioran. Then he remembered what she had said about handling a personal matter. Since he still could not see her face, he wondered if she was still searching for the deity murderer even now. If he could make Her Majesty smile, then Orenha was willing to do anything. A few days later, at Stella Academy, a professor stood before the students and made an announcement. In recognition of their achievement in eliminating the Dark Mages during the previous Spirit Contract ceremony, the Heavenly Spirit Sanctuary had decided to award medals to the students involved. And for today's ceremony, Orenha had come forward as the one representing the Spirit King, standing before everyone with the weight of that role on his shoulders. With the hall's attention gathered on the stage, the announcement rang out clearly and the medal ceremony officially began. The very first name called out across the ceremony hall was Ma Yuseong, a first-year student from Class S, drawing the eyes of the crowd toward him as he stepped into the spotlight. Because Ma Yuseong had become a shining example for the other students to follow, the Academy formally presented him with the award, honoring his actions in front of everyone gathered there. As Orenha handed over the award, his thoughts quietly shifted beneath his calm expression. In the end, this ceremony's true purpose was not simply celebration. The most important thing was to show those dark mages that the bond between humans and spirits remained firm, unbroken, and stronger than ever. Orenha looked at Ma Yusong and offered a composed word of praise, his voice steady as he said, "Congratulations." Ma Yuseong received the award with proper manners, keeping his posture polite as he answered calmly, "Thank you." But as Orenha watched Ma Yuseong's back, while he walked away from the stage, a faint uneasiness settled over him. For reasons he could not clearly explain, this student gave off an unpleasant feeling, almost like a strange pressure pressing against his senses. A moment later, the next name was called, pulling the ceremony forward again. Next is Class S student, Baek Yuseol. For the same reasons as stated earlier, he will also receive this award. By this point, the repeated awards had begun to feel rather dull, and Orenha's focus had drifted. He raised the medal almost mechanically, his attitude half-hearted as he started to say, "Congratul." But before Orenha could even finish the word, something suddenly brushed against his senses. His expression stiffened, and his eyes locked in place for several silent seconds as a sharp thought flashed through him. This aura, what exactly is it? Seeing Orenha suddenly stop without moving, the female spirit standing behind him leaned forward in concern and asked, "Mr. Assistant, is there a problem?" Only then did Orenha snap back to himself, quickly smoothing over his reaction as he replied, "Oh no, it's nothing." Even after answering, Orenha's gaze remained fixed on Baek Yuseol's figure, following him closely as suspicion stirred deeper in his mind. Why was he sensing Ifanel's aura coming from that student? Could it really be possible? The thought repeated in Orenha's head, sharper than before. Why, of all people, would Ifanel's aura be lingering around that student? Then another possibility struck him, making his eyes narrow with sudden intensity. Could this person actually be the deity murderer? When he thought about it carefully, it did make sense. From the very beginning, the fact that two students had managed to defeat a level 6 risk dark mage was already far too surprising to brush aside. And if Baek Yuseol was truly someone capable of concealing both his real face and his fallen soul, then taking care of a level 6 risk enemy would be nothing difficult. Slipping into Stella Academy under a false appearance would be just as easy for him. Orenha's thoughts grew more heated. If he could catch that person and bring him before Flower Sioran, then she would surely be pleased. Perhaps if everything went well, he might even earn her favor. But soon after, Manhwa forced himself to calm down, suppressing the excitement before it could show on his face. He could not act recklessly. First, he needed evidence that student had clearly just been introduced as Baek Yuseol. Manhwa's resolve hardened as he silently vowed to expose Baek Yuseol's true identity. Meanwhile, Baek Yuseol paid absolutely no attention to the suspicious gaze aimed at him. Instead, he casually turned toward Ma Yuseong and brought up something completely unrelated, asking, "How about bib and bab for the next cooking club menu?" There was no mistaking it now. The name that had just come out of his mouth was clearly Baek Yuseol. He narrowed his eyes, silently swearing that no matter what it took, he would drag Baek Yuseol's real identity into the open. But Baek himself did not seem to care in the slightest. He simply ignored the pressure completely and turned toward Ma Yuseol as if nothing serious had happened, casually suggesting, "How about bib and bab for the next cooking club menu?" Before anyone realized it, 2 full months had already slipped by since the students first enrolled at Stella. By this point in the school year, the first years were finally being assigned an additional subject, and the person in charge of that new familiar class was an elderly professor with a calm, experienced air about him. Professor Fedelot tilted his head and cut in, asking what exactly all that babbling was supposed to mean. Then, with a bright and cheerful tone, he announced that today's class would be all about getting close to some adorable magical beasts. But only a moment later, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered. One terrified student suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs, desperately shouting, "Ah, I told you already! What on earth do you even want from me?" The poor student looked as if some invisible force were yanking him backward again and again. Completely overwhelmed, he cried out in frustration, saying that 1 second the beast acted one way and the next second it changed completely, leaving him with no idea what he was supposed to do. If it wanted something, he begged it to just say so clearly. As the students struggled and suffered through their attempts, Professor Fedelote watched them with a delighted chuckle, clearly enjoying the chaos more than anyone else. He praised them warmly, explaining that they were all doing very well, and that only students who had formed a contract could see the numbers until their synchronicity rose higher. Just then, another voice quietly came from beside the professor, cutting into the noise of the classroom. The person who had spoken so politely, asking him to come this way, was none other than Azel. Sitting right in front of her was a tiny bird, small enough to look harmless at first glance. Azel leaned toward it and asked, "Piriam, are you really going to do that?" But Piriam immediately shook his head with all his strength, refusing her suggestion so firmly that there was no room for misunderstanding. When Professor Fedelot noticed the situation, he walked over with a curious smile and gently asked about it, remarking that student Asel seemed to be having quite a difficult time this round. Seeing him approach, Asel turned toward him and answered respectfully, "Professor Fedelot." The professor lowered his gaze to the small bird sitting in front of her and spoke with interest, pointing out that Azel's familiar was the Thunder Ice Glacier bird, wasn't it? The Thunder Ice Glacier bird was known far and wide for having an incredibly sensitive and difficult temperament. Because of that, building a bond with one was never simple, and getting it to truly trust someone was considered extremely challenging. Professor Fedelot explained that there had to be a special reason the Thunder Ice Glacier bird had chosen to bond with Azel in the first place. So if she slowly opened her heart and tried to understand what it was feeling, then surely the two of them would grow closer. Azel still looked a little uncertain and quietly asked if it would really happen that way, and the professor answered her with a gentle smile. With a light laugh, he assured her that, of course it would. Then he explained that once her synchronicity with the magical beast reached its highest point, she would be able to summon her familiar directly, calling Piriam to her side and fighting together with it just like that. By the time that moment arrived, the professor told her, her familiar would become a more dependable companion than almost anyone else. So rather than giving up now, she should look forward to that day and keep trying little by little. Those warm words seemed to settle some of the uncertainty in Azel's chest. Her expression steadied, and with a little more confidence than before, she answered, "Yes, Professor." Even though she had responded so bravely in front of him, the truth caught up with her after class. Once she was alone. Azel let out a tired sigh and admitted to herself that it was true, she still couldn't manage to get any closer to Piriam. As she walked down the corridor, her thoughts drifted back to the professor's words. She wondered quietly whether a day would really come when she could summon a familiar and stand beside it in battle. Deeper inside the corridor, 2 students were already gossiping excitedly among themselves. One of them pointed at the newspaper and exclaimed that they were on the front page again, then wondered aloud if the people in the article were Ma Yuseong and Baek Yuseol. The other student immediately reacted, saying that back then they had honestly thought everything was over for them. Asel heard the commotion nearby, and inwardly she realized that it looked like they had ended up in the papers once again. After the familiar bonding ceremony, word had spread quickly that 2 Stella students had managed to defeat a demon magician. The story traveled far beyond the academy, turning their names into a topic everyone seemed to be talking about. Of course, Beck Uziel remained completely calm about all of it, just like always. Whenever anyone brought up the incident, he would smoothly push the credit away from himself and insist that Ma Yuziong had been the one responsible for everything. Asel tried to encourage herself, imagining what Beck Uziel would do if he were standing there right now. He would probably listen to her troubles like they were nothing strange at all, then say he trusted her, just the same way he had done before. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, she quickly shook her head and pushed it away. No, she told herself firmly, she could not keep depending on him like that. She couldn't keep waiting forever for Beck Uziel to step in and help her whenever things became difficult. If she wanted to move forward, then this was something she had to learn how to do with her own strength. Meanwhile, in another class, Professor Lee began announcing the next lesson to the students. Starting today, practical magic combat would officially be added to their required subjects. He explained that this decision was not only because of what had happened during the familiar bonding incident. If they were going to live as magic warriors, then sooner or later they would face situations where battles against other magic warriors simply could not be avoided. Professor Lee made it clear that real combat was not just about throwing out the strongest spell you knew. What truly mattered was reading the situation, choosing the right timing, and using magic in the most effective way possible for that exact moment. For example, he explained that ranged firepower spells, which are projected directly from the caster's body, have impressive reach and tremendous destructive power. However, because the casting process is easier to notice, opponents can often counter them before they are completed. On the other hand, targeted spells work by striking a specific set of coordinates. Their range is shorter, and their overall power is weaker. But when they are combined with ordinary physical movement, they become extremely difficult for an opponent to react to in time. He continued by saying that the effective area and range of targeted spells also changed depending on the spell's attribute. Because of that, students had to learn how to manage their distance from an opponent and control the rhythm of battle in the way that best favored them. In other words, they had to understand the difference between attribute ranges, move outside the enemy's attack zone, and then pull the enemy into their own range instead. According to Professor Lee, that was the most fundamental principle of magic combat. To demonstrate, he created a dummy for the students to face. As the wooden golem stood before them, he explained the rules. Only level 2 targeted spells were allowed. The golem had to face forward, and each student would be permitted to use a protective shield only twice. The goal of the exercise was simple to understand but clearly difficult to accomplish. The students either had to slip into the wooden golem's blind spot and stay safe there for 30 full seconds, or endure at least 10 seconds while standing inside its attack range. After hearing those conditions, Acel immediately began calculating the difficulty in her head. Using just 2 protective shields to survive 10 seconds inside the golem's attack range sounded nearly impossible. That meant the first shield could not be wasted. It would have to be used to observe the golem's attribute, understand its movements, and figure out the pattern behind its behavior. Then the second shield would need to be used at exactly the right moment to control the distance of the targeted spell and break through into the golem's blind spot. Acel understood the theory, but putting it into practice was much easier said than done. And with that under Professor Lee Hongwul's instruction, the practical combat exercise finally began in earnest. One by one, the students stepped into the arena to take the test. The first attempt did not go well at all, and Million was quickly declared a failure. The student who followed did not manage to perform any better. Aiden entered next, but he too failed the exercise before he could clear the conditions. Professor Lee's voice echoed across the training area as he ordered the class to continue and called the next student, He Wenriang, forward. He Wenriang immediately rushed into the wooden golem's attack range, but the moment he crossed in, 2 ice pillars shot toward him with terrifying speed and struck him almost instantly. Before He Wenriang could even understand what had just happened, another ice pillar erupted from below and hit him again. The professor's voice rang out without hesitation, announcing that He Wenriang had failed. Like that, the test continued, and most of the students were defeated by the exercise one after another. Still, among all the failures, a small number managed to clear the challenge successfully. Peng Harang succeeded. Ma Yuziong succeeded as well, becoming one of the few students who managed to pass where so many others had already failed. As Professor Lee looked over the student roster in his hands, he silently reviewed the results. So far, the only ones who had succeeded were Peng Harang and Ma Yuxiong, and both of them had chosen to infiltrate the blind spot rather than endure inside the golem's attack range. That made sense to him. With ordinary reflex speed, passing this test by simply enduring the attacks was out of the question. After all, the casting speed of a level 2 targeted spell was only 0.1 of a second. To dodge something that fast, a person would need more than just the ability to read the flow of mana. They would also have to move beyond the natural limits of the human body. With that thought in mind, Professor Lee called the next name from the list. Beck Uziel, please. Beck stepped into the arena, and although his expression remained controlled, there was a slight anxiousness hanging over him as he moved into position. Up until now, he had always relied on his sixth sense to slip out of targeted attack ranges and keep fighting without getting caught. But ever since he acquired the Tai Ling method, his sixth sense had advanced dramatically, becoming sharper and more powerful than it had ever been before. But this time, he knew he had to test it for himself at least once. If he stayed inside the target range, could he really rely on his sixth sense to catch the spell's movement in time, react at the last second, and dodge it before it landed? Just then, the professor's voice cut across the training area, clear and firm, announcing that the exercise was officially beginning. The very next instant, the wooden golem's eyes lit up with a chilling glare, as if a cold killing intent had suddenly been awakened inside its lifeless body. Without even stopping to think, he twisted his upper body sharply to the right, and almost at the exact same moment he moved, a glowing orb of magic shot past him, missing his body by only a narrow margin. His heart tightened as the realization hit him. This was insane. That wasn't some ordinary elemental attack at all, but space-type magic, something even rarer than radiant attribute magic. The fact that even a simple wooden golem could use something this special was almost unbelievable, and he forced himself to steady his breathing before panic could take over. Focus! He repeated the words silently, forcing every stray thought out of his head. He had to sense it properly. He needed to read the subtle movement of mana as it flowed through the space around him before the next attack could reach him. Then, with his eyes locked forward, he began moving one step at a time, carefully feeling out the rhythm of the battlefield. He pushed himself to stay calm, keeping his posture steady and his mind clear, so every dodge would be controlled, precise, and free of wasted motion. Before long, his footwork grew sharper and more confident. Each step became decisive, and the magic orbs flying toward him started missing one after another, as if he could see their paths before they were even fired. While maintaining that focused state, he closed the distance little by little. The moment he reached the golem's front, he gathered his mana tightly, concentrating it into a single point. But just as he raised his sword and was about to strike the wooden golem head-on, the professor's voice suddenly rang out across the training ground. Beck Uziel had passed. For a second, Beck froze in place, caught completely off guard. Huh? That was it. The exercise was already over. Then the professor spoke again, and this time there was an unexpected weight in his voice. At Beck's age, he had never seen anyone quite like him before. Still confused and not fully satisfied, Beck looked toward the professor and asked if he could use the exercise to train a little more, maybe just one more attempt. But the professor rejected him without the slightest hesitation. No, return to your place. The answer was short and absolute. Beck could only pout a little in annoyance, quietly thinking the professor was being way too narrow-minded. Inside her dream, Flame found herself standing in front of an enormous angel, its towering figure glowing so brightly that it almost swallowed the world around her. Then, in that strange and sacred silence, the angel called out her name. The angel's voice felt gentle yet impossibly powerful, promising Flame that no matter what happened from that moment on, it would always protect her. Flame could only stare upward at the dazzling figure, completely lost. The light was overwhelming, the words made no sense, and question after question spun through her mind. Her eyelids trembled faintly, and the dream began to blur, as if the world around her was being pulled away while reality came rushing back all at once. Flame suddenly woke up in the classroom with a start. She lifted a hand to her forehead, visibly frustrated, because those strange dreams had been coming back again and again, refusing to leave her alone. And all of it had started after the day she used her power to stop He Wenrang from turning into a demon. She couldn't help wondering why the dreams kept repeating, and more than that, what those mysterious words were actually trying to tell her. Before she could sink any deeper into thought, a classmate's voice suddenly pulled her back. It was time for the next class, and Flame had no choice but to snap out of it. It was just a dream, Flame muttered under her breath, trying to calm herself down and pull her expression back into something normal. Soon after, The entire class gathered at the training ground, where everyone was getting ready for a sparring match between Class S and Class A. Flame watched closely from below as the teachers began calling out the matchups. And right from the first announcement, the tension rose because the opening fight would be Bek Uziel against Yuslek Chekolin from Class A. The two students stepped onto the stage from opposite sides. Yuslek casually rested his staff across his shoulder, wearing a confident smirk as he looked Bek over like he had already won. The instant the start command rang out, Yuslek made his move. A huge pillar of blue water erupted forward, twisting violently as it surged across the stage with frightening force. The students below immediately gasped in disbelief. Yuslek had opened the fight with a third-tier spell without holding back at all. Flame's brows tightened as she watched Bek just standing silently in the center of that raging water attack. Yuslek sneered at him, convinced that all those rumors about Bek defeating a sixth-tier demon had to be ridiculous exaggerations. In his mind, there was no need to drag this out, so he decided to crush the match quickly. With a heavy swing of his staff, Yuslek sent an enormous wall of water crashing down onto the stage, the rushing force swallowing the space in front of him. Even with the attack looming directly above him, Bek's eyes stayed perfectly calm. There wasn't the slightest trace of panic on his face. Then, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he stood. Just before the water smashed down, he slipped through a tiny opening with incredible precision. Yuslek's expression twisted with irritation, and he cursed under his breath, calling Bek nothing more than a rat who only knew how to dodge, refusing to let up. Yuslek continued attacking and fired off a water dragon cannon. The roaring blast forced Bek backward, driving him closer and closer into a corner where it looked like there was no escape left. But once again, Bek moved with a flash. In that single blink, he slipped away from danger as smoothly as if the corner had never trapped him at all. Seeing that, Yuslek's smirk returned. He believed he had finally understood Bek's movement patterns, and confidence spread across his face. In the next moment, several targeting magic circles lit up beneath Bek's feet, locking onto his position one after another. Yuslek muttered coldly that Bek was finally in his sights. A satisfied, triumphant smile slowly spread across Yuslek's face, as if he could already see his victory playing out. Then the magic blasts detonated in rapid succession, exactly where Bek had been standing. Explosions tore through that corner of the stage, throwing up thick smoke and clouds of dust. Yuslek stood there certain that he had finished the fight, while Flame and the other students below held their breath, staring into the smoke without blinking. But then Bek stepped out from inside the haze. His figure emerged through the drifting smoke, and his amber eyes shone with an intense, unwavering focus. He had dodged every single attack without taking a hit. The sight pushed Yuslek to the edge, driving him nearly mad, until he finally poured every bit of his remaining mana into one last decisive strike. Yuslek roared out a challenge, his voice filled with frustration and desperation. At the same time, Bek began gathering his own mana, preparing to meet the attack head-on. Bek's gaze sharpened, and the air around him seemed to tighten as he readied himself to deliver the blow that would end the match. A huge blade of light surged forward from Bek's strike, tearing through the stage with blinding force. It sliced cleanly through both Yuslek's defensive magic and the power of his final attack, overwhelming everything in its path. When it was over, the entire arena fell into complete silence. For a moment, no one moved, and only faint, stunned whispers began to ripple through the crowd. After that, the teacher dismissed the class. But the students could barely contain themselves. The moment they were free to talk, they immediately started gossiping about Bek's unbelievable abilities. Flame looked over at Bek in silence, and in that moment, she understood something clearly. He was no longer trying to hide his strength. Meanwhile, Ma Uziel made his way over and openly praised Uziel's technique, clearly impressed by how cleanly he had handled the match. Uziel only gave a short, calm word of thanks in return, while deep down, he reminded himself that raw strength was no longer the real thing he had to conceal. What mattered now was hiding the fact that he already knew pieces of what was still to come. At the same time, over on a different stage, another match had already reached its end. The Orium spear came crashing down into the ground with a heavy impact, the opponent already defeated before anyone could properly react, as if the entire fight had been decided in a single blink. Prince Jeremy stood there with a proud smile spreading across his face, clearly enjoying the attention. With one dramatic motion, he signaled the end of his match like he was standing at the center of a grand performance. That kind of overwhelming speed and confidence was exactly what people expected from Class S ending the battle in under a minute. He left the surrounding students with no choice but to look at him with admiration and respect. But when Flame saw Prince Jeremy showing off in the distance, waving around with that arrogant, theatrical attitude, She could only roll her eyes on the inside. To her, every movement he made looked way too exaggerated, like he was trying to turn a simple match into a stage play. So Flame didn't even bother giving the prince any attention. She walked straight past all of that noise, approached Bek Uziel instead, casually called him Mr., and praised how well he had fought. Uziel, on the other hand, wanted nothing more than to act like he had no idea who she was, just to avoid getting dragged into unnecessary trouble. He grumbled at her, asking who exactly she was calling. Mr., but Flame answered without the slightest hesitation, saying that obviously there was no one else she could be talking to. Jeremy remained frozen in place, silently watching as Flame completely ignored him like he wasn't even worth noticing. The proud expression on his face slowly faded, and his eyes turned dark, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. As Flame watched Uziel walk away from her, she let out a tired sigh. Deep down, she admitted that she never meant to get involved this much in the first place, but by now, things had already gone too far for her to simply step back. Later that night, darkness settled over Stella Academy, and the loud energy from the day's training finally disappeared. The entire campus grew still, wrapped in the quiet calm that came only after a long and exhausting day. Flame walked through the dormitory hallway with heavy steps, letting out a wide yawn as the fatigue finally caught up with her. She grumbled to herself about having to go through the struggles of school life all over again at her age, clearly annoyed by how troublesome everything had become. But then, Flame noticed someone standing up ahead in the hallway. When she looked closer, she realized it was her roommate, Remilka, standing there in a daze with a confused and anxious look on her face. Seeing Remilka still awake at that hour, Flame spoke up and asked what she was doing there. The sudden voice startled Remilka so badly that her shoulders jumped, and she nearly dropped the letter she was holding in her hand. Flame's eyes shifted toward the sealed letter, and a teasing smile immediately tugged at her lips. She asked if it was a love letter for Remilka's boyfriend, and the moment those words landed, Remilka's face flushed bright red as she waved her hands in panic and desperately denied it. Remilka's embarrassment only got worse from there. Her cheeks turned even redder, and she looked like she wanted to disappear on the spot as she frantically insisted that Flame had completely misunderstood. Before long, the scene moved to the front of room S109, where the quiet hallway stretched out in front of a closed door. A sharp knock rang out against the door, breaking the silence of the hallway. Flame stood outside with the letter in hand, calling out to ask if anyone was inside, since she had something she needed to deliver. As she waited there, Flame grumbled under her breath about being forced to play messenger just because Remilka was too shy to do it herself. What annoyed her even more was that kids these days were apparently so lazy they wouldn't even properly tell her who the letter was meant for. Then, with a quiet click, the door slowly opened from the inside. A familiar voice slipped out through the gap and greeted her casually, saying, "Hey, Flame." The instant Flame heard that voice, her entire body stiffened in place. Her thoughts came to a screeching halt, and in her mind she could only scream. What the hell? Flame cursed quietly under her breath, because the person stepping out of room S109 was none other than Prince Jeremy himself. He wore that same arrogant smile as he looked at her and asked if she had been looking for him, leaving Flame completely stunned and unable to understand why he was the one standing there. Flame's eyes widened in disbelief as the same question kept echoing through her head. Why on earth was Jeremy the one coming out of that room? Meanwhile, Jeremy's smile only grew more confident as he glanced at the letter and asked if it was meant for him. Flame kept her composure and held the letter out without making a big deal out of it. She made it clear that it wasn't from her, explaining that a friend had only asked her to drop it off, and now that the delivery was done, she had no reason to stay any longer. After saying what she needed to say, Flame immediately turned around, ready to walk away and put the whole awkward situation behind her. Behind her, Jeremy accepted the letter, and a sinister laugh slipped from his mouth. Then he glanced over his shoulder toward the room and coldly ordered the person hiding there to come out. A girl holding a magic orb slowly appeared, as if she had been concealed there the entire time. She walked over carefully and handed the orb to Jeremy while he asked where the edited photo was. Nervously, she answered that it was right there. Jeremy took it into his hand and examined it with visible satisfaction. After looking it over for a moment, he muttered that the result was actually quite seamless. Inside the orb was an image of Flame, one that Jeremy had secretly captured without her knowing. The next morning, as Flame walked across the academy campus, she immediately sensed that something around her felt strange. The air itself seemed different, like everyone nearby was looking at her in a way they hadn't before. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she kept walking, thinking to herself that the atmosphere today felt seriously weird for some reason. Then, without warning, someone deliberately slammed hard into Flame's shoulder as they passed by, making it obvious that the collision was no accident. The girl who bumped into her turned with a nasty, mocking look and sneered at Flame to watch where she was going, and keep her eyes open, acting like Flame was the one at fault. Then she added another cruel jab, saying that maybe Flame couldn't see what was right in front of her because she spent all her time crawling around on the ground. Flame didn't waste even a second replying with words. She shot her hand out, grabbed the girl directly by the collar, yanked her close, and smashed her forehead into the girl's face with a brutal headbutt. The girl cried out in pain, completely shocked by Flame's response. She shouted at Flame, asking if she was insane, while the situation instantly turned chaotic, with everyone realizing that Flame looked more than ready to keep going if anyone pushed her again. Then someone threw out the words that made everything worse, wondering out loud how a low-class girl like Flame could possibly end up as Master Jeremy's girlfriend. The moment Flame heard that, her anger flared so violently that her expression changed. She turned toward them and snapped, demanding that they say it one more time. Flame cracked her knuckles slowly, her whole body giving off the feeling that she was seconds away from knocking the teeth out of every girl standing in front of her. With a dangerous glare, she demanded to know whose girlfriend they had just claimed she was. A little while later, back inside her room, Flame stood over her desk, staring down at the photos scattered across it. She clutched her head in pure rage, trying to process how quickly this mess had spread. She cursed, under her breath, furious and confused, asking how in the world this picture had managed to leak all over the academy. Then Flame forced herself to take a deep breath, trying to calm the anger boiling inside her. She muttered for herself to chill out, because honestly, she didn't even need to investigate to know exactly who was behind it. Still, she could hardly believe Jeremy had actually dared to take things this far. Now the real problem was figuring out how she was supposed to pull herself out of this ridiculous disaster. When classes finally ended for the day, Flame rose from her seat almost immediately and headed straight for the classroom exit, clearly not wanting to waste any more time there. But just as she tried to leave, that irritating voice reached her ears again. Jeremy called out to her, saying they needed to talk. Jeremy stepped directly in front of Flame with a polished smile on his face and asked if she wanted to have dinner with him. The moment he said it, whispers burst out all around them, with students murmuring that Master Jeremy had approached her first and that the rumors must have been true after all. People began whispering about the prince and Flame having that kind of relationship, and Flame's eyes narrowed as she took in the situation. She knew that even if she denied everything right there, Jeremy would twist the mood however he wanted, which meant simply running away would only make things worse. In a situation like this, Flame understood there was only one real way to break through his little act. So she snapped at him directly, saying there was no way she would ever want to eat dinner with him. Jeremy acted like he had misunderstood her reaction and put on a falsely considerate tone, saying that maybe he had been insensitive and hadn't realized she would get so nervous. He started to act like he was going to leave, but Flame immediately fired back, asking why he was behaving as if the two of them were in some kind of relationship. And then, with the entire room watching and the tension hanging thick in the air, Flame made her move. Instead of playing along or backing down, she dropped a bombshell so decisive that it completely changed the direction of the situation. I already have a boyfriend, and the person I'm dating right now is. Flame's thoughts scrambled in every direction as she desperately searched her mind for a male student in Class S she could actually use in this situation. Then, like a sudden spark, one name shot to the front of her mind. Beck Uziel. That was it. Beck Uziel was her boyfriend. The second those words came out, the air in the room seemed to turn solid, and everyone fell into complete silence at once. Hong Bayan, Asel, and even Hei Wan Riang all looked straight at her, their eyes widening as if they could not believe what they had just heard. Even Jeremy, who had been pushing forward so confidently, froze in place, standing there completely speechless and unable to react. Flame lifted the letter in her hand and held it out for him to see. The only reason she had gone to his room yesterday, she said, was because she had been delivering a letter on behalf of her friend. Otherwise, why would someone who already had a boyfriend go out of her way to appear at another guy's door? Besides, she already had a dinner date with Beck Uziel later that day. Once she had said everything she needed to say, Flame tossed the letter back toward him, turned away without another word, and quietly walked off. But behind her, Jeremy only let out a faint, amused smirk, forcing himself to stay composed while thinking there was no way he could believe such a convenient excuse. That evening, the setting moved away from the tense classroom and into a nearby restaurant, where the whole situation finally had to be explained. Beck Uziel stared at Flame in total disbelief, still trying to process what he had heard earlier. Then he asked her, almost like he needed to confirm it with his own ears, what exactly she had called him back there. Flame answered with an awkward little pause, admitting that she had called him her boyfriend, while inwardly wondering how the situation had somehow spiraled this far. In the end, she could only explain it as something that had been unavoidable, like she had been pushed into a corner with no better option left. Beck slowly placed a piece of meat into his mouth, chewing as his thoughts started turning. So this was probably because of that rumor spreading around today. And honestly, if going along with this could help him dodge Jeremy's storyline and its terrifying 99% chance of ending badly, then pretending for a while was a pretty cheap price to pay. So Beck finally gave in and agreed, saying it was fine and that he was just glad he could be useful to her. Flame immediately thanked him with obvious relief, promising that she would make it up to him by treating him to food all the time from now on. But even after saying that, she still could not help asking why he had been the one she picked. Beck answered in the most casual way possible, saying it would probably sound a little strange if he admitted it was simply because she was the first person who came to mind. Flame muttered that she had not wanted to bother anyone else, then suddenly called out to Wanri as if trying to move the conversation along. Beck looked at her with open disbelief, telling her that her reasoning was honestly terrible. Then, without missing a beat, he raised his hand toward the staff and asked if they could order more food. Flame shot back that he really had some nerve, but then her expression softened as she apologized again for dragging him into such a messy situation. Beck asked what she was apologizing for, starting to say she had already done something, only to stop himself halfway and drop the sentence completely. Flame immediately noticed and asked why he kept cutting himself off like that. Flame clenched her fists under the table as her thoughts started racing again. She knew Beck Uziel had returned to the past because of Assel, and that reason was supposed to be the entire foundation behind everything he was doing. But now, what if he completely misunderstood the situation because she had pulled him into this ridiculous fake relationship drama? Even though she knew the truth about his feelings, she had still asked for his help, which made her feel like some shameless homewrecker barging right between him and the girl he liked. Then another thought hit her. What if Beck had agreed not because he misunderstood anything, but because this was somehow part of a larger plan to keep Assel safe from Jeremy? After all, in the original story, Jeremy had shown interest in Assel as well. So if Beck was a regressor trying to protect the person he loved, maybe his determination really did run that deep. Before Flame could sink any deeper into her own thoughts, Beck called the waiter again and ordered even more food. Flame told the old man to eat up and keep his strength, but he immediately protested that this was already way too much and that she needed to stop ordering, and just like that, with Flame's agreement, Beck officially became her boyfriend for the next month. The very next day, during their practical combat magic class, I somehow ended up being forced into a sparring match with a seriously furious Hong Bayan for reasons I could not understand at all. As I stood there facing her anger head-on, I could only wonder one thing: had I done something wrong?